A hangover led Mo Han to a peculiar crossing of realms. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a beautiful woman, poised to kneel and wash his feet. Mo Han was momentarily taken aback. "Wait, what are you doing?" he asked. "I am your wife. Of course I'm here to wash your feet," Xiao Bingchen replied. Faced with this sudden shift in reality, Mo Han realized he needed a moment to gather his thoughts. As the realization dawned upon him that he had entered a matriarchal world, he felt utterly disoriented. The candidate of the war god, a soldier of unparalleled prowess, had come to offer his services as a personal bodyguard. The icy yet stunning businesswoman altered her previously aloof demeanor. The mischievous neighbor girl persistently pursued him with affection. With great effort, Mo Han opened his eyes, gazing at the ceiling in a daze. He vowed that if given another chance, he would never again engage in a reckless drinking contest that could jeopardize his life. This sensation had nearly cost him dearly. Struggling to rise, he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. Good heavens, where have these rascals brought me? Instinctively reaching for his phone, he intended to reassure his cherished friends, only to find that neither WeChat nor his contacts bore any familiar names. Mo Han wore a look of confusion akin to that of an elderly man on the subway. "What on earth, did I pick up the wrong phone?" He scoured the device and frowned. Indeed, it's the Longway Mate 70 Extraordinary Master in Mystic Black with 1 terabyte. He was certain this was his phone. Yet, how could the messages be entirely mismatched? Just then, as Mo Han's mind momentarily faltered, the door swung open. Instinctively, he looked up. A breathtakingly beautiful woman entered, carrying a basin of warm water, her expression neutral as she approached his bedside and gently set it down. "The foot-washing water is ready." Her ethereal and melodious voice snapped Mo Han back to reality. "Thank you," he replied instinctively. Upon hearing his voice, Xiao Bingchen stared at him in astonishment. What was going on? Why was he thanking her? Wasn't this what he had demanded? Feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, Mo Han turned away, his mind a chaotic jumble from the alcohol, struggling to comprehend the situation. Conflicting memories raced through his mind, intertwining rapidly. The atmosphere around them fell into silence. Seeing Mo Han remain motionless, Xiao Bingchen furrowed her brow slightly. "The water is ready, aren't you going to wash your feet?" Oh, Mo Han sluggishly moved to the edge of the bed and dipped his feet into the water. He raised his gaze to regard the stunning woman before him. Indeed, another fragment of memory confirmed that she was his nominal wife in this female-dominant world. But why nominal? The story behind it was rather far-fetched. About 2.5 years ago, the matriarch of the Mo family had inexplicably brought Xiao Bingchen into their fold, compelling the then-university student Mo Han to marry her against his will. As the most renowned beauty of Luochuan University, and famously known throughout Luochuan, Mo Han had been utterly unwilling. Yet, under the relentless pressure from the matriarch, the sole male heir of the Mo family had no choice but to obtain a marriage certificate with Xiao Bingchen, though he adamantly refused to hold a wedding ceremony. Deep down, he held disdain for the unexpected flower vase that had appeared in his life. For the past 2.5 years since their marriage, he hadn't even allowed her to touch him. To compensate Mo Han, the matriarch bestowed upon him the position of president of the Mo group, even while he was still a student. Determined to prove his worth, Missouri Han chose to suspend his studies and take the helm, leveraging his talents and unique business acumen to elevate the Mo group, successfully placing the family among Luochuan's second-tier clans within 2.5 years. During this time, Mo Han's reputation as the icy male CEO resonated throughout Luochuan. He had always harbored the intention of demonstrating his value to the family so that he could eventually choose his own path in marriage. Now that he had proven his worth, his next objective was to make Xiao Bingchen, the seemingly useless homebody, recognize the disparity between them and voluntarily propose divorce. His first step in this plan was to humiliate her, making her aware that he, Mo Han, was an unattainable figure for her. Forcing her to wash his feet while he was intoxicated was merely an act of humiliation. After sorting through his memories, Mo Han finally grasped the complexities of the situation. He glanced at Xiao Bingchen, who was intently staring at his exposed feet, and felt a shiver run down his spine. Was she some sort of infatuated admirer? Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he noticed Xiao Bingchen slowly crouching down, her hands reaching toward his fair, delicate feet. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Imohan instinctively called out to stop her. Without lifting her gaze, her melodious yet slightly restrained voice reached his ears. I am your wife naturally. I'm here to wash your feet. He was certain that something was amiss with her. This was hardly a punishment, perhaps, in the eyes of the somewhat eccentric Xiao Bingshun. It was entirely a reward. Before her hands could touch his feet, Imohan instinctively withdrew them. No need. I've already washed them. Xiao Bingshun looked up at him, her disappointment palpable. Feeling uneasy under her gaze, Imohan cleared his throat. You can go now. Oh, Xiao Bingshun replied in a subdued tone, picking up the basin and turning to leave. As she was about to exit, Imohan awkwardly called out, thank you for today. Xiao Bingshun paused, turning her head to look at him incredulously. Was this the same Imohan who had always barked orders at her? Why was he being so courteous today? After a brief moment of confusion, she exited with the basin. Watching the door close behind her, Imohan let out a long sigh of relief and collapsed onto the bed. How bizarre. I've somehow crossed into a matriarchal world. In his previous life, as a cultural director for a renowned entertainment company, he found it not too difficult to accept such fantastical scenarios. After a while, Imohan sighed. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. However, he had no intention of following the original plan to divorce such a beautiful wife as Xiao Bingshun. In his past life, having been a single man for over 20 years, he couldn't imagine easily parting with a legitimate and stunning wife in this life. To Imohan, a wife like Xiao Bingshun, home-loving, and an exceptional cook was the epitome of a perfect partner. If they were truly to divorce, would he then have to marry someone else in this matriarchal world? The mere thought of him, a grown man, being married to another man was utterly unimaginable. Resolute in his decision, he now aimed to change Xiao Bingshun's perception of him. After all, the original Imohan had not only once proposed divorce in front of her. Had it not been for the matriarch's pressure, she might have already been cast out. With this in mind, Imohan grabbed a nearby cup of sour plum juice and gulped it down, shaking his head to dispel the remaining intoxication. Finally, he rose and approached the mirror to scrutinize his new form. Upon seeing his reflection, he found himself momentarily breathless. Chapter 2. Transforming Xiao Bingshun's perception. This simply exquisite. In the mirror stood a figure whose face resembled the luminous moon, radiating like the morning sun, with a complexion akin to the finest lotus blossom and skin as smooth as honey. Between his brows lay a striking blend of sharpness and nobility, exuding the essence of a person of high stature. The slightly disheveled suit added an unexpected touch of delicacy, truly a male incarnation of the goddess of Luo. It is no wonder that Xiao Bingshun, no matter how harshly criticized, remained willingly subservient. Even with the public announcement of their marriage, a multitude of admirers continued to intrude upon them. The notion that the ascent of the Mo Corporation had nothing to do with this visage was utterly implausible to Imohan. Through the recollection of memories, he discovered that the original inhabitant of this body had also been exploited by the decrepit elders of the Mo family, despite appearing to wield the power of the CEO. His ownership of the Mo Corporation amounted to a mere pitiful 1%. Contemplating this, Imohan's gaze turned icy. The amalgamation of 2 lifetimes of mental acuity allowed him to perceive matters with utmost clarity. At this rate, he would inevitably be sold out by those ancient relics. During recent family gatherings, the elders of the Mo family had incessantly hinted at his marital status, even subtly expressing support for a divorce from Xiao Bingshun. Were it not for the presence of the venerable matriarch, no one would dare provoke her wrath. They would have likely shown their true colors long ago. The original inhabitant had been foolish enough to believe that their intentions were genuinely for his benefit. Entering the restroom, he hastily washed away the stench of alcohol. During this process, Imohan found himself momentarily entranced by his own appearance. Clad in simple loungewear, he approached the storage room and lightly knocked on the door. Come in. The melodious voice resonated once more. Imohan pushed the door open and stepped inside. The sight that greeted him made him frown deeply, in stark contrast to the opulence of his own bedroom. This space was unbearably austere. The cramped quarters lacked even a window, accommodating only a small single bed, a modest wardrobe, and a solitary chair, with insufficient room for movement. Witnessing such a stifling environment, Imohan mentally berated the original inhabitant countless times. How could there be more spacious guest rooms available? Yet Xiao Bingqian was confined to such a meager space. Imohan reflected that he would find it intolerable to exist in such a constricted and oppressive setting. Xiao Bingqian, propped up on her bed, gazed quizzically at Imohan, who had entered with a somber expression. She pondered whether she had inadvertently offended him today. Was he upset because she hadn't washed his feet? For a moment, the two exchanged silence. Finally, with a gentle sigh, Imohan spoke in a softened tone. You shouldn't stay here any longer. I'll help you tidy up the guest room so you can move there. With that, he turned and exited the storage room. Xiao Bingqian furrowed her brow, perplexed by Imohan's sudden change of heart. Hadn't he insisted that she could only reside in this storage room? After 2.5 years of living there, why was he suddenly allowing her to move to the guest room? Confusion aside, she rose from her bed and stepped out, determined to discover Imohan's intentions. As she approached the guest room, the sounds of him busily organizing the space reached her ears. She watched in bewilderment as he diligently prepared the room. Was he serious? Was he genuinely cleaning the guest room? Hadn't he always expressed disdain for her proximity? A flurry of questions raced through her mind, and a flicker of realization ignited within her. Something was decidedly amiss. Today, Imohan was strikingly different. Not only was he more courteous, but he was personally organizing her room, treating her as if he were an entirely different person. As her thoughts raced, a bold hypothesis began to form. Could he have discovered her true identity? Was he undertaking all this to curry favor with her? Yet, upon further reflection, Xiao Bingqian deemed this improbable. Since her departure from the Magic City, her family had meticulously sealed off all information regarding her. With Imohan's capabilities, it was inconceivable that he could uncover any details about her. The only one privy to her true identity, the elderly matriarch of the Mo family, had been warned by her not to disclose any information. Thus, it was impossible for Imohan to know her real self. While Xiao Bingqian pondered these matters, Imohan had already completed the tidying of the guest room. As he turned around, his slightly flushed cheeks glinted with beads of perspiration. And beneath his somewhat tousled attire, his exquisite collarbone was subtly revealed, causing Xiao Bingqian to momentarily lose herself in admiration. Had he become even more handsome? Imohan frowned and waved his hand in front of the dazed Xiao Bingqian. What are you standing there for? Hurry and move your things, tada. All right. Xiao Bingqian was jolted back to reality, feeling a flush of embarrassment as she quickly turned to return to the storage room. Watching his nominal wife in her endearingly daft demeanor, Imohan couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Within minutes, Xiao Bingqian had moved her scant belongings into the guest room. During this process, Imohan noted the few changes of clothing she possessed. Coupled with the memories of the original inhabitant, he realized how wretchedly Xiao Bingqian had lived since entering this household. Observing her as she arranged the bedding, his heart ached. In his world, with her beauty, she would undoubtedly be considered a top-tier goddess, and yet here she was, reduced to such a pitiful state. Hastening back to his room, Imohan rummaged through his belongings and quickly located a bank card. By the time Xiao Bingqian had finished making her bed, he returned. This card has a password of 6 zeros. It contains 200,000. Use it to buy some personal necessities. He placed the bank card into Xiao Bingqian's palm. No, it's unnecessary. I haven't even spent the 500 you gave me this month. Xiao Bingqian hurriedly attempted to return the card to Imohan. However, how could he accept it? A monthly allowance of $500, which also had to cover household expenses, was utterly absurd. It was tantamount to bullying someone honest. Contemplating this, Imohan's expression turned cold, and he spoke with an undeniable authority. You are my wife. Since I am giving it to you, you must accept it. Imohan's words sent a tremor through Xiao Bingqian's heart, and her previous actions froze in disbelief as she gazed at him in astonishment. What? She couldn't have misheard. Imohan had actually acknowledged her as his wife. How could this be? Observing her stunned reaction, Imohan assumed his tone had startled her. Softening his voice, he gently placed a hand on her shoulder in a comforting gesture. Get some rest. Good night. With that, he turned and left, leaving Xiao Bingqian in a state of shock. The transformation of ingrained perceptions was not something that could be achieved overnight, and Imohan understood the need for patience. Chapter 3. Yiwan's rebirth. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed into Imohan's room, rousing him from his slumber. After a brief wash, he surveyed the array of cosmetics before him, feeling a sense of inner conflict before ultimately deciding to leave without any makeup. He was, after all, a man, and the idea of applying cosmetics to his face was utterly unacceptable, especially when this body's natural beauty was already exceptional. Any makeup would merely be superfluous. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of the charming Xiao Bingchen, who had prepared breakfast and awaited impatiently. Bathed in sunlight, she appeared radiant and enchanting, prompting the phrase "a feast for the eyes" to unconsciously surface in Imo Han's mind. Upon seeing him emerge, Xiao Bingchen promptly sprang into action. "You drank quite a bit last night, so I made you some millet porridge. Drink it while it's hot. It's good for your stomach." Watching her flit about, Imo Han felt a warmth in his heart, silently lamenting how the original inhabitant had been blissfully unaware of his good fortune. Picking up the bowl and chopsticks, he relished the breakfast Xiao Bingchen had prepared. He had to admit that her culinary skills were exceptional. This seemingly simple meal was prepared with such finesse that it was utterly delightful. During the meal, Xiao Bingchen occasionally stole glances at Imo Han, noting that he appeared even more handsome today, with a newfound softness in his expression that made him all the more pleasant to be around, as though he had transformed into a different person. After finishing breakfast, Mohan prepared to leave for work, gently reminding Xiao Bingchen to take care of herself before striding out. Xiao Bingchen continued to watch his retreating figure until he closed the door, her demeanor shifting from slight apprehension to contemplation as she rested her chin on her hand, muttering to herself, "Since when did he start caring about me? What on earth is going on?" Her confusion would remain unanswered. Meanwhile, upon stepping outside, Imo Han coincidentally encountered the neighbor's younger sister, Yuan, who was preparing to head to school. Imo Han Gij. The graceful young girl's eyes lit up upon seeing him, and she hurriedly dashed over, nearly throwing herself into his arms. "Xiaowan, why are you just leaving? You're going to be late for school." Imo Han chuckled as he affectionately ruffled her hair, amused by her ever-impulsive nature. "How could that be? I'm right on time, and besides, I have you." Imo Han Gij, aware of her little crush, Imo Han chose not to confront it, as it was not the first time he had accompanied her to school. He found it rather curious that while he was exceptionally harsh towards Xiao Bingchen, he was generally polite to everyone else. The two individuals swiftly descended to the underground parking garage via the elevator. Throughout the journey, Yuan continued her incessant chatter, which left Imo Han feeling somewhat exasperated. After all, her topics revolved around trivial matters concerning their school, and he truly could not muster an ounce of interest. "Oh, Imo Han Gij, you haven't put on any makeup today?" Yuan's sudden exclamation startled the focused Imo Han, nearly causing him to collide with the vehicle ahead. Unable to contain his irritation, he scolded, "You little brat, why the fuss?" "Ah, my apologies, my apologies. I just think you look even better without makeup today." Imo Han Gij, Yuan quickly admitted, stealing glances at him, observing his concentrated yet slightly annoyed profile. Her throat instinctively tightened. He was simply too perfect, the embodiment of her ideal partner. She was determined to bring Imo Han home as her husband, and as these thoughts swirled in her mind, her cheeks began to flush involuntarily. "Hey, little girl, what are you daydreaming about now?" Imo Han noticed the change in her demeanor after she fell silent and flicked her forehead lightly. Truly, this girl was a handful. Having confessed her affection for him in both overt and subtle ways countless times, however, Imo Han merely regarded her words as playful banter. "Ouch, Imo Han Gij. That hurts. When did your grip become so strong?" Yuan complained, clutching her head. "Ha. You little rascal, just keep pretending." The disparity in strength between men and women in this world was alarmingly vast. Imo Han hardly believed that such a gentle flick could harm Yuan. Most likely, she was feigning injury for sympathy, and he would not succumb to her antics. "Look, I have a bump now," Yuan lamented, her expression one of mock despair. This time, she truly felt the sting from Imo Han's flick and wished to show him. "Cut it out. I'm driving to." Imo Han pushed her head away, unconvinced by her dramatics, having been deceived by her before. Feeling aggrieved, Yuan wondered if she was reaping what she had sown, akin to the fable of the boy who cried wolf. No, she couldn't afford to waste her charm on Imo Han. Otherwise, how could she ever win him over and make him her husband? Her thoughts were a flurry as she plotted her strategy to capture Imo Han's heart. Just as she was devising her approach, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and her mind went blank. After a few breaths, when Yuan reopened her eyes, a striking change was evident. The youthful innocence in her gaze had vanished, replaced by an indescribable weariness. "Where am I?" Upon hearing Yuan's voice, a puzzled Imo Han, still focused on driving, replied, We're on Ingbin Road now, the next intersection. We'll reach the first high school. Instinctively turning her head at the sound of the voice that had haunted her dreams night and day. Tears welled up in Yiwan's eyes at the mere sight of him. Yes, she could never forget this voice. It belonged to none other than her beloved Imohan. Droplets of tears cascaded down her cheeks. Imohan quickly noticed something was amiss with Yiwan, glancing over, and in an instant, he was taken aback. He hastily pulled the car to the side of the road, flustered as he reached out to wipe away her tears. His tone laced with concern. Xiaowan, what's wrong? I truly didn't mean to upset you. Can you forgive me? Imohan continued to apologize, taken aback by how fragile she seemed today. He had merely flicked her lightly. And she had burst into tears. That wasn't it said that women seldom shed tears. What was going on here? Seeing Imohan's flustered demeanor, Yiwan could not help but break into a smile. The merging of her memories clarified her current situation. She had somehow been reborn to this moment, allowing her to see Imohan once more. It was a stroke of fortune, and she instinctively reached out to caress his cheek. Yet, halfway through her action, Imohan swatted her hand away. Hey, are you trying to play the victim again to gain sympathy? Imohan glared at Yiwan, exasperated by her antics, realizing the inappropriateness of her behavior. Yiwan understood that she and Imohan were not yet in a romantic relationship. He merely viewed her as a mischievous little sister who often took advantage of him. Chapter 4. Lin Yan's attention reflecting on this. Yiwan felt a deep sense of disappointment, noticing that she seemed all right. Imohan let out a quiet sigh of relief, restarting the car and quickly arriving at the entrance of the first high school. Xiaowan, we're here. Thank you. Yiwan reluctantly cast a lingering glance at Imohan before slowly exiting the vehicle. As she watched him drive away, her thoughts spiraled that in her previous life, after Xiao Bingshan completed the family's 3-year test. She divorced Imohan and returned to Modu to inherit the Xiao family. Consequently, the Imo family realized the grave error they had made in letting such a powerful ally slip away. The very elders who had incited Imohan to divorce Xiao Bingshan later laid all the blame squarely on him. Fearing retaliation from the Xiao family of Modu, they wasted no time in expelling Imohan from the Imo family after the sudden death of the matriarch. Simultaneously, the news of Imohan and Xiao Bingshan's scandal spread like wildfire, and the entire Luochuan city became aware of the powerful figures he had offended. In a heartbeat, the once untouchable aura surrounding the aloof CEO crumbled, rendering him a pariah. The sycophants who had once surrounded him now kept their distance. Terrified of the Xiao family's vengeance, with certain individuals fanning the flames, Imohan's plight only worsened. Even after Xiao Bingshan publicly clarified her relationship with him, the gossip and scrutiny continued unabated. His situation became increasingly dire. And with the machinations of those with ulterior motives, he soon found himself disgraced and homeless. In his moment of utmost despair, Yiwan quietly took him in. With Yiwan's encouragement, the despondent Imohan eventually emerged from the depths of his despair, dedicating himself to supporting her and becoming her diligent partner. Over the course of several years, with Imohan's assistance, Yiwan transformed the Yi family into the preeminent force in all of Luochuan. However, just as she was poised to propose to Imohan, he fell gravely ill and tragically passed away. Yiwan could never forget how, in his final moments, Imohan selflessly planned for their future together. After his departure, she threw herself into her work, spending a decade to fulfill all the business plans Mohan had laid out for her, successfully elevating the Yi family onto the global stage. Years of relentless toil took their toll, and Yiwan eventually collapsed. When she awoke, she found herself back in the present. As her thoughts coalesced, Yiwan glanced at her phone, clenching her fists as she resolutely gazed in the direction Imohan had departed. In 6 months, Imohan Gij, rest assured, since everything has begun anew, I will not allow anyone to bully you. Wait for me, so I can formally welcome you home. Hey, you over there, class has started, why are you still outside? The shout of the security guard interrupted Yiwan's grand declarations. Meanwhile, Imohan, after a flurry of hurried movements, finally made it into his CEO office just moments before the impending tardiness. After all, who established the rules? CEO, here are the documents you requested for today. Dressed flamboyantly, the male secretary sauntered into the office with a flourish. Imohan regarded him with a sense of discomfort, although the secretary's attire and demeanor appeared perfectly normal in this world. They were quite jarring to him. Oh dear. CEO, why are you staring at me? The secretary, Dingen, feigned a coy demeanor, secretly reveling in the attention. With Mo Han's androgynous beauty, if he were genuinely interested, Ding An would not mind. Upon hearing Ding An's overly exaggerated tone, Mo Han nearly lost his breakfast and swiftly waved him off, his voice icy. Get out, tch Ding An, realizing his miscalculation, exited with a bored expression but not before throwing Mo Han a wink at the door. Mo Han conceded that this encounter had genuinely disgusted him. His fists clenched in irritation that in his previous life, he would have kept a wide berth from such flamboyance, but in this new reality, he understood he could not escape it. All he could do was adapt. After 10 minutes of mental fortitude to recover from the shock, Mo Han finally calmed himself and began to peruse the documents on his desk. Unbeknownst to him, a gaze filled with longing was fixed upon him from the top floor of the Lin Group building adjacent to the Mo Group. Lin Yan's hands trembled as she held the binoculars. It had been 3 long years since she had last seen Mo Han's flawless profile that in her past life. It was only after truly losing him that she realized how significant he was to her. She could no longer deceive herself. Her heart had long been filled with thoughts of Mo Han. Memories flooded back vividly in her previous life, after Mo Han's divorce from Xiao Bingchen, when he was cast out from the Mo family. She had always perceived him from a position of superiority to her. He was merely a stray dog, abandoned and picked up off the street, regardless of his capabilities. Ultimately, he was just a small man without a woman to support him. However, as time passed in their interactions, Lin Yan began to realize that she might have been mistaken. Mo Han, the faux fiancé she had taken in, surpassed her expectations in every regard, professionally, with Mo Han's assistance. The Lin Group flourished, reaching new heights in just a few short years in her personal life. Mo Han managed the entirety of the Lin household with remarkable precision. Anyone who encountered Lin Yan couldn't help but exclaim, "What good fortune she possesses!" Regrettably, although she initially acknowledged Mo Han's excellence, she attributed it primarily to her own discerning eye and adept guidance. Consequently, she boasted about her so-called methods on numerous occasions. And even when some of these tales reached Mo Han's ears, he remained indifferent. Over time, she found herself increasingly dependent on Mo Han, and just as she was preparing to confront her true feelings, she fell victim to a scheme orchestrated by a business rival during an outing with him in a bid to save her. Mo Han ultimately lost his life, even after she employed every tactic at her disposal to eradicate the rival's entire clan. She was left forever bereft of the man who had devoted himself entirely to her. She felt an intense hatred for her arrogance, lamenting why she had been so self-absorbed, despite sensing her affections for Mo Han. Why had she not confronted them sooner? Lin Yan, you must live on. Reflecting on Mo Han's dying words, Lin Yan felt a pain so profound that it rendered her breathless. From that moment on, she understood that she had genuinely fallen for Mo Han, who had now vanished from her life. A single tear slipped from her eye as she gazed through a telescope at Mo Han, diligently at work. Her delicate fingers traced the outline of his profile on the glass before her. This was the man who resided in her heart. With all her might, she longed to embrace him once more. Chapter 5. Bodyguard Qin Ran and Lu Mian in the office of the president of Mo Corporation. Mo Han, engrossed in paperwork, suddenly turned his head as if sensing something. In that brief moment of eye contact, Lin Yan felt her breath catch. Had he noticed her? No. This side was one-way glass. Mo Han couldn't possibly see her. Yet, he appeared even more handsome in his natural state than before, and she eagerly anticipated their formal meeting. With that thought, a charming smile graced Lin Yan's lips, a sight that would undoubtedly astonish anyone who beheld it. For she was renowned for her aloof and domineering demeanor as the president. Mo Han mused. How strange. Could someone be spying on me? After a moment of surveying the Lin Group building, the sensation of being watched dissipated, allowing Mo Han to return his gaze. Knock. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, and Ding An hurried to Mo Han's desk. President, the candidates for this round of bodyguards have been shortlisted, and we await your selection. Mo Han recalled what Ding An had mentioned. The original owner indeed changed bodyguards every so often. Aware of his own appearance, he always brought bodyguards along to social gatherings to deter any troublesome individuals who might misbehave under the influence of alcohol. The reason for the periodic changes stemmed from a past experience where one of his bodyguards had been bribed by an adversary, nearly compromising his integrity. Since then, he had adopted a more cautious approach, leading to the habit of changing bodyguards regularly. Mo Han stood to stretch his slightly stiff body, signaling to Ding An to lead the way. Let us go. We shall see for ourselves. Without further ado, Ding understood his president's character and quietly guided the way that as they passed through the employee work area. Mohan naturally became the subject of their admiration. Look, President Mo is out. Doesn't he look even more handsome? Sisters, great minds think alike. I just captured a candid photo. It's $100 a piece. Interested? $100. So cheap? Hurry, send it to me. Dad, our president is becoming increasingly exquisite. If only I could marry him. I'd be the happiest. Dream on. You think you're worthy? What is wrong with me? I'm at least better than that useless guy marrying into the president's family. Upon hearing this, Mohan cast a frosty glance in their direction, silencing the speaker instantly. Look, do you all want to get fired? Ding and sharp rebuke sent a wave of employees scurrying back to their desks. Mohan's lips twitched as he observed Dingen, feeling as though he were witnessing a royal court official managing the emperor's affairs. With that, their pace quickened, and they soon arrived at a conference room. Dingen opened the door, and Mohan stepped inside. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of over a dozen robust female bodyguards. Upon seeing Mohan, the most handsome president of Luochuan, the women stood tall and exuded their utmost confidence. Mohan received the profiles of the 12 candidates from Dingen, meticulously reviewing them while occasionally assessing the women and asking a question or two. Those whom he addressed responded earnestly. Thus, he walked past each of them until he reached one who was nearly his height, with a healthy, sun-kissed complexion and a strikingly delicate face. Just her presence exuded the impression that she could transform into a leopard at any moment. Mohan halted his steps before her. Chin Ran, 26, formerly served in the Wolf Warriors Special Forces and after retiring, worked as a mercenary abroad for 2 years. Listening to Mohan's inquiries, Chin Ran nodded in affirmation, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on his face. No, to be precise, she had been staring since the moment she entered. Although she appeared calm on the surface, her heart was tumultuous. She had lost track of how long it had been since she had seen that face. Mohan, the one she had wronged in her past life, was now standing before her once more. Unexplainably, she felt an overwhelming urge to cry, yet her formidable willpower quelled the rising emotions. Mohan, observing Chin Ran's reaction, found her expression peculiar. Did she know the original owner? Yet, despite ruminating on it, he couldn't recall ever meeting her. Do you know me? Realizing her expression management had faltered, Chin Ran hurriedly shook her head. No, we are meeting for the first time. Is that so? Mohan reviewed Chin Ran's profile again, finding nothing amiss, and continued onward. Soon, he had perused the remaining candidates' information. After stepping back to contemplate, he noted that while the resumes were all prepared by the bodyguard company and should be reliable, Chin Ran stood out, while the others seemed rather unremarkable. After a brief consideration, he selected a profile named Lu Mian, motivated by her also having served in a special forces unit. Both the original owner and Mohan held a high regard for such iron-willed women. With a decision made, there was no room for hesitation. Chin Ran, Lu Mian, you two remain. The others may leave. Upon hearing Mohan's directive, the other candidates visibly deflated, yet being professionals, they refrained from voicing their disappointment in front of the client. Chin Ran silently breathed a sigh of relief. Mohan had not let her down. Meanwhile, the muscular Lu Mian was equally elated. Having been chosen meant her brother's medical expenses were now assured. Mohan pushed 2 pre-prepared contracts toward the 2 women. Review the contracts. If everything is in order, please sign. You will officially start today. Without hesitation, Chin Ran signed her name and affixed her seal, while Lu Mian carefully read through the terms and, satisfied, followed suit. Mohan nodded in satisfaction, as his initial impression of both women was quite positive. Although Chin Ran did not appear particularly sturdy, she emanated an aura of complexity that in contrast, Lu Mian might not seem particularly clever, resembling a simpleton, but Mohan appreciated that type of person for this role. Turning his gaze to Dingen, who seemed somewhat entranced by Chin Ran, Mohan chuckled inwardly. Dingen, please assist them with their onboarding procedures. Okay. Dingen, startled back to reality, glanced at Chin Ran with a hint of embarrassment. You too. Please follow me. Mohan observed this scene with amusement, pondering whether Dingen had taken a liking to Chin Ran. Yet, it was undeniable that Chin Ran was strikingly beautiful. Her healthy, sun-kissed skin only enhanced her allure. Chapter 6. How did you bring back such a bunch of junk? Before departing, Chin Ran glanced back at Mohan, Her lips parted as if to speak, but ultimately, she said nothing and followed Dingen. Imohan watched the trio retreating, deep in thought. The way Qin Ran looked at him was decidedly different. Her gaze lacked the infatuation exhibited by other women. Instead, it conveyed a complex mix of guilt, longing, joy, and concern. Imohan suddenly found it amusing that he could decipher so many emotions from her eyes. Checking the time, he noted it was nearly lunchtime. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved his phone and dialed Xiao Bingchen. As soon as the call connected, Xiao Bingchen, staring at a bowl of instant noodles, seemed momentarily taken aback before quickly responding. Prepared and ready. How much longer until you return? I have 10 minutes left until I get off work. And it will take me another 20 minutes to rush back. All right, I will wait for you. After saying this, Xiao Bingchen swiftly hung up the phone. Imohan glanced at the disconnected call, suspecting that if he did not return, Xiao Bingchen would surely find a way to manage on her own. He tucked the phone into his pocket and leisurely began to stroll through the company. The employees who had deliberately come to coincidentally encounter him greeted Imohan, who responded with a casual nod. Maintaining his usual demeanor. 10 minutes flew by, and Imohan timed his entrance into the elevator perfectly. Although the roads were somewhat congested during the lunch hour, it was not too severe. Upon entering the community, he checked the time and let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was only 3 minutes later than he had anticipated. He pushed open the door to his home. The fragrant aroma of freshly cooked dishes wafted towards him. Indeed, the memories of his original self were not mistaken. Xiao Bingchen's culinary skills were extraordinary. Just by the scent, he knew her cooking would be far from disappointing. "You back? Wash your hands and come eat." Xiao Bingchen, embodying the role of a virtuous wife, greeted Imohan with a lovely smile and gently urged him. Imohan smiled in response, quickly washing his hands before taking a seat at the dining table. 4 home-cooked dishes were laid out, all of which were favorites of his original self. Twice-cooked pork, stir-fried black fungus with meat, sliced meat with green peppers, and stir-fried spinach. Picking up his chopsticks and bowl, he glanced at Xiao Bingchen, who was busy and slightly flushed with a thin sheen of sweat at her temples, and said with a smile, "You must be exhausted. Hurry and eat." As he spoke, he scooped a few pieces of meat into her bowl. Xiao Bingchen was momentarily taken aback. The Imohan she knew would usually not even allow her at the table, yet today he was actively serving her food. Was she dreaming? "Don't just stand there. Eat up," Imohan encouraged, finding her dazed expression endearing. With that, he began to eat, having been quite hungry after a busy morning. The flavors were indeed beyond his expectations. Xiao Bingchen's home-cooked meals were far superior to those served in restaurants. Across the table, Xiao Bingchen watched Imohan as she ate, observing the change in his demeanor. Today, he was entirely different from his usual cold self, revealing a hint of satisfaction. While she was astonished internally, she maintained a composed exterior. She was certain that since last night, Imohan had undergone a significant transformation. He seemed like an entirely different person compared to before. Lost in thought, Xiao Bingchen couldn't help but test the waters to Imohan. "Do these dishes suit your taste?" Without hesitation, Imohan replied, "Yes, they are delicious, far better than what you find elsewhere." Hearing his candid response, Xiao Bingchen discreetly scrutinized him. Realizing he did not appear to be feigning praise that in the past, he would have merely given her food an acceptable rating at best. A bold thought suddenly crossed her mind. Could it be that Imohan had been possessed by someone else? Otherwise, there was no way to explain his drastic change in such a short time. Having spent her leisure time indulging in online novels, she felt her speculation held at least some truth. How else could one explain such a rapid transformation in personality? At that moment, Imohan also noticed Xiao Bingchen's gaze upon him and inwardly cursed himself for not maintaining a facade. Would she discover something? However, she would never guess that he had crossed over from another world. Would she? With that thought, Imohan quickly spoke to divert Xiao Bingchen's attention. "Did you go to the mall this morning to pick up a few new clothes?" His question indeed drew Xiao Bingchen's focus back. "Yes, I bought some, but I didn't go to the mall," she replied truthfully. "You didn't go to the mall?" Imohan found it curious. Surely Xiao Bingchen was not reluctant to spend money? Indeed, her next words confirmed his suspicions. "No, I went to the Heishui Road wholesale market and picked up 3 sets from the street vendors. After bargaining, I spent a total of 340. As she spoke, a hint of pride flickered across her face. Imohan was momentarily speechless. He couldn't comprehend what Xiao Bingchen found so prideful. However, upon reflection, he felt a pang of sympathy, lamenting how the original self had neglected his little wife over the past 2 years. Xiao Bingchen soon noticed something off in Mo Han's expression. Her earlier boast about her bargaining skills abruptly ceased. Mo Han continued to eat quietly, and once they had finished, he set down his chopsticks and fixed his gaze intently on Xiao Bingchen, who was shyly eating her meal. Didn't I give you 200,000? Why did you only buy a bunch of items from the street vendors? His tone held both exasperation and concern. Xiao Bingchen lowered her head. In this household, she played a humble role, too afraid to frivolously spend the 200,000 Mo Han had given her. That 340 yuan was savings she had accumulated over 2 years of frugality. Mo Han, unaware of her thoughts, patiently waited for her to finish her meal before he stood up and began to help her with the dishes. Xiao Bingchen was surprised but did not protest. She sensed that Mo Han had genuinely changed. The dishes were quickly cleaned up, and Mo Han sat on the sofa, observing Xiao Bingchen, who stood beside him with her head bowed, his eyes revealing a complex expression. "May I see the clothes you bought?" Mo Han asked, unsure of his own motives for saying such a thing. Xiao Bingchen was taken aback by his request, but showed no signs of refusal. She hurried to her room and returned with several sets of her new clothes. Mo Han took them from her, examining each piece in turn. As he suspected, the fabric and quality were quite ordinary, and the style seemed somewhat outdated. Holding them up towards Xiao Bingchen, he felt increasingly that these clothes did not befit her. After a brief hesitation, he placed the clothes on the sofa, stood up, and took Xiao Bingchen's hand, leading her outside. Throughout the descent, Xiao Bingchen was in a daze, staring at the hand that Mo Han was holding, her feet instinctively following him. The only thought left in her mind was how beautiful Mo Han's hand was. With its distinct joints, fair and smooth skin, and a hint of coolness. Holding it felt incredibly comfortable. It was not until they settled into the passenger seat that Xiao Bingchen fully regained her senses. Curiously glancing at Mo Han, who appeared ready for action, she asked, "What are you planning to do?" "You'll find out when we get there," he replied gently before starting the car. "All right," Xiao Bingchen thought, uncertain of what Mo Han had in mind. Surely he wasn't taking her shopping at the mall? She remembered that he was particularly averse to others knowing about their relationship. As they drove, Xiao Bingchen occasionally stole glances at the focused Mo Han. The atmosphere in the car felt somewhat stifling, and she struggled to find a topic to discuss with him, mainly out of fear of being rejected as she had been in the past. Time stretched and contracted in their little world. Just as Xiao Bingchen was racking her brain for something to say, Mo Han had already parked the car and exited. "First out, we're here. Come on out." Seeing him with a gentle smile as he opened the car door for her, the sunlight casting a soft glow on his flawless face created an inexplicable sense of ethereal beauty. Xiao Bingchen felt as if everything was surreal. "What are you thinking about? Get out," Mo Han urged, prompting her to snap back to reality and hurriedly exit the car. Had he not stepped back to create some distance, she might have collided with him in her flustered state. Noticing her demeanor, Mo Han said nothing further and extended his hand, inviting her to take it. Xiao Bingchen, almost instinctively, chose to comply. Thus, hand in hand, they entered the mall. Mo Han had a clear objective, heading straight for the clothing section. Since Xiao Bingchen was reluctant to spend, he decided to buy clothes for her himself. They say so, with 2.5 years of practice. He had some financial means. Between his salary and stock dividends, he had several $100,000 in savings. Their presence drew envious glances from onlookers. That guy is celebrity. "He too handsome," one passerby exclaimed. "Open your eyes. That's clearly my husband," another retorted. "Please, as if you deserve him. What's wrong with me? I'm way better than that pretty boy who looks like he's living off her." As they made their way through, numerous women approached Mo Han, drawn to his striking looks. Any woman would feel a flutter of attraction. After all, encountering such beauty was fate, and they were eager to seize the opportunity. Meanwhile, Xiao Bingchen was completely overlooked, and her face darkened as she watched those women shamelessly approach Mo Han. Clenching her fists, she felt a surge of anger that dawned on Mo Han that he may have underestimated the situation. This was a female-dominant world, and his current appearance could incite infatuation in anyone. Observing the eager women around him, he began to panic, tightening his grip on Xiao Bingchen's hand. Xiao Bingchen sensed the unease emanating from Mo Han and inwardly sighed, pondering how oblivious her husband truly was to the extent of her allure. After gently closing her eyes for a moment, she reopened them, transforming her previously timid aura into that of a formidable warrior. At that moment, Despite her simple attire, not a soul dared to underestimate her presence. Those who met her gaze felt an involuntary tightening in their chests and hurriedly retreated, observing the panicked crowd dispersing. Imohan was utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Turning to his side, he found comfort in Xiao Bingqian's company, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief wash over him. Phew, saved. Upon hearing Imohan's exclamation, Xiao Bingqian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It was the first time she had sensed a hint of panic from him, and she found this contrasting side of Imohan to be quite endearing. As they entered the women's clothing section, a female sales associate who had been eagerly watching the stunning couple approached them with enthusiasm. "Ladies and gentlemen, please come in up why now." Xiao Bingqian was well aware of Imohan's intentions. Although she felt it was entirely unnecessary, having come this far, she certainly couldn't let Imohan's goodwill go to waste. After dismissing the sales associate, they meandered through the dazzling array of garments. Each time Xiao Bingqian picked up an item, she would seek Imohan's opinion, to which he readily obliged, assisting her in her selection. When she emerged in a dress he had recommended, she instantly captivated Imohan's attention. The white fitted top paired with a sky blue mini skirt accentuated her curvaceous figure to perfection. Just her visage alone warranted a score of 98 out of 100. Imohan was utterly astonished to discover that his wife's figure was equally commendable, truly making her the epitome of a perfect partner in his eyes. Particularly, her long, slender legs left him in awe, and he mused that he could delight in them for an entire year. Under Imohan's fervent gaze, Xiao Bingqian felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, her throat tightening involuntarily. Could it be? Was Imohan truly regarding her with the same gaze a woman might bestow upon a man? This was all too. Even with her composed nature, Xiao Bingqian found herself blushing under Imohan's intense scrutiny. "Imohan, what do you think of this outfit?" Hearing her slightly nervous tone, Imohan nodded without hesitation. "Beautiful, simply exquisite." Xiao Bingqian felt as if she might transform into a blushing steam maiden at his compliment. Imohan's gaze, brimming with a desire to devour her, made her acutely uncomfortable, as if a fire were igniting in her core. She was bewildered by her own feelings. Imohan's reaction made him aware of the charged atmosphere, and he averted his gaze, subtly continuing to observe her from the corner of his eye. "This one looks good. You should try the other two over there as well." At Imohan's suggestion, Xiao Bingqian hurriedly took the remaining outfits into the fitting room, unable to withstand the intensity of his gaze. Her heart racing uncontrollably. Once inside, she patted her cheeks in front of the mirror. "Breathe, Xiao Bingqian. What's happening to you?" Gaining her composure, she glanced at the other two outfits and suddenly broke into a delightful smile. Murmuring to her reflection, "Imohan seems rather charming today." Chapter 8. Turmoil. As Xiao Bingqian re-emerged from the fitting room, Imohan was once again taken aback by her stunning appearance. The beige knitted sweater hugged her form, paired with a khaki miniskirt. This ensemble exuded an air of sophistication that left Imohan momentarily speechless. Observing his reaction, Xiao Bingqian approached him with a radiant smile, striking a pose that showcased her figure. "What do you think of this one?" Imohan stared, entranced, swallowing hard as he instinctively nodded. "Gorgeous, absolutely breathtaking." Noticing Imohan's dazed expression, Xiao Bingqian felt a mischievous impulse and leaned closer, whispering seductively in his ear. "You seem to adore older women. Would you like to come home with me? I promise to take good care of you." The sultry tone of her voice, combined with her delicate fragrance, sent shivers down Imohan's spine. Was this truly the same Xiao Bingqian he remembered? She seemed to radiate an enchanting allure. Turning to meet her teasing gaze, Imohan's eyes unintentionally drifted downward to her glistening lips, and, in a moment of impulse, he pressed his lips against hers. The instant their mouths met, Xiao Bingqian's eyes widened in surprise. She had merely intended to tease him, never anticipating that he would initiate a kiss. The unexpected encounter left her momentarily stunned. By the time she regained her composure, Imohan had already distanced himself, his eyes darting away, his hands flailing awkwardly, entirely shedding his usual calm demeanor. "I apologize. You're just too beautiful. I couldn't resist." Xiao Bingqian was left speechless, her mind racing. Had she misheard? Was it not she who had taken the initiative? Seeing Imohan's shamefaced expression, one might assume he was the one who had overstepped. Her throat tightened as she contemplated his full, luscious lips, hesitating over whether to reciprocate the kiss. After all, she was a grown woman. She couldn't allow a younger man to take the lead. The tumultuous thoughts swirling in her mind nearly overwhelmed her. and her gaze towards Mo Han grew increasingly assertive. The atmosphere between them thickened with an unmistakable tension, as if a fire were igniting in the air around them. Mo Han, unable to withstand Xiao Bingchen's burning stare, urged her, "That outfit looks great. You should try the others." "All right." Xiao Bingchen forced herself to regain composure and stepped back into the fitting room. Exhaling deeply, she chuckled at the absurdity of the moment. The current Mo Han was truly a captivating enigma. If it had been anyone else, they might have already taken drastic measures against him. Sitting quietly on the bench, Mo Han sighed in relief. He could sense that their recent interaction had subtly shifted the dynamics of their relationship. Xiao Bingchen was no longer the meek lamb he once knew. She now resembled a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing, poised to devour him at any moment. When Xiao Bingchen reappeared, she had seemingly reverted to her previous shy demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. This left Mo Han questioning whether what had happened was merely a figment of his imagination. "What do you think of this outfit?" she inquired, eagerly anticipating his response. Mo Han, ever considerate, smiled and nodded in approval. The two of them, however, found themselves somewhat distracted, each lost in their own thoughts. Mo Han selected a few more outfits for Xiao Bingchen, then stood to make the purchase. The cashier eyed him enviously, wishing to take Xiao Bingchen's place, pondering how someone like him could be so fortunate as to be supported by such a beauty. "Why can't that person be me?" The cashier's unspoken thoughts remained unheard by the couple. Xiao Bingchen intended to offer to carry the bundled clothes herself, but Mo Han declined, leaving her with no choice but to accept half the burden. As they descended, her gaze was fixed on Mo Han's retreating figure, her eyes shimmering with unspoken admiration. Once in the car, Mo Han glanced at the time. There was still ample opportunity to drop Xiao Bingchen off before returning to work. To alleviate the earlier awkwardness, he played some soothing music. Xiao Bingchen turned to him, hesitating as she began to speak to Mo Han about earlier. Mo Han likely sensed her intent and interjected, "You needn't worry. It was my lack of restraint. Not your fault." "Really?" Xiao Bingchen felt a pang of disappointment at his seemingly indifferent tone. Was it possible she had misjudged the situation? Perhaps Mo Han didn't harbor feelings for her after all. Perhaps he had merely acted on impulse in response to her advances. The conflicting thoughts left Xiao Bingchen feeling somewhat lost, her mind filled with a battle between two opposing voices. The white voice insisted, "He's lying. He couldn't contain himself because he likes you. After all this time, do you not understand what kind of person Mo Han is?" The black voice countered, "No, no. Mo Han speaks the truth. His previous attitude towards you suggests he couldn't possibly like you. He likely wishes to distance himself from you. Don't listen to her." "Xiao Bingchen, do you truly lack confidence in yourself? You're deluded. Confidence is useless if you don't act on it." The bickering between the two voices made Xiao Bingchen's head spin. She quickly steadied her thoughts, refusing to be swayed. Stealing a glance at Mo Han's focused profile, she was once again struck by his striking features. In that moment, she chose to believe that Mo Han truly did harbor feelings for her. Unaware of Xiao Bingchen's lingering gaze, Mo Han concentrated on driving, completely at a loss for how to navigate this situation. However, one thing was clear to him. While Xiao Bingchen might feel she had gained something, he certainly did not feel at a loss from his perspective. After navigating a few turns, Mo Han successfully entered the neighborhood and parked in the underground garage. Turning to the still entranced Xiao Bingchen, he asked, "Are you all right going out by yourself?" Xiao Bingchen nodded and prepared to exit the vehicle, but then turned back to Mo Han, inquiring, "Are you coming home for dinner tonight?" Mo Han was just about to agree when he suddenly recalled that he had a dinner engagement with a rival group that evening, which he could not decline. He could only gaze apologetically at Xiao Bingchen. "I have a dinner appointment tonight." I understand." His voice was interrupted by Xiao Bingchen. Noticing her evident disappointment, Mo Han pressed his lips together and offered some words of comfort. "I'll just make a brief appearance and try to return early." "All right, I'll wait for you." Upon hearing Mo Han's assurance, Xiao Bingchen's mood brightened considerably. She turned and exited the car, picked up her neatly packaged clothes, and walked briskly towards the elevator. Chapter 9. The invitation from the Lin group. It was only when Xiao Bingchen's figure had completely vanished from view that Mo Han started the car and headed towards the company. Throughout the journey, his mind was occupied with recollections of the events that transpired at noon. Astute as he was, he naturally sensed that something was amiss with Xiao Bingchen. It seemed that his little wife was not as simple as she appeared. Reflecting carefully, he realized that he was quite unclear about the exact origins of this unexpected wife. Although the matriarch of the Mo family had not divulged much about the original owner of his body, Their few conversations had subtly suggested that Xiao Bingchen was anything but ordinary. Coupled with her behavior today, Imo Han did not believe that an ordinary person could intimidate someone with just a glance. As he pondered, Imo Han suddenly froze. Mysterious origins, sudden arrival as a son-in-law, labels of being a waste dragon king, an heir of a significant family. Could it possibly involve some sort of 3-year agreement? With the 3-year term expiring, would there be a grand welcome? Cough, cough. The more Imo Han thought about it, the more convinced he became that it might be true, having been steeped in the culture of the previous world. His imagination was undeniably vivid. Why was he feeling somewhat excited? If his suspicions were confirmed, he would have to endure a life of indulgence. The afternoon's work was relatively easier than the morning's, as Imo Han had already completed most of the day's tasks by midday. However, he found it peculiar that the feeling of being watched lingered throughout the afternoon. He was certain that someone in the Lin Group's building across the way had been observing him continuously. Who could be so idle? Dingyan, come here for a moment. President, what can I do for you? Dingyan entered with a cheerful expression, clearly in good spirits. Please arrange to install a piece of one-way glass here. Dingyan glanced outside, seemingly realizing something, nodded in acknowledgement, and hurriedly left. Soon after, several workers arrived, bringing in the one-way glass, and the installation took no more than half an hour. Imo Han was quite satisfied with Dingyan's efficiency. Unbeknownst to him, on the top floor of the Lin building, Lin Yin was on the verge of fury. How dare they pull this stunt? She crushed a telescope worth thousands of dollars in her hands. Xiao Wang, go and urge them. Move the negotiation with the Mo family forward by half an hour. No, by an hour. The assistant known as Xiao Wang nodded and swiftly departed, unsure of why her boss was so agitated today. It was best not to provoke her. Before long, Imo Han received a notification as well that he furrowed his brow slightly, then quickly relaxed. An earlier meeting was fine. He could return home sooner to accompany his little wife. While the original owner might have taken this negotiation very seriously, if it were up to him, he could only respond with a nonchalant smile. After all the hard work, the benefits he had sought would ultimately benefit that group of bloodsuckers behind him. What did they expect from him? Just 1% of the shares, and they wanted him to wholeheartedly serve them. Apologies, but Imo Han could not comply. The so-called family interests above all else were, in his view, utterly worthless. He had already decided to convene a shareholders' meeting the next day. If those old-timers could not provide what he wanted, he would not hesitate to break away and establish his own path. Imo Han was no naive fool. Time passed swiftly, and at Dingyan's reminder, Imo Han arrived 5 minutes early at the reserved private room of the restaurant with his 2 bodyguards, Qin Ran and Lu Mian. To his surprise, Lin Yan had arrived even earlier than him. Upon seeing Imo Han, Lin Yan's eyes lit up, and she stood up with a welcoming smile. Come, sit here. Imo Han was taken aback. Lin Yan's attitude towards him seemed excessively warm. It was evident that she had made an effort to dress up, her light makeup accentuating her features, and the pale purple dress she wore highlighted her graceful figure, exuding an air of elegance. They had met several times before, yet Lin Yan had always maintained a frosty demeanor, as if Imo Han owed her money, devoid of any chemistry. What had changed this time? Just as Imo Han was momentarily distracted, Lin Yan approached him, extending her hand to pull him beside her, but her gesture was intercepted by Qin Ran, who stepped in front. President Lin, please maintain your decorum. Lin Yan shot a cold glare at Qin Ran. Her eyes filled with fury as if she wished to tear her apart. However, Qin Ran remained unfazed, indifferent to Lin Yan's glare, displaying an attitude that suggested she did not regard Lin Yan with any concern. Qin Ran had not forgotten that Lin Yan was among those who had conspired against Imo Han in the previous life. Her inner rage surged. If the circumstances allowed, she would have liked nothing more than to eliminate Lin Yan on the spot. Imo Han keenly sensed the tension between the 2 women and pretended to be oblivious, sitting down at another side. With Imo Han settled, the charged atmosphere between them gradually dissipated. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yan chose to return to her seat, maintaining a distance from Imo Han. Originally, Imo Han had signaled for Qin Ran and Lu Mian to wait outside, but Qin Ran was clearly reluctant, subtly conveying her intent to better protect him from where she stood. After a brief consideration, Imo Han acquiesced to her request. Lin Yan's demeanor today felt decidedly off. The occasional lingering gazes filled with affection made him somewhat uncomfortable. He had racked his brain for memories of the original owner's interactions with Lin Yan, but all he could recall were minimal nods of acknowledgement. What was Lin Yan's agenda today? President Lin, our two companies' rights to operate in several major shopping mall counters will soon expire. What are your plans? Mo Han chose to be forthright and presented the day's agenda, seeking a swift resolution without unnecessary back and forth. Xiao Han, let's set the business aside for now. Let's enjoy the meal first. These are all your favorites. How could Lin Yan possibly acquiesce to Mo Han's wishes? Her intention today was to spend quality time with him over dinner. The project was merely a pretext for their meeting. Lin Yan's soft-spoken demeanor sent shivers down Mo Han's spine. What was going on with her today? Mo Han found it impossible to reconcile her with the aloof president of the Lin Group, he remembered. Was this really the same person? Before Mo Han could react, Qin Ran had already voiced her discontent. Xiao Han is not someone you can address so casually. President Lin, I advise you to maintain your respect. As she spoke, Qin Ran's eyes glinted with coldness, causing Lin Yan to shudder involuntarily. Liu Mian, standing beside Qin Ran, was utterly bewildered. Since entering the room, Qin Ran had been mercilessly confronting the president of the Lin Group. She couldn't comprehend why her sister was being so combative. Was it really necessary to be so aggressive over a mere 20,000 a month? Chapter 10. Lin Yan's attitude. Mo Han was no fool. It was impossible for him not to notice Qin Ran's overt hostility. Turning to her with a puzzled expression, he sought clarification. Qin Ran understood the confusion reflected in his eyes and leaned in, whispering just loud enough for him to hear. Xiao Han, trust me. I can sense that this woman harbors ill intentions towards you. Do not fall for her tricks. The warmth of her breath against his ear unsettled him, prompting Mo Han to distance himself slightly. Meeting Qin Ran's earnest gaze, he gave a faint nod, indicating his understanding. From her position at the table, Lin Yan observed this exchange, her fists clenched beneath the table. How dare that bodyguard stand so close to Xiao Han? Just as Lin Yan was about to explode with rage, Mo Han turned to her, offering a gentle smile. President Lin, please don't take it to heart. She is a new bodyguard and isn't well acquainted with the rules. Please be magnanimous. With Mo Han's conciliatory words, and his smile radiating warmth, what could Lin Yan do but choose to forgive? She feigned generosity and waved her hand dismissively. It's quite normal for a newcomer to be unfamiliar with the protocols. If you don't mind, I can introduce you to some more qualified bodyguards. Mo Han smiled and shook his head, regarding Lin Yan's suggestion as mere pleasantries. Behind him, Qin Ran scoffed internally. Which security company would dare send someone over after a simple introduction? In her view, Lin Yan was merely a figure of some influence in Luochuan. Beyond that, she was nothing. Thanks to Qin Ran's interruption, the atmosphere between Mo Han and Lin Yan seemed to revert to its initial state. Mo Han sampled a few dishes, which were indeed to the original owner's liking and quite palatable, though they paled in comparison to Xiao Bingchen's culinary skills. Lin Yan, however, openly scrutinized Mo Han as he ate, and she couldn't shake the feeling that he appeared even more handsome than in her previous life. She attributed this impression to the saying that love makes someone appear more beautiful. She found herself quietly reveling in the sight of Mo Han enjoying his meal, but on the other side, Mo Han found himself in a state of acute discomfort under Lin Yan's intense gaze, as if seated upon a bed of nails. Were it not for the presence of Qin Ran and Liu Mian behind him, he might have fled at that very moment. The intensity of her stare was overwhelmingly aggressive, as though she were poised to consume him whole. This moment, Mo Han was wholly convinced of Qin Ran's earlier assertion. The way Lin Yan looked at him left no room for doubt regarding her intentions. He could not help but acknowledge that Qin Ran had an exceptional eye for discerning people's true natures. After a few more bites, Mo Han set down his chopsticks, steeling himself to speak. President Lin, I believe I have finished my meal. Shall we discuss matters of business? Lin Yan understood that Mo Han had always had a modest appetite, and it was likely he was genuinely unable to eat any further. She responded with a gentle smile, her patience unwavering. Very well, let us begin with your requests. With the conversation now flowing, Mo Han felt no need to hold back. The Mo Corporation seeks to secure 60% of the market share, and during this period, we will adhere to Lin Corporation's pricing for similar products. Lin Yan furrowed her brow slightly. Mo Han was indeed pushing the boundaries. Previously, Lin Corporation had held 60% of the counters, while Mo Corporation had merely 40. Did he truly expect a complete reversal of their respective positions with a single demand? A 50-50 split seemed more reasonable, and during this period, Lin Corporation would guarantee the absence of malicious price competition. promotional discounts, and would prioritize the MO Corporation's proposals. Lin Yan's offer was undoubtedly generous, and Mo Han was taken aback by her willingness to compromise so significantly. To relinquish even 1% would likely result in a loss of net revenue in the millions annually. His initial hope had been for a 50-50 arrangement, and if Lin Yan had continued to be obstinate, he would have settled for the original 60-40 split. Given that MO Corporation was considerably smaller than Lin Corporation, a head-on confrontation would be futile. Now, with Lin Yan as a competitor presenting such a sincere proposal, Mo Han recognized this as her bottom line, and he had no intention of pushing further. Very well, it is settled then that I shall have the contract drafted and delivered to Lin Corporation tomorrow. Upon concluding his statement, Mo Han intended to rise and depart, but Lin Yan quickly followed suit. Catching up to him with a smile, "There is no need. I have already prepared the contract and I will personally deliver it tomorrow." The implication of her words was clear. She wished to sign the contract with Mo Han in person. He found himself at a loss for words. Having reached an agreement, it would be more efficient to leave the remaining details to their subordinates. Did the esteemed President Lin truly need to take the time for such a trip? After casting one last glance at Lin Yan, Mo Han hurriedly made his exit. Before following Mo Han, Qin Ran turned to Lin Yan, shooting her a warning glance. The message was unmistakable, and as a woman, Lin Yan understood it well. Do not entertain any notions about Mo Han. Her eyes narrowed into a dangerous arc as she pulled out her phone and dialed a number. After a few moments of silence, the call was answered. "Old Bai, please look into the 2 bodyguards accompanying Mo Han. I require all their information." After hanging up, Lin Yan gazed into the distance, her expression cold and calculating. By the time Mo Han and his companions returned to the MO Corporation, night had already fallen. After exchanging pleasantries with Qin Ran and Lu Mian, Mo Han drove straight home. On the way, he remembered to inform the shareholders of the MO Corporation in their family group chat about tomorrow's meeting. Observing the sparse replies, he opted to tag the matriarch, Mo Tai Jun, before closing the group chat and diverting his attention elsewhere. His initiative to convene a shareholders meeting, coupled with tagging Mo Tai Jun, set off a flurry of discussions among the elders of the Mo family, who gathered in small groups to speculate on Mo Han's intentions. However, Mo Han was unperturbed by their conjectures at that moment. He had already pushed open the door to his home. Upon seeing his beloved wife, who awaited him with eager anticipation, his spirits lifted. Xiao Bingchen looked at Mo Han and inquired, "Have you eaten?" "Yes, I had a little, but I am far from full," Mo Han replied with a smile. "Good. Wash your hands first. The dishes are all warm," she said before hurrying into the kitchen. In a short while, the table was laden with 6 delectable dishes. Mo Han glanced over them, noting they were all his favorites. He picked up his chopsticks and began to savor each dish. "Delicious, as always. Your cooking is superb." Xiao Bingchen, seeing Mo Han relish the meal, Xiao Bingchen propped her chin on her hand, watching him with a beaming smile, her previously icy demeanor replaced by warmth. "You should eat too." Mo Han lifted his chopsticks, serving her some food. Without hesitation, Xiao Bingchen accepted everything he offered, eagerly devouring it all. Once Mo Han paused, Xiao Bingchen also set down her chopsticks and gazed at him expectantly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, resembling a cat waiting for its owner to feed it. Chapter 11. Testing the waters. Amused by her demeanor, Mo Han could not help but chuckle. Having filled himself, he began to feed Xiao Bingchen with earnest. She welcomed each offering without reservation, consuming every last morsel until her plate was empty. With a look of astonishment, Mo Han turned to her slightly rounded belly and teased, "Are you a little pig? How can you eat so much?" Xiao Bingchen, reclining lazily against her chair, rolled her eyes in mock annoyance. "You are the pig. Women have a greater appetite. Is it not normal?" All right. Being able to eat is a blessing." Mo Han refrained from debating further and began to clear the table. As he worked, Xiao Bingchen attempted to assist, but he gently pressed her back down. While he thought this was a perfectly normal gesture, she was taken aback by the newfound strength in his grip. When had her little man become so strong? Watching Mo Han's back, her eyes glimmered with curiosity. Suddenly, it seemed she had an epiphany, and she spoke casually, "Mo Han, I came across an intriguing novel today. It tells the story of a protagonist whose soul travels to another world, borrowing a body. However, due to significant personality differences, they are discovered by someone close and subsequently captured for research." As she spoke, Xiao Bingchen scrutinized Han's silhouette, eye in her eyes. She noticed him stiffen momentarily at the mention of being captured for research. Without turning around, he commented, "That book is poorly written. I agree. The protagonist should at least have some advantageous traits to navigate the new world effectively. That would be far more thrilling." Xiao Bingchen enthused, her eyes filled with envy and longing as if she were about to become that protagonist herself. By this time, Han had finished clearing the dishes and approached her, his gaze filled with a certain inscrutability. "Such advantages do not exist. If you were the protagonist's family, what would you choose to do? Would you expose them?" Listening to Han's question, Xiao Bingchen propped her chin on her hand, deep in thought, her expression growing serious. "If it were me, I would probably want to understand the other person first. If they were not unpleasant, I would pretend to be oblivious and continue living alongside them." Upon hearing her response, Han felt a weight lift from his chest, his eyes flickered, and he suddenly smiled. "When I have some free time, I also occasionally read novels. Compared to those about soul travel, I prefer stories where the Dragon King returns. Just imagine the scene when they declare, 'The 3 years are up, and legions come to pay homage.'" It's exhilarating. Han noticed that when Xiao Bingchen heard the mention of 3 years, her pupils visibly constricted, though she quickly masked it. Had he not been observant, he might have overlooked it entirely. While the scene was indeed thrilling, would it not appear rather absurd from an outsider's perspective? As Xiao Bingchen caught Han's unwavering gaze, she chuckled. "It is indeed quite absurd." Han nodded in agreement, then continued speaking to himself. "If I recall correctly, you hail from Modu. Why have you not returned even once in the past 2 years?" Before Xiao Bingchen could respond, Han pressed on. "I have heard there is a prestigious family in Modu. The Xiao family. Since you come from there, I wonder if you have heard of them." Upon hearing Han mention the Xiao family of Modu, Xiao Bingchen momentarily appeared taken aback, then calmly waved her hand dismissively. "I am just a small fry. How could I know about any prominent families? I have no knowledge of them whatsoever." "Is that so?" Han's eyes gleamed with intrigue. He was 90% certain that Xiao Bingchen had ties to the Xiao family of Modu. Yet he was unsure whether she belonged to the direct line or a collateral branch, as well as the potential significance of the 3-year mark. Was it a trial or something else entirely? After all, Han, coming from a relatively modest family, had little understanding of how such elite families operated and how they nurtured their descendants. Xiao Bingchen's thoughts mirrored Han's. She was half convinced that this Han was likely a traveler from another world, for there was no other explanation for his dramatic shift in attitude towards her since last night. Nevertheless, she found herself quite content with the current Han, as he was far more agreeable than the stranger she had previously shared a roof with. The main issue lay in her prior lack of fondness for the former Han, who often displayed displeasure and would reprimand her at the slightest provocation, making it feel as if she owed him something from a past life. After all, she was the direct heir of the esteemed Xiao family in Modu and had her own pride. With their mutual probing phase concluded, they settled into a more casual conversation, though they claimed it was merely casual. Both were intentionally and unintentionally seeking to learn more about one another. It was not until Han began to feel drowsy that their conversation came to a halt. After exchanging goodnights, Han ambled towards his bedroom. Xiao Bingchen watched his retreating figure, reflecting on how much more likable this Han had become. The two individuals shared remarkably compatible worldviews, engaging in conversations that surpassed the cumulative dialogues of the past 2.5 years. They had achieved a preliminary understanding of one another. As Xiao Bingchen returned to her room to wash up and prepare for bed, her gaze fell upon the clothing that Han had selected for her today, her first gift from a man. Reflecting on their outing at the mall, she recalled the envious glances cast by others, and a thrill of excitement welled up within her. She raised her hand to gently outline Han's silhouette against the chandelier, her alabaster fingers curling delicately. Everything was beginning to take on a delightful charm. The charming young man, you cannot escape my grasp. Meanwhile, just a wall away, Han, having completed his ablutions, gazed vacantly at his reflection in the mirror. Had he grown more handsome once again? He pondered, could this be his hidden advantage? Each day, a little more handsome. But this was a matriarchal world. Was he destined to become a coveted trophy, constantly scrutinized by women? Han prided himself on being a man of merit. No, this would not do. He needed to prioritize his fitness regimen. In his previous life, he had trained alongside a brother who had returned from military service. He sought not to possess strength that surpassed the women of this world, but at least to have the means for self-protection in extraordinary circumstances, if memory served. There was indeed a gym within his community. He resolved to visit it tomorrow. With a firm decision made, he climbed into bed in a modest residential complex. A woman bearing a scar across her face knocked on a door. "Who is it?" came the wary voice of Qin Ran from within. The scarred woman remained silent, persisting in her knocking. Peering through the peephole, Qin Ran discerned the appearance of the visitor, confident in her own abilities. She chose to open the door. Chapter 12. Lin Yin versus Qin Ran. "Who are you? What do you want?" The scarred woman lifted her gaze, surveying Qin Ran with indifference. "You must be Qin Ran. That's me, do you have business?" Qin Ran could clearly sense the malice emanating from her visitor. As anticipated, the scarred woman produced a bank card and offered it. "There are 300,000 within. Take this money and leave Luochuan." Qin Ran was momentarily taken aback, then regarded the scarred woman with a mocking expression. "Do you think I'll leave just because you say so? Don't push your luck." The scarred woman's cold gaze bore down on Qin Ran, her voice flat, as if she had already secured her victory. Bored with the exchange, Qin Ran decided that words were futile. Action was the only recourse. With a kick imbued with tremendous force, she propelled the unprepared scarred woman against the wall with a resounding crash, sending her crashing to the ground. Watching the woman struggle to rise, Qin Ran smirked disdainfully. "Is that all you've got? I expected more." Clearly unimpressed by such a minor adversary, she turned to shut the door, leaving the scarred woman sprawled on the floor. After a lengthy pause, the latter finally managed to pull herself up. Glaring furiously at Qin Ran's door before coughing up a mouthful of blood. "Damn it, I was careless. I didn't T-dodge." Wincing in pain, she limped down the stairs, retrieving her phone to make a call. Just before the call would hang up automatically, someone picked up. "Hello, boss bye. I'm in a bit of a bind. This isn't something I can handle." "All right, I understand. Just come back," came the response before the line went dead. The scarred woman looked up at the darkening sky, a bitter smile creeping across her face. Had her boss instructed her to beat up this Qin Ran? Yet this formidable woman had nearly taken her life with a single kick. How could she possibly fight back? In an upscale villa, Lin Yan, having finished her evening routine, lounged lazily on her bed, her fitted nightwear accentuating her exquisite figure. Her slender fingers glided over her phone screen. A smile gracing her features as she perused the high-definition photographs of Mo Han she had collected today. As the phone rang, Lin Yan glanced at the caller ID, a faint smile appearing as she answered. Already anticipating the news. "So, has that woman named Qin Ran left Luochuan?" A heavy silence ensued on the other end before a low voice finally responded. "My top enforcer, Scar, was incapacitated by her with a single kick. We can't take this job. I'll refund you 50,000 tomorrow." The call ended abruptly, leaving Lin Yan momentarily stunned. She had heard of Scar, a notorious figure who had once wielded a machete to dominate the underworld. Yet this Qin Ran had bested him? Lin Yan's expression soured as she recalled Qin Ran's relentless opposition to her today. She sensed that as long as that woman remained close to Mo Han, her own aspirations would be thwarted. More importantly, the way Qin Ran looked at Mo Han was far from that of a mere bodyguard. Lin Yan harbored suspicions that Qin Ran had ulterior motives in her pursuit of Mo Han. After reviewing Qin Ran's profile once more, Lin Yan felt a wave of frustration. Where on earth did this person come from? She couldn't recall a Qin Ran existing in her previous life with Mo Han. Could this be the butterfly effect of her rebirth? Meanwhile, lounging on the sofa, Qin Ran gazed out at the pitch-black sky, lost in thought. She felt immensely fortunate to have arrived at Mo Han's side 6 months earlier in this new life. She had not anticipated that Lin Yan would begin plotting so soon. Thankfully, she had come. Lin Yan, Xiao Qing, Gu Shi, none of them could escape that in this life. It would be Qin Ran who would safeguard Mo Han. Her resolve unwavering. As dawn broke, Mo Han awoke to find Xiao Bingchen had prepared breakfast. Today, she had donned the outfit he had meticulously chosen for her. Her entire demeanor transformed from the moment he entered the kitchen. She had provided him with a feast for the eyes, making even the breakfast itself seem more delectable. Mo Han couldn't help but marvel inwardly. With such a lovely wife, what more could he desire? Xiao Bingchen's beauty and grace far surpassed that of any internet celebrity. Xiao Bingchen noticed the fervent glances Mo Han cast her way, her ears flushing a delicate shade of red. To think he could exhibit such a gaze, typically reserved for women observing men. Did he not realize how perilous that was? She endeavored to avoid his gaze, fearing she might lose her composure. Deep down, she harbored a worry that if Imo Han treated other women in the same manner, it could spell trouble. Given Imo Han's looks, any signals of invitation he projected would be nearly impossible for women to resist. The thought was too much for Xiao Bingchen to bear. As Imo Han's nominal wife, she felt entitled to offer a word of caution. Cough, cough. Imo Han, it's fine to look at me like this at home. But please be cautious outside. Those women out there are not to be trusted. Tio Imo Han. Her words seemed somewhat peculiar, yet he quickly grasped her meaning. He smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I know how to handle it. Relieved by Imo Han's promise, Xiao Bingchen exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. She scrutinized him once more, feeling as though he appeared even more handsome today than yesterday. That a sudden wave of unease washed over her as he prepared to leave on his own. Just as she was about to remind him once more, Imo Han glanced at the time and informed her he was full, then swiftly made his exit. Xiao Bingchen barely had time to call after him to be cautious. With a resounding thud, the door closed, and Imo Han's figure vanished entirely, leaving Xiao Bingchen with a tinge of melancholy. What is happening to me? Upon descending to the underground parking garage, Imo Han was taken aback to see Yuan waiting by his car. Little Wan, have you become addicted to hitching rides? Hearing Imo Han's teasing tone, Yuan felt a faint embarrassment. Yet, she quickly rationalized that wanting to spend more time with her brother was hardly a fault. As Imo Han started the car, Yuan hopped into the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. Chapter 13. Imo Corporation Shareholder Meeting. Imo Han, slow down. There's still plenty of time. Imo Han shot a perplexed glance at Yuan. This girl was on the verge of being late for school, and yet she wanted him to drive slower. Are you trying to skip class? How could I? Yuan replied, feigning indifference, with the memories of her past life. She was already well-versed in everything the school taught. Even if she slacked off, it wouldn't affect her exam results. She could even choose to take a break from school without consequences. Realizing her confidence, Imo Han understood she had everything under control. He also recognized her as a diligent student, and the knowledge imparted at school would be no challenge for her. Contemplating his fitness plan, he softened his tone. Little Wan, have you been to the gym in our community? How are the facilities? Yuan looked at him curiously, as she couldn't recall Imo Han having such an interest in fitness. After all, how many men were truly passionate about working out? Still, she answered obligingly. I go there often. The equipment is quite comprehensive, but there are usually very few people. After Yuan finished speaking, as if struck by a sudden inspiration, her eyes gleamed with excitement. Since Imo Han aspired to get fit, she could easily take on the role of his coach. Undoubtedly, prolonged interaction between the two would foster a budding romance. Imo Han Gij. Are you planning to work out? I can be your coach, she declared, playfully flexing her modest muscles. Imo Han regarded her with a quizzical expression, perceiving the ulterior motives of this young girl. That I do have intentions of exercising. But I don't require a coach. Before he could continue, Yuan promptly interrupted. Don't worry, Imo Han Gij, leave it to me. I will ensure you achieve a sculpted physique in the shortest time possible. It's really not necessary. Imo Han replied, somewhat overwhelmed by Yuan's fervent gaze that roamed over him. Hey, mind your manners. The beads on my abacus are about to burst on my face. It was only then that Imo Han realized this young girl had matured into adulthood. From the way she looked at him, he could distinctly sense a shift from their previous interactions. To be honest, while Yuan possessed striking looks and an admirable figure, Imo Han harbored no romantic notions toward her. He merely viewed her as a sisterly companion. Noticing Imo Han's silence, Yuan recognized that her enthusiasm may have revealed too much. After a brief hesitation, she tightened her fists and looked earnestly at Imo Han. Imo Han Gij, what do you think of me? Xiaowan, we've arrived. Hurry and get out of the car, he urged, interrupting her before she could finish. Yuan glanced helplessly at the closing school gates and dashed out of the car into the campus. She understood that she was too impatient. At present, Imo Han Gij had yet to divorce Xiao Bingchen, and given his temperament, it would likely be difficult for him to accept her at this juncture. However, she was willing to wait. She had been preparing in secret. In 6 months, she, Yuan, would undoubtedly stand proudly beside Imo Han Gij, protecting him from those wicked women. As for the interim, she would focus on nurturing their relationship. Watching Yuan's retreating figure as she entered the school gates, Imo Han let out a long sigh. What an infernal charm I possess. He had no intention of getting entangled with Yuan, and realized he would have to keep his distance from her moving forward. In the MO Group building, as Mo Han stepped into the president's office, he was met by the anxious figure of Ding and Ah. "My esteemed President Mo, you've finally arrived. What's the matter?" Mo Han inquired, puzzled by Ding and's urgency. "What else could it be? Those shareholders from the Mo family are already waiting for you in the conference room. They actually arrived before me." Mo Han picked up his phone, opened the family group chat, and scanned it briefly, grasping the situation. Perfect timing. I shall meet with them. He turned on his heel and strode toward the conference room. Ding and hurried to catch up, whispering a warning in Mo Han's ear. "President, I noticed that the Mo family shareholders do not seem pleased, and I overheard them planning to pressure you into securing the orders from the Chiao family." Upon hearing Ding An's words, Mo Han's expression turned icy. The Chiao family scion had harbored intentions toward him for quite some time. Were his elders truly oblivious or merely feigning ignorance? Arriving at the conference room door, Mo Han inhaled deeply and pushed the door open. Ding An anxiously glanced at the conference room door and quickly sent messages to Qin Ran and Lu Mian, urging them to come as soon as possible. Ding An understood that Mo Han had never had a cordial relationship with the Mo family, and he feared they might create trouble for him. Upon receiving the message, Qin Ran wasted no time and rushed to the conference room door with Lu Mian. "What is going on?" Qin Ran asked Ding An, her brows furrowed in concern. Ding An shook his head, "But I'm not sure. The Mo family shareholders showed up unexpectedly this morning that I fear they may not come with good intentions." Qin Ran understood Ding An's apprehensions. In her past life, Mo Han's circumstances had been dire, and the Mo family had often conspired with outsiders against him, with a cold glint in her eyes. She prepared to storm in, but was halted by Ding An's raised hand. "The president has just entered. He should be fine for now. That if things escalate, you can intervene to protect him." Heeding Ding An's advice, Qin Ran calmed herself. Indeed, barging into their family meeting as an outsider wouldn't be appropriate. It would not only hinder Mo Han, but could also cause him significant trouble inside the conference room. Mo Han's entrance did not disrupt the ongoing discussions among the Mo family's elders. It was as if they were oblivious to his arrival. Mo Han remained unfazed, taking his seat at the head of the table and calmly surveying the group. After a few minutes of silence, Mo Han's second aunt, Mo Qianxia, seemingly by chance, caught sight of him and promptly donned a forced smile, speaking with feigned warmth. "Xiao Han has arrived. Why didn't you greet your elders?" Simultaneously, Mo Qianxun, Mo Qianxiu, and Mo Qiandong turned their gazes toward him. Mo Han offered a perfunctory smile. "Seeing my four aunts so engrossed in conversation, I naturally did not wish to interrupt." The four women appraised him, surprise flickering in their eyes. After an extended absence, Mo Han had indeed become increasingly handsome. They exchanged subtle glances, collectively raising Mo Han's perceived value in their minds. Mo Qianxun, feigning concern, spoke first. "Xiao Han, is there something troubling you that prompted us to gather? If you need assistance from your aunts, please don't hesitate to ask." As she spoke, Mo Qianxia, Mo Qianxiu, and Mo Qiandong quickly chimed in to echo her sentiment. Mo Han nearly burst into laughter at their flattering words. Ever since he took over the Mo group, he had shouldered the burden during every crisis alone. The fact that these four could refrain from being a hindrance was already commendable. Chapter 14. The meeting of Mo family shareholders. 2. Mo Han mused on the unfortunate plight of his previous self, entangled with such a parasitic family, yet he maintained a calm facade. "Aunts, you needn't worry. Everything is well on my end, and I appreciate your concern." Upon hearing his words, the four women exhaled in relief. Knowing that with Mo Han as their worker, they could comfortably avoid any responsibilities, Mo Qianxiu sipped her tea and directed her gaze at Mo Han. "It's good to hear everything is fine. We've heard that the project negotiations with the Chiao family haven't progressed much. What are your plans, Xiao Han?" Upon hearing her, Mo Han raised an eyebrow, knowing the real discussion had begun. "I have no leads on my end. I wonder if my aunts have any insights they could share." Clearly, Mo Han was feigning ignorance while already understanding their intentions. The four women exchanged knowing glances. Recognizing Mo Han's act of humility, Mo Qiandong, adopting a measured tone, spoke slowly. "Xiao Han, we have some understanding of the Chiao family's requirements. As an adult, it is sometimes inevitable to make certain sacrifices for the sake of benefits. Wouldn't you agree?" Internally dismissing her words, Mo Han nodded in agreement. "What you say is true, Aunt." The four women, pleased with his cooperation, exchanged glances, All grasping one another's thoughts, Mo Qianxia cleared her throat and admonished with a concerned tone. Xiao Han, remember that personal gains and losses are of little consequence. You must prioritize the family's interests, that we are family, and the family will always be your strongest support. Her words elicited a chuckle from Mo Han. Did they truly think they could manipulate him? The implication of Mo Qianxia's words was clear. They wished for him to sacrifice himself for their benefit. Did they truly believe he was so naive? Mo Han was well aware of the true nature of the Qiao family's daughter. He found it hard to believe they were unaware. This was nothing short of an attempt to push him into the fire. Mo Han's mocking laughter darkened the expressions of the four women, who had been in good spirits moments before. Before they could respond, Mo Han's demeanor shifted dramatically, and he coldly stated, "You four truly have a knack for scheming. This is quite the education for me. Xiao Han, how can you speak to us like that? Indeed, Xiao Han, we are your elders. What makes the Qiao family's daughter any better than our family's waste? Indeed, it is a privilege for her to take an interest in you." The four women ceased their pretenses, intent on coercing Mo Han into submission. Faced with their hostility, Mo Han remained indifferent, having fully discerned their true intentions. If that was the case, he could seize this opportunity to extricate himself from the Mo family's quagmire. "Enough," he bellowed, silencing the four. His chilly gaze swept over them. "But I've shown you enough respect by addressing you as ants. Yet you have taken liberties. Let me be clear. The reason I summoned you here today is not to indulge in your idle chatter. Without my diligent efforts over the past 2 years, would you enjoy your current lifestyle? What? Do you still believe I am the one clinging to the Mo family? Use your brains. Where would the Mo group be without me? I might as well inform you that the purpose of today's meeting is to prepare for a complete reallocation of shares." Boom! Mo Han's solemn declaration sent shockwaves through the minds of the four women, who simultaneously thought, how dare he? How dare Mo Han even think of such a thing? Mo Han's thoughts were remarkably straightforward. She would propose a condition that they could never acquiesce to, allowing them to perceive her immense ambition and understand that she was no longer the submissive person she once was. Just as the other three were poised to scold Mo Han, Mo Qianxun silenced them with a glance. Recognizing that Mo Han spoke the truth, her expression tinged with uncertainty as she looked towards Mo Han. "Xiao Han, let us discuss this calmly. After all, we are family. If you create discord among us, it will only serve as fodder for outsiders to mock us." After a brief pause, witnessing Mo Han's composure, Mo Qianxun continued, "Please, articulate your demands." Now that the topic was laid bare, Mo Han had no intention of being courteous any longer. That my request is simple. Equitable distribution based on contribution. Each of you shall transfer 10 of your respective shares to my name. As soon as Mo Han's words hung in the air, they were met with a unanimous outcry from the four. "Are you jesting? Each of us holds an 18 stake in the group. Relinquishing 10 would drastically slash our dividends. How could we possibly agree to that?" It was worth noting that since Mo Han had taken the helm of Mo Corporation as president over the past 2 years, their earnings had surpassed the cumulative profits of several preceding years. There was no way they would easily relinquish such a substantial portion of the pie. "Then it seems there is nothing left to discuss." Mo Han replied with an indifferent expression. Before Mo Qianxun, who was deep in thought, could utter a word, Mo Qianxiu stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at Mo Han. "Oh, you really think that because you've achieved a modicum of success over the past 2 years, you can become arrogant? Let me remind you, without the Mo family, you are nothing." Mo Qiandong chimed in. "Indeed, without us, you, Mo Han, are insignificant. Though. Is that so? Then let us see how this unfolds," Mo Han retorted, rising to stride towards the exit. She had come to realize that this group was nothing more than a covetous bunch of misers, and she had no intention of wasting any more time with them. At the same time, she felt a sense of relief at finally extricating herself from this vortex. "Stop right there. Who gave you permission to leave?" Mo Qiandong shouted, already approaching Mo Han, her demeanor clearly flustered, as if she intended to teach Mo Han a lesson. The other three observed the scene with detached expressions. Mo Han stepped back, her gaze vigilant. "What? Are you planning to get physical?" In this world, women's physical prowess certainly overshadowed that of men, and he did not believe he was a match for her. Mo Qiandong did not respond, her arm already raised. Just as her arm was about to descend, the conference room door was suddenly kicked open with a resounding bang, and the figures of Qin Ran and Lin Yin appeared simultaneously. Upon seeing Mo Qindong about to lay hands on Mo Han, a fierce glint ignited in Qin Ran's eyes that it felt as though her blood had been ignited, and in an instant, she accelerated, her explosive force shattering the tiles beneath her feet. Bang! By the time everyone registered what had occurred, Mo Qindong had been sent flying like a rag doll, crashing heavily to the ground. Unconscious, Mo Han's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Qin Ran's silhouette standing protectively in front of her. This speed, this explosive power, was she even human? At that moment, Lin Yin hurried over to Mo Han's side, concern etched on her face as she asked, "Xiao Han, are you all right?" Mo Han dazedly shook her head. "I'm fine. What about them?" Qin Ran's voice, tinged with suppressed anger, whispered in Mo Han's ear. Before Mo Han could respond, Lin Yin's furious voice rang out, "Just don't kill them. I'll cover the medical expenses." "All right," Qin Ran replied, her resolve firm as she took action. Having overheard the discussions in the conference room earlier, she was already seething with indignation. In an instant, cries of agony filled the room, intermingled with the furious shouts of Mo Qinshan, Mo Qianxia, and Mo Qianxiu. Chapter 15. Leaving Mo Corporation, Mo Han hesitated for a moment, but chose not to intervene in Qin Ran's actions. Lin Yin grasped Mo Han's hand, leading her away from the scene. Not wishing for her to witness such a violent display as they exited, Lin Yin exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Mian, who promptly shut the conference room door. Outside, Mo Han was quick to reclaim her hand from Lin Yan's grasp. Offering Ding in a reassuring glance that she was unharmed, Lin Yin felt a twinge of regret at the warmth lingering in her palm. "Xiao Han, what are your plans moving forward?" Lin Yin inquired earnestly. Mo Han looked at her, bewildered, pondering their limited acquaintance. "We've only met a few times. Are we that familiar? Even if I had plans, I couldn't possibly share them with you," she replied. "That I haven't made up my mind yet." Lin Yin, sensing Mo Han's indifferent demeanor, remained undeterred. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her expression serious as she proposed, "Why not join my company as vice president? I can offer you 20 of Lin Corporation's shares. What do you say?" Lin Yan's bold offer took Mo Han by surprise. The Lin Corporation's total shareholding stood at 47, and she was willing to part with 20. Mo Han could not fathom Lin Yan's motives. Surely it could not be for her physical allure. In her mind, Lin Yan was not the type to sacrifice her interests so readily for mere charm. Mo Han found herself puzzled by Lin Yan's intentions. "Thank you for your generous offer, but I believe I may not be deserving of such an opportunity." Before Mo Han could finish her sentence, Lin Yan, her eyes filled with unwavering determination, interjected, 23 of Lin Corporation's shares, Mo Han. "You truly should consider joining us." Lin Yan's reasoning was straightforward. If she could trade 23 of Lin Corporation's shares for a capable and attractive partner like Mo Han, it would be an extraordinary bargain. Upon hearing Lin Yan's proposition, Mo Han fell into contemplative silence. Truth be told, she was tempted. The Lin Corporation was significantly larger than the Mo Corporation, and with overlapping business interests, joining Lin's team would facilitate a seamless transition. Coupled with a partnership with Lin Yan, a strong potential asset, he was confident that within 5 years, Lin Corporation would surely ascend to the top tier in Luochuan, yielding him immense wealth, status, and renown. Just as Mo Han grappled with indecision, Qin Ran, who had already exited the conference room, approached him, leaning in to whisper, "Xiao Han, don't be swayed by this woman. She is no philanthropist. What reason does she have to willingly part with such a large portion of her shares?" Qin Ran's words struck like a bolt of lightning, jolting Mo Han back to reality. Indeed, why would Lin Yan do such a thing? She was a savvy businesswoman. Surely she would not engage in a losing deal. What made him worth such a price? Mo Han could not guarantee that, should he join Lin Corporation, Lin Yan would not find a way to manipulate him for her greater gain at a critical moment. Seeing Mo Han once again lost in thought, Lin Yan felt a surge of frustration, glaring fiercely at Qin Ran. Why did this person always seem to oppose her when it came to Mo Han? After a moment of contemplation, Mo Han exhaled softly, looking apologetically at Lin Yan. "I'm sorry, Ms. Lin, but I believe my capabilities might not align with the role of vice president at Lin Corporation." Lin Yan, well aware of Mo Han's character, recognized that after 2 refusals, this avenue was likely closed. With a heavy sigh, she ceased her pursuit, having extended her utmost sincerity. After all, Lin Corporation was not solely hers. Turning away, she departed with her secretary to ask for the business agreement they had reached yesterday. Lin Yin no longer intended to follow through. Predicting that Mo Han would likely resign as president of Mo Corporation following today's upheaval. She left with a sense of finality. Watching Lin Yin leave, Mo Han turned to Ding and please assist me in drafting a resignation letter. President Yu. Ding An's eyes widened in shock, hesitating to voice his concerns. He had been by Mo Han's side since joining the company, fully cognizant of the circumstances surrounding Mo Corporation. Over the past 2 years, Mo Han had made the most significant contributions, yet the rewards were disproportionately meager. He had long felt a sense of injustice on her behalf. Go ahead, Mo Han said gently, meeting Ding An's gaze. All right, Ding An replied, his heart heavy as he quickly departed. Mo Han then turned her attention to Qin Ran and Lu Mian. Your employment relationship is with Mo Corporation. Should the opportunity arise in the future, we may collaborate again. After a moment's thought, Mo Han glanced at Qin Ran. Thank you for today. Should they pursue the matter further, I will take responsibility. Qin Ran shook her head that it's nothing of consequence. I will handle it. Very well, then. Until we meet again, Mo Han said. Turning to leave, Qin Ran watched Mo Han's retreating figure. She found herself in deep thought. Her rebirth had indeed caused a significant butterfly effect. Mo Han had left Mo Corporation 6 months earlier than anticipated. Would those schemers' plots also unfold sooner? Lost in contemplation, Qin Ran was gently nudged by Lu Mian. Sister, do you think we lose our jobs just after starting? Lu Mian was reluctant to part with the hard-earned high-paying position. Qin Ran glanced at her, mulling it over before responding. No worries, you can stick with me. Through their time together, Qin Ran had grown to appreciate Lu Mian, and having investigated her background, she found no issues. Faced with Lin Yan's bribe, Lu Mian, despite her financial struggles, had chosen to refuse, demonstrating her integrity. Qin Ran decided to lend a helping hand, considering it a way to gain a younger sister. Upon returning to her office, Mo Han waited quietly until Ding An entered, holding a printed resignation letter, which he placed before her. Mo Han briefly scanned the document before signing his name, then retrieved a seal from the drawer and pressed it down, officially validating his resignation letter, which he handed to Ding An for delivery to the HR department. Taking a final glance around the place where he had worked for 2.5 years, he stepped outside. As he descended the stairs, he happened to catch sight of Mo Qianshan being hurriedly carried away by medics. To describe the 4 individuals, the word tragic would suffice. News of Mo Han's voluntary resignation as president quickly spread throughout the Mo Corporation, causing a stir among the employees, many of whom were agitated, and some of Mo Han's female admirers chose to resign on the spot, proclaiming, if we cannot see our beloved president, then what's the point of staying? Meanwhile, back at Lin Corporation, Lin Yin sat pensively in her office, contemplating for a long while. Her rebirth had triggered a butterfly effect, prompting Mo Han to leave the Mo Corporation 6 months ahead of schedule. Was this a blessing or a curse? Chapter 16. I will support you. Lin Yan's pen twirled in her fingers as uncertainty clouded her thoughts. Would Mo Han's situation deteriorate due to her involvement? Yet, with no better course of action available, she resolved to keep a close watch on him, taking things one step at a time. Upon arriving home, Mo Han wasted no time in selling off his 1 shares in the Mo Corporation. Since he intended to sever ties with the Mo family, he would do so thoroughly. With the contributions made over the past 2 years, he owed them nothing, and he would need a substantial amount of capital for his next plan. When Xiao Bingchen returned from grocery shopping, she noticed Mo Han's door ajar and peeked inside, finding him intently seated in front of his computer. Curiously, she inquired, Mo Han, why are you home so early today? Without turning, he replied in a low voice, I've been laid off. What? Xiao Bingchen thought she must have misheard him, quickly approaching his side. What did you just say? I've been laid off, Mo Han reiterated. Turning to face her, Xiao Bingchen was left momentarily stunned. Had Mo Han not been doing well as the president of the Mo Corporation? What had happened? I'm just tired. Seeing the dejected expression on Mo Han's face, Xiao Bingchen felt unsure of how to comfort him. After a moment's hesitation, she gently embraced him. It's okay. It's okay if you're tired, just take a rest. Originally, Mo Han had intended to tease her. Completely unprepared for Xiao Bingchen's affectionate gesture, the sensation of being enveloped in her warmth, mixed with her unique fragrance, overwhelmed him, making it difficult to breathe. His hands flailed aimlessly before finally settling around her waist. As he savored the delightful sensation, thoughts began to drift through his mind. Xiao Bingchen's waist was truly slim and soft. Embracing her felt extraordinarily pleasant, and her scent was simply enchanting. Unbeknownst to Imohan, Xiao Bingchen's ears had turned crimson as his breath, intermingled with his distinctive fragrance, stirred an uncontrollable warmth within her. The two remained in quiet embrace, as if the world had fallen silent in that moment. Only their breaths and heartbeats resonating in the air. After a long while, Imohan, buried in her embrace, murmured, "Hey, why is your body so warm?" Xiao Bingchen's dreamy thoughts were abruptly awakened by his words, and she hastily released him, retreating as if to flee from the room. "That I need to wash the vegetables and prepare dinner." Her voice trembled slightly, leaving Imohan momentarily dumbfounded. What had just happened? Looking down at his still suspended hands, he reminisced about her lingering scent in the air, feeling a pang of regret. Through the door, he could hear the sounds of her bustling in the kitchen. A smile crept onto his lips as he realized that his adorable wife was simply shy. How endearing! In the kitchen, while Xiao Bingchen busied herself, her mind wandered. That had been too close. She had almost lost control. How could she withstand Imohan's charm? At the dining table, they sat across from each other, as if the earlier awkwardness had never occurred. Finally, Xiao Bingchen found the opportunity to ask Imohan why he had left the Mo Corporation. Imohan, not wanting her to worry, briefly explained the situation. With her sharp intellect, Xiao Bingchen quickly gleaned the critical details from his vague words. That a cold glint flashed in her eyes before she deftly changed the subject. "What are your plans moving forward?" "Well, there's no rush," he replied. "For now, I intend to take some time off and spend it with you." Imohan spoke from the heart. In his previous life, he had been so busy, nearing 30 without ever having a girlfriend. And in this life, his original self was also a workaholic. With memories from both lives, work had consumed him. Imohan decided it was time for a well-deserved break. Primarily to cultivate his relationship with his perfect little wife and embark on a romance that would not end in separation. Xiao Bingchen, observing Imohan's earnest demeanor, felt a flicker of anticipation. Her gaze becoming unfocused as her mind began to devise ways to date him and deepen their bond. As she became engrossed in her thoughts, her eyes filled with reflections of Imohan. She failed to notice that her bowl was empty. Continuing to scoop from it repeatedly, Imohan found this amusing and waved his hand in front of her. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Xiao Bingchen snapped back to reality, a flush of embarrassment washing over her. "Oh, you want to go out this afternoon?" Imohan tentatively extended the invitation. Without hesitation, Xiao Bingchen nodded enthusiastically. "Sure." After answering, she suddenly realized something was amiss. Shouldn't it be the girl inviting the boy on a date? Why had it flipped in their case? Seeing her agreement, Imohan felt a sense of relief. The two quickly finished their lunch and cleaned up the dishes. They settled on the sofa, and before Imohan could speak, Xiao Bingchen eagerly asked where he would like to go in the afternoon. "How about we catch a movie first? Then we could go to an amusement park?" Imohan suggested. Though he had never been on a date before, he had observed that others typically did this. Sounds good. Neither had prior experience. Fortunately, there was a romantic film showing that afternoon, making it their obvious choice. As they prepared to leave, Mohan opened his wardrobe but found himself in a quandary. As a workaholic, his closet contained nothing but formal attire. He certainly couldn't go on a date dressed in a suit and tie. Having changed, Xiao Bingchen quietly waited in the living room. After a moment, Imohan awkwardly emerged in his original outfit. "I think we should stop by the mall first." After a brief contemplation, Xiao Bingchen understood his intention, agreeing that formal wear was not suitable for a date. "All right, there is still plenty of time before the movie starts." With that settled, they headed straight to the mall. This time, Imohan, wishing to avoid drawing too much attention, donned a mask before stepping out. Nevertheless, his stature and demeanor still attracted the gaze of numerous women. In the men's section, Xiao Bingchen's eyes lit up, and she eagerly pulled Imohan to start selecting outfits one by one. After trying on several sets, her eyes nearly sparkled. No matter what Imohan wore, he looked stunning, as there was hardly a style he couldn't pull off. Ultimately, with a wave of her hand, she had all the outfits he had just tried on packed. Making a bold purchase in front of the envious store staff, leaning close to Xiao Bingchen's ear, Imohan murmured, "Are you using my money to pamper me?" "Haha, don't mind the details," she replied, fully aware of her current role as someone who was being spoiled. However, to maintain her dignity and not be looked down upon by Imohan, she solemnly assured him, "Don't worry. I'll take care of you from now on. Let us reverse that. I should be the one taking care of you." Imohan shook his head, preferring to support Xiao Bingchen rather than the other way around. Chapter 17. The date. As they exited the mall, Emohan had changed into a beige casual outfit, making him appear even more youthful and handsome, radiating a vibrant aura that captivated Xiao Bingchen's gaze. He relished her attention, equally entranced by her beauty. After placing the numerous outfits in the trunk, Emohan drove them directly to the cinema. Since it wasn't a holiday, the theater was relatively empty. When they entered the screening room, only a few couples occupied the corners. Emohan and Xiao Bingchen found themselves seated in a section devoid of others, and they were both quite pleased with this arrangement. The film began, telling the story of two young people as they met, got to know each other, and fell in love, facing familial opposition and misunderstandings along the way, ultimately overcoming obstacles to be together. However, as the narrative unfolded from a female perspective, Emohan found it hard to relate, especially with the male lead who wept uncontrollably, nearly breaking him. In contrast, Xiao Bingchen was completely absorbed, admiring the female protagonist's bold pursuit of love and her unwavering spirit. During the film, she subtly took Emohan's hand in the dark, and upon sensing no objection, her heart swelled with joy at the warmth and softness she felt in his grasp. When the lights came back on and the movie ended, Xiao Bingchen naturally led Emohan out. Hand in hand I turned a corner, drawn by the soft rustling sounds. I caught sight of Xiao Bingchen and Emohan, both glancing back simultaneously. It turned out to be a couple who had just been in the theater, now hidden away in a passionate kiss. The two exchanged awkward glances before hastening their steps. Xiao Bingchen's peripheral vision fell upon the mask adorning Emohan's face, evoking memories of the gentle warmth from the previous day, causing her to instinctively purse her lips, a wave of emotion washing over her. She mused to herself that Emohan's mask was undoubtedly a significant faux pas for their date today. Nestled near the cinema was an amusement park, and hand in hand, they strolled toward it. Along the way, Xiao Bingchen intermittently shared her thoughts on the film, while Emohan listened quietly, occasionally nodding in agreement. It seemed Xiao Bingchen discerned that Emohan was not particularly fond of the movie, and she promptly shifted the topic to inquire about what attractions he wished to experience. There's still ample time. We can enjoy them one by one. Alright. Upon purchasing tickets and entering the amusement park, they discovered that the number of visitors was also quite modest. Xiao Bingchen felt a flicker of joy. She preferred to enjoy her date with Emohan undisturbed by others. Their first choice was a haunted house adventure. Their reasoning was simple. The dimly lit ambience and eerie atmosphere provided the perfect backdrop to showcase their respective charms. As soon as they entered the haunted house, Xiao Bingchen pulled Emohan close, feigning fear of losing him, their bodies nearly touching as they cautiously ventured forward. Emohan trailed behind her, unable to suppress a roll of his eyes. This should have been his domain, right? Oh, he recalled, this was a matriarchal world where women exhibited remarkable courage, so it was no issue. Yet, he didn't wish to dampen Xiao Bingchen's spirits. He considered himself somewhat of a performer. Fear not, for I am here, he exclaimed dramatically. Blood. It's blood. Emohan's performance was indeed somewhat exaggerated, making Xiao Bingchen, who was nestled in his embrace, feel a tad embarrassed. However, given the opportunity for a close hug, she chose to play along. Even after exiting the haunted house, Emohan remained somewhat unsatisfied, though inwardly elated at the continuous closeness with his beloved. The staff at the haunted house, however, appeared rather disheartened. Having spent their time observing the couple's affectionate display, feeling rather unfulfilled in their duties, what shall we do next? Xiao Bingchen asked affectionately, gazing at Emohan. How about the Ferris wheel? Emohan suggested. Feeling a bit fatigued from the spontaneous theatrics, the Ferris wheel seemed like an excellent choice for a scenic respite. Sounds good. Hand in hand, they ascended the Ferris wheel. As they rose higher, Xiao Bingchen turned to Emohan, saying, I've heard from up here, you can see a good portion of Luochuan's cityscape. Sitting beside her, Emohan remained silent, sensing a growing unease. With each elevation, his heart raced, accompanied by waves of dizziness and nausea. Noticing Emohan's grip on her hand tightening, Xiao Bingchen's heart skipped a beat. Emohan, are you all right? I might have a slight fear of heights, Emohan lamented internally. In his previous life, he had no such fear. It appeared to be quite severe in this incarnation. Seeing him tremble, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, Xiao Bingchen quickly pressed 2 fingers together and gently tapped several times on his body, easing him down to rest his head on her lap. How are you feeling now? Better, much better. Thank you. Mo Han's voice was faint. As the Ferris wheel descended, Xiao Bingchen swiftly lifted Mo Han and dashed out. The amusement park staff promptly provided the necessary medication, and after taking it, Mo Han felt considerably better. Seeing his weakened state, Xiao Bingchen's heart ached. Why did you insist on riding the Ferris wheel if you're afraid of heights? Mo Han let out a bitter laugh. I didn't realize this body had such a fear. Xiao Bingchen's gaze flickered briefly before she chose not to pursue the topic further. Let us not continue. I'll take you home to rest. Saying this, she effortlessly scooped Mo Han into her arms and headed for the park's exit. Though it was slightly embarrassing, Mo Han was in no condition to resist. Along the way, he buried his head in her embrace, attempting to evade the curious stares of passers-by. I'm sorry for ruining the day, Mo Han murmured, his voice muffled. Xiao Bingchen looked down, smiling at his slightly flushed face. Her tone sincere. Your well-being is what matters most, Mo Han replied softly, offering a faint acknowledgement, and fell silent. With Mo Han feeling unwell, Xiao Bingchen took the wheel. By the time they entered the neighborhood, Mo Han had regained his composure, feeling utterly mortified at his earlier display, especially in front of his beloved. As they ascended the stairs, Xiao Bingchen intended to carry him up, but Mo Han, refusing, darted ahead like a rabbit. Watching his retreating figure, Xiao Bingchen chuckled softly, finding him rather amusing. Clutching a dozen newly purchased outfits, she hurried to catch up, while Mo Han, realizing her intention, attempted to help but was met with a firm refusal. Chapter 18. The arrival of Mo's parents. Upon entering the house, Mo Han removed his mask and sank into the sofa, feeling a wave of lethargy wash over him. After neatly placing the clothes for Mo Han, Xiao Bingchen approached and gently settled beside him. What is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? No, I just feel incredibly embarrassed. I ruined what should have been a lovely date. Mo Han sighed. Dejected, Xiao Bingchen naturally took his hand, placing it in her palm. This isn't your fault. You were unaware of the circumstances, weren't you? That is true, but I still feel quite regretful. Xiao Bingchen's gaze landed on Mo Han's luscious lips. And on a whim, she suggested, how about you offer me some form of compensation? Mo Han met her eyes, momentarily flustered as he sensed the familiar allure in her gaze. What kind of compensation do you have in mind? He ventured cautiously. Xiao Bingchen remained silent, leaning in closer, ready to act on her intentions. As their lips were on the verge of meeting, a sudden, urgent doorbell rang, interrupting their moment. Both Xiao Bingchen and Mo Han cursed inwardly, bewildered as to who could intrude at such a crucial time. Fuming, Mo Han rose and strode to the door. With a click, he swung the door open, his eyes widening at the sight of a distinguished middle-aged couple. Mom, Dad, what brings you here? Indeed, the unexpected visitors were none other than his parents. Xiao Han, are you all right? Why haven't you been answering our calls? Mo Han's father inquired, a look of concern etched on his face. Mo Han glanced at his phone, astonished to find dozens of missed calls. He had set his phone to silent mode, engrossed in his date with Xiao Bingchen, completely oblivious to their attempts to reach him. With a nervous chuckle, he ushered his parents inside. Xiao Bingchen, quick-witted as ever, rose to brew tea, aware of her future in-law's fondness for it. After settling down, Mo's parents exchanged glances before Mo's mother turned her attention back to him. Xiao Han, we heard you had some disagreements with your aunts. Mo Han paused briefly before nodding that it's just some company matters. There's no need for you to worry. How can we not worry? The family group chat has been in an uproar. Regardless of their faults, they are still your aunts. How could you allow your bodyguards to act against them? While Mo's mother spoke with concern, there was no overt blame directed at Mo Han. Checking his phone, Mo Han's heart sank upon viewing the family chat. He exclaimed in disbelief. His 4 aunts were indeed relentless, casting aspersions upon him as if they were the paragons of virtue solely concerned for the company's welfare. While he was portrayed as the villain betraying family interests by inciting his bodyguards against them, Mo Han felt a surge of frustration. It seemed Qin Ran had been too lenient in her approach. Mom, Dad, please believe me. I truly didn't. We naturally believe you. Both Mo's parents stood firmly by his side, fully aware of his character and knowing he would never engage in actions that betrayed family interests. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Mo Han appreciated their unwavering support. He knew his parents had always been good to him. Before he ascended to the position of CEO of the Mo family, many had suggested leveraging his marriage to secure family interests, only to be met with vehement opposition from his parents. Even with Xiao Bingshan's eventual inclusion into the family, it was only under the pressure of Mo's grandmother that they reluctantly acquiesced. Despite that, they had moved in for over a year to assess whether Xiao Bingshan was worthy of Mo Han, often creating challenges for her. However, they soon realized that she was indeed exceptional, honest, diligent, managing household affairs with grace, and even excelling in culinary skills. They ultimately grew comfortable with the idea of Mo Han being alone with her, even facilitating their relationship by giving the young couple some privacy. Their thoughts were rather simple. As long as Mo Han was doing well, their hearts would be content. Alas, the original self had no feelings for Xiao Bingchun, being solely focused on her career. "Auntie, uncle, please enjoy your tea," Xiao Bingchun said, placing the tea in front of Mo's parents. She held them in high regard, despite the initial unpleasantness. However, after they initiated conversation and cleared the air, Xiao Bingchun, true to her character, bore no grudges. She naturally took a seat beside Mo Han. Seeing their close demeanor brought joy to Mo's mother and father, yet the troubles concerning the Mo family still weighed heavily on their minds. "Xiao Han, although we trust you, having the bodyguards resort to violence against them is rather excessive," they cautioned. "Mom, Dad, let me explain. It was fourth aunt who first attacked me, and Sheen Ran acted in my defense." The situation was such that Mo Han had to summarize the events to prevent misunderstandings. Sitting beside him, Xiao Bingchun noted with indignation that someone dared to lay a hand on Mo Han and quietly recorded this in her mind. The fact that Sheen Ran had taken on those four from the Mo family in defense of Mo Han was quite satisfying. However, she couldn't help but wonder what kind of bodyguards were so audacious. Once Mo Han finished recounting the events, his parents finally grasped the situation. Mo's mother's side, aware that her son had been wronged, "It's for the best that you leave the Mo family. You've already done enough for them." Mo's father added, "As long as you and Bing Chun can build a happy life together, that is what truly matters. That don't worry, Mom and Dad." Mo Han reassured them, intertwining his fingers with Xiao Bingchun's and giving a slight nod in his parents' direction. This gesture made Xiao Bingchun a tad shy, as she had just called them auntie and uncle moments ago. Would she now need to change her address? The four of them engaged in light conversation for a while longer. Since it had been quite some time since Mo's parents last visited, they naturally wanted to savor Xiao Bingchun's culinary skills. Bingchun's dishes are becoming increasingly delicious, Mo's father could not help but praise. "Indeed, our Xiao Han is quite fortunate," Mo's mother chimed in. After the meal, Xiao Bingchun was elated by the compliments from Mo's parents. Once they finished dining, the elderly couple discreetly departed. Before leaving, Mo's mother pulled Xiao Bingchun aside into a room, preparing to share something in a mysterious manner. Meanwhile, Mo's father sat on the sofa, holding Mo Han's hand, subtly hinting that they wished for a granddaughter or grandson, leaving Mo Han at a loss for words. When Mo's mother and Xiao Bingchun emerged from the room, the moment their eyes met, both felt a twinge of awkwardness. Chapter 19. Yuan and Xiao Bingchun. With Mo's parents gone, an uncomfortable silence settled between Mo Han and Xiao Bingchun. "So, Xiao Han, what did your uncle say to you?" Xiao Bingchun broke the silence. Mo Han's gaze flickered evasively. "Oh, nothing much, just inquiring about how we get along." "Is that so? How coincidental. Annie asked me about our relationship as well," Xiao Bingchun said, fixing her gaze on Mo Han. "What did you say?" Mo Han was curious about how Xiao Bingchun had handled his mother. Cough, cough. "When it comes to women's matters, men should refrain from prying," Xiao Bingchun replied, refusing to divulge the boastful tale she had spun for Mo's mother. Mo Han continued to gaze at her until she felt a bit uncomfortable. Prompting him to look away, he stood up to stretch, revealing the outline of his toned abdomen beneath his loose clothing, leaving Xiao Bingchun momentarily mesmerized. Seeing her captivated expression, Mo Han teased, "What is so fascinating? Do you realize that you're tempting me?" Xiao Bingchun, unperturbed, smiled back at him. With a quick turn, Mo Han changed into workout attire, ready to head out. "Where are you going?" Xiao Bingchun asked, puzzled, noticing that dusk was approaching. Mo Han waved his hand dismissively. "I'm going to reclaim my 8-pack abs." Xiao Bingchun was left bewildered, but when she finally processed his words, Mo Han had already exited the house. Concerned for his safety at such a late hour, she hurriedly followed him outside, determined to see what he was up to. Upon descending the stairs, Mo Han took a few turns and arrived at the community gym, designed exclusively for the residents of the neighborhood. Entering, he found the place completely empty, which was not surprising, as the affluent residents were likely too busy to utilize such amenities, scanning the gym equipment. He noted that most of it appeared brand new, clearly seldom used. Although he was not a fitness fanatic in his previous life, he had made it a point to dedicate a few days a week to working out with friends, developing a fondness for it over time. The sight of the equipment now stirred a familiar urge within him. Meanwhile, Xiao Bingchen peeked into the gym, curious about what Mo Han was doing. Seeing him warming up, she raised an eyebrow. What was he up to? In a world where men were often physically weaker, and given the skewed gender ratio, few men willingly engaged in the rigors of fitness. Observing Mo Han's adept warm-up routine, it was clear he was no novice. She quietly found a corner to observe, considering it a form of visual enjoyment. After completing his warm-up, Mo Han shed his outer layer and began his workout in earnest, mentally encouraging himself. Come back, my 8-pack abs. Although he struggled, his form remained impressive, earning Xiao Bingchen's silent applause. As long as it was something Mo Han wished to pursue, she would always support him. Soon after, Mo Han completed a set of exercises, panting heavily as he sat down to catch his breath. After a brief rest, he approached the vending machine for a sports drink, taking a sip. He glanced at his physique. This body isn't as weak as I imagined. Once he had recuperated, Mo Han stood to continue his second set of training. That moment, a slender figure entered the gym. The woman, clad in form-fitting yoga attire, accentuated her shapely figure. Upon spotting Mo Han, she exclaimed with delight, Mo Han, big brother. Yuan quickened her pace and trotted over to Mo Han, pleasantly surprised that her spontaneous visit had led to encountering him. Noticing her arrival, Mo Han instinctively appraised her, reflecting on how the school uniform had concealed such a figure. Yuan, aware of Mo Han's scrutiny, puffed out her chest, eager to showcase her enviable form. Xiao Wan, he greeted, quickly averting his gaze to commence his second set of exercises. Despite Yuan's beauty, Mo Han remained steadfast in his principles, a married man at heart. Seeing him look away, Yuan felt a fleeting pang of disappointment. As a regular at the gym, she recognized Mo Han's movements were impressively precise, leading her to conclude he didn't require her assistance. However, noticing his struggle, she stepped forward, ready to offer her help. Just as her hand was about to make contact with him, another figure emerged, grasping her wrist firmly. What do you think you're doing? Came a cold voice, startling Yuan. Turning, she was met with Xiao Bingchen's frosty gaze, sending a jolt of surprise through her. Xiao Bingchen, what is she doing here? Yuan's mind raced, recalling that their relationship was supposed to be merely cordial. Memories flooded back. She recollected a brief encounter with Xiao Bingchen before her own ascent to success. Recognizing the nonchalance with which she had spoken of Mo-Han, it was clear to Yuan that Xiao Bingchen regarded her as nothing more than a stranger, yet now her presence felt charged with unspoken tension. Xiao Bingchen, what brings you here? Mo Han asked, genuinely pleased to see her, oblivious to the unusual atmosphere between the two women. Xiao Bingchen released Yuan's arm, taking a step back as she turned to Mo Han with a smile. I was just worried that a bad woman might have her sights set on you, so I came to keep you safe. What nonsense are you spouting? Mo Han replied, setting down the weights and glancing at Yuan. Yuan is our neighbor. She used to ride with me to school. Xiao Bingchen raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on her lips, as Mo Han realized she didn't believe him. Unfazed, he resolved to prove his intentions through action. Just wait for me a moment. I'll finish this set, and then we can head home. Okay, Xiao Bingchen replied, crossing her arms and standing beside Mo Han, deliberately ignoring Yuan. Chapter 20. Yuan's speculation. Yuan stood to the side, her brows furrowed in contemplation as she observed the interaction between Mo Han and Xiao Bingchen. She could not shake the feeling that their behavior was not characteristic of two strangers. As Mo Han's training neared completion, Xiao Bingchen, noticing his waning stamina, seamlessly stepped in to assist him with the final stages of his regimen. Mo Han smiled at Xiao Bingchen, displaying no resistance to her touch. Witnessing their affectionate demeanor, Yuan's fists clenched tightly, a fiery sensation igniting within her. Were it not for the restraint cultivated over 2 lifetimes, she might have acted impulsively, forcibly reclaiming Mo Han from Xiao Bingchen's grasp. Yet, she understood the futility of such thoughts. Xiao Bingchen's identity was far more complex than merely being the heir of the prestigious Xiao family. Even in her past life, Yuan had found it exceedingly challenging to pose a threat to her. As her gaze darkened, Mo Han completed his training, donned his jacket, and strolled towards the exit. Passing by Yi Yuan, he raised a hand in greeting. Xiao Yuan, we're leaving now. Yi Yuan managed a strained smile. All right, Imohan Gij, goodbye. Xiao Bingchen followed closely behind, casting a neutral glance at Yi Yuan before departing alongside Imohan. Observing their retreating figures, Yi Yuan felt a surge of bitterness, particularly in response to Xiao Bingchen's disdainful glance, which sparked memories of her previous life, of the helplessness she felt as she silently watched Imohan's vitality ebb away. Bang! A fist struck violently against a nearby metallic apparatus. Confusion enveloped her. Despite the opportunity to start anew, why did events unfold so differently this time? Could her rebirth have triggered a butterfly effect, but shouldn't this change favor her? Having been reborn, should she not be destined to be the chosen one in this world? Wasn't her return meant to save Imohan Gij and provide him with the best of everything? A myriad of questions swirled in Yi Yuan's mind, leaving her perplexed, gazing into the mirror at her youthful visage. She suddenly conceived a bold hypothesis. Could it be that Xiao Bingchen had also been reborn? No, even if she had, her attitude towards Imohan would likely remain unchanged. She might even return to the Xiao family sooner. If it wasn't her, could it be Imohan who had been reborn? Yet, upon further reflection, Yi Yuan found this notion equally implausible. Given Imohan's nature, he would never deliberately draw near to her. Even if he knew Xiao Bingchen's true identity. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Yi Yuan's resolve solidified as she stared into the mirror. Imohan Gij belonged to her. No one could take him away. Not even Xiao Bingchen. Subsequently, she embarked on a frenzied workout. Seeking to quell her tumultuous emotions, Imohan and Xiao Bingchen strolled homeward, the moonlight cascading over them, casting an ethereal glow that made them appear as a pair of celestial lovers. That Yi Yuan, how long have you known her? Xiao Bingchen inquired. Her curiosity piqued that in the past, such matters would have been trivial to Imohan, but the current circumstances compelled him to consider them. Imohan raised a hand, resting it on his chin. That depends on how you define it. Xiao Bingchen's brow arched in intrigue. 2 days? Well, I suppose that's accurate, Imohan replied, noncommittally. Do you feel anything for her? Xiao Bingchen asked, a hint of nervousness lacing her voice, aware that their acquaintance was still quite recent. Think of her as a little sister, Imohan answered candidly. Yet her gaze towards you is far from that of a sister. Xiao Bingchen observed, her expression contemplative. That's not something I can control, Imohan shrugged, but then felt the need to clarify. Rest assured, I harbor no such intentions towards her. Are you certain? Xiao Bingchen's tone carried a note of skepticism. Imohan rolled his eyes, halting his steps to face Xiao Bingchen directly. What must I do for you to believe me? Xiao Bingchen paused, her eyes glimmering with mirth as she regarded Imohan. Well, I'm not quite sure. With a sigh, Imohan took a step closer, the distance between them diminishing rapidly. In the moonlight, Xiao Bingchen's flawless features became increasingly pronounced. Is this sufficient? Imohan asked, retreating slightly. I suspect it may not be enough, Xiao Bingchen replied, her breath quickening as she gazed at Imohan's enchanting countenance. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around him and leaned in. Imohan's eyes widened in surprise, instinctively raising his hands to push her away, but as he felt the softness of her form, he found himself gradually surrendering to the moment. Only when breathing became laborious and a wave of weakness enveloped him did Xiao Bingchen finally release him. Imohan internally cursed his own body's betrayal, collapsing into her embrace. Sensing his state, Xiao Bingchen smiled and effortlessly lifted him, nuzzling her forehead against his. Did you suffer a little? Imohan, too exhausted to protest, resigned himself, closing his eyes to feign unconsciousness. Xiao Bingchen, noticing his reaction, felt elated. Her steps lightened as they returned home. Once inside, Xiao Bingchen gently placed Imohan on the couch, her tone softening. Stay put. I'll be right back. Imohan watched her retreating figure, uncertain of her intentions. Soon, she emerged from her room, brandishing a row of silver needles. Instantly alarmed, Imohan bolted upright, but the ache in his muscles forced him to lie back down. What are you doing? Trying to murder your husband? Xiao Bingchen laughed at his words, crouching beside him and lightly flicking his forehead. What are you thinking? Before he could respond, she gently helped him remove his jacket and turned him onto his side. Stay still. It could be quite painful if I hit the wrong acupoint. Upon hearing this, Imohan immediately ceased his movements. Observing his compliance, Xiao Bingchen deftly began placing the needles at various acupoints around his body. Initially, Mohan felt discomfort, but as the needles continued to be inserted, a warm sensation surged within him, gradually alleviating the soreness in his muscles. After a while, Xiao Bingchen finished her work, a light sheen of perspiration appearing on her forehead. "How do you feel?" "Better?" Mohan, eyes closed, responded with a low hum, the pain subsiding but fatigue creeping in, making him long to drift off to sleep. Hearing his languorous tone, Xiao Bingchen's heart fluttered. Quickly, she withdrew the needles, her hands moving with urgency. Noticing Mohan's unguarded demeanor, she swallowed hard and tentatively suggested, "Shall I give you a massage as well? It might help alleviate your fatigue more swiftly." Mohan turned to face her, seeing her eager expression, and nodded gently. "All right, that would be much appreciated." Chapter 21. Nourishing soup, not a bother at all, Xiao Bingchen replied, her hands already alighting upon Mohan's body before her words had fully escaped her lips. As her fingers worked their magic, Mohan's exhaustion began to ebb away. This feels wonderful. Your technique is quite impressive." Mohan closed his eyes, relishing the sensation. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Bingchen was equally enthralled, captivated by the exquisite touch of his skin and the intoxicating scent that enveloped him. That a warmth blossomed in her abdomen, creeping up to her cheeks, and before she realized it, a faint blush graced her features. As the pressure of her hands intensified, Mohan furrowed his brow. "Bingchen, perhaps we should slow down. Just a moment longer, just a moment," Xiao Bingchen murmured, lost in her own reverie, noticing her increasingly labored breathing. Mohan turned to find her gazing at him with an almost dazed expression. "Hey, Bingchen, you have a nosebleed, huh?" She instinctively wiped at her nose, and in an instant, she sprang up, darting into her room. Mohan quickly rose and approached her door, gently knocking. "Bingchen, are you all right?" From within, the sound of rushing water filled the air before Xiao Bingchen's voice emerged. I'm fine. It's just hot in here." "I think I'm a bit overheated." Mohan's expression turned quizzical. Did she really think him a fool? However, he chose not to confront her. He understood that in this world, women's desires often surpassed those of men. And given her previous reaction, it would have been abnormal had she not felt anything. He pondered whether he should go in to assist her. After a moment's hesitation, he dismissed the thought. Rushing things might not yield favorable results. What he sought was a partner to accompany him through life. Upon returning to his room, Mohan indulged in a comforting hot shower, and as soon as he lay down, he slipped into a deep slumber. In the bathroom, just as the night slipped away quietly, when Mohan awoke once more, he felt an indescribable sense of refreshment, as though he were brimming with inexhaustible energy. That he raised his hand and executed a series of military-style exercises. Mohan could distinctly feel that his strength had increased significantly compared to the previous day. Pushing open the door, a peculiar aroma instantly wafted into his nostrils. "Bingchen, what have you made?" "It smells delightful." Xiao Bingchen smiled as she brought a bowl of nourishing soup to the dining table. "You must try it. I spent 2 hours preparing this." Mohan looked closely and was taken aback by the rich ingredients. Black chicken, ginseng, deer antlered. As he stirred with a spoon, he noticed several unfamiliar tonic herbs within. Raising his head, he cast a strange glance at Xiao Bingchen. "Are you feeling weak?" Boom! Xiao Bingchen, who had been in high spirits, was instantly provoked by his words. She slammed her hand on the table and shouted, "What did you say?" Startled by her outburst, Mohan fumbled the spoon, which shattered into 2 pieces upon hitting the floor. He glanced at the furious Xiao Bingchen and instinctively recoiled, realizing he had inadvertently touched a sensitive nerve. Just as he was about to explain, his vision blurred. Xiao Bingchen had already scooped him up and was striding toward the bedroom. "Today, I will show you whether I am indeed weak." Mohan's heart raced at the ominous tone of her voice. No, I was wrong. I misspoke." Yet, Xiao Bingchen was clearly intent on being serious this time. She tossed Mohan onto the bed and began to loosen her clothing. In a hurry, he wrapped his arms around her, pleading, "Bingchen, calm down. I was just joking. I never doubted you." Xiao Bingchen paused, scrutinizing Mohan's anxious expression, and a charming smile spread across her face. Really? You must believe me," Mohan insisted earnestly, nodding vigorously. "Very well, I shall forgive you this time," Xiao Bingchen declared. Initially, she had only intended to scare him, not to take any further action, as the timing was not yet right. However, she felt a slight punishment was still necessary. Without waiting for Mo Han to react, she pressed her lips against his. The kiss lingered until Mo Han felt dizzy, at which point Xiao Bingchun released him with a grin and turned to leave. Come, let us enjoy the soup while it's hot. Mo Han touched his lips, feeling as if they were swollen as he gazed at the alluring silhouette of Xiao Bingchun. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, this woman has no sense of moderation. Seated back at the dining table, Xiao Bingchun filled a large bowl for Mo Han. The rich aroma stirred his taste buds, and he took a tentative sip, looking at Xiao Bingchun with curiosity. These ingredients must be quite precious. Where did you get them? I bought them at the morning market, Xiao Bingchun replied nonchalantly. In truth, she had arranged for Aunt Fu to send these items from the Xiao family in the magical city overnight. As she needed to expedite the process of replenishing her energy, Mo Han's training required ample nourishment. Boys typically have low muscle density, and if he only trained without proper supplementation, his body would soon suffer from depletion. Xiao Bingchun was genuinely concerned for him. She was also preoccupied with ensuring their future happiness. Unbeknownst to Mo Han, he continued to savor the soup, taking small, delighted sips. Xiao Bingchun's eyes were fixated on Mo Han's slightly swollen lips. Realizing her kissing technique was in dire need of improvement, otherwise he might grow weary of her. The nourishing soup quickly vanished from both of their bowls, and Mo Han could distinctly feel warm currents swirling within him. After exchanging a brief farewell with Xiao Bingchun, he set off for the gym. This time, she did not accompany him, as she had arranged for someone to secretly follow him. She would receive immediate updates should anything arise. Her current focus was on accelerating her own training progress, aiming to reach the next level soon, at which point. With that thought, a mischievous smile graced Xiao Bingchun's lips. Chapter 22. Lin Yan's confusion in the following days. Mo Han and Xiao Bingchun went on dates almost daily, their relationship blossoming and growing increasingly intimate. Initially, Mo Han had expected his 4 aunts to come looking for trouble, yet several days passed without any sign of them. Much to his relief. Additionally, with the continuous intake of nourishing soup, Mo Han's training yielded remarkable results. His abs were beginning to take shape. His strength had also seen significant enhancement. He felt as though he could fell a bull with a single punch. However, one thing puzzled Mo Han. No matter how much he trained, his physique still appeared slender, showing no signs of becoming more muscular. He was blissfully unaware that this was all thanks to Xiao Bingchun's daily acupuncture and massages. She had no intention of allowing Mo Han to transform into a muscle-bound figure, as that would not do justice to his handsome face that night. Seated in a meditative posture, Xiao Bingchun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Boom! A wave of energy erupted from her, radiating outward. "It's done," she exclaimed, elated. Meanwhile, Mo Han, deep in slumber, was stirred awake by the commotion. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he approached Xiao Bingchun's door and knocked. "Bingchun. What is happening?" The door swung open, and he was pulled inside before he could react, landing on Xiao Bingchun's bed. "What are you doing?" His mouth was suddenly covered. Mo Han instinctively raised his hands to push her away. But feeling her warm breath, he had no choice but to comply. After a lengthy kiss, they finally parted, a delicate strand of saliva breaking between them. "Are you out of your mind?" Mo Han pushed Xiao Bingchun away. Annoyed. "What's with your sudden outburst at night?" Realizing she had overstepped, Xiao Bingchun quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I got a bit too excited. Crazy," Mo Han muttered, getting up to leave, but he tripped and was pulled back onto the bed. "Ouch! What are you doing?" Mo Han was exasperated. What was wrong with her? Yet, as he looked up, he was taken aback. Was it his imagination, or did Xiao Bingchun's features appear even more exquisite? Her skin seemed more radiant and refined. He instinctively reached out to touch her cheek, noting that it felt even smoother. Xiao Bingchun smiled, allowing him to caress her. "So, do you think I've become much more attractive?" "Indeed, you are definitely more beautiful," Mo Han replied, nodding in agreement. He would rate her a perfect 101. Xiao Bingchun was pleased with his reaction, feeling that her efforts over the past few nights had been worthwhile. With the aid of ample tonics, she had managed to condense 6 months of training into just 1 week. "How did you accomplish this?" Mo Han, now fully awake, found his earlier annoyance dissipated by curiosity. Xiao Bingchun smiled mysteriously. "Want to know? Then you must beg me." Mo Han was not falling for that, and stood up to leave, only to be pulled back by Xiao Bingchun. "What do you want?" he asked, turning back with a look of resignation. Tonight, could you possibly?" Her voice trailed off to nearly a whisper. What? Imohan leaned in closer, straining to hear her mumble. Xiao Bingchun, gazing at his increasingly close face, whispered softly in his ear. Could you? Imohan's eyes widened in surprise. What had he just heard? Turning to look at Xiao Bingchun, illuminated by the soft light, he swallowed hard. Should he agree? Just as the thought crossed his mind, he shook his head vigorously. Although they had shared nearly every experience in recent days, they had maintained a sense of restraint. Imohan was aware that, in this world, a man's first time could be quite painful. And he was genuinely unprepared for that. Seeing Imohan's hesitation, Xiao Bingchen's fiery heart gradually cooled. She gently released his hand, saying, I'm sorry. I was too impatient. Imohan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Leaning down to kiss her forehead apologetically before turning to return to his room, as the door closed behind him, Xiao Bingchen smacked her forehead, chiding herself for being too eager. As a mature woman, she should have given Imohan more time. On the other side, Imohan lay in bed, reflecting on the moments he had shared with Xiao Bingchun over the past few days, and unknowingly drifted into a deep sleep. When he awoke, the daylight was already streaming in. After freshening up, he opened the door to find Xiao Bingchun lounging on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. Upon seeing him, she rose and headed to the kitchen. You're awake. Come, let us eat. Imohan quickly followed her, and they both set the table with the meal they had prepared. They ate in silence. Afterward, seated on the sofa, Xiao Bingchun took Imohan's hand. About last night. Before she could continue, Imohan gazed into her eyes earnestly and replied, It's my fault for not being ready. I apologize. No, I should be the one apologizing. Xiao Bingchun understood that in this world, Imohan was solitary and needed security. Much of his sense of security depended on her, and her unconscious actions could inadvertently hurt him. Unbeknownst to Imohan, if he had been aware of Xiao Bingchen's thoughts, he would have assured her, You're overthinking it. The two individuals, who harbored mutual affection for one another, naturally would not dwell on this matter any further. In the afternoon, Imohan and Xiao Bingchen strolled hand in hand around the shopping mall, spending several hours at the arcade before finally returning home. Over the past few days, Xiao Bingchen had gained a fair understanding of Imohan's character, concluding that he possessed a temperament more akin to that of a woman, as he often disregarded trivialities. In the office of the president of the Lin Group, Lin Yin was reviewing some documents. Since Imohan resigned from his position as the president of the Mo Corporation, she had begun to collaborate with several other firms to partition and encroach upon the Mo family's assets. The four individuals who took over the Mo Corporation, led by Mo Qianchun, were utterly defenseless, suffering defeat after defeat. With the value of Mo's shares plummeting to it was likely that it wouldn't be long before the Mo Corporation regressed to the state it was in 2 years prior. Before Imohan took charge, this was ostensibly good news. Yet Lin Yin found herself unable to feel any joy. The reason was simple. She had received word that recently, Imohan and Xiao Bingchen had been inseparable, appearing very intimate with one another. Lin Yin's attempts to invite Imohan out had all been met with refusal, and eventually, he ceased responding to her messages altogether, which set off alarm bells in her mind. She found herself bewildered by the nature of the relationship between Imohan and Xiao Bingchen. Lin Yin had never interacted with Xiao Bingchen in her past life, and thus knew little about her. Yet she had heard some rumors. Wasn't she supposedly uninterested in men? Chapter 23. By Xiao invites Imohan because of this rumor, Lin Yin had initially dismissed the possibility of any connection between Imohan and Xiao Bingchen. Moreover, in her previous life, she had learned from Imohan that although they had lived together for 3 years, they had hardly communicated, and his knowledge of Xiao Bingchen was limited to her culinary skills. Yet, what was the situation now? The way they presented themselves left no room for doubt about their romantic involvement. The more Lin Yin pondered, the more chaotic her thoughts became, and she absent-mindedly tugged at her hair. When she finally looked up, a thought struck her. Grabbing her phone, she quickly dialed a number, and it was answered almost immediately. Hello, Sister Lin Yin. What can I do for you? Lin Yin took a moment to gather her thoughts before responding slowly. Xiao Xiao, I heard that you and Imohan were high school classmates and had a good relationship back then. Could you do me a favor? What kind of favor? Could you arrange for Imohan to meet me? I have something very important to ask him in person that I'll cover the expenses. There was a long pause on the other end before a voice replied, I haven't been in touch with Xiao Han for a while, but I'll give it a try. Thank you, and please don't mention that I asked you to arrange the meeting. I understand. I'll get back to you. After hanging up, Lin Yin let out a sigh. As the president of the Lin Group, was it truly so difficult for her to meet the one she cherished? She closed her eyes in quiet anticipation. Ding dong. Lin Yin immediately picked up her phone. It was a message from Bai Xiao. Tonight at 7, at the Xiangyaozhe. Elated, Lin Yin quickly replied, "Got it." Glancing at the time, she got up to change and headed downstairs to Imo Han's residence. He was somewhat surprised that Bai Xiao had taken the initiative to invite him. Considering Bai Xiao was one of his few friends, Imo Han did not decline. Coincidentally, he had been planning to discuss some matters related to his next steps with him. "I'm heading to Xiangyaozhe. You stay home and wait for me." Xiao Bingchun, nestled in Imo Han's embrace, felt a wave of dissatisfaction at his childlike tone. Frowning, she raised her head to retort, but Imo Han leaned down and pressed his lips against hers. After a brief moment, he pulled away and stood up. "Xiao Han, please be careful. If anything seems off, call me immediately." Rest assured, Imo Han waved his hand dismissively as he left the house. Xiangyaozhe was a quiet bar. Conveniently located near Imo Han's apartment complex that in the past, the original owner had occasionally visited the place with Bai Xiao for a drink to unwind. Imo Han strolled into Xiangyaozhe, and it was nearly 7 o'clock. At this hour, the bar was not overly crowded, and Imo Han quickly spotted Bai Xiao's table. "Xiao Han, over here." Bai Xiao waved his hand, and Imo Han quickened his pace to take a seat across from him. "Xiao, long time no see. Why do you look more childlike every time I see you?" "Don't mention it. It's all my two sisters' fault." Upon mentioning this, Bai Xiao launched into a lengthy lament about his two elder sisters, Bai Chun and Bai Ran, who were completely infatuated with him, treating him like a doll to be pampered. Imo Han was somewhat familiar with Bai Xiao's family situation. Bai Chun was the head of a major entertainment conglomerate, and Bai Ran had made quite a name for herself in the underworld. The two sisters of the Bai family were influential figures who doted on their younger brother excessively. Imo Han filled their glasses with alcohol. Xiao, you're not a child anymore. Aren't your sisters planning to find someone to marry you off?" "Oh, Xiao Han, what are you talking about?" Bai Xiao's cheeks flushed as he clinked glasses with Imo Han. He wished for that, but his sisters would not allow it. They always insisted he was still young and that there was no rush, having turned away many suitors seeking to form an alliance with the Bai family. After a couple more drinks, their conversation flowed freely in the dim light. Lin Yin was seated in the booth next to them, quietly eavesdropping on their banter. Timing her approach, she stood up and walked over, her face lighting up with feigned surprise as she exclaimed, "Xiao Han, Xiao, what a coincidence. What brings you both here?" Imo Han turned to the sound, his brow furrowing. "Lin Yin, what is she doing here?" Bai Xiao, unable to bear Lin Yan's acting skills, greeted her with a wave and invited her to join. Lin Yin took the seat beside Imo Han without hesitation. Imo Han, speechless, shifted slightly away from her, clearly indicating that Bai Xiao's space was larger. "Why did you sit next to me?" Lin Yin noticed Imo Han's movement and felt a pang of disappointment. After they settled in, an awkward silence ensued. With neither party speaking, Bai Xiao, wanting to break the ice, tried to engage Lin Yin and Imo Han in conversation. After a few exchanges, Bai Xiao sighed inwardly. Realizing the futility of the situation, the two seemed unable to connect on any topic. Reluctantly, he excused himself under the pretense of needing to use the restroom, leaving the two alone. Before departing, he gave Lin Yin a look that said, "I've done my best to help you." Grateful, Lin Yin nodded in acknowledgement. Once Bai Xiao left, she inched closer to Imo Han. "Xiao Han, how have you been lately?" "Not bad," Imo Han replied succinctly, a faint smile creeping onto his lips as he thought of his time with Xiao Bingchen. "Oh, I see. The Imo family has given you a hard time, has it?" "Not really. After all, we all share the surname Imo. They probably don't want to make things too awkward." Imo Han had not been paying much attention to matters concerning the Imo family lately. "Is that so? Perhaps you should reconsider my earlier proposal. The Lin Group would welcome your involvement at any time." Lin Yin spoke earnestly. Imo Han sighed, wondering what Lin Yin was truly after. Could it be that she had developed feelings for him? Just as he was about to refuse, he met Lin Yin's pleading gaze, which made him feel rather uncomfortable. "Come on, you're the formidable president of the Lin Group. Where did your persona go?" "Lin Yin, let us not pursue this topic any further." "All right then." Lin Yan's voice was tinged with disappointment. Gathering her thoughts, she decided to be direct. "Xiao Han, what do you think of me as a person?" Imo Han was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. After a moment's contemplation, he offered an awkward yet polite smile. "President Lin, I believe you are quite a good person at least. Imohan felt that Lin Yin had been pleasant in their recent encounters. However, his response appeared to disappoint Lin Yin further. Undeterred, she pressed on to, if I were to pursue you, would you consider giving me a chance? Imohan furrowed his brow, his tone growing more subdued. President Lin, please have some self-respect that I am already married. Chapter 24. A design. Lin Yan's heart sank at his words, and she hastily replied, but you and Xiao Bingchen are merely tied by a name. Imohan's frown deepened. Who told you that? She is my wife. We are legally married. Lin Yan's heart grew colder. While she had suspected the two shared a close bond, Imohan's explicit acknowledgement made it evident how much Xiao Bingchen meant to him. Seeing Lin Yan fall silent, Imohan felt no desire to linger, but with her blocking the way, he found himself trapped in an awkward situation. President Lin, please move aside. I need to leave. Lin Yan seemed not to hear him. Perhaps she had, but she was unwilling to let Imohan go just like that. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao was encountering a minor issue on his side. Upon exiting the restroom, he inadvertently bumped into a drunken woman. Once he recognized her, his brow furrowed in dismay. Gushi, what are you doing here? Upon seeing Bai Xiao, Gushi's eyes lit up. In the past, she would have undoubtedly avoided provoking him, but now, she reached out to touch his face. Bai Xiao narrowed his eyes, swiftly lifting his foot to kick her in the knee. Ouch! Gushi winced, the alcohol-induced haze lifting significantly. She contemplated retaliating. She remembered the warnings from home, and, with a flick of her eyes, said, considering your sister's standing, I won't hold this against you. With that, she limped away. Bai Jiao disdainfully curled his lips, clearly one to embellish his own image. After Bai Jiao departed, Gushi stepped out from a corner, her expression dark and uncertain. After a moment's hesitation, as if resolving to make a decision, she promptly summoned the steward of the establishment. The steward, naturally acquainted with Gu Shi, given that the establishment was under the Gu family's ownership, leaned in as she whispered a few words into his ear, satisfied that he understood her intent. She allowed him to leave. Casting a glance at Bai Jiao's location from a distance, Gu Shi revealed a wicked smile. Meanwhile, upon returning to the booth, Bai Jiao sensed an unusual tension between the three of them and quickly poured drinks for Imohan and Lin Yan. Attempting to smooth things over, both Imohan and Lin Yan graciously downed their drinks. The trio continued their idle chatter, with Imohan seizing an opportunity to mention his desire to procure a batch of music equipment through Bai Chun. That's simple. I'll just have a word with my elder sister later, Bai Jiao replied readily. Xiaohan, you're interested in music? Lin Yan turned, her brow furrowed in curiosity, as she couldn't recall Imohan ever expressing such a passion. Well, I have some ideas and want to give it a try, Imohan replied somewhat evasively, eager to leave now that the business was concluded and return home to his beloved wife. Just as Lin Yan was about to speak again, the steward of the establishment approached their booth, carrying a bottle of Romanicani to Mr. Bai. This is a gesture of apology from Miss Gu. She has already settled your bill for today. The steward stated before placing the bottle down and departing. Imohan and Lin Yan exchanged puzzled glances, and Bai Jiao briefly recounted the preceding events, dismissively waving his hand. Consider her perceptive. I won't bother my second sister with a reprimand. Imohan and Lin Yan understood the underlying implications, for among the younger generation in Luo Chuan, few could claim immunity from Bai Ran's lessons. Come, this is our house special. We must indulge. Bai Jiao declared, already pouring drinks for the three of them. Imohan and Lin Yan did not hesitate, clinking their glasses together and sipping delicately. Before long, the bottle was empty, and both Imohan and Bai Jiao felt pleasantly tipsy. Neither were heavy drinkers, and according to their usual habits, this gathering was nearing its end. Lin Yan, however, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, continued to drink deeply, lost in her own thoughts. Bai Jiao offered a few words of caution, but Lin Yan seemed oblivious. This left Bai Jiao feeling somewhat awkward, and he subtly gestured for Imohan to interject. Clearing his throat, Imohan ventured, Lin, it's about time we take our leave. Upon hearing his voice, Lin Yan turned, her gaze softening as she beheld the face she longed for, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Yes, it is time to go. As she spoke, Lin Yan swayed slightly, losing her balance and leaning toward Imohan, who swiftly reached out to steady her. Looking up, Lin Yan's gaze was hazy as she fixated on Imohan's profile. Xiaohan, I truly cannot be without you. Lin, you're intoxicated, Imohan replied, casting a glance at Bai Jiao, who quickly moved to support Lin Yin from the other side. No, I'm not drunk. You know, I dream of seeing you, but fate has played a cruel joke on me. Why is it that the one you choose is not me? Lin Yin murmured, attempting to touch Mo Han's cheek, only to be evaded. Mo Han and Bai Jiao exchanged helpless glances, realizing Lin Yin was now speaking incoherently. It was evident she had truly overindulged. The two supported her as they made their way outside. The bar's dim lighting concealed Gu Shi's initial inability to discern who Bai Jiao was with. But as they drew closer, she inwardly exclaimed in delight, realizing she had struck gold, not expecting to see Luo Chuan's most beautiful woman present. She had clearly observed the three consuming that bottle of wine. And although she hadn't clearly seen Lin Yin due to her lowered head, it mattered little to her. Instinctively swallowing, Gu Shi signaled to her subordinates, who immediately feigned drunkenness and positioned themselves to block Mo Han and the others. Buying time, get out of the way, Mo Han exclaimed, growing impatient as they obstructed his path. For reasons unknown, he felt a wave of heat coursing through him, eager to exit, and he could distinctly sense Lin Yin's rising body temperature beside him. Through the dim light, he noticed Bai Jiao's face had turned a deep crimson, coupled with the unexpected blockade. Mo Han realized they had likely fallen into a trap. Xiao Jiao, call your bodyguards inside, he urged. Bai Jiao, not oblivious, quickly grasped the situation upon Mo Han's reminder and his own unusual sensations. He decisively pressed the emergency button, and the bodyguards waiting outside the establishment received the alert and rushed in, only to be met by Gu Shi's prearranged personnel. Although Bai Jiao's bodyguards were all elite fighters handpicked by Bai Ran, they were soon overwhelmed by sheer numbers, quickly finding themselves restrained. On the other hand, Mo Han's group was in dire straits, the heat within them intensifying, and Lin Yin unconsciously leaned closer to Mo Han. Chapter 25. Overflowing affection. Mo Han struggled to fend off Lin Yin's advances while simultaneously supporting the now weakening Bai Jiao. All while battling the overwhelming heat within him. In the shadows, Gu Shi calculated her timing before boldly stepping out to approach the trio. As she drew nearer, she raised her hand, about to seize Mo Han and Bai Jiao. Suddenly, a strong arm shot out from the side, tightly grasping Gu Shi's wrist. Before she could utter a word of protest, a powerful force struck her abdomen, and she was sent flying against the wall. Unconscious, simultaneously, Gu Shi's subordinates were also taken down by unknown assailants. Xiao Bingchen cast a cold glance in Gu Shi's direction before rushing to support Mo Han. Xiao Han, are you all right? At that moment, Mo Han's face was flushed, his vision blurry. Feeling the familiar presence draw near, he instinctively held on tightly. Xiao Bingchen knew they could not afford to delay any longer. She swiftly pressed several acupuncture points on Mo Han's body, then hoisted him up and dashed outside, instructing her companions, hand those two over to the Bai family's men outside. Yes, Mississippi in a haze. Mo Han felt a rush of wind beside him, making it difficult to breathe. The sensation arrived quickly and departed just as swiftly as his consciousness began to coalesce. He felt himself enveloped in a soft embrace that bore Xiao Bingchen's familiar scent. She laid him gently onto her bed, hurried to retrieve silver needles from the cabinet, and began to remove his outer garments. Just as her needles were about to strike, Mo Han seized her wrist. In an instant, Xiao Bingchen found herself spinning. And by the time she regained her bearings, Mo Han was on top of her, their faces mere inches apart. Feeling the heat of Mo Han's breath, Xiao Bingchen swallowed hard. Xiao Han, let me help you. Xiao Bingchen's pupils dilated as Mo Han's kiss ignited with fervor. Involuntarily, she succumbed to his rhythm, lost in the moment. By the time she snapped back to reality, most of their clothing lay in tatters. Gazing into Mo Han's eyes, filled with raw desire, she understood what was to come next. Silently hoping that once he regained his senses, he would not hold her accountable. Mo Han's breaths gradually calmed. Xiao Bingchen furrowed her brow momentarily before relaxing. The following events have been omitted for brevity. Readers are encouraged to use their imagination. The next day, when Mo Han opened his eyes, the sun had already risen high. He felt as though he had emerged from a wondrous dream, painful yet intertwined with pleasure. Leaving him in a state of blissful agony, struggling to sit up, he winced. Ouch! 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 Mo Han felt as if he were falling apart. Every inch of him ached. What's wrong, Xiao Han? Xiao Bingchen, having heard his voice, dashed into the room and rushed to his side. Supporting him, Han looked up at Xiao Bingchen. Noticing her complexion was rosy, her once youthful visage now infused with a captivating allure in that instant. He was entranced, momentarily forgetting his own discomfort. Xiao Bingchen felt a wave of shyness under his intense gaze, recalling the events of the previous night, her face flushing deeply. She had anticipated that Han, as a man, would prove to be more dominant than she as a woman. Had her physical constitution not been extraordinary, she might not have withstood his fervor in that frenzied state. What's wrong? Do I have a flower on my face? She asked, a rare hint of bashfulness coloring her features. No, it's simply that you are too beautiful, Han blurted out instinctively. Hearing his compliment, Xiao Bingchen felt an indescribable joy blossom within her. Looking at Han, she noticed his once hard demeanor had softened, imbued with a newfound gentleness that was undeniably alluring. Their eyes locked for a moment, and it was only then that Xiao Bingchen remembered the soup she had prepared for him. Gently propping him up before rushing to the kitchen, leaning against the headboard, Han pieced together fragmented memories of the previous night, feeling both grateful and regretful. However, having crossed that threshold, he could foresee a future filled with happiness beckoning him closer. As Han was lost in thought, Xiao Bingchen had already approached him, carrying a bowl of steaming soup. Here, Xiao Han, this is specially brewed for you. It will help you recover more swiftly. With utmost care, Xiao Bingchen blew gently on the hot soup before slowly offering it to Han. Watching her tenderly feed him, warmth blossomed in Han's heart. The bowl of soup was soon emptied. After returning the bowl, Xiao Bingchen settled back beside him. Having sought his permission, she extended her delicate hand and began to massage Han with focused attention. Han closed his eyes, quietly savoring the affection from his beloved wife. Unbeknownst to him, he soon drifted into slumber. When he awoke, the sky had darkened considerably. Han attempted to rise, noticing that the pain in his body had significantly subsided. At the bedside, Xiao Bingchen lay peacefully, her eyes closed. Observing her slightly fatigued visage, Han realized she too had exhausted herself. Moving quietly, he gently lifted Xiao Bingchen, and just as he laid her down comfortably, her drowsy eyes fluttered open. "Husband, you're awake. Are you still in discomfort?" Han smiled and leaned down to nuzzle her cheek. "I feel much better now. Thank you for your hard work today." "My dear wife." Xiao Bingchen embraced Han. "It's no trouble at all. It's what I ought to do." Noticing that night had fallen, Xiao Bingchen promptly leaped out of bed. "You must be hungry. I'll go prepare dinner right away." Han did not stop her, but instead strolled into the living room, watching Xiao Bingchen busily at work in the kitchen. He couldn't help but smile warmly. With such a wonderful wife, what more could a man wish for? Xiao Bingchen truly was the perfect partner in Han's eyes, fulfilling every expectation he had. Before long, a table filled with nutritious and hearty dishes was laid out. Having only consumed a bowl of restorative soup for lunch, Han found himself quite hungry, especially with Xiao Bingchen's culinary skills on display. "Husband, eat this. It's nourishing." "Wife, you should eat too. Don't just focus on me." That if anyone were to witness their interaction, they would undoubtedly be overwhelmed by the abundance of love they shared. After dinner, Han headed to the bathroom to wash up. Just as he lay down on the bed, the door creaked open slightly, and Xiao Bingchen poked her head in, her voice tinged with shyness. Can we sleep together tonight?" Han gazed at her intently, and just as she thought he might refuse, he smiled and patted the space beside him. "Come here." With his approval, Xiao Bingchen quickly slipped under the covers. Feeling her slightly damp breath against him, Han chuckled and held her tightly. Chapter 26. The decline of the Gu family. Inhaling the unique scent of Han, Xiao Bingchen wrapped her arms around him, blissfully closing her eyes. Han, captivated by her beauty, so close at hand, gently pressed a kiss upon her lips. "I love you." Xiao Bingchen's previously closed eyes fluttered open, her enchanting gaze locking onto Han's as a radiant smile spread across her face. "I love you too." Their eyes met, and a palpable warmth enveloped them. In the Lin family. After Lin Yin was sent to the hospital by the Bai family, she quickly regained consciousness, furious upon realizing that she was behind the scheme. Lin Yin felt humiliated, never imagining she would be outmaneuvered by the reckless Shi. Simultaneously, a wave of regret washed over her, knowing that Han had been taken away by Xiao Bingchen. She feared that their relationship had progressed beyond her reach. It was unbearable to think that she had lost her most cherished love despite the chance for a fresh start. peering into the inky darkness of the night. A profound gloom welled up within Xiao Bing-chun's eyes. Meanwhile, at the Bai family, Bai Yao's sister, Bai Chun, and Bai Ran, infuriated by their younger brother's plight, were seething with rage if it weren't for the restraint of their parents. Bai Ran would have already stormed the Gu residence to confront Gu Shi, seated on the living room sofa. Bai Chun adjusted her golden-rimmed glasses. Although her younger brother was unharmed, this matter could not simply be brushed aside. Let me handle this. I'll gather a few people, abduct Gu Shi, and toss her into the river under cover of night. The fierceness in Bai Ran's eyes was unmistakable. Hearing Bai Ran's words, Bai father smacked her lightly on the back. This is a society governed by law. Murder is a crime. To kill her so easily would be doing her a favor. Bai Chun, sitting beside them, took a sip of her tea, while Bai father glanced back and forth between his calm eldest daughter and the wrathful second daughter. Feeling an overwhelming sense of worry, he looked toward Bai mother, signaling her to intervene. Bai mother, catching the hint, cleared her throat and spoke slowly. This matter indeed cannot be simply forgiven, but the Gu family is not to be trifled with if we wish to act against Gu Shi. We must be cautious and deliberate. Bai Chen cast a glance at Bai mother, placing her teacup down as she stood to leave. That I will take care of this. You two, and little Ran, should refrain from getting involved. Bai Chun happened to possess certain information related to the Gu family, and she felt it was time to put it to use. The Gu family. Gu Shi had gotten into trouble and was now locked away. Gu mother and Gu father were utterly disappointed with their wayward daughter, who seemed to be a constant source of trouble at times. They wished they could just start over. Unfortunately, Gu mother had squandered her youth and health in her reckless days. And Gu Shi was the only child she had fought so hard to keep. Little Shi truly is your daughter. She has surpassed all expectations, Gu father remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Gu mother did not retort, but sighed. Now that the situation has unfolded, we must consider how to quickly make amends with the Bai and Lin families. Make amends? The Lin family is relatively easy to placate. But do you have any idea how much the Bai family dotes on that youngest son? Gu father shook his head, clearly at a loss. That Gu mother was troubled, and, after a long silence, resolved to sacrifice some interests to seek peace. However, unbeknownst to her, as she made this determination, the Bai, Yi, and Lin families, along with the Shao family from Mo City, and a force with military connections, had quietly begun to encircle the Gu family. As Mo Han opened his eyes, he was greeted by the flawless visage of Xiao Bing-chun. Unable to resist, he leaned in for a kiss. Hey, stop it. Let me rest a bit longer. Xiao Bing-chun's voice was languid, filled with exhaustion. Although she had led the earlier part of the night, once Mo Han got into the groove, she found herself at a disadvantage, feeling as if she had lost her dignity as a strong woman. Mo Han rose with a grin, stretching his limbs, revealing his well-defined abs. There was no denying that his previous workouts were paying off, especially in this world where men had shorter cooldowns between encounters. Mo Han felt almost invincible. After a moment's thought, Mo Han decided to prepare breakfast himself as a treat for his wife. However, upon entering the kitchen, he was immediately confronted with a myriad of unfamiliar bottles and jars. What on earth are all these? What can I even cook? Just as he was pondering this predicament, Xiao Bing-chun, now dressed and yawning, approached him, chuckling at his bewildered expression. All right, you can step out. I'll handle this. Mo Han nodded awkwardly. His culinary skills extended only to instant noodles. Before long, Xiao Bing-chun returned with 2 beautifully prepared plates of breakfast. Mo Han stared in awe at the exquisite presentation, realizing that if he had attempted this, it would have turned into a messy disaster. Stop staring and eat, Xiao Bing-chun said with a playful smile, lifting a small piece of fried egg to Mo Han's lips. Instinctively, he opened his mouth. Come on, open wide. Seeing that Xiao Bing-chun was intent on continuing, Mo Han rolled his eyes and took the chopsticks from her hand. What are you doing? I'm not a child. You eat yours. Xiao Bing-chun said nothing, simply watching him with a smile as she began to eat from her own plate. Ding dong. At that moment, Xiao Bing-chun's phone chimed. After a brief hesitation, she picked it up to check the message. Xiao Zhan. The operation against the Gu family is proceeding smoothly. The Bai, Yi, and Lin families, along with a mysterious force, are all taking action simultaneously. Xiao Bing-chun was taken aback. When had the Gu family offended so many? It was understandable for the Bai and Lin families to act, but why was the Yi family involved? Could it be that little Yi One had a hand in this? And who was this mysterious force? Noticing Xiao Bing-chun's sudden silence, Imohan waved his hand in front of her face. What are you thinking about? Oh, it's nothing, she replied, shaking her head and deciding not to dwell on it. Imohan found her secretive demeanor puzzling, but chose not to pry further. After breakfast, he sent a message to Bai Yao, inquiring about his well-being. Bai Yao quickly replied with a small white cat emoji, indicating that he was doing well. Relieved, Imohan then asked about the matter he had entrusted to Bai Chun. Meanwhile, having just finished breakfast, Bai Yao lay on his bed, feet propped up, suddenly smacking his forehead as he realized he had forgotten about it. He immediately called his sister, explaining Imohan's request, and Bai Chun, knowing Imohan was a good friend of her brother, readily agreed to help. After a moment's thought, she instructed Bai Yao to tell Imohan to come directly to the Bai D group in the afternoon. Bai Yu sighed with relief, relaying the message to Imohan and sharing his sister's contact information. Chapter 27. Self-reporting Imohan's friend request was swiftly approved by Bai Chin. The two exchanged polite greetings and arranged a meeting time for the afternoon before concluding their conversation. Rising from his seat, Imohan realized that since Bai Chan would assist him with the equipment, the next step would be to secure a venue. During his recent outing with Xiao Bingchen, he had diligently surveyed various locations and had already set his sights on an office building not far from his own residential area. Picking up his phone, Imohan dialed a number, and the call connected almost immediately. After a brief exchange, they agreed to meet shortly to discuss the details of the rental price. Dear, I'm stepping out for a bit, Imohan informed Xiao Bingchen as he prepared to leave. Xiao Bingchen, still drowsy, mumbled a response before falling silent once more. Unable to resist the charm of his sleepy wife, Imohan gently kissed her forehead before departing. The CAF they had agreed upon was conveniently nearby. Imohan arrived in roughly 10 minutes. After finding a suitable spot, he waited for a moment until a middle-aged woman in formal attire entered. She quickly spotted Imohan sitting by the window and approached him with purposeful strides. I am Zhang Xiao. You must be Imohan. Imohan nodded slightly, indicating for her to take a seat. Zhang Xiao observed the young and handsome Imohan, feeling a bit anxious due to his commanding presence. However, Imohan didn't prolong the pleasantries. After a brief negotiation, they settled on a yearly rental price of 300,000 for the office space. Zhang Xiao was satisfied with this figure, considering her office's proximity to the residential area, a location generally overlooked by larger companies. With the price finalized, Zhang Xiao retrieved a contract from her bag. After Imohan reviewed it without any issues, they both signed, making the agreement official, and he transferred the payment. Once Zhang Xiao departed, Imohan picked up his phone and called Ding, and I've sent you the location. Please bring your team to install the sign. Understood. It turned out that after Mo Qianshun and his associates took over the Mo Corporation, a considerable number of employees, including Ding En, had resigned. Upon learning of Ding En's departure, Imohan promptly reached out to ask if he would be willing to continue as his secretary assistant, to which Ding En readily agreed. Imohan had faith in his capabilities, entrusting him with the various preparations for the new company's registration. The name of Imohan's new company, Ching Chung Entertainment, had been suggested by Ding En, who believed it perfectly matched his boss's persona. Imohan took a sip of his coffee. With the venue secured and the equipment issues to be resolved in the afternoon at the Bai D group, and with Ding En gathering a group of former Mo employees to assist, the next step was to recruit a team of musical talents. Imohan tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Graduation season was approaching, and he could make an early trip to Luochuan Music Academy to scout for promising candidates. After all, Luochuan Music Academy was renowned throughout Longhua for its exceptional talent cultivation. A sudden thought crossed his mind, and Imohan smiled. He was still a student at Luochuan University himself, and a visit to his alma mater might yield substantial rewards. With a plan solidified, he felt confident moving forward. With the accumulated knowledge from 2 lifetimes, Imohan's future was destined for greatness. By the time Imohan returned home, it was already noon. Xiao Bingchen had prepared a meal. Darling, what were you busy with this morning? She asked. Business for the company, he replied. Xiao Bingchen had heard of Imohan's plans to start his own firm and fully supported his ambition. It would be a waste for someone of his talent to remain idle at home. Oh, is there anything you need help with? Imohan cast her a quizzical glance. His little wife wanted to help. Did she intend to confront him? I am the Dragon King. The 3-year term has come to an end. Coughing lightly, Imohan chuckled at his own thoughts. Why are you laughing? Xiao Bingchen shot him an exasperated look. Cough. It's nothing. I just thought you were going to confront me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bingchen paused mid-bite, raising her head to look intently at Imohan. If you want to know, I'll tell you. Seeing her seriousness, Imohan quickly waved his hands. I don't want to know, as long as you're my little wife. That's all that matters. I'm not curious about anything else. What? Xiao Bingchen was at a loss. Did Imohan really think of her as merely a soft breadwinner? No way. Today, she had to correct his misconceptions. Fine, I won't pretend anymore that I'm the heir of the Xiao family in Modu. Before she could finish, Imohan swiftly shoved a bite of food into her mouth. Xiao Bingchen nearly choked, glaring at him in displeasure as she chewed and swallowed heavily, eager to speak. However, it seemed Imohan had predicted her reaction, as the next bite of food was already hovering at her lips. What could she do? Faced with his feeding, she could only oblige and swallow it down. Thus, Imohan continued to eat, while feeding Xiao Bingchen, uninterrupted, until the table was cleared. Leaning back in satisfaction, he patted his belly. Your cooking is truly excellent. Xiao Bingchen glared at him, a mix of irritation and pride in her gaze. I say, aren't you even a little curious? Imohan shook his head. Not curious at all. Really not even a bit curious? Xiao Bingchen asked, puzzled. Not curious is simply not curious, Imohan affirmed with certainty. All right then. Xiao Bingchen abandoned her earlier intentions of self-disclosure. Observing her slightly frustrated demeanor, Imohan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. His wife was indeed adorable. However, he quickly resumed a serious expression. While I'm not curious about your identity, I do wish to understand the soul within this body, Imohan added, pointing to his head. Xiao Bingchen rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. What did Imohan mean? Was he testing her? But hadn't she already given him her assurance, while she felt a hint of curiosity? It was not overwhelming. She gestured with her thumb and index finger, indicating it was just a smidgen. Seeing her cautious demeanor, Imohan smiled. All right, I actually come from it. Imohan didn't want to suppress his character while interacting with Xiao Bingchen. Given her observational skills, she had likely guessed some things already, so he decided to be forthright. As Imohan recounted his story, Xiao Bingchen's eyes widened in astonishment. Despite her earlier suspicions, hearing Imohan confirm it left her with a sense of profound shock. Once he finished, she stared blankly for a moment before asking, doesn't your situation qualify as a parallel universe's counterpart? Why would you tell me? Aren't you afraid? At this point, Xiao Bingchen abruptly fell silent. Chapter 28. Procuring musical equipment. Imohan smiled gently and moved beside Xiao Bingchen, embracing her. Whether you believe it or not, I have a feeling that I was meant for you. From the moment I laid eyes on you, my heart and soul chose you, unchanging for this lifetime. Looking into Imohan's earnest gaze, Xiao Bingchen felt deeply moved. At that moment, she realized that no amount of words could express her feelings for him. With a sudden burst of strength, she lifted Imohan and carried him towards the bedroom. They needed an intimate collision of flesh and soul. 2 hours later, Imohan looked at the peacefully sleeping Xiao Bingchen and found himself both amused and bewildered. This girl was truly inexperienced yet playful. Despite not having fully recovered, she still insisted on proving her strength. While he didn't quite understand, he respected her determination. Glancing at the time, Imohan quickly changed into a crisp white casual outfit and drove to by D Group. After more than half an hour, he arrived at his destination. Upon entering the reception area, the staff momentarily froze when Imohan removed his mask. After introducing himself, the receptionist courteously invited him into the president's exclusive elevator. Arriving at Bai Chen's office, Imohan lightly knocked on the door. Come in, a cool female voice called from within. Imohan entered to find a striking woman in a white suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Sister Chun, I apologize for being late due to some personal matters, he explained softly, realizing the inappropriateness of his tardiness while seeking assistance, though Bai Chun had frequently heard her brother speak of Imohan. This was their first face-to-face meeting. Upon looking up, she was momentarily stunned by Imohan's striking appearance. His looks could easily overshadow even the top-tier celebrities under her management. After a brief pause, Bai Chun quickly regained her composure and shook her head with a smile. It's all right. She pressed a button to summon 2 cups of coffee from her secretary and gestured for Imohan to take a seat on the sofa. As they drew closer, Bai Chun marveled inwardly. She had always heard of Imohan being the most beautiful person in Luochuan, and seeing him in person confirmed the rumors. Among all the celebrities she had encountered, none could surpass Imohan in both beauty and charisma, and finding someone comparable was a challenge. Unconsciously leaning a bit closer to Mo Han, she inhaled the unique scent of his masculine cologne. Becoming slightly entranced, the secretary soon arrived with the coffee, stealing glances at Mo Han before departing. Noticing Bai Chun's lingering gaze, Mo Han coughed lightly. "Sister Chun, is there something on my face?" Bai Chun blushed slightly. Hastily steering the conversation back to business, "I heard from Xiao that you need a batch of musical equipment. With great intent, I plan to establish an entertainment company." Mo Han did not conceal his ambitions. Articulating his plans in detail, Bai Chun, having labored in this industry for many years, was keen to offer guidance. Recognizing that such insights could help Mo Han avoid many pitfalls, Bai Chun listened intently, occasionally providing suggestions, and as he absorbed Mo Han's forward-thinking ideas, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. In truth, many of Mo Han's concepts were derived from his previous experience as an entertainment director, having worked at a leading entertainment firm that served as a beacon in the industry. Their exchange lasted over an hour, during which Bai Chun's perception of Mo Han transformed. While she had previously heard whispers of his talents during his tenure at the Mo family business, she had dismissed them as mere trifles. However, after their substantive discussion, she realized that Mo Han had been constrained by the inadequacies of the Mo family's enterprise. It was undeniable that Bai Chun felt a stirring interest in Mo Han's commercial vision, prompting her to consider inviting him to join the Bai D group. Mo Han, would you consider becoming a part of our Bai D group? If you are willing, I could readily relinquish my position as president for you. And I assure you, your share will not be diminished. Mo Han's lips twitched in surprise that I sought your assistance, yet you wish to recruit me? Without a moment's hesitation, he shook his head. "Sister Chun, you overestimate my capabilities." "No, it is you who fail to recognize your own value," Bai Chun replied, her gaze towards Mo Han reminiscent of someone eyeing a treasure-laden gold mine. Mo Han sighed. "Sister Chun, collaboration is feasible, but joining the Bai D group is out of the question." Upon witnessing Mo Han's resolute demeanor, Bai Chun understood that her proposition was in vain. Through their brief interaction, she recognized that Mo Han was not one to willingly assume a subordinate role. "Very well, I acknowledge my abruptness," she thought. Feeling a pang of regret as Mo Han sensed Bai Chun's withdrawal, he exhaled with relief and shifted the conversation to equipment matters. Enthused by their discussion, Bai Chun nearly forgot this topic and stood up to personally escort Mo Han for a tour. Believing that first-hand experience was essential to assess the quality of the equipment as they exited the office, they drew the attention of numerous employees, who were astonished to witness their president displaying such warmth towards an individual. Upon recognizing Mo Han's striking appearance, their initial confusion transformed into understanding. As employees of an entertainment company, they had grown somewhat immune to high beauty standards, yet Mo Han's charm was undeniably captivating. "Wow, where did our president find such a gem?" one employee exclaimed. "Who knows? But surely he isn't just an ethereal being descended from the heavens," another speculated. "Wait, doesn't he look familiar?" queried a third. "Indeed, isn't this Mo Han, the former iceberg president of the Mo family? He is far more stunning in person," another chimed in. "Absolutely. This must be the legendary beauty of Luo Chuan," a final employee added, listening to the employees' chatter. Bai Chun shot a sheepish glance at Mo Han and quickly signaled her assistant, who promptly departed to admonish the staff to cease their unseemly behavior. Mo Han remained unfazed. He had grown accustomed to such attention during his time at the Mo family business. He was grateful for the safeguards of a lawful society as for hiring bodyguards. That matter needed addressing again. The previous aide, Qin Ran, had been quite commendable. He would instruct Ding to reach out to her shortly. Upon entering the elevator, Mo Han and Bai Chun soon arrived at the floor designated for music equipment. Each room had been meticulously soundproofed to allow music creators to focus on their craft. Bai Chun elucidated the features to Mo Han, who nodded in appreciation, recognizing the effort Bai D Group had invested in this level. During their tour, Bai Chun inquired about Mo Han's procurement budget. Mo Han, somewhat shy, extended a hand. "50 million, right? That allows for a considerable selection." "Ahem, Sister Chun, it's actually 500,000, he interjected awkwardly. Bai Chun momentarily paused, donning an embarrassed yet polite smile, given that the company was still in its nascent stages. 500,000 for music equipment was indeed substantial. Proceeding, Bai Chun began to recommend items within the 500,000 budget, while Mo Han tested each piece, observing his adeptness with the various music devices. Bai Chun silently praised his preparedness. After a thorough examination, Imo Han had formed his considerations. Bai Chun, with her connections, contacted manufacturers, securing not only a discount, but also a promise to deliver the equipment within 3 days. With the equipment arrangements settled, Imo Han felt a wave of relief wash over him. Checking the time, he turned to Bai Chun. Sister Chun, it's getting late. Shall we go out for a meal? Bai Chun readily agreed, though her secretary, who had intended to remind her of a prior engagement, could only remain silent in light of Bai Chun's demeanor. As they approached the elevator, the door to a recording studio swung open. Releasing a cacophony of noise, both turned to see a near altercation brewing within. Bai Chun exchanged a glance with Imo Han, signaling him to wait, and strode confidently into the studio. What on earth is going on here? Her authoritative voice commanded immediate attention, halting the discord. Upon noticing their president's presence, the noise dissipated instantly. Two junior supervisors exchanged glances and stepped forward to explain the situation to Bai Chun. Imo Han, standing nearby, caught every detail that it appeared they were embroiled in a heated debate over the song selection for the Bai D Group's investment in the drama, Deming. Originally, the project had been assigned to Dream Butterfly Music Company for arrangement. But dissatisfaction with their submissions and internal issues had led to the project reverting to Bai D. Now, the musicians under Bai D were divided, some advocating for classical instruments while others favored Western instruments. And without a consensus, progress stalled. Bai Chun rubbed her temples, aware that substantial investment had gone into Deming, necessitating careful selection. With the premiere approaching, time was of the essence. Yet the ongoing bickering was counterproductive. Just as she contemplated how to mediate, Imo Han approached her side and softly whispered, Sister Chun, I have a melody that might be suitable. Perhaps they could give it a try, though Bai Chun initially hesitated to accept. She recognized Imo Han's goodwill, and, bolstered by her growing admiration for him, she nodded in agreement. With Bai Chun's approval, Imo Han swiftly moved to the whiteboard, his hand flying across it as he composed. The others watched in surprise as Bai Chun offered a brief explanation, leading to furrowed brows among the group. However, with Bai Chun present, they refrained from voicing any objections in silence. They observed as Imo Han skillfully sketched out his ideas. A few began to hum along to the melody he had outlined. Life's journey is so sorrowful, flowers fall, leading to heartbreak, while you and I are worlds apart. As they hummed, their eyes lit up with excitement. Captivated by the brilliance of the composition, although Bai Chun could not join in the melody, the lyrics alone left her in awe. Before long, Imo Han completed his piece and turned to the mesmerized audience. Offering a gentle smile. In that moment, a line of poetry echoed in their minds. A glance back, a smile, 100 charms arise, while the beauties of the palace fade in comparison. Wonderful, Bai Chun exclaimed. Unsure if she praised the person or the composition, the others quickly echoed her sentiments. Indeed, truly marvelous. For all the praise, Imo Han simply nodded, allowing the room to settle before he began to explain the various instruments required to fully realize the piece and how to interpret it. When he mentioned the opening lines, a musician with a background in opera could not resist trying a few notes. Her attempt sent shivers down the spines of those nearby, and Imo Han's eyes brightened. This was precisely the feeling he sought. The moment she realized all eyes were on her, she grew bashful and fell silent, fearing she had erred. Exactly. That's the feeling, Imo Han affirmed, prompting her to straighten her posture with newfound confidence. Bai Chun, witnessing this, clapped her hands lightly. Since everyone is familiar with the score, why not get started? At her cue, the group sprang into action, quickly arranging themselves as the accompaniment began. The lead vocalist joined in. Life's journey is so sorrowful. Imo Han nodded in approval. Recognizing the talent among Bai D's musicians, as the song reached its crescendo, the blend of operatic tones and accompaniment resonated deeply within the hearts of all present. Flowers bloom and wither. It's you who fades in and out, day by day. In that moment, emotions surged, leaving everyone spellbound. Bai Chun, standing beside Imo Han, felt a twinge of sorrow, confusion, and loneliness wash over her, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards the man who was so intently absorbed in the music. Her heart raced. Imo Han was undeniably appealing, striking a chord within her that she had not anticipated. As the final notes of the piece faded away, a myriad of thoughts swirled in the minds of the audience. Ensnared by the profound allure of music, it possesses the remarkable ability to subtly entwine itself with one's emotions, stirring the heartstrings in unexpected moments. Mo Han, clearing his throat gently, beckoned the audience back to reality, articulating the minor shortcomings he had just observed. Noticing their earnestness and taking notes, he nodded in satisfaction. Turning to Bai Chun, who was momentarily lost in thought, he waved a hand in front of her. Sister Chun, shall we be on our way? Oh, all right, Bai Chun replied, her mind still adrift as she followed Mo Han's lead out of the venue. Walking side by side, she pondered deeply, occasionally glancing at him from the corner of her eye. With thoughts of her parents' persistent nudges towards marriage, Bai Chun resolved quietly within herself. Mo Han, oblivious to her disquiet, was engrossed in updating his beloved wife through the screen, their exchange brimming with affection. The hotel, conveniently booked by Ding In, was located merely 5 or 6 minutes from the Bai D group, the dining table. Mo Han expressed his gratitude once more for Bai Chen's assistance that day. It's nothing, just a mutual favor, she replied with a shake of her head. As they clinked their glasses and engaged in light conversation, Mo Han sensed a hint of concern shadowing Bai Chen's demeanor. Her glances laden with unspoken thoughts. Citing his poor tolerance for alcohol, he brought their meal to a close. Bai Chen offered to escort him home, but he politely declined, and she refrained from insisting. Understanding that this was merely their first meeting, with many more days ahead. Chapter 30. Returning to school upon arriving back at the office, Bai Chun promptly dialed her younger brother, Bai Xiao's number. The call was swiftly answered, revealing Bai Xiao's slightly impatient tone. Sister, I'm busy. What do you need? Xiao, I have never asked you for a favor in my life, she began earnestly. Bai Xiao, putting aside his game, shifted from a reclining to a sitting position. Sister, just say what you need. You're making me anxious. Taking a deep breath, Bai Chun inquired, what are Mo Han's usual preferences? What type of women does he like? Sister, you can't possibly be developing feelings for Xiao Han. Can you? Yes, oh my heavens. You've only met once, and now you want to make my brother your husband. What do you know? I am deeply captivated by his talent. Just admit you're attracted to his looks. No need to disguise it as admiration for his talent. Ahem, I confess I was indeed struck by his appearance at first, but do you really think I am so superficial? This is a genuine affection, starting with his looks and deepening through his talent. I'm certain this is love. Bai Chun, somewhat flustered, unintentionally slipped into dialect with her last statement. Listen to me. Mo Han is a man you cannot have. Lin Yin is such an exceptional woman, and even she couldn't win him over. I doubt you stand a chance. Bai Chun was taken aback. Lin Yin also likes Mo Han. Of course, during the last outing. It was Lin Yin who asked me to arrange for her to meet Mo Han. What does Mo Han think of her? He kept his distance from her the entire time. It seems he has no spark with her at all. Besides, Mo Han is already married. Why are both of you so keen on pursuing a married man? Is he the Mo family son-in-law that has been circulating rumors about? Didn't they say those two lived together for over 2 years without even holding hands? Sister, that information is outdated. I personally asked Xiao Han, and their relationship is quite good. Bai Chun felt a twinge of embarrassment. Could it be that her romantic hopes had been dashed before they even began? Sister, are you all right? I'm fine. I have to hang up now. Leaning back in her chair, Bai Chun needed a moment to collect herself. It was rare for her to feel this way, only to have it all come crashing down. With a hint of inebriation, she gazed out the window, lost in contemplation. Upon entering the door, Mo Han was immediately enveloped by the warm embrace of his beloved wife. Everything has been taken care of, he replied with a smile, gently nuzzling Xiao Bingchen's forehead. Frowning slightly, she sniffed the air. You smell of someone else, doi. Mo Han raised a hand to check, unable to detect anything amiss. Xiao Bingchen nodded assertively. You do. Without waiting for his response, she scooped him up. I need to wash you. Rolling his eyes, Mo Han thought to himself how adept she was at finding excuses. Soon, the sound of running water filled the bathroom. Xiao Bingchen, I advise you to be gentle. What did you say? I can't hear you. Gradually, the sound of water was intermingled with something more unusual. An hour later, as Mo Han was drying Xiao Bingchen's hair, he grumbled, I will never wash with you again. It wastes too much water. Xiao Bingchen turned around, embracing him tightly. Their heights were nearly the same, their breaths mingling in the air. Did you not enjoy that? Mo Han, gazing into her sultry eyes, felt a lump in his throat. I did. But before he could finish, Xiao Bingchen captured his lips, unwilling to hear his further thoughts. Unbeknownst to them, Mo Han found himself pinned to the bed, and just as Xiao Bingchen prepared for a second round, He seized her. That's enough. We're sleeping in separate rooms tonight. With a slight frown, Xiao Bingchen asked. What? Are you already tired of me? Imohan hastily clarified, extending a finger to poke her waist gently. Of course not. I'm just worried you can't handle it. Xiao Bingchen instinctively rubbed her aching lower back, fire igniting in her eyes. Are you looking down on me? I am not. Imohan protested vehemently. Just as he was about to elaborate, Xiao Bingchen disregarded his words and lunged at him. Today, she was determined to reclaim her position as the wife. The room was instantly enveloped in a haze of intimacy. Upon waking, Imohan received a message from Bai Chen, informing him that she had registered the copyright for his song, with both lyrics and composition attributed to Mr. M. As they had discussed the previous day, the production credits would feature Bai D Group alongside Ching Chung Entertainment, a move that would bolster the latter's reputation. While their relationship was mutually beneficial, Imohan felt immense gratitude towards Bai Chun for her support, especially as Ching Chung Entertainment was just starting out. With Bai D Group backing them, their brand influence would soar, paving the way for future business expansion. Sister Chen, I'll treat you and Xiao to a meal when you're free. Sounds great. That Imohan was somewhat reluctant to spend time alone with Bai Chun. Not out of vanity, but rather due to the unsettling way she had looked at him the previous day. That he sighed as he set down his phone. What a troublesome charm I possess. Pushing aside the covers, he called out in exasperation, What are you doing this early in the morning? A muffled voice emerged from beneath the blankets. WZIQZOSHN, Imohan chuckled, lifting the covers. Eat, eat, eat. Today I'll make sure you have your fill. After their morning exercise, Xiao Bingchen lay on the bed like a limp fish, utterly motionless. Imohan leaned against the headboard, resting his chin on his hand, contemplating taking her out for a walk. Ever since they had indulged together, her energy had been boundless. Yet if this continued, she would surely wear herself thin. Thankfully, in this world, men remain blissfully unaware of such vulnerabilities. Hey, rise and shine. You're coming out with me today. That Imohan gently patted Xiao Bingchen. With her face buried in the covers, she groaned. Where are we going? Back to Luo Chuan University with me. Huh? Xiao Bingchen lifted her head, puzzled, to collect my diploma and scout for some computer talent. This was crucial for Imohan's next steps. Realizing the importance, Xiao Bingchen sprang into action, quickly dressing. Minutes later, she returned with a lavish breakfast she had prepared. Imohan devoured it eagerly, having burned a considerable amount of energy and needing to replenish his strength. Witnessing Imohan enjoy her culinary efforts filled Xiao Bingchen with happiness. They soon set off. Imohan had already contacted the instructor, while Dingen was en route with dozens of employee contracts, headed for Luo Chuan University. Chapter 31. The Pursuer of Light. An hour later, Imohan met with Xiao Bingchen and Dingen in front of Luo Chuan University. Dingen observed their intertwined hands with curiosity and subtly approached Imohan. President, what is going on here? He glanced towards Xiao Bingchen. Internally, Dingen mused. This Imo family's son-in-law may be decent looking, but is he too much of a slacker? Could our esteemed president truly have fallen for her? Allow me to introduce my wife, Imohan declared confidently, raising their joined hands. Xiao Bingchen offered Dingen a friendly smile before turning her attention away. Dingen's eyes widened in disbelief. Heavens above, had their perfect president genuinely been captured by this suitor? Let us head inside. Imohan understood that Dingen's views were tainted by the previous owner's memories, leading to a lack of respect for Xiao Bingchen, who was perceived as a soft rice husband. He felt no need to clarify. He adored his wife, and that was sufficient. Imohan and Xiao Bingchen walked ahead. Dingen finally snapped back to reality and followed suit. As they journeyed along, Dingen observed the cheerful exchange between Imohan and Xiao Bingchen. Although a multitude of questions lingered in his mind, he resolved to offer his blessings since this was the choice of the president himself. With this thought, Dingen found solace. After all, the current outcome was far preferable to witnessing his president marry someone else one day. The trio traversed several academic buildings and approached the faculty office building. Imohan, well acquainted with the surroundings, arrived at the instructor's office and gently knocked on the door. Come in, a warm female voice called from within. Imohan opened the door and immediately spotted instructor Zhang Ying seated directly across from him. Despite Imohan wearing a mask, Zhang Ying recognized him instantly, rising quickly to greet him. Xiaohan, you're here. Come in. Imohan felt no need for formality. He recalled their amicable relationship. Zhang Ying was a few years older than the current cohort of students. and her amiable nature led everyone to affectionately refer to her as Sister Ing. Mo-han removed his mask and took a seat on the sofa alongside Xiao Bingchen and Dingen. Sister Ing, how have you been? He inquired. Well, it's been the same as usual. Zhang Ying briefly recounted her daily life at the school. Observing the increasingly mature and handsome Mo-han, she felt a wave of nostalgia as her gaze landed on the intertwined hands of Mo-han and Xiao Bingchen. Leading her to form a tentative assumption, Mo-han listened attentively, and when Zhang Ying finished speaking, he introduced his wife, Xiao Bingchen, and his assistant. Ding and Zhang Ying nodded in acknowledgement, and upon confirming her suspicions, she lingered her gaze on Xiao Bingchen a moment longer, teasingly remarking, Our school's flower has found a partner. You must treat her well. Xiao Bingchen smiled in response. I cherish him dearly. How could I ever mistreat him? That's good to hear, Zhang Ying replied with a chuckle, shifting the topic as she retrieved Mo-han's graduation certificate from her drawer and handed it to him. Xiao Han, you were the most outstanding student I ever taught. It's a pity you couldn't continue in this field. Mo-han accepted the certificate, saying, Sister Ing, I came today to recruit some talent for our computer science department. Do you have any recommendations? Zhang Ying smiled as she produced a prepared list of students for Mo-han. With several names already circled, that I've given a heads up to a few from our class. The large classroom 749 is available. I'll notify them, and it'll be up to your skills to see how many you can take on. Thank you, Sister Ing, Mo-han expressed gratefully, knowing that her recommendations would undoubtedly consist of capable individuals, thus saving him the time of sifting through candidates himself. He glanced at the first name on the list, Chu Ying. Mo-han had a vivid impression of her. She was the only academic powerhouse in their class who had overshadowed him. Continuing down the list, he noted Du Fenglan, Song Guifu, and others, each a top student in their respective classes. Not long after Zhang Ying made the notifications, replies started to pour in. Let's go. I'll take you there, Zhang Ying said. Rising to lead the way, Mo-han followed closely with Xiao Bingchen and Dingen. Upon entering the academic building and navigating a few turns, they soon arrived at classroom 749. As the four entered, they found that many had already arrived, most of whom were from Mo-han's class. Mo-da's campus flower, long time no see. Chu Ying called out from the front row, raising her hand in greeting. Long time no see. You've matured even more, Mo-han replied sincerely. Over the course of more than 2 years, Chu Ying had indeed changed significantly. Noticing Mo-han's newfound affability, others in the room began to wave at him. Mo-da's campus flower. Do you still remember me? One called out. And me. We sat together in class. I'm his loyal follower. The atmosphere quickly spiraled out of control, with various comments blending into a cacophony. Mo-han awkwardly nodded in response. At his side, Xiao Bingchen, witnessing Mo-han's popularity, quietly took his hand, asserting her claim. The crowd, seeing this, displayed expressions of discontent. Who was this person daring to hold their idol's hand? Mo-han raised the hand he held with Xiao Bingchen, smiling at everyone. This is my wife. Xiao Bingchen. The room erupted in astonishment. Those who had just entered were left bewildered, questioning what had just transpired. Du Fenglan and Song Guifu settled next to the visibly gloomy Chu Ying. Hey, Lao Chu. What's going on? Chu Ying remained silent, her eyes fixated on the clasped hands of Mo-han and Xiao Bingchen. It was a voice from the back that provided an explanation. The idol is taken. Our dreams are dashed. Wait, are you serious? Du Fenglan exclaimed, stunned. They had come to see their idol, but upon entry, they were met with such shocking news. Their university's aloof flower, the ice-cold male god, had been whisked away just like that. The classroom was filled with lamentations. Zhang Ying observed the dramatic scene with amusement, and as the crowd settled, she raised her hand to quiet everyone, directing her attention back to Mo-han. Understanding her cue, Mo-han stepped forward. First and foremost, I sincerely thank you all for being here. Mo-han proceeded to outline his vision for Tsinghua Entertainment over the course of 10 minutes. Xiao Bingchen stood nearby. Captivated by Mo-han's confident demeanor, her eyes sparkling with admiration, Mo-han then addressed various questions posed by the audience, including those from Chu Ying and others. The essence of his message was simple: follow my lead, and you won't be disappointed. The attendees fell into contemplative silence after hearing Mo-han's bold plans. Some harbored doubts about their ability to bear such expectations. Zhang Ying, who had been listening intently throughout, was equally moved by Mo-han's envisioned future. Noticing the hesitation among the audience, Zhang Ying stepped forward, her voice gentle yet encouraging. Everyone, the greatest failure in life is to give up. Now, Xiao Han is offering you an opportunity. Do you truly not wish to seize it and soar? If you resent mediocrity, why not take a leap of faith? Believe that those who chase the light will eventually shine brightly. With Zhang Ying's words, the reactions varied. Chu Ying gazed at the self-assured Mo Han. Realizing that the light she sought was right before her, in that moment, she resolved that even if she could not reach that light, she would willingly become its shadow, following his dreams. In. Count me in. Me too. As Chu Ying voiced her commitment, others swiftly followed suit. Ding In, observing the excitement, eagerly distributed contracts, anxious that they might change their minds if he delayed even a moment. Mo Han silently commended Zhang Ying for successfully persuading the crowd, silently giving her a thumbs up. As the company was just starting out, he desperately needed a group of untainted talents. Zhang Ying smiled subtly, choosing not to disrupt the momentum, and quietly departed, her contributions remaining uncelebrated and unrecognized. Xiao Bingchun, witnessing their interaction, felt a twinge of jealousy. It seemed that as the illustrious heir of the Xiao family in the magical city, she had merely become a decorative figure in Mo Han's world. With a flicker of inspiration, Xiao Bingchun, seizing the moment while Mo Han was preoccupied, stepped outside the classroom and dialed a number. The call was answered almost instantaneously. Aunt Fu, please send me all the recent projects related to the entertainment industry that the Xiao family is involved in. Without further inquiry, the voice on the other end agreed. After hanging up, Xiao Bingchun quickly received multiple project files on her phone. Inside the classroom, now that everyone present was on the same team, Mo Han felt no need for secrecy. He began to elaborate on his expansive vision for the internet business landscape, dividing it into several key sectors: social networking, online entertainment, fintech, and most importantly, the artificial intelligence segment. The audience was taken aback by the breadth of Mo Han's ambitions, yet as they listened to his descriptions, they felt as though they were glimpsing the future. Naturally, they did not merely listen. Several individuals with active minds eagerly contributed their thoughts, among whom a male student named Ji Jianyuan left a particularly strong impression on Mo Han. After engaging in lively discussion for over half an hour, igniting the enthusiasm of the attendees, Mo Han then assigned them detailed tasks. Only then did he notice that Xiao Bingchun was missing. Hastily exiting the classroom, he found her leaning against a wall, engrossed in her phone. Upon sensing his approach, Xiao Bingchun quickly concealed her device behind her back. Apologies, I got carried away with the conversation. As he stepped forward to gently embrace her, the faint scent of his cologne enveloped her. Stirring feelings of warmth within Xiao Bingchun. Mo Han's attentiveness to her emotions made her feel almost childlike. It's all right. I understand you have important matters to attend to. Let us go. Everything here is settled, and Ding and will handle the rest. Mo Han took Xiao Bingchun's hand, and together they strolled out of the academic building, intending to explore the campus of Luochuan University. Along their path, they attracted countless admiring glances. Such a stunning couple, even amidst the youthful vibrance of the campus, was a rare sight. Before long, someone recognized Mo Han's identity. He had become a legend at Luochuan University. News of how he took over the family business at the tender age of 19 had spread throughout the campus, creating quite a stir. Especially notable was how he had subsequently led the Mo family to unprecedented heights, earning the adoration of many who followed his journey. Mo Han had truly achieved a remarkable feat, though he was no longer a student. The campus was alive with tales of his exploits. Countless admirers have adapted his remarkable deeds into novels, transforming him into a quintessential protagonist whose existence has seamlessly intertwined with reality. Many young boys, in the depths of their dreams, have found themselves embodying Mo Han approaches. Onlookers are taken aback to discover that someone dares to hold the hand of their idol in broad daylight. An immediate wave of unease washes over them. Witnessing Mo Han engaged in lively conversation with another, exuding an air of intimacy, the hearts of numerous spectators shatter in despair. They would rather see their idol remain perpetually single than witness such a scene unfold. Inevitably, Mo Han and Xiao Bingchun find themselves encircled, the cacophony of chatter rendering Mo Han unable to discern their words. Ultimately, succumbing to their fervent requests, Mo Han leaves behind a few autographs before hastily departing with Xiao Bingchun. Once they reach a secluded spot, Mo Han finally comes to a halt. Xiao Bingchun, grinning at Mo Han's disheveled appearance, remarks, I never imagined you would be so famous at Luochuan University. Mo Han, leaning on his knees and catching his breath. Raises a hand in dismissal. I never anticipated being recognized so easily after more than 2 years away. Xiao Bingchun, recalling whispers she had overheard moments ago, shakes her head with a chuckle. Realizing that Imohan's current state would surely astonish those who witnessed it. Observing Imohan, his face flushed from exertion, Xiao Bingchun finds him irresistibly alluring. As she scans the surroundings, she discovers, to her surprise, that there are no surveillance cameras in sight. Without hesitation, Xiao Bingchun pushes Imohan against the wall. The thrill of kissing the campus heartthrob at Luochuan University sends shivers down her spine. And she is determined to seize the moment. Initially, Imohan resists, wary of potential onlookers, but as Xiao Bingchun's kiss grows more fervent, he relinquishes his struggle, deciding to simply indulge in the experience. Gradually, he becomes aware of Xiao Bingchun's embrace becoming bolder. Her body temperature rising to an alarming level. Alarmed, Imohan quickly halts her advances, insisting, "Not here. It would be troublesome if someone were to come." Xiao Bingchun, already entranced, understands the validity of his words and promptly pulls him away. As soon as they settle into the car, Xiao Bingchun eagerly leaps toward him, prompting Imohan to swiftly raise the sunshade, obscuring their activities from outside view. In the next instant, amidst their passionate exchange, Imohan's phone rings. Noticing it is a call from Ding'an, he gestures for Xiao Bingchun to be quiet before answering. "Hello, Ding'an, what is it?" With his other hand, he gently taps Xiao Bingchun, signaling her to remain still. However, she leans in closer, her expression teasing. On the other end, Ding'an can hear Imohan's noticeably rapid breathing, and his expression shifts to one of concern. "Boss, are you all right?" "I'm fine. If there's something, just say it quickly." "I'm busy." Ding'an's expression grows more perplexed. This hardly sounds like a person who is fine. Cleverly refraining from probing further, he swiftly outlines the arrangements for subsequent personnel, concluding the conversation once he receives no further instructions from Imohan. After hanging up, Imohan shoots a bemused glance at Xiao Bingchun. Though he feels the urge to scold her, he knows she is his beloved wife and deserves his affection. Nonetheless, a form of punishment is warranted. For the next while, the car sways even more vigorously, and if anyone were to approach at that moment, they would undoubtedly hear the mortifying sounds emanating from within. Chapter 33. Imohan's confusion. Their antics continue until midday. Facing the confident Imohan on stage, the crowd reveres him as a deity, their admiration unwavering despite the emotional toll it takes on him. Amidst this overwhelming adulation, Xiao Bingchun spirals into a frenzy. Especially since Imohan, adorned with numerous accolades, chooses to indulge himself, catering to his every whim. In days, Xiao Bingchun feels as if she is on the verge of becoming utterly reliant on him. After their passionate encounter, Xiao Bingchun gazes at Imohan with an expression of longing. Imohan, confronted by such a charming wife, finds his defenses crumbling. Checking the time, they decide to find a nearby restaurant to replenish their energy. As they exit the car, both Imohan and Xiao Bingchun feel their legs weaken, relying on each other for support as they take a moment to recover that we really shouldn't play like this in the future. Imohan mutters, a hint of complaint in his tone. "Isn't it exhilarating?" Xiao Bingchun whispers playfully in his ear. "Come on, we can indulge at home, but you still want to seek thrills outside." Imohan rolls his eyes at her. Xiao Bingchun giggles, tightening her embrace around him. "I love you the most. I love you too." Imohan replies, his eyes brimming with affection as he plants a soft kiss on Xiao Bingchun's lips. After a hearty meal, they regain their energy. However, Imohan finds himself puzzled. Despite not having visited the gym recently, he senses a marked increase in his appetite and strength. Naturally, he inquires about this with Xiao Bingchun, who merely smiles mysteriously and replies. Imohan is baffled by her cryptic response, yet he attributes his improvements to her care. Under Xiao Bingchun's daily regimen of nourishing foods, acupuncture, and massage, he experiences a remarkable enhancement in his physical condition during this time. "What are the plans moving forward?" he asks, considering her question. With the arrangements for computer talent sorted and equipment procurement delegated to Ding'an, he notes that the music equipment will not arrive until tomorrow, and the film Deming is set to premiere the day after, with its soundtrack launching simultaneously across major platforms. He realizes he must wait for the film's success before recruiting musicians. However, a pressing concern looms. His funds are dwindling. His savings, combined with the profits from selling shares in MO Corporation, barely exceed 10 million after allocating 5 million for music equipment, 300,000 for office space, and another 3 million for top-of-the-line computer equipment. He finds himself with less than 2 million remaining. Moreover, the operational costs of the company will require substantial investment, making his current finances insufficient. Xiao Bingchen observes Mo Han's contemplative expression, waiting for him to speak. Tonight, I plan to invite Chun Jie for dinner, he finally announces. After much consideration, Mo Han realizes that to swiftly resolve his financial issues, he must rely on music releases, for he possesses ample material in his mind. What do you want to invite her for? Xiao Bingchen asks, puzzled by his train of thought. To express gratitude for her previous assistance and to discuss some business matters. Xiao Bingchen begins to piece together his intentions, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Relying on others is less effective than self-sufficiency. As husband and wife, if he seeks her help, they would have everything they need. Yet, she refrains from voicing her thoughts, fearing it may bruise Mo Han's pride. With a soft sigh, she resolves to let him pursue his plans, knowing she will ultimately support him. Noticing her sigh, Mo Han mistakenly believes she has misunderstood him and quickly clarifies. I'm genuinely going to discuss business. You should come with me tonight. You want to take me along for business? Xiao Bingchen realizes Mo Han is trying to prevent her from feeling jealous. Let us treat it as a friendly gathering. I'll ask Chun Jie to bring Xiao Yao along. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bingchen feels a surge of gratitude. What an extraordinary husband she has. With no plans in the afternoon, Mo Han takes Xiao Bingchen to a shopping mall. They stroll about, and upon her suggestion, select several couples' outfits. Seizing an opportunity when Mo Han is distracted, Xiao Bingchen pulls him into a fitting room, where they spend over half an hour trying on clothes. Emerging, Xiao Bingchen is radiant, her spirits high. With a flourish, she pays for all the outfits they tried on, leaving Mo Han feeling utterly embarrassed as they exit the clothing section. His head hung low. Hey, you really... Mo Han struggles to find words to express his feelings. Xiao Bingchen beams at him, her eyes twinkling. She delights in witnessing Mo Han's flustered demeanor, despite his verbal refusals. His body betrays his true feelings. Unable to maintain eye contact with her bright gaze, he resigns himself to the whims of his wife. After placing the clothes in the trunk, they meander through a street filled with snacks. Try this one. It's delicious. This flavor is delightful too. Here, the two share food, drawing envious glances from passers-by as the sun sets, their silhouettes nestling together on a park bench. Being able to spend every day like this with you is truly wonderful. Xiao Bingchen softly reflects, acknowledging how much Mo Han has transformed her life. Before him, she had never dared to hope for such a sweet romance. Mo Han remained silent, tightening his embrace around her. Just then, a notification dings on his phone, and instinctively, he picks it up. It's a simple message from Bai Yao. He and his sister have already set off. Setting his phone down, Mo Han gently nudges Xiao Bingchen. Let's go. It's time to head out. Okay. Upon arriving at the hotel, they coincidentally meet Bai Chun and Bai Yao, who have just arrived as well. The four exchange greetings and proceed to the private room they had reserved in advance. Along the way, Bai Chun discreetly observes Xiao Bingchen, puzzled by what makes her so special that she has captured Mo Han's heart. The doubts of Bai Xiao were no less than those of Bai Chun. Just a month ago, he had overheard Mo Han expressing disdain for the suitor forcibly brought into their family. Yet after a brief period of absence, their relationship seemed to have progressed by leaps and bounds. What kind of enchantment had Xiao Bingchen cast upon Mo Han? Xiao Bingchen, naturally sensing their scrutiny, curved her lips slightly and leaned closer to Mo Han, whispering a few words in her ear. Mo Han's expression shifted, and she discreetly glanced at Bai Chun and Bai Xiao. Previously, she had not noticed, but with Xiao Bingchen's reminder, she observed that the siblings bore no resemblance to one another in appearance. Chapter 34. Love and being loved. As the four took their seats, the food and drinks were swiftly served. Bai Chun, eager to engage in conversation with Xiao Bingchen, found her quite accommodating, recognizing that Bai Chun was an important collaborator to Mo Han at this stage. The two found themselves conversing amiably. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao subtly tugged at Mo Han's sleeve, signaling him to lean closer. Complying, Mo Han leaned in, and Bai Xiao whispered, "Xiao Han, you can't possibly have developed feelings for her. Can you?" Bai Xiao's inquiry had its reasons. He had always assumed that Mo Han's previous discussions about Xiao Bingchen were merely an excuse to placate his older sister and Lin Yan. As he witnessed their intimate demeanor today, His heart brimmed with questions. Mo Han turned to the young boy, incredulous. Surely, you don't think I was deceiving you? Noticing the confusion in his gaze, Mo Han cleared her throat. We are both pursuing each other. Hearing this, Bai Xiao shot him a peculiar glance. If he had not endured over 2 years of Mo Han's grievances, he might have actually believed Mo Han. Be honest with me. Has she employed some underhanded tactics? Just tell me, and I will assist you. Mo Han. He struggled to comprehend the young boy's thought process. Seeing Mo Han's silence, Bai Xiao assumed it was an unspoken agreement and continued in a hushed tone. If that's the case, just blink twice. Mo Han. That it is truly not as you imagine. I like her, and she likes me. It is not as complicated as you think. Seeing that Mo Han did not appear to be lying, Bai Xiao gradually relaxed, inwardly lamenting, My dear sister, I can only assist you to this extent. In truth, he was quite pleased to see Mo Han and his sister together. In his eyes, his sister was exceptional, deserving only of a man like Mo Han, and vice versa. While Bai Chun conversed with Bai Xiao, Xiao Bingchun, with ears attuned, could not help but smile inwardly at how concerned Mo Han's friend was for him. After a brief exchange, Bai Chun found herself quite impressed with Xiao Bingchun. Despite the latter's title as a suitor, her eloquence and insight were indeed remarkable. Bai Chun and Xiao Bingchun's conversation came to a close. Mo Han turned to Bai Chun, broaching the topic of borrowing one of her singers to release a song. Bai Chun's eyes brightened, and without hesitation, she agreed. Mo Han was somewhat puzzled by her swift acquiescence. Bai Chun smiled, explaining, With your previous work, This Life Ahead, our company is now inundated with requests from numerous individuals seeking songs from Mr. Mo. Realizing that the song's reputation had already spread within the Bai D group, Mo Han understood the situation more clearly. He promptly retrieved his phone and transmitted several files to Bai Chun, all of which had already been registered for copyright, so he had no concerns about leaks. At the dining table, Bai Chun eagerly began to peruse the files, while Bai Xiao, curious, leaned in beside her. Peering at the screen. He humbly hummed a tune from the past. Bai Xiao instinctively pressed his lips together, his clear yet slightly husky voice instantly capturing the attention of the three present. After finishing a particularly captivating segment, he smacked his lips, lamenting, If only I had a guitar. Turning to Mo Han, he incredulously inquired, Did you write this? No, it was composed by a friend, Mo Han replied, shaking his head. Bai Chun and Bai Xiao exchanged glances, simultaneously perceiving a shared thought, creating friendships out of thin air. Although Mo Han was aware that Bai Xiao was majoring in music at university, this was the first time he had heard him sing, and he had to admit it was quite impressive. Having heard her brother's rendition, Bai Chun felt even more convinced. Indeed, products from Mo Han were bound to be of superior quality. Bai Chun was about to explore a second folder. Mo Han interjected, Sister Chun, there's no rush. You can take your time to review it when you return. Bai Chun nodded, locking her phone. Following this, Mo Han discussed the song royalties with her, and soon Bai Chun hurriedly departed with Bai Xiao. Mo Han and Xiao Bingchun drove back home. In the passenger seat, Xiao Bingchun rested her chin in her hand, reflecting on the eagerness with which Bai Chun and Bai Xiao had left. She could likely guess the value of those songs. Taking a deep breath, she turned to Mo Han. If you're in need of money, you can tell me. There's no need to offer a discount to outsiders. Upon hearing the slight twinge of jealousy in Xiao Bingchun's tone, Mo Han paused momentarily before continuing to drive, asking without turning his head, What's wrong? Are you upset? Yes, I am upset with you. Why is it that the first person you think of when encountering a problem isn't me? Xiao Bingchun crossed her arms, her expression sullen. After a brief contemplation, Mo Han sincerely replied, I apologize. I did not consider your perspective. Upon hearing Mo Han's apology, Xiao Bingchun could no longer maintain her composure. Was she truly such a petty person? She felt somewhat defeated by Mo Han. You're making me look incompetent as a wife. In ancient times, an incapable wife could cause great turmoil in the household. Listening to her complaints, Mo Han could not help but chuckle. Did I not say that I would take care of you? For matters I can resolve, I naturally do not wish to burden you. Xiao Bingchun exhaled deeply. Although she relished this feeling, her ingrained beliefs still made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Previously, she had been indifferent, but now that their relationship had progressed to this stage, she naturally felt a hint of reluctance. Seeing her pouting expression, Mo Han could not help but find it amusing. When his wife was upset, it was only right to appease her. Just ahead, he spotted a narrow alley and drove into it. unbuckling his seatbelt and leaning in. After a long kiss, Imohan gazed intently into Xiao Bingchen's dazzling eyes illuminated by the night. Feeling better? Not yet. Before her words could fully escape, Imohan leaned in again. This kiss was lingering and profound. Fixating on Xiao Bingchen's eyes, now clouded with moisture, he finally stopped. What about now? Xiao Bingchen adjusted her breathing as a formidable innate expert. She felt quite embarrassed to be rendered weak by her own man's kiss. Noticing her silence, Imohan was eager to continue. Xiao Bingchen quickly raised her hand to stop him. No, I feel much better now. Imohan chuckled, playfully nudging her delicate nose. That I will be more considerate of your feelings in the future. All right, let's head home quickly, Xiao Bingchen urged. Understanding her intent, Imohan accelerated towards home. Upon entering, Xiao Bingchen eagerly scooped up Imohan and rushed into the bedroom. As a form of compensation, Imohan chose to acquiesce, silently vowing, "Today I shall let her win this time." Chapter 35. My wife is having a baby. Upon waking early, Xiao Bingchen was in high spirits, humming a tune while bustling about in the kitchen. After Mohan finished washing up, he was greeted by an extravagant breakfast spread before him. Observing Xiao Bingchen's rosy complexion, he inquired with curiosity, "What is this all about? I'm treating you for your hard work yesterday." Xiao Bingchen replied, beaming like a mischievous little fox. Mohan shook his head with a smile, lifting a hearty bowl of soup. He had to admit, in the culinary department, Xiao Bingchen never failed to impress him. The two of them managed to finish the entire table of breakfast. Mohan leaned back on the sofa, gently caressing his slightly bulging belly. His wife's cooking was simply too delicious. He always ate until he was stuffed, never daring to leave any leftovers. What to do? I'm waiting online. It's quite urgent. Xiao Bingchen, with a cheerful demeanor, settled beside Imohan, instinctively leaning into him. You're not trying to turn me into a big fatso, are you? Imohan joked. Don't worry. Without my consent, you won't become a big fatso. Xiao Bingchen replied playfully, her delicate hand gliding over Imohan's abdomen. Compared to chiseled abs, she preferred a softer belly. Though she knew Imohan valued his appearance and would never allow himself to become that way. After resting for a while, Imohan stood up first. Let us tidy up and head to the Mo family. Xiao Bingchen followed suit. After their passionate night, Imohan received a message from his mother, requesting him to visit the Mo family today, as the matriarch wished to see him. Both Imohan and Xiao Bingchen could surmise the reason behind this. Since Imohan had resigned as the president of Mo Corporation, the company had experienced a significant downturn. In less than a month, its market value had plummeted by 60%. Although they were aware that someone was maliciously targeting them, Mo Qianshun and others felt powerless. Watching the Mo Corporation decline day by day, they had no choice but to seek the matriarch's assistance. Upon learning of the situation, she was nearly overcome with indignation and immediately summoned Imohan to return. After the two tidied up, they set off at a leisurely pace. The car swayed gently for over an hour before finally arriving at the Mo family estate. Imohan gazed at the mansion. He raised an eyebrow. The Mo family's financial ability to purchase such a property was undoubtedly due to his contributions. After parking the vehicle in the designated spot, the two individuals alighted together and proceeded to the main hall under the guidance of their servant. Along the way, Imohan and Xiao Bingchen exhibited a demeanor of relaxation and contentment, akin to that of a leisurely outing. Upon reaching the entrance of the main hall, they encountered Mo Mu and Mo Fu, who had come out to wait for them. Observing Imohan and Xiao Bingchen walking hand in hand, engaged in lively conversation, Mo Mu and Mo Fu exchanged a glance, a fleeting spark of joy flickering in their eyes, only to be quickly overshadowed by the weight of the situation awaiting them inside the hall. Mo Mu stepped forward first, her tone softened. Xiao Han, once we go in, listen more and speak less. If they say anything unpleasant, bear with it a little. Do not stoop to their level. Mo Mu was concerned, fearing that Imohan might end up in a dispute with them, recalling the unpleasantness that had transpired at the company last time. Imohan gave Mo Mu a reassuring look, indicating that she need not worry, and together with Xiao Bingchen, they stepped into the main hall. Upon entering, their eyes were immediately drawn to an elderly woman with a head of silver hair. Seated prominently at the top position, she was the matriarch of the Mo family, nearly 120 years old. On her right sat Mo Qianshun and three others, their expressions grim, followed by several of Imohan's cousins, whom he scarcely knew well enough even to recall their names. His mother, being the fifth in line of the Mo family, had faced neglect due to having given birth to a son. And even now, her status had hardly improved. As Mo Han surveyed the room, he shook his head inwardly, realizing that the Mo family had orchestrated this gathering in an attempt to force him into compliance, continuing to use him as a means to amass wealth. Beside him, Xiao Bingchun, upon witnessing the ostentation of the main hall, scoffed inwardly. She harbored no fondness for the Mo family, who had been particularly scathing towards her during the past 2 years. At the main seat, the matriarch's eyes gleamed with unexpected delight upon seeing Mo Han and Xiao Bingchun together, realizing that her great-grandson had indeed formed a union with this young woman, a splendid development for the Mo family. The fleeting joy in the matriarch's eyes was deftly noted by Xiao Bingchun, who understood the underlying intention. The Mo family sought to leverage her relationship to elevate their status. However, even if she were inclined to assist, Mo Han's character would surely not allow for such a compromise. "Greetings, matriarch," Mo Han and Xiao Bingchun said, slightly bowing in respect. As the matriarch nodded, Mo Han took Xiao Bingchun's hand and led her to the farthest end of the hall, beside his parents, disregarding the others entirely. With the mask of civility torn away, there was no need to feign politeness any longer, as Mo Han found it exhausting, witnessing Mo Han's blatant disregard for decorum. Mo Qiandong was about to reprimand him when Mo Qianshun, seated beside her, restrained her with a gentle shake of the head, urging her to remain calm. Mo Qianxia and Mo Qianshou appeared indifferent, their expressions betraying no concern for Mo Han's behavior. Mo Han observed their reactions with confusion. Previously, when Qin Ran had intervened on his behalf, they had refrained from causing trouble, so why did they not retaliate now? Despite him having openly humiliated them, had they somehow changed? Shaking his head at the absurdity of that thought, he quickly dismissed it. He knew all too well their true nature. The atmosphere became eerily silent for a moment until the matriarch broke the stillness with her frail voice. "Since Xiao Han has arrived, let us proceed with the discussion." The matriarch gestured to Mo Qianshun to speak, who nodded and, rising, cast a glance at Mo Han. Currently, the Mo family was facing immense pressure from the Lin family and other rival companies. Mo Qianshun expounded for over 10 minutes, her central message clear. The Mo family was in a perilous situation and needed to unite to overcome the crisis. Mo Han found her concluding exhortation difficult to bear. Mo Qianshun could have had a future in the theater. Her rhetoric was more captivating than a performance. Observing the other Mo family members rallying together against a common foe, he could no longer contain himself and turned his head to stifle a laugh. Xiao Bingchun, noticing his amusement, playfully scratched his palm, and unable to hold back any longer, he burst into laughter. Mo Qianshun's face immediately darkened as she turned to Mo Han, demanding, "What is so funny?" "My apologies. I was reminded of something joyous." Mo Han quickly stifled his laughter. "What is it?" "My wife is having a baby." Mo Han's words had barely escaped his lips when Xiao Bingchun, seated beside him, crumbled under the weight of the revelation. How could she not know about the impending arrival of their child? "What are you laughing at?" Mo Qianshun's expression darkened even further as she turned her gaze toward Xiao Bingchun. Perhaps that might be having a baby." Xiao Bingchun's expression was strained as she attempted to maintain composure. Mo Qianshun's mind momentarily short-circuited, but she quickly realized that these two were merely jesting. "Enough!" she shouted in frustration. But her outburst was cut short by the matriarch, who did not wish for Mo Qianshun to offend Xiao Bingchun, unaware that, aside from Mo Han's immediate family, the rest of the Mo clan had long since alienated her. The matriarch gestured for Mo Qianshun to sit down, and then turned her attention to Mo Han. "What are your thoughts?" Mo Han swiftly composed himself and stood. The predicament faced by the Mo family was insurmountable for anyone. The truth is, the Lin family has always held the upper hand over the Mo family, and now that they have decided to take action, they will not relent easily from Lin Yan's maneuvers. It is evident that her strategy involves aggressive alliances and swift suppression. The only way out would be if Lin Yan were willing to step back, seeing that Mo Han could offer no solutions. A heavy silence enveloped the Mo family members. Despite their disdain for Mo Han, they could not deny his superior capabilities. The matriarch then turned her gaze to Xiao Bingchun, who met her pleading look with indifference. The matriarch realized that hoping for Xiao Bingchun's intervention was futile. After a moment of silence, Mo Qianshun looked at Mo Han with a glimmer of hope in her eyes, her tone unusually gentle. Xiaohan, I have heard that you have a good rapport with Lin Yan. Why not represent the Mo family and speak with her? Upon hearing her suggestion, the expressions of Mo Han, Xiao Bingchun, Mo Mu, and Mo Fu all turned icy. Before Mo Han could refuse, Mo Qianxiao implored him, Xiao Han, as a member of the Mo family, you have elevated our standing. You wouldn't truly stand by and watch it decline. Would you? Please, we beg you. Help the Mo family. Mo Han scoffed at the moral coercion being employed against him. The faces of Xiao Bingchen, Mo Mu, and Mo Fu reflected their displeasure. Mo Qianxiao continued, Xiao Han, I have heard that Lin Zong holds you in high regard as a member of the Mo family. If you could make a small sacrifice, the entire Mo family would be grateful for your contributions. Mo Qianxiao's insinuation was unmistakable. Mo Han found it laughable that they would attempt to use him as a bargaining chip, cloaking their intentions in sweet words. Standing beside him, Xiao Bingchun was seething with rage. Had the circumstances been different, she would have been tempted to physically retaliate against Mo Qianxiao. Sensing the tension in the air, the matriarch hurriedly attempted to defuse the situation, but before she could speak, Mo Han's cold voice echoed through the hall. You all claim to be doing this for the Mo family, but it seems to me it is merely for your own interest. I am not beholden to the Mo family. Rather, it is you who will meet if the Mo family falls. What concern is it of mine? Mo Han's gaze swept across the assembly. Take heed of your actions. With that, he turned and took Xiao Bingchun's hand. Striding away, followed closely by his parents. Before departing, Xiao Bingchun shot Mo Qianxiao a deathly glare, making her feel a chill run down her spine. Mo Han, do you not fear that we will expel your family from the Mo family lineage? This was Mo Qianxiao's final attempt to maintain control over him. That would be for the best, Mo Han replied without looking back, disappearing from view alongside his family. It was only then that the matriarch grasped the gravity of the situation. Glaring at Mo Qianxiao and the others. Look at what you have done. It's all over. The matriarch was filled with regret. Matriarch, do not be upset. I refuse to believe that without Mo Han, our family will truly perish. Indeed, without that ingrate. Exactly, he is no longer one of us. They have all. The atmosphere in the hall was charged with anger. You do not understand. You do not understand. The matriarch closed her eyes in anguish. Her feeble voice drowned out by the outpouring of condemnation directed at Mo Han. In the end, she fainted from the strain. Chaos erupted in the hall. After leaving the Mo family estate, Mo Mu and Mo Fu accompanied Mo Han back home. He had intended to offer them words of comfort, but they were surprisingly nonchalant about leaving the Mo family. The reassurances he had prepared were rendered unnecessary, as his parents ended up comforting him instead. At noon, Mo Han and Xiao Bingchun warmly entertained Mo Mu and Mo Fu. After bidding them farewell, Mo Han prepared to head to the company to inspect the music equipment that had arrived that day. Once he had left, Xiao Bingchun picked up her phone and dialed a number, waiting patiently until someone answered on the other end. Miss, I was just occupied. Please look into the information on those from the Mo family. Ensure that everything that can be sent in is delivered, and for those who cannot, find a way. Pay special attention to Mo Qianxiao. Understood. The phone call abruptly ended, and Xiao Bingchun exhaled softly, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. To dare treat her man as a mere commodity for trade, one must truly be ignorant of the meaning of death. The following morning, Mo Han was roused from his slumber by his mother's frantic call. Xiao Han, it seems the Mo family has offended a powerful figure. In just one night, Mo Qianxiao and the others have all been taken in, and Mo Qianxiao has barely arrived before his heart condition flared up, nearly leading him to death in prison. You must be extremely cautious during this time. Mo Han listened, his expression one of bewilderment. What was going on? He hung up the phone and glanced at the sleeping Xiao Bingchun beside him. Could it truly be such a coincidence, having just extricated himself from the Mo family yesterday, and today they were facing a collective crisis? As if sensing Mo Han's gaze, Xiao Bingchun rolled over and wrapped her arms around him. Her voice soft and tender. Darling, I'm tired. Let me sleep a bit more. Enveloped in her embrace, Mo Han quietly admired his wife's serene features. Noticing Mo Han's unwavering stare, Xiao Bingchun opened her slightly dazed eyes and leaned closer, asking, What do you want for breakfast? I want to be. By the time Mo Han arrived at the company, it was already afternoon. Upon entering the office, he was greeted by the exuberant face of Ding Yin. What is the matter? What good news do you have that I should also partake in your joy? Ding and handed his phone to Mo Han. President, the songs you registered previously were released on major platforms early this morning and have gone viral. Oh, let me see. Mo Han took Ding En's phone, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Good heavens, this journey of half a lifetime. The Wind Rises, The Chaser, Youth, and My Sky have all dominated the new song charts. With several of them swapping positions at the top intermittently, Mo Han noticed that both The Wind Rises and Youth were performed by Yao. That wasn't he supposed to be holed up at home? How did he suddenly debut? Returning the phone to Ding En, Mo Han had anticipated such an outcome. After all, these songs resonated perfectly with the graduation season. It would have been difficult for them not to become hits. In Mo Han's eyes, a small goal was already beckoning him. Not long after, Mo Han received a congratulatory call from Bai Chun, her excitement palpable through the line. After all, not only had Mr. M, the lyrical genius, gained fame from these songs, but the Bai D Group's investment in Daming had also skyrocketed. This journey of half a lifetime was even dubbed the funeral song for the Daming dynasty by many netizens. Once the music played, it was evident that the Zhu family was once again facing calamity. Out of curiosity, Mo Han inquired about Bai Yao's situation. Don't even mention it. Had I not intervened, he would have claimed all 4 songs for himself. Oh, I see. Mo Han understood immediately. It was akin to the adage that good horses deserve good saddles. Bai Yao likely hadn't debuted before because he hadn't encountered lyrical compositions that moved him. However, the songs Mo Han provided were all proven hits from the previous life, undoubtedly top-tier works. By the way, Xiao Yao wants to collaborate with you on a song. This caught Mo Han off guard. Wait, don't rush to decline. It's 300,000 for a song, not including royalties. But, Shenjie, we're all acquaintances. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? In all honesty, Mo Han felt a bit shy. It felt like he was being offered money on a silver platter. Stop hesitating and just tell me if you're willing to. Mo Han was naturally inclined to agree. This was already the highest price in the market. And he wasn't foolish. All right, then Xiao Yao's first album will be entrusted to you. Very well, Mo Han acquiesced. After hanging up, he reclined in his chair and spun around. I wish I could be supported by a wealthy sister too. Just then, Chu Yin entered, bursting into laughter. That's not difficult at all. I can send out a notice right now, and within half an hour, I guarantee the floor below will be filled with wealthy sisters. Haha, I'm just joking. Mo Han mused, realizing that scenario could indeed come true, and glanced curiously at Chu Yin. By the way, what brings you here? The mini-program game you asked us to develop is ready. Chu Yin wasted no time. Let me try it out. Mo Han was eager. Chu Yin pulled out her phone, tapped a few times, and handed it to Mo Han. He easily passed the first level with a few taps. But the second level's difficulty surged exponentially. Mo Han focused intently for over 10 minutes, only to fall just short of clearing it, ultimately failing. Feeling a tinge of regret, he returned the phone to Chu Yin. The second level is still too simple. The difficulty should be increased several times. Wouldn't that be too difficult? It might affect user experience. Chu Yin hesitated. Mo Han wore a knowing expression. Don't worry. It wanted seeing the confidence radiating from Mo Han. Chu Yin ceased her doubts. Before leaving, she suddenly turned back. I heard from Ding and that the song The Chaser belongs to our company. Mo Han nodded, curious as to why she was asking. The department I lead is also called The Chaser. Chu Yin flashed a knowing smile. No problem. It's approved. Mo Han was more than willing to accommodate such minor requests from his employees. Chu Yin, filled with delight at receiving approval, left Mo Han's office with a spring in her step, humming a tune. I can follow behind you, like a shadow chasing the light in a dream. As soon as Chu Yin exited, Ding En walked in, accompanied by the long-absent Qin Ran and Lu Mian. Welcome to your new roles, Mo Han greeted as he rose to meet them, feeling a favorable impression towards Qin Ran. Boss, you're too polite, Qin Ran replied, gently shaking Mo Han's hand. Ding En should have informed you of the specifics. The treatment remains the same, and our lounge will be right next to yours. After a brief chat, Qin Ran led Lu Mian to the lounge. Upon entering, Lu Mian scratched his head and looked at Qin Ran. Sister Qian, with your status, why do you have to lower yourself to be President Mo's bodyguard? Qin Ran glanced at the naive one and shook her head. You don't need to know too much. Just understand that he is someone I intend to protect for life. Lu Mian seemed to grasp the essence. Though he was still a bit confused, after seeing Qin Ran off, Mo Han drummed his fingers on the table, realizing that the Sing City Entertainment had officially begun operations, and it was imperative to fill the vacancies in other departments promptly. He called Dingen back in and thoughtfully instructed, "Please arrange for someone to conduct campus recruitment at Luochuan Music Academy." Dingen nodded in acknowledgement, but just as he was about to leave, Imohan added, "No, not limited to Luochuan Music Academy. Visit other schools with music departments as well, and try to filter out the mediocre candidates." "Understood," Dingen replied, swiftly exiting the office. Imohan leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to rest. Initially, he had intended to handle it personally, but he reconsidered. Since he had so many subordinates, why should he take on every task himself? He needed to think like a capitalist, not a laborer toiling away. His focus should be on how to effectively recruit a talented group of musicians. As he pondered, a thought struck him. An idea for a large-scale music reality show from his previous life flashed in his mind, and Imohan's eyes brightened. This could be promising. However, the moment he considered the required startup capital, his enthusiasm waned. No money, no money, no money. This is Imohan's greatest anguish at present. Poverty has confined his potential. He decided to draft a plan first. Pulling out a proposal, he began writing and sketching, and before he knew it, evening had fallen. The plan for Luochuan's voice had taken shape. After meticulously reviewing it once more, Imohan nodded in satisfaction, placing the proposal in the safe and locking it up before heading home. As he stepped through the door, the aroma of cooked dishes enveloped him, filling him with happiness. Observing the diligent figure in the kitchen, Imohan gently approached and wrapped his arms around Xiao Bingchen's waist from behind, resting his head on her shoulder. "Let me see, my little wife. What deliciousness have you prepared for me today?" "Hey, what are you doing?" Xiao Bingchen lightly shrugged her shoulders, attempting to push Imohan away. Reluctantly, Imohan stepped back at her insistence, recognizing that she took her cooking seriously, evidenced by her exceptional culinary skills. Soon, the dishes were served on the table. Noticing Imohan's good mood, Xiao Bingchen suggested they share a couple of drinks, to which he readily agreed, with a hint of intoxication. The two inevitably shared their innermost feelings once more. While the couple enjoyed their sweet moments together, both Yuan, who had just completed her college entrance exams, and Lin Yin, who had spent the day acquiring Mo's assets, became aware of Imohan's newly founded entertainment company. A shared thought blossomed in both their minds. This lifetime, due to their rebirth, had brought about immense changes. Chapter 38. The priceless music order from Long Wei, especially for Yuan. Every time she recalled the intimate moments between Imohan and Xiao Bingchen, an inexplicable fire ignited within her. In her previous life, where was the man who loved her so deeply? The more she pondered, the more restless her heart became. Suddenly, Yuan realized that the current Imohan was indeed not the same as the future Imohan, but that didn't mean he couldn't evolve into the man she once knew. In their previous life, it took a long period of companionship for their feelings to undergo a transformation. So, what about this lifetime? The more Yuan contemplated, the brighter her eyes shone, gradually morphing her expression into something almost unsettling. As night fell, the world fell silent. The entwined Imohan and Xiao Bingchen were abruptly awakened by the insistent ringing of a phone. "Who is it?" How annoying. Xiao Bingchen turned over, covering her head with the blanket. Just as they had finished their busy night and settled down to sleep, someone so lacking in tact decided to call that Imohan was also awakened by the noise. His expression was not particularly pleasant as he picked up the phone. Upon seeing the caller ID, he was surprised to find it was Bai Jiao. He answered with impatience, his voice tinged with suppressed anger. "Bai Jiao, you'd better have something important." Xiaohan, quickly look at the top trending topic on Fabwa." Bai Jiao's voice was filled with excitement. "What happened?" "Oh, you'll find out when you look." Imohan took a deep breath. Knowing Bai Jiao wouldn't disturb him at this late hour without a good reason, he patiently opened Fabo. As he scrolled through, all traces of sleep vanished in an instant. Imohan rubbed his eyes and carefully read through the information again. Confirming that he was not mistaken, he stared in disbelief. What was happening? Long Wei's founder and CEO, Long Chinchi, was personally inviting Mr. M to perform on Fabwa and specifically requesting Bai Jiao to sing. This was simply absurd, like sitting at home and having orders fall from the sky. One must understand that Long Wei is a colossal titan in the domestic digital industry. For its founder to personally make such a request was ample proof of Mr. M's exceptional talent in songwriting. Imohan took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and quietly got out of bed, careful not to disturb Xiao Bingchen, before opening his laptop to search for information about Long Wei. Meanwhile, in a luxurious estate in the heart of the metropolis, an elegant and poised middle-aged woman was engaged in a game of chess with another equally refined woman. The only sound in the serene environment was the soft clattering of chess pieces. After a long pause, the graceful woman spoke indifferently. Xiao Yin, don't you think your family is overly indulgent towards that girl Bingchen? Hearing her words, Xiao Yin smiled lightly and shook her head, placing another piece on the board. Qinshi, you are mistaken. The entire future of the Xiao family belongs to her. Long Qinshi's pupils narrowed in shock, her tone incredulous. Did you not send her away to help her avoid family disputes? Yes, but no. That girl needs to temper her character. And during this time, I can also help her clear some obstacles in advance. Xiao Yan's gaze remained fixed on the chessboard. Long Qinshi fell silent, recalling the numerous upheavals the Xiao family had faced over the past 2 years, with many of its members suffering in varying degrees. Initially, she believed it was due to other prominent families targeting the Xiao clan. But now she suspected that it was all orchestrated by the very woman sitting before her. Qinshi, it's your turn to move. Xiao Yan's voice snapped Long Qinshi back to reality, only to find she had no pieces left to play. Mo Han was exhilarated throughout the night, finally completing his review of Long Wei's entire development history, deepening his admiration for the company in the face of layers of technological blockades from overseas forces and repeated industry monopolies. Long Wei had remained steadfast, evolving from nothing to something, time and again achieving self-transcendence, breaking through obstacles, and consistently leading the forefront of digital technology. That it was difficult for Mo Han not to feel respect for such a national enterprise. After breakfast, Mo Han arrived at the company and had barely settled in when Dingen entered with a capable-looking woman. Upon seeing Mo Han, the woman's eyes lit up, and she smiled, extending her hand. Hello, I am Zhang Ji, the head of Long Wei's Luochuan branch. Mo Han politely shook her hand. Hello, I am Mo Han. Their hands touched briefly before Mo Han invited Zhang Ji to sit down, while Dingen quietly stepped out to prepare coffee. Mr. Mo, I am here this time too. Zhang Ji recounted Long Qinshi's invitation to Tsing Chung Entertainment, simultaneously retrieving a contract from her bag and handing it to Mo Han. Upon receiving the contract and reviewing it with diligence, Mo Han gasped at the copyright offer presented by Long Wei. Truly, as an industry giant, they were exceptionally generous. Zhang Ji observed Mo Han's reaction with understanding. Even she had been taken aback upon first seeing the contract. 80 million for a single song. She had thought she had misread it and confirmed several times, even checking with headquarters to ensure its authenticity. Dingen entered, delivering coffee to Mo Han and Zhang Ji, then quietly stood by, awaiting instructions. Mo Han took a sip of coffee, suppressing his excitement, and looked at Zhang Ji. The company's sincerity is apparent. We will certainly do our utmost to deliver a piece that meets your expectations in the shortest time possible. Zhang Ji nodded with a smile. Mr. Mo, there is no need to feel too pressured. The higher-ups have indicated that there is no rush, and we have ample time. Zhang Ji was no fool. While she could not ascertain the specific reasons behind her company's willingness to offer such a hefty contract, she was determined not to alienate Mo Han and aimed to foster a good relationship. The two then engaged in a round of mutual flattery before Mo Han signed the contract. At noon, Mo Han personally hosted a meal for Zhang Ji, who was naturally delighted to build rapport with him, resulting in a pleasant dining experience for both. After seeing Zhang Ji off, Mo Han returned to the company with Dingen. Boss, do you think there could be any ulterior motives behind this? Dingen's curiosity was piqued. It was akin to walking down the street and having 80 million suddenly drop from the sky onto your head. Any normal person would raise an eyebrow. Though Mo Han too was puzzled about the underlying reasons, he believed that since the contract had been signed, they ought to strive to fulfill it. With that thought, Mo Han found his focus. After sending Dingen out, he took out a sheet of draft paper and began to write, his expression focused, always moving forward in this chaotic world. The melody resonated in his mind. To ensure perfection, Mo Han revised and checked it multiple times. 3 hours later, satisfied with his work, Mo Han picked up the draft and gently flicked it, envisioning the 80 million in his grasp. The subsequent copyright registration would be handled by Dingen that evening. Upon returning home, Mo Han was greeted by a lavish spread of food. Is today some kind of joyous occasion? Xiao Bingchen smiled slightly. Isn't this a celebration for your company? You found out? Of course that Mo Han moved closer, embracing Xiao Bingchen, both feeling the warmth of each other's breath. That aren't you afraid I'll fail? The sparkle in Xiao Bingchen's eyes shone brightly as she gazed at Mo Han. No, I believe in you. With such unwavering faith in me, how might I repay you? Xiao Bingchen leaned in close to Mo Han's ear. Tonight, Mo Han's expression turned conflicted. He bit his lip, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Chapter 39. Yi Siren's concerns. Early the next morning, Mo Han and Bai Jiao headed to Beauty Group for the first recording of My Dream. Bai Jiao quickly familiarized herself with the lyrics and music after receiving them, adjusting her state accordingly. The accompanying musicians, aware of the song's value of 80 million, were fueled with enthusiasm, giving it their all. Bai Jiao took a deep breath, ready and signaling everyone to begin. The moment the accompaniment began, she swiftly immersed herself in the performance, always moving forward. Let the light refract through tearful eyes, reflecting the rainbow she yearned for the most. Because of you, you are my dream. After the song concluded, Mo Han and Bai Chan, who had been attentively listening throughout, erupted into enthusiastic applause. How was that? Did I perform well? Bai Jiao approached them, her expression anxious. It was only natural for her to feel this way. After all, she was the first to interpret a song worth 80 million. It was fantastic. Your emotions were on point. Mo Han gave her a thumbs up. Indeed, it was quite remarkable. Bai Chun chimed in with praise. Flushed with their compliments, Bai Jiao felt a mix of embarrassment and satisfaction regarding her performance. Mo Han did not linger at Beauty Group. He took the completed song to Long Wei's Luochuan branch, where Zhang Ji had been informed in advance and personally came down to greet him. Upon learning that Mo Han was there to submit his work, Zhang Ji was astonished that it had barely been a day since the contract was signed. How could he have completed the entire process of creation and performance so swiftly? Mo Han couldn't possibly think he could slack off just because the contract had been signed. Could he? With that thought, Zhang Ji's expression darkened for a moment, but after their brief interaction, she felt Mo Han likely wasn't that kind of person. On the way, Mo Han noticed the change in Zhang Ji's demeanor but paid it no mind. Once in the office, with Zhang Ji's consent, he opened the music player, imported the audio file, and clicked play. The slightly somber prelude filled the office, and Zhang Ji listened intently. Always moving forward, the low, melancholic melody intertwined with Bai Jiao's somewhat restrained voice. Zhang Ji was instantly drawn into the emotions of the piece, her thoughts uncontrollably drifting back to the difficult times Long Wei had endured. Back then, nearly everyone believed Long Wei was on the brink of collapse. With little hope in sight, My Dream says not to linger and wait. Let the light refract through tearful eyes. As the melody shifted, rising to a crescendo, it soared like a dragon into the heavens, like a kunping spreading its wings. Long Wei ultimately withstood the trials, not cast aside by the times, but rather, amidst the tide of challenges, it stood resilient, thriving in the sunlight, and in the end radiating brilliance. Because of you, you are my dream. As the final line echoed, Zhang Ji remained in a daze, while Mo Han quietly awaited her response. After a long moment, Zhang Ji exhaled deeply, looking at Mo Han with a smile. I apologize. I was just reminded of many past events. It's all right. Mo Han inquired cautiously. Do you think this song, My Dream, meets the requirements? I am not well versed in music, yet I sense that this song resonates profoundly with our Dragon Way. Zhang Wan speaks from the heart. Mo Han nods in agreement, feeling the same connection between the song and Dragon Way. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Mo Han departs, leaving behind an audio file. Zhang Wan promptly sends the file back to the headquarters, and before long, he receives a response confirming that the song has passed the review. Simultaneously, the headquarters instructs Zhang Wan to arrange for someone to contact the Beauty Group, inviting Bai Hao to perform My Dream at Dragon Way's summer product launch in the City of Magic. Zhang Wan eagerly shares this splendid news with Mo Han and sends someone to liaise with the Beauty Group. After some hesitation, Bai Hao ultimately agrees that at the same time, Dragon Way's official website updates with an announcement about My Dream, marking its official entry as the exclusive BGM for Dragon Way. This news spreads rapidly, once again topping the trending searches and bringing a significant wave of attention to Qingcheng Entertainment. In the opulent mansion of Magic City, Long Chun reclines in a grand chair, eyes closed, listening to My Dream, occasionally savoring a sip of fine Longjing tea, evoking a sense of nostalgia for bygone glorious days. On the top floor of the Yi Group building, in the president's office, Yuan sits across from a mature and elegant woman who bears a striking resemblance to her. Dragon Wei has spent 80 million acquiring the copyright for a song from Ching Chung Entertainment. What are your thoughts, Xiaowan? Yi Si Ran inquires, taking a delicate sip of tea and looking towards Yuan. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan responds, this matter is likely related to the Xiao family. The Xiao family of Magic City? Yi Si Ran asks, perplexed that Yuan nods, pausing before elaborating. To be precise, it is connected to Xiao Bingchun, that Yi Si Ran exclaims. The son-in-law is merely her temporary identity. In the near future, she will truly take the reins of the Xiao family, Yuan states, her gaze deep and contemplative. This news is quite explosive. I need a moment to process it, Yi Si Ran replies. Wait, Xiaowan, you previously asked me to help you contact foreign forces. You don't intend to deal with Xiao Bingchun, do you? Yuan shakes her head. Seeing this, Yi Si Ran feels reassured. The Yi family cannot afford to provoke such a colossal entity as the Xiao family. Sister, how long until the people you've contacted arrive in Luochuan? If we calculate the time, they should arrive tomorrow, Yuan replies, looking out the window, contemplating the commencement of her plan, hoping for a smooth execution. Xiaowan, could you enlighten me on what exactly you intend to do with that group? Although Yi Si Ran trusts her sister, she fears that any trouble could implicate the Yi family. In response to Yi Si Ran's inquiry, Yuan remains tight-lipped. The fewer people who know her plan, the better that if necessary, even those foreign individuals may need to be dealt with. Noticing Yuan's reticence, Yi Si Ran decides to cease her questioning, trusting that her sister has the discernment not to engage in any reckless actions, though she finds herself increasingly perplexed by her sister's transformation, uncertain whether it is a blessing or a curse. The following day, the foreign mercenaries hired by Yi Si Ran arrive in Luochuan, only to be taken away by Yuan, who assigns them a mysterious task that a scheme targeting Mo Han is quietly taking shape. In recent days, Mo Han has been exceedingly busy. As Ching Chung Entertainment's notoriety burgeons, numerous collaboration discussions flood in, many of which require Mo Han's personal oversight. Concurrently, he must also manage the various internal projects of Ching Chung Entertainment. For one must be robust in their own endeavors that in the computer department, under the leadership of Ji Jiang Yuan, the development team has made preliminary progress on the short video project, which is now in the trial launch phase. The gaming initiative, involving Du Feng Lan and Song Gue Fu, is a veritable cash cow, with their department continuously expanding. Led by Chu Yiyin, the Chasing Light team relentlessly pushes forward in the development of many programs. Having previously achieved remarkable success with their game Yang Liyang, which soared amidst the summer wave. Chapter 40. Acquisition of the MO building. On the other hand, the music department has preliminarily established its personnel structure. Yet Mo Han remains in the assessment phase regarding these individuals. Should their capabilities fall short, he will not hesitate to dismiss them. Given Ching Chung Entertainment's current prominence in the music realm, countless veteran musicians are eager to join the ranks. However, Mo Han prefers to cultivate fresh talent unencumbered by the constraints of tradition. Youthful vigor coupled with innovative thinking, properly nurtured, promises boundless possibilities for their futures. Thus, whenever he has a moment, Mo Han often holds impromptu sessions for this group. Initially, these young musicians are captivated by Mo Han's striking appearance, but soon they become entirely engrossed in his exceptional talent. Fully transformed into his devoted admirers. Boss, we've received word from the Yi family that this afternoon they will send someone over to discuss the acquisition of the original building, a colleague reports. Mo Han nods, instructing Ding and to make the necessary arrangements. As Ching Chung Entertainment enters a phase of rapid development. The substantial funds generated from songs and mini-programs are continuously flowing into the company's accounts. With a growing workforce, the current office space is proving insufficient. After careful consideration, Mo Han resolves to acquire a larger building for the company's continued expansion, targeting two potential properties, the now-defunct Mo Building and the financially troubled Gu Group Building. The Mo Building is currently under the control of the Yi Group, which had acquired the Gu Group Building just the night before, hence the meeting scheduled for today. Pondering over the situation, Mo Han taps his fingers on the desk, contemplating whether to seek external financing, as several investors have approached Ching Chung Entertainment in recent days. After deliberation, he decides to offer 10 of the shares for external investment. Given Ching Chung Entertainment's valuation, securing approximately 500 million should not pose a problem. With this influx of capital, Alongside the current funds, they can not only resolve the issue of acquiring a company building, but also support a significant upgrade of the company's equipment. Once resolved, he promptly instructs Ding to proceed with the arrangements. Foregoing this 10 stake will not jeopardize Mo Han's absolute control over Ching Chung, with his prior experience at the Mo family. He understands the importance of maintaining authority at all times. Ching Chung Entertainment must and can only have one voice. In the afternoon, Mo Han, accompanied by Qin Ran and Lu Mian, arrives early at the upscale hotel arranged by Ding and to await the arrival of the Yi family representatives. As they step through the door, Mo Han is momentarily taken aback, but quickly suppresses his surprise, rising with a smile to greet them. Xiao Wan, it has been a while. Today, Yi Wan is clad in a sleek black suit, exuding an aura of maturity and competence, prompting Mo Han to reflect on how much she has changed during their month apart. Brother Mo Han, it has indeed been a long time, Yi Wan responds cheerfully, shaking his hand gently. Upon closer inspection, she is struck by how much more handsome he has become, his gentle demeanor even more captivating than before. They take their seats. Mo Han initiates the conversation. I heard you finished your college entrance exams. How did it go? Fairly standard. I managed to qualify for Luo Chuan University. Yi Wan replies modestly, that's quite impressive. Mo Han acknowledges, aware that her staying in Luo Chuan likely aligns with her family's wishes. But enough about that. How have you been, brother Mo Han? Yi Wan shifts the topic. Busy as ever. Mo Han gestures with his hands, a hint of weariness evident on his brow. Seeing this, Yi Wan is tempted to reach out and smooth away the fatigue etched upon his face. But she restrains herself, knowing that soon enough, brother Mo Han will be by her side again. And you? You seem equally occupied, Mo Han prompts, pulling Yi Wan from her reverie. Yes, I've grown up. It's time I start helping my family. She replies, and Mo Han nods, recognizing her maturity. After exchanging pleasantries, they delve into the crux of the discussion, their expressions turning earnest. Xiao Wan, since we are familiar with one another, I want to beat around the bush. Ching Chung Entertainment intends to spend 300 million to acquire the Mo building. Yi Wan falls silent, recognizing the sincerity behind Mo Han's offer. The Yi family had acquired the Mo building for merely 280 million, leaving them a tidy profit after deducting labor costs. After a moment's hesitation, she speaks up, Mr. Mo, you might consider the Gu building. They are in urgent need of funds due to their bankruptcy. We only paid 270 million for it. If you are inclined, I can authorize a price of 280 million for you. Mo Han ponders this, realizing that saving 20 million would be advantageous. However, he grapples with a sense of attachment, having spent so much time at the Mo family. It would be disingenuous to claim he has no emotional ties. Noticing Mo Han's hesitation, Yi Wan swiftly understands his feelings and waves her hand. How about this? For the Mo building, I'll offer you 290 million. Mo Han, not wanting to appear overly formal, decides to view it as a favor owed to Yi Wan. All right, then I sincerely thank you for your generosity. Miss Yi Ti immediately contacts Ding, instructing him to draft the contract, while Yi Wan notifies her family to assign someone to liaise with Ching Chung Entertainment. With the agreement in place, Mo Han and Yi Wan rise to shake hands once more, just as Mo Han intends to leave. Yi Wan calls out to him, Brother Mo Han, it has been a long time. Would you accompany me for a stroll? Mo Han hesitated for a moment, sensing some of Yi Wan's intentions. However, having recently owed her a favor, it would not be appropriate to directly refuse her modest request, would it? With a sigh from the depths of his heart, Mo Han nodded in agreement. They exited the private room. Mo Han greeted Qin Ran and Lu Mian, urging them to return home first. Qin Ran glanced at Yi Wan, nodded, and departed with Lu Mian. After walking a short distance, Lu Mian scratched her head and looked at Qin Ran. Sister Xiao Ran, that young lady from the Yi family clearly has feelings for Mr. Mo. Are we really just going back? Of course we should follow. Qin Ran replied without hesitation, but what you just at Lu Mian immediately fell silent. As if she understood. On the bustling street, Mo Han and Yi Wan strolled side by side. Yi Wan occasionally tugged at Mo Han to point out this and that, clearly in high spirits. Since he had chosen to accompany her, Mo Han would not dampen her enthusiasm. Whenever they came across something Yi Wan fancied, he would purchase it for her. After all, Yi Wan had just saved him 10 million. Mo Han was not one to be miserly. As they walked further, they gradually ventured into a more secluded area. Mo Han contemplated reminding Yuan, but seeing her still so animated, he decided against it. Chapter 41. Kidnapping. It was only when they reached an isolated street corner that Yuan finally halted, turning to Mo Han. Brother Mo Han, let us go back, but Mo Han nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Qin Ran, who had been trailing them from a distance, sensed something was amiss as she surveyed the desolate surroundings, just as she intended to quicken her pace to reach Mo Han's side. A group of over a dozen individuals suddenly emerged from an alley to block their path. Get lost. Qin Ran realized the peril and had no desire to engage with these people. But they clung to her and Lu Mian like glue. Regardless of her prowess, she found herself unable to shake off their harassment. By the time Qin Ran managed to break free from the encirclement, there was no sign of Mo Han and Yi Wan to be found. Damn it. Qin Ran wished to turn back and confront them, but the group that had intercepted them had vanished without a trace. Fuming, Qin Ran immediately grabbed her phone, scrolling through her contacts until she found a number and dialed it. After a few rings, a steady and authoritative female voice answered on the other end. Hello, who is this? Colonel Xiao. It's me. Qin Ran. I need you to dispatch some personnel to assist me. Qin Ran wasted no time with pleasantries, stating her purpose directly. Understood. Xiao Jili did not hesitate or inquire further about Qin Ran's intentions. At the same time, in the kitchen preparing dinner, Xiao Bingchen received news of Mo Han's disappearance, prompting her to erupt in furious curses. Xiao Zhan, what are you all doing? How can you lose a perfectly healthy person just like that? Miss, we were monitoring Qin Ran. Shut up, don't explain yourself to me. Get out there and find him at once. You had better pray that Xiao Han is safe. Without another thought for her cooking, Xiao Bingchen abandoned her spatula and hurriedly made several phone calls before rushing out the door, in a dimly lit villa on the outskirts. Mo Han gradually regained consciousness, realizing that his hands and feet were bound. He felt a surge of panic. Squinting in the low light, he vaguely noticed another figure lying across from him. After surveying the area, Mo Han discovered that apart from the person on the ground, there was no one else present, which slightly alleviated his worries. Reflecting on the events that had transpired, he recalled strolling with Yuan, preparing to head back when a group had suddenly appeared to block their way. He had barely registered Yuan's warning before losing consciousness, and upon awakening, he found himself in this predicament. Mo Han found it puzzling. What could that group possibly want? Attempting to struggle against the ropes binding his wrists and ankles, he found it futile. Resigned, Mo Han began to search for any sharp objects, but his efforts yielded no results. Not daring to make too much noise, he closed his eyes to contemplate how to handle the situation that lay ahead. At that moment, the figure lying on the ground began to stir as Mo Han watched. The person slowly rose, surveying the surroundings before quickly locking eyes with him. Brother Mo Han. Xiao Wan. Mo Han finally recognized that the person before him was none other than Yuan. Brother Mo Han, where are we? Yuan's voice carried a hint of panic as she struggled against her own bindings. Realizing they were equally secure, she shifted her body closer to Mo Han. I don't know, Mo Han replied, shaking his head. That I woke up just a moment before you did. With that, he adjusted his position to draw closer to her. In an unfamiliar environment, the instinct to huddle together for warmth took over. Seeing Mo Han's movement, Yuan felt a surge of relief. This was a promising start. Next, she needed to evoke Mo Han's inner fears to break down his psychological defenses. With that in mind, Yuan adopted a facade of strength and comforted him. Brother Mo Han, don't be afraid, and no matter what happens, I will protect you. Yuan mentally applauded her performance. Indeed, upon hearing her words, a flicker of emotion welled up within Mo Han. However, as a man, how could he entertain the notion of being protected by a woman? Don't worry, Xiaowan. I've got this covered, he assured her with a steadfast gaze that conveyed reassurance. Yuan was taken aback. This was not how she had envisioned the script unfolding. That shouldn't he be expressing gratitude for her willingness to protect him in such circumstances, gradually fostering a sense of dependence on her. Stunned for a moment, Yuan chuckled inwardly, realizing that Mo Han remained as kind and brave as ever, truly deserving of her lifelong affection. However, this was not the development she sought. She silently apologized to Mo Han, vowing to make it up to him later. Now, she was ready to step up her game. With that thought, Yuan moved even closer to Mo Han, their bodies leaning against one another as she pondered aloud. Brother Mo Han, Given our current predicament, it seems we have been kidnapped. Think carefully. Do you have any enemies? Imohan took her words to heart and began to contemplate seriously. As for enemies, he realized he had none. But he did have numerous pursuers. Could it be that someone harbored extreme thoughts? No. If that were the case, he should be tied up on a bed somewhere. Ahem. Overthinking again, Imohan quickly reined in his wandering thoughts and shook his head at Yuan. I can't recall having wronged anyone. After hearing his response, Yuan feigned deep thought before speaking again. I believe it may be my fault. Imohan's puzzled gaze met hers. Yuan continued. Our Yi family has offended several rival companies during these years of competition. Imohan found Yuan's analysis quite plausible. He had learned some details about the Yi family. The real estate industry had reaped significant rewards in recent years, and any capable entrepreneur sought a piece of that lucrative pie. Consequently, competition among peers had intensified, with some enterprises resorting to unscrupulous means to sabotage their rivals. After all, greed could drive individuals to desperate measures. Contemplating this, Imohan couldn't help but sigh. He had truly become an innocent victim in this scenario. Yet, he could not blame Yuan, as this was beyond her control. Noticing, Imohan lost in thought. Yuan knew her guidance had succeeded. It was time for the next step. Suddenly, Yuan looked at Imohan, her expression turning serious. No, brother Imohan, we must find a way to save ourselves. If they are capable of kidnapping us, we cannot rule out the possibility that they may resort to even more heinous acts against you. As she spoke, Yuan's gaze fixated on Imohan's flawless visage. Though she phrased it subtly, Imohan grasped her implication. The thought of such a possibility sent a shiver down his spine. While he did not possess the intense views on chastity that some men in this world did, he certainly did not wish to be subjected to. Realizing this, Imohan's expression grew solemn. Indeed, we must find a way to save ourselves. Chapter 42. Imohan's gratitude after declaring their need for self-rescue. Imohan once again strained against the ropes binding his wrists and ankles. Yuan mirrored his efforts. However, despite their combined attempts and mutual assistance, they were unable to free themselves from the ropes. Yuan cursed inwardly, wondering which incompetent fool had tied them up so tightly. This is unacceptable. Someone's wages are definitely getting docked for this. Observing Imohan's growing anxiety, Yuan felt a surge of determination. Brother Imohan, hold on to the ropes binding my hands. Imohan, puzzled, complied, gripping the ropes around Yuan's wrists. Seeing him secure the hold, Yuan took a deep breath, aligning her fingers on her left hand. And with a forceful tug, she managed to pull her left hand free. Imohan heard a cracking sound as she successfully extricated herself. But before he could celebrate, he noticed the pain etched across Yuan's face as her right hand grasped her injured left hand. Xiaowan, are you all right? Imohan asked with concern, his gaze fixed on her. I'm fine, Yuan stammered, her voice trembling from the pain. Imohan barely registered her response as he took her left hand to examine the damage. Her once fair and delicate hand was now swollen and red, and given the sound he had heard, Imohan deduced that Yuan had likely fractured a bone in her left hand. Imohan wanted to voice his frustration, but the words caught in his throat. I'm okay, Yuan insisted, forcing a smile as she struggled to use her trembling left hand to help Imohan with his bindings. Given her left hand's near incapacity, the task proved exceedingly difficult, and Imohan watched in silence, overwhelmed with emotion. In such dire circumstances, Xiaowan still prioritized him. He was deeply moved at why Yuan exerted immense effort and finally managed to untie the ropes binding Imohan's hands. Imohan immediately leaned Yuan against the wall and freed her feet before attending to his own restraints. Once these tasks were completed, he gently took Yuan's left hand, inspecting it with utmost care. Having learned some basic resetting techniques from Xiao Bingchen, he carefully felt around her wrist, relieved to ascertain that it was merely a fracture and some abrasions on the back of her hand. Observing his demeanor, Yuan felt a surge of joy within, though she maintained an outward appearance of pain. Xiaowan, bear with it a little longer, Imohan gently urged her. Yuan nodded, curious about his next move. With both hands, Imohan grasped her left hand, took a deep breath, and although he had often engaged in playful massages with Xiao Bingchen, this was his first time genuinely assisting someone in realigning bones. Leaving him somewhat apprehensive, in an instant, Imohan exerted force. Crack. Yuan let out a cry, but soon thereafter, she was astonished to notice that the pain in her wrist had considerably diminished. Is it better? Imo Han inquired, noticing the change in her expression. Much better, Yuan replied, attempting to move her wrist, but was promptly restrained by Imo Han. That you've just been reset. The muscular tissue is still strained. So try not to move. Yuan obediently complied, refraining from further movement of her left hand. Imo Han then fashioned a simple support for her hand using the same ropes, allowing himself to relax a little. Seeing Imo Han breathe a sigh of relief, Yuan leaned in with a smile. So, Imo Han Gij, did my predicament touch your heart just now? Did you, for a fleeting moment, consider dedicating yourself to me? Imo Han shot her an exasperated look. Even now, she was making such jokes? Nevertheless, he did feel a sense of emotion, which he silently noted. Supporting Yuan to her feet, the two began to cautiously make their way toward the door. The commotion they had just caused had not attracted any attention, leading Imo Han to speculate that perhaps there was no one guarding this place. His suspicions were confirmed when the door creaked open, revealing a pitch-black corridor devoid of even a shadow. Yuan recognized it was time for her to take the lead. Grasping Imo Han's hand, she earnestly instructed, Imo Han Gij, stay behind me. Imo Han nodded, not opposing her. In such circumstances, who walked behind whom was of little consequence. Thus, they proceeded carefully, exploring their surroundings. In the enveloping darkness, the only sounds were their footsteps, creating an eerily chilling atmosphere, especially when encountering indistinct shapes that made Imo Han tense up instinctively. Scaring himself throughout the ordeal. Yuan, walking ahead, could distinctly feel Imo Han's grip on her tightening and loosening, which delighted her. Indeed, a man was still as they navigated through the dim environment. They discovered that this was an enclosed space with several empty rooms, but they gleaned no useful information. That we must be trapped here by the kidnappers, Yuan concluded. Imo Han nodded, contemplating. Let us search for any sources of water and food. After all, we have no idea how long we might be confined. Yuan wholeheartedly agreed. They continued their search, but to their dismay, there was not a single trace of water or food. No rats, no cockroaches. Imo Han felt an ominous sense of dread. Those people, they can't possibly intend to let us starve to death here. Can they? Yuan feigned fear. Surely not, if they dare to do that. The Yi family will never let them off the hook. Imo Han shook his head, thinking Yuan was somewhat naive. After all, those who could resort to kidnapping had already severed ties completely. Why would they care about their victims' fates? Imo Han lamented his misfortune, having been in this world for just over a month, blessed with a wonderful little wife and a budding business. Was it all destined to end here? Or was this merely a fleeting dream of a dying drunkard? The thought sent a chill down his spine. Who was not afraid of death? Sensing Imo Han's despondency, Yuan stepped forward and embraced him gently. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. The Yi family will find us soon. I hope so, Imo Han replied, harboring little hope. In this forsaken space, devoid of phones or watches, both he and Yuan lost all sense of time. As time dragged on, Imo Han grew increasingly pessimistic. Could it truly end here? Unwilling to resign himself to such a fate, he continued searching the room for an escape route. Yuan understood his sentiment and remained silently by his side, offering continuous words of comfort to instill hope. Just as in their previous life, when Imo Han found himself at a dead end, she had taken him in. After fruitless searching, Imo Han had no choice but to relent. With no food or water and the damp, chilly environment taking its toll, their body temperatures began to drop, prompting them to return to the initial room, seeking warmth in each other's embrace. Unconcerned about modesty in their dire state, listening to Yuan's soothing words, Imo Han felt a warmth in his heart, and in a daze, he drifted into a deep sleep. Yuan noticed Imo Han's breathing becoming steady and, after tightening her hold on him gently, she too slowly closed her eyes. Chapter 43. Xiao Bingchen and Qin ran outside. Xiao Bingchen and Qin Ran were nearly frantic. It had been almost a day without a trace of Imo Han. While Xiao Bingchen suppressed the news of Mohan's disappearance, he also worked to stabilize the situation at Xingqing Entertainment, all the while dispatching more personnel to search for him. Dingen had never witnessed the formidable resolve of the boss's wife, and it was evident why she had been chosen by their boss. She was indeed extraordinary. During this time, Qin Ran and Xiao Bingchen managed to meet. Upon seeing her, Xiao Bingchen was filled with anger. How could someone right in front of him be taken away? He acted without hesitation, delivering a punch that sent Qin Ran sprawling to the ground, coughing blood. Useless, a candidate for the next generation's war god. And you can't even protect my husband. What use are you? In the face of Xiao Bingchen's scorn, Qin Ran did not retort. Instead, her eyes reflected shock. You actually took that step. In their previous life, they had been comrades for a while. Qin Ran understood Xiao Bingchen well. This woman was a prodigy of both medicine and martial arts, and her unique physique allowed her to progress in her training at an astonishing rate, far surpassing other martial artists. However, her physique also had a notable drawback. She had to safeguard her primal yin before reaching a certain stage, and afterward, she could significantly benefit her partner. Thus, in their previous life, Xiao Bingchen had countless admirers in the martial arts world. Returning to the present, Qin Ran recalled that at this point in their last life, Xiao Bingchen had not yet taken that step. But how could you? Xiao Bingchen's impatience was evident. You can't possibly be serious? Qin Ran found it hard to believe. That step, in the current environment, had stymied 99 of martial artists, even as the so-called first talent of the North. She still found it a considerable challenge to reach that step. The gap between them was as vast as heaven and earth. Xiao Bingchen was not in the mood for such discussions and waved her hand dismissively, signaling Qin Ran to leave and not obstruct her. Before departing, Qin Ran cast a deep glance at Xiao Bingchen, realizing that her rebirth had triggered a series of chain reactions. First, Mo Han withdrew from the Mo family. Then, he started a company, and now he was involved with Xiao Bingchen. What other upheavals lay ahead? Who was behind Mo Han's kidnapping? Lin Yan, Xiaoqing, Gushi? No, she had to quickly enhance her own strength. All troubles stemmed from insufficient power. Xiao Bingchen's gaze fell upon the closed office door, pondering Qin Ran's reaction, which seemed strangely familiar. Yet, Xiao Bingchen was certain she had never encountered Qin Ran, even if the latter investigated her. It would be nearly impossible to uncover her information. Tapping her chin thoughtfully, Xiao Bingchen felt it necessary to look deeper into Qin Ran. Otherwise, she wouldn't feel at ease that in her dreams, Yuan envisioned herself and Mo Han successfully coming together, ushering him into the Yi family with great fanfare. Their wedding unfolded seamlessly. Receiving everyone's blessings, they entered the bridal chamber. Just as Yuan was about to lift Mo Han's veil, a sudden pang of hunger jolted her back to reality. Upon waking, she immediately checked on Mo Han's condition. Finding him still asleep, his face radiating affection, she gently brushed away the dust from his face. That it won't be long now. Soon, I shall turn this dream into reality. Yuan gazed ahead, estimating that nearly a day had passed. In another 2 days, they would be able to escape this wretched place. She observed Mo Han's disheveled state. A twinge of regret touched her heart. But she concluded that as long as she could have Mo Han, everything was worthwhile. Her eyes lingered on him, revealing a hint of unhealthy obsession and fixation she herself was unaware of. Noticing signs of Mo Han waking, Yuan swiftly donned a concerned expression. Xiao Han, how long has it been? Mo Han, roused by the gnawing hunger and thirst in his belly, replied, about a day, I suppose. His tone was uncertain. Mo Han sighed deeply, closing his mouth to conserve his strength. Mo Han Gij, trust me, we will survive and get out of here. Yuan comforted him with a smile, but Mo Han shook his head. His eyes half closed. He was parched and starving. His thoughts dulled, leaving him with little desire to speak. Yuan focused on Mo Han's cracked lips and tentatively asked, Mo Han Gij, are you thirsty? Mo Han opened his eyes and gazed at her in silence. Was this not an obvious statement? Yuan herself was indeed parched, and she tentatively suggested, I have a method to alleviate your discomfort. Would you care to try? Mo Han's eyes widened in shock as an image flashed through his mind. Yuan, with a bashful expression, looked at him and said, Brother Mo Han, I can drink yours, and you can drink mine. But do remember not to overindulge. The mere thought of such a remedy made Mo Han feel that he would rather perish than endure it. Yuan assumed that Mo Han had deciphered her suggestion, leading her to gag, her face darkening instantly. Was she truly so unappealing that even the idea of kissing her could induce such revulsion? Suppressing her rising anger, she turned away. If you're unwilling, then so be it. Do you think I long for this? Mo Han hastily clarified. No, Xiao Wan, I harbor no disdain for you. It's just that I cannot overcome this mental barrier. Upon hearing Mo Han's explanation, Yuan's expression softened. She understood that he had always cherished himself and would not kiss her unless he had truly fallen in love. It was not his fault. With a sigh, Yuan turned back, her tone laden with remorse. I apologize, Brother Mo Han. My thoughts were misguided. It's all right. This is not your fault. You were merely considering my well-being. However, let us refrain from discussing that method again. Imohan nodded in understanding while subtly preparing Yuan for the worst. Yuan feigned agreement. Yet deep within, she felt an overwhelming sense of regret. It seemed she would have to endure a little longer until Imohan's defenses crumbled in time. Imohan, relieved to see her abandon that dreadful notion, closed his eyes to rest once more, oblivious to the fact that their thoughts were, in essence, wildly divergent. Meanwhile, after an extensive search, Xiao Bingchen finally uncovered some clues. Prior to Imohan's disappearance, a group of foreign mercenaries had infiltrated Luochuan, but they had since departed, heading towards the exit. Clutching the information in her hand, Xiao Bingchen, grasping at straws, promptly dispatched personnel to investigate this batch of mercenaries. Soon, news returned that they had indeed arrived around the time of Imohan's vanishing. Albeit their intentions remained unclear, it appeared they had anticipated their exit, dispersing swiftly in various directions after leaving Luochuan, with some already having departed Longhua, while the remainder would soon follow suit. Capture them alive, Xiao Bingchen instructed, rubbing her temples. Chapter 44. Yuan's regret words swiftly returned again. They had apprehended one, while the others had either fled or vanished. Xiao Bingchen signaled for an immediate application of the major memory restoration technique, disregarding any humanitarian considerations towards the foreign mercenaries, upon learning that Imohan had indeed been captured by this group. Xiao Bingchen sprang to her feet. Quickly, ask her where he is. The response was a flurry of incomprehensible chatter, but Xiao Bingchen grasped the gist. Damn it, this person is directionally challenged, but at least she knows the general location. Furthermore, she mentioned that their target was not the handsome man, but rather another woman with the surname Yi. Capturing him was merely a whim of their leader to negotiate a higher price with the employer. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Bingchen chose to trust this mercenary's words for the moment and ordered them to bring her back swiftly. Imohan was not the primary target, so he was unlikely to face immediate danger. As her thoughts drifted to Yuan, who had vanished alongside Imohan, a flicker of doubt crossed Xiao Bingchen's mind. Why had they been captured together? Was this mere coincidence? Previously, she had followed the leads regarding Yuan but found nothing substantial, which was rather perplexing. Yuan estimated the passage of time. It must have been nearly 2 days, and the state of both herself and Imohan had plummeted to an all-time low. Brother Imohan, are you all right? Her voice was dry and hoarse. I won't die just yet, Imohan replied, his voice equally raspy. He had succumbed to despair, unable to digest any more of Yuan's comforting words. Unbeknownst to him, Yuan abruptly posed a peculiar question. If, and I mean if, we manage to escape together, Brother Imohan, would you be willing to be my boyfriend, even if just for a day? Imohan sensed that Yuan was beginning to ramble nonsensically and reached out to touch her forehead, which was indeed feverish. Rest assured, I will not allow you to perish before me. Imohan had silently resolved that, since Yuan had been consistently encouraging and caring for him since their capture, if it came down to choosing between them, he would willingly sacrifice his chance for her sake. Hoping to spare her from any psychological trauma. As Yuan perceived Imohan's evasion of her question, an overwhelming sense of disappointment and bitterness welled up within her. Did he not even wish to indulge in a little pretense? It seemed his heart had been entirely claimed by Xiao Bingchen. This thought dimmed the light in her eyes, leaving only a murky gloom. Due to various factors, Yuan did not wait for Imohan's emotional breakdown. Instead, she found herself unable to hold together any longer. Instinctively, she embraced Imohan, her voice breaking like a cuckoo's lament. Imohan, we should be in love. Why did you fall for someone else first? Why couldn't you wait a little longer for me? Everything feels so wrong. You belong to me, and we should never part. All right. As she spoke, Yuan tightened her grip, as if she were trying to merge Imohan's very essence with her own. Imohan, feeling the heat radiating from Yuan and hearing her incoherent murmurs, realized that her emotions were on the brink of collapse. If her physical condition continued to deteriorate, she would surely be in grave danger. Imohan forced a smile. He could feel Yuan's grasp on him weakening, her whispers dwindling to nearly inaudible levels. In the end, he could only catch fragments of her words about starting over, about fate playing tricks on her. It seemed she was completely overwhelmed. Gently laying Yuan down, he noted her pained expression, her eyes tightly shut, and the alarming heat radiating from her body. Imohan recognized that he could no longer delay. Raising his wrist, he gritted his teeth and bit down hard on his artery. The pain was excruciating. After creating a small incision, blood began to flow from his wrist, and without hesitation, he pressed it against Yi-Wan's lips. As the crimson liquid touched her mouth, she instinctively parted her lips. Seeing this, Imohan swiftly offered his entire wrist. In her dazed state, Yi-Wan felt a warm liquid flowing into her mouth. And her body's instincts prompted her to suckle, gradually alleviating the dryness in her throat and rekindling her vitality. In her stupor, Yi-Wan opened her eyes to find Imohan's pallid face adorned with a gentle smile. Before she could utter a word, Imohan's eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness, collapsing to the side. Imohan. Brother. Yi-Wan struggled to rise, hastily checking on his condition, upon seeing the half-scabbed blood on his wrist. Her pupils dilated in horror. She had consumed Imohan's blood. No. Yi-Wan's anguished cry pierced the air. Trembling, she placed her hand on Imohan's pulse, feeling the faint thrum, and her heart bled with remorse. What have I done? What have I done? At that moment, an overwhelming wave of regret, self-recrimination, and guilt filled Yi-Wan's mind. She regretted everything. If only she could start over. If only she were granted another chance. She felt Imohan's pulse grow weaker and his body grow colder. Yi-Wan's heart sank further, and she clutched him tightly. It's all my fault. All my fault. Blood tears streamed down her face while Yi-Wan was consumed by a singular thought. She must save Imohan. She had to save him. Resolutely, she bit down hard on her wrist again, and copious amounts of blood flowed forth. Shakily, she brought her wrist to Imohan's lips, yearning for him to awaken, but the unconscious Imohan remained unresponsive. Open your mouth. Please open your mouth. In a fit of desperation, Yi-Wan attempted to pry open his jaws, but after several futile attempts, she realized his teeth were firmly clenched. The frail Yi-Wan could not force them apart. Feeling the life ebbing from the man she loved most, Yi-Wan's mind spiraled into chaos. The only thought that remained was the horrifying realization that she had inadvertently caused the death of her dearest. Suddenly, a tremendous sound resonated throughout the space. Yi-Wan's vacant eyes sparked with a glimmer of hope. Help! Someone! Please save Brother Imohan. Her piercing, shrill cries were immediately detected by Xiao Bingchen and Qin Ran, who had burst into the space. Xiao Bingchen swiftly positioned herself before Imohan and Yi-Wan. Witnessing Imohan, pale and on the brink of death, held tightly in Yi-Wan's embrace, her mind erupted in chaos. Get away! She forcefully shoved Yi-Wan aside and quickly laid Imohan down, her fingertips glowing with a silvery energy as she rapidly initiated treatment on him. In the next moment, Qin Ran arrived. And upon seeing the situation, her pupils constricted in disbelief. Had she not known Yi-Wan, she might have mistaken the blood-stained girl, whose eyes brimmed with tears and whose body was marred with wounds, for a malevolent specter. Chapter 45. Recovery. Stunned for a few seconds, Qin Ran immediately instructed the accompanying military medic to tend to Yi-Wan's injuries. Even a seasoned medic, accustomed to the harshest of conditions, was taken aback by Yi-Wan's tragic appearance and wasted no time in springing into action. Yi-Wan remained in a daze, fixated on Imohan, who was being fervently treated by Xiao Bingchen. Completely oblivious to her surroundings, after a flurry of urgent treatment by the military doctor, Yi-Wan's condition finally showed some signs of recovery. Just as the doctor was preparing to assist her in rising, he discovered that he could barely move her at all. Yi-Wan's gaze remained fixed, unwavering, in the direction of Imohan. Qin Ran approached, whispering softly in Yi-Wan's ear, "Rest assured, with Xiao Bingchen here, Imohan will be fine." Upon hearing this, the taut strings of Yi-Wan's heart instantly relaxed, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Qin Ran swiftly caught her as she cradled Yi-Wan in her arms. Qin Ran prepared to take a step when her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Xiao Bingchen feeding a golden pill to Imohan, no longer anxious. Qin Ran thought to herself that if even such a life-saving elixir was given to Imohan, he likely would not suffer any lasting consequences. Perhaps he might even gain fortune from this misfortune. As she moved forward, Qin Ran could not help but recall a senior's lament, swallowing a golden pill. "My fate lies in my own hands, not in the heavens." When Imohan awoke, the first thing he saw was the familiar ceiling above. "Darling, you're finally awake," came the concerned voice of Xiao Bingchen as she turned to him. Imohan raised a hand to gently caress Xiao Bingchen's delicate face, saying, "It's so wonderful to see you again. Stop saying foolish things as long as you don't disdain me." I'll make sure you see me every day. Xiao Bingqian replied. Mo Han shook his head, his expression serious. I could never tire of you. I could gaze upon you for a lifetime. The sound of his words, a flicker of joy shone in Xiao Bingqian's eyes. Thinking to herself, you'd best not regret saying that. With that, she helped Mo Han sit up, opened a nearby thermal pot, and blew gently on the porridge until it was just right before carefully bringing the spoon to his lips. Mo Han relished the tender care from his little wife, feeling a warmth enveloping him. As the warm porridge filled his stomach, he felt significantly better. Xiao Bingqian continued to feed him spoonful by spoonful until he had eaten his fill. Once Mo Han had finished, she set the thermal pot aside and wiped away a trace of porridge from the corner of his mouth. How do you feel now? She inquired. Much better, Mo Han replied, rubbing his abdomen with a satisfied expression. Xiao Bingqian raised her hand and gently tapped his nose, her tone slightly admonishing. You must never do that again. No one is more important than you. Mo Han understood she was referring to his reckless act of saving Yi and that it won't happen again. He assured her, wishing to alleviate her concerns. Seeing his swift agreement, Xiao Bingqian realized he was merely trying to comfort her. If faced with a similar situation, he would undoubtedly make the same choice. Her husband truly could be foolish at times. With this thought, she embraced Mo Han tightly, whispering, silly and Mo Han gently patted her back. And in silence, they both savored the rhythm of each other's heartbeats. At the First People's Hospital of Luochuan, Yuan slowly regained consciousness, her gaze blankly fixed on the ceiling. Xiaowan, you're awake, came the voice of Yi Siren beside her. Yet, Yuan seemed oblivious, continuing to stare vacantly at the ceiling. Witnessing her sister's state, Yi Siren sighed inwardly, wanting to say something but unsure how to begin. As an observer of the entire situation, she may not have known the intricate details, but after some contemplation, it was not hard to surmise her sister's intentions. Regrettably, fate had not favored Yuan. Her well-meaning efforts had nearly resulted in Mo-Han's demise. Surely, she must be feeling immense regret now. Yi Siren recalled hearing the rescue team recount the events, and the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on her heart. When faced with death, one is often filled with fear and weakness. Yet, in that moment of utter hopelessness, Mo-Han had chosen to leave a sliver of hope for her sister. Yi Siren's respect for Mo-Han had reached its zenith. To conquer fear and confront death, thereby saving another, is a feat that commands admiration. Coupled with her newfound understanding of Mo-Han's past, how could any woman resist such a man? Suddenly, Yi Siren grasped why her sister could love Mo-Han so fervently. To the point of madness. As an elder sister, she genuinely hoped Yuan would bring Mo-Han into the Yi family, yet she also understood that, in terms of talent and character, her sister was far from deserving of him. Mo-Han was destined to be a remarkable figure of his time. Lying on the hospital bed, Yuan suddenly spoke, her voice hoarse. Sister, do I even deserve Mo-Han's love? Though it was a question, her tone carried a sense of certainty. Why Yi Siren opened her mouth, wishing to offer comfort, but felt it would be wrong to deceive her sister. With a heavy sigh, she finally replied, No. Yi Siren wished to dissuade Yuan. If love required one to scheme against another, then such love was indeed too burdensome and frightening. Why Yuan closed her eyes, tears flowing from the corners. She knew that from the moment she began to manipulate Mo-Han, she had forfeited her right to his love. With another sigh, Yi Siren turned to leave, deciding it best to let Yuan calm herself. As an elder sister, she needed to eliminate any lingering dangers. She had no desire for the Yi family to attract the ire of the formidable Xiao family. With this thought, a glint of cold resolve flickered in her eyes as she quickened her pace. 3 days passed in silence. Under Xiao Bingqian's attentive care, Mo-Han fully recovered. Strangely, he felt as though his physical condition had improved, perhaps even stronger than before. His long-desired 8-pack abs had returned. Mo-Han chuckled at the absurdity of it all. The physique he had painstakingly built in his previous life was seemingly regained merely by lying down for a few days. Today marked Mo-Han's first day back at the office post-recovery. Xiao Bingqian insisted on accompanying him, and with no choice but to oblige, he resigned himself to her presence. After all, she was his wife. As they approached Qingqing Entertainment, the employees were immediately struck by the sight of their beloved boss and his enchanting wife. Their faces lighting up as they hurried forward to greet them. Good day, boss. Good day, Assistant Xiao. They chimed in unison. Mo-Han paused, his expression peculiar as he turned to Xiao Bingqian, who simply waved her hand nonchalantly in response. Get back to work. The employees departed, their faces brimming with joy, whispering amongst themselves. The boss and boss lady are simply a perfect match to no question. I'm prepared to ship them as a couple all year. Upon entering the office, Imohan leaned against his desk, arms crossed, gazing at Xiao Bingchen. Now, tell me, what is going on? Xiao Bingchen blinked her beautiful eyes, feigning ignorance. What do you mean? What is going on? Don't play coy. Why do they all call you Assistant Xiao? I don't recall assigning you that title. Xiao Bingchen approached Imohan, smiling. Oh, that? It's what they decided to call me, a special assistant, which I think suits me quite well. So I accepted. What? Did you get my approval for that? What about Dingen? In response to Imohan's inquiry, Xiao Bingchen patiently explained, you approved it. As she approached the desk, she produced a contract, which Imohan glanced at and realized it indeed bore his official seal. Before he could further question, Xiao Bingchen continued, Dingen is still your assistant. My role as a special assistant is different from his. How is it different? Imohan asked, confusion evident on his face. Clearly led astray by Xiao Bingchen, she walked to the door, gently locking it before sauntering back to stand before him, her gaze sultry as she placed her hands on his shoulders, their eyes locked. The distance between them shrinking, and in a voice dripping with seduction, she whispered in his ear, mine is a personal role, and I can do anything. That Imohan inhaled sharply, instantly flustered. Xiao Bingchen was utterly irresistible, a true enchantress. Swallowing hard, he struggled to maintain his composure. Stop it. We're at the office. There are people outside. Go. Are you afraid I might consume you, my Mo boss? It must be said that Xiao Bingchen was adept at embodying her role, channeling the essence of a modern-day Daji. Realizing that if this continued, he would undoubtedly lose control, Imohan quickly distanced himself from her. Bingchen, no. Darling, let us not joke around. We can do whatever at home. Xiao Bingchen had only intended to tease him, but seeing his flustered expression ignited her interest. Imohan recognized the mischief in her eyes. He knew he was in trouble and attempted to escape, only to be caught and pulled into her embrace. That no, stay calm. We're getting ready here. Dingen, aware of the boss's return, cheerfully approached to report on work matters. Upon reaching the office door, he pushed it open without hesitation. Huh? How strange. The boss never locks the door. Faintly, Dingen caught the sound of suppressed gasps from within, and a sudden realization struck him. It seemed only the boss and boss lady were inside. Blushing furiously, he swiftly turned on his heel and fled. Back in his office, Dingen patted his flushed cheeks, musing to himself, I suppose it's time to enhance the soundproofing in the boss's office. An hour later, Xiao Bingchen sat on the couch, her face radiating warmth as she adjusted her clothing. Imohan cast a reproachful glance at Xiao Bingchen, her tone tinged with admonition. If someone discovers this, how can I still be the boss? Rest assured, that won't happen, Xiao Bingchen replied, her smile reminiscent of a cunning fox that had successfully pilfered a treat. With a sigh, Imohan resigned herself to the situation. After all, a gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. Even if she was reluctant, when this fellow was in high spirits, her strength rivaled that of a bull, leaving Imohan with no choice but to acquiesce and enjoy the moment. Yet, one thing irked Imohan greatly. Xiao Bingchen belonged to the category of those who were both inexperienced and playful, always stirring up trouble halfway, leaving her in an awkward position. Casting Xiao Bingchen a glance that promised retribution upon her return home, Mohan composed herself and swiftly transitioned into work mode. Xiao Bingchen chuckled nervously, her heart heavy. After consuming a golden elixir, Mohan's physique had further strengthened, and her combat prowess had surged dramatically. Coupled with her inherent advantages in that regard and her incessant self-renewal, the gap between the two was widening significantly. Secretly massaging her slender waist, Xiao Bingchen felt it was time to bolster herself. Otherwise, she genuinely feared that one day, Mohan, dissatisfied with her, might stray, which would be utterly disastrous. In the office, Mohan worked quietly, while Xiao Bingchen's mind was preoccupied with how to reclaim her dignity as a formidable woman. Ding dong, a notification from her phone broke her reverie. Mohan instinctively picked it up to check. It was a message from Bai Xiao, inviting her to watch his debut concert on the Longwei official site. Mohan shook her head in amusement. She had nearly forgotten about it. Coincidentally, she should also pay attention to Longwei's summer product launch. Who is it? Xiao Bingchen inquired as she pulled her chair closer. It's Xiao reminding me about the Longwei launch. Mohan shifted her position, and the two sat before the computer as Imohan clicked the mouse to enter the Longway official website. She noticed there was still some time left on the countdown. She prepared to rise and fetch water for both herself and Xiao Bingchen. Just as Imohan moved, Xiao Bingchen sprang up swiftly, adeptly grabbing 2 cups of water. Imohan nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that Xiao Bingchen was quite conscientious in her role as an assistant. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Xiao Bingchen hurriedly opened it, and Dingen entered, nodding politely at her before placing the pre-prepared documents on Imohan's desk. Boss, the acquisition of Mo's Tower has been completed, but Ye's side has returned our payment, altering the contract to a voluntary gift, and it requires a new signature. Imohan contemplated briefly and understood that this was a token of gratitude from Ye's side due to Yiwan's affair. After a quick review, finding no issues with the contract, Imohan signed and stamped it without hesitation. Boss, during this period, the revenue from the IT department, after Dingen succinctly reported on other matters within the company. He took his leave, unwilling to linger as a third wheel. Once Dingen departed, Xiao Bingchen turned to Imohan and remarked, "Your secretary is quite perceptive." Imohan rolled her eyes and feigned annoyance, saying, "Isn't it because you've appointed yourself as a special assistant, taking over half of his work?" Xiao Bingchen leaned closer to Imohan, her tone sweetening. "Is my husband still upset?" "Not at all," Imohan replied, shaking her head. She understood that Xiao Bingchen's constant desire to stay by her side stemmed from her deep affection. Imohan didn't mind this clingy little wife. "That's good to hear. Let me give you a shoulder massage," Xiao Bingchen said as she moved behind Imohan. Imohan squinted her eyes, relishing the service provided by Xiao Bingchen. The sensation was simply exquisite on the computer screen. The Longway official live broadcast had commenced. The product manager began with a nostalgic speech about the glorious past, followed by Bai Xiao taking the stage. In the footage, Bai Xiao appeared diminutive yet imposing in a light golden suit adorned with subtle dragon patterns. Exuding an impressive aura, behind him stood a national choir invited by Longway, creating an atmosphere of utmost solemnity. As the prelude began, the lights in the venue went dark, and a spotlight illuminated Bai Xiao. He slowly closed his eyes, and upon opening them, his magnetic voice resonated throughout the hall. "Keep moving forward. In this frenzied world, all dreams surrendered to time. Despite the pain my dream, do not linger. Wait for me." As the song reached its climax, the choir behind Bai Xiao lit up, and the harmonious voices of 100 singers stirred the soul. Let the light reflect in tear-soaked pupils, revealing the rainbow most desired within. Because of you, you are my dream, even amidst the choir. Bai Xiao's voice remained crystal clear. "Your little friend is quite impressive," Xiao Bingchen praised without reservation. "Indeed, his stage presence is remarkable," Imohan acknowledged, initially expecting Bai Xiao to be somewhat shy, but he had immersed himself in the emotion beautifully. As they spoke, the second segment began, still led by Bai Xiao, with the choir serving as his backdrop. Imohan, curious about the audience's reactions, raised her hand to open the barrage of comments, and in an instant, a multitude of comments flooded in. Comment 1. "I might have gotten sand in my eyes. This choir performance has left me misty-eyed." Comment 2. "I'm a high school student, regrettably unable to attend this launch in person, but I will forever remember this event." Comment 3. "This song made me feel so much resentment, grievances, regrets, but it also made me hear the cries of defiance and the unyielding courage. Go, my country, go. Longway, we will shine brightly." Comment 4. "Doesn't anyone else feel that although Bai Xiao is small, he is truly handsome?" After a while of reading the densely packed comments, Imohan's eyes began to ache, prompting her to close the window. Meanwhile, Xiao Bingchen attentively listened to the song, impressed by its quality. "No wonder he said the 80 million spent was worth it." Following the song, the product manager returned to the stage for the new product introduction segment. Imohan and Xiao Bingchen chatted while watching, and before long, the entire launch event concluded. The new product launched by Longway was a multifunctional smartwatch. Imohan, having lost her previous watch, ordered one for herself and one for Xiao Bingchen. One in black and the other in white, both customized couple editions, which should be delivered by Longway in the afternoon. Ding dong. Bai Xiao, "How did I perform just now?" Imohan, "Quite well. I can already envision the day you become a singing sensation." Bai Xiao, "What are you saying? I still have a long way to go." Imohan, "I have faith in you." Bai Xiao, "When will you give me the remaining 8 songs?" Imohan smacked her forehead. She had been so busy lately, and after being kidnapped not long ago, she completely forgot about it. That was a sum of 24 million. Imohan. When you return, come see me. By Xiao. Thank you so much, Xiaohan. Xiao Bingchen rested her head on Imohan's shoulder, inhaling the unique scent of her body. Her eyes narrowing like a content cat as they leaned against each other. You've just given him the songs like that? Xiao Bingchen questioned, believing that given Imohan's current prominence, she could have negotiated a better price. I had already promised him and his sister. I cannot go back on my word, and besides, it isn't a buyout of the rights, Imohan explained, understanding Xiao Bingchen's implication, sensing the warmth of Xiao Bingchen's body pressing against her. Imohan shrugged slightly, signaling her not to lean in so closely. Xiao Bingchen smiled and stood up, aware that she should not provoke further. Otherwise, Imohan might genuinely become upset, satisfied with Xiao Bingchen's perception. Imohan nodded approvingly. Having finished watching the Longway launch, Imohan turned her attention to the tasks at hand in the IT department. Led by Chu Yin, the chasing light team was undoubtedly a revenue-generating department. Mohan planned to allocate more bonuses for them as a team-building expense. Meanwhile, Du Fenglan and Song Guifu's open-world adventure game had received ample resources thanks to Mohan's support, and the virtual world framework was nearly complete. They had officially named the game Yuan Shunned. Mohan directly adapted a strategy from a certain gaming company from her past life. Of course, keeping in mind that the character design favored male characters, as the primary audience for this game was the anime community. Lastly, there was the short video planning team led by Ji Jianyuan. The trial operation of Mi-In had yielded excellent results. Imohan had previously hinted at this, leveraging the prior success of Deming and Ci Chu Bansheng. They smoothly initiated the wave of the short video era, with daily active users steadily increasing and the profits quite promising. However, the cost of acquiring servers was somewhat steep, but fortunately, due to the collaboration with Longway, Zhang Yan's quotation was quite reasonable. Imohan also devised numerous intriguing ideas. The essence of the short video was to captivate and engage the audience. Moving on to the music department, to be honest, Imohan felt somewhat disappointed in her team of musicians. Even though she had occasionally provided them with additional support, the quality of their compositions remained lackluster. Imohan sighed, realizing that Sing Chung Entertainment was perceived externally as a top-tier music production company, yet none of her musicians could produce anything noteworthy, which was quite a headache. Noticing Imohan's furrowed brow, Xiao Bingchen gently inquired, "What's wrong?" Imohan had no intention of concealing her thoughts. "It's the music department, Sai." She preferred not to elaborate further. Xiao Bingchen rested her chin on her hand, saying, "I think you should let go of some people. Giving them too comfortable of a situation will only lead to complacency." Imohan understood this principle. Her initial plan was indeed to dismiss those who couldn't perform. However, the sight of those adoring fans looking at her with starry eyes made it hard for her to act with such decisiveness. Xiao Bingchen, seeing the dilemma on her face, quickly grasped the situation. It was well known that the musicians in the department were all ardent supporters and fans of Imohan, making it perfectly understandable that she found it hard to part with them. "How about we establish an evaluation plan? Those who meet the standards will stay, while those who do not will have to leave." Upon hearing Xiao Bingchen's suggestion, Imohan nodded in agreement. It seemed there was no other option. After all, he was not a philanthropist and could not afford to support them indefinitely. "Leave this plan to me," Xiao Bingchen volunteered, taking on the responsibility herself. After all, it was better for her to assume the role of the villain. Her husband needed to manage the company and maintain a good image. Imohan nodded, thinking to himself, with such a wife, what more could he desire? He resolved to treat his beloved wife well that evening, and if Xiao Bingchen were to discover his intentions, she would likely spend the next day in a state of anxious anticipation. With the matter entrusted to Xiao Bingchen, Imohan felt relieved and instructed Ding and to send the previously devised plans to the various departments. Before long, it was noon. Imohan contemplated dining out, but was promptly stopped by Xiao Bingchen. Having just recovered from a serious illness, she was understandably worried about him eating questionable food outside. Listening to her concerns, Imohan couldn't help but chuckle. Did she really think he was that delicate? Fortunately, their home was nearby, and a drive of just over 10 minutes brought them back. As soon as they entered the house, Xiao Bingchen headed straight for the kitchen. The little chef, Xiao Bingchen, was officially on duty. Chapter 48. Commencing preparations for Longhhua's Voice of China. The meal was soon served, and Imo Han curiously fixed his gaze on the bowl of soup that had mysteriously appeared beside Xiao Bingchen. "Why didn't you bring me a portion of the soup?" Xiao Bingchen paused for a moment before waving her hand dismissively. "You don't need to drink it. This is for me." Imo Han raised an eyebrow, as if realizing something, and chose not to press further. After finishing their meal, with plenty of time still left, Imo Han decided to take a nap. However, Xiao Bingchen insisted on joining him, and Imo Han knew exactly what she was after. Having expended considerable mental energy that morning, he was not in the mood for any antics. He swiftly closed and locked the door. After a blissful half-hour of sleep, Imo Han emerged feeling refreshed, only to be met by Xiao Bingchen's reproachful gaze. He immediately reflected, wondering if he had perhaps gone a bit too far. He approached Xiao Bingchen, enveloped her in his embrace, and spoke in a gentle tone laced with a hint of persuasion. "I'll make it up to you tonight." "Humph," Xiao Bingchen replied, turning her head with a flicker of mischief in her eyes. Observing her demeanor, Imo Han leaned closer to whisper in her ear, "Knowledge is yours to command." Xiao Bingchen's eyes sparkled with excitement as she instantly turned to him. "Really?" Imo Han nodded solemnly. Xiao Bingchen felt a surge of delight. With such a small ploy, how could she not have him wrapped around her finger? Tonight, she was determined to reclaim her dominance. Imo Han too was secretly pleased, hoping that she wouldn't beg for mercy too soon. No amount of pleading would help her then. Thus, both of them harbored their own intentions. Oh no. Each brimming with confidence. As they made their way to the company. Upon arriving at the company, Imo Han collected a package from a certain e-commerce platform at the front desk. It was undoubtedly the watch he had been expecting. The receptionist kindly assisted Imo Han and Xiao Bingchen in unboxing it. Imo Han slipped on the black watch engraved with Xiao Bingchen's name, while she adorned her wrist with the white watch engraved with his name. They had already familiarized themselves with the watch's functions during the launch event, noting its practicality, including health monitoring, communication capabilities, and two-way positioning. They were informed that it utilized Longhua's independent satellite and Tiangong satellite positioning, ensuring reliable service even in remote mountainous areas. After playing around with the watches for a bit, they handed the packaging over to the receptionist for disposal and headed upstairs. In the afternoon, Imo Han dedicated his time to organizing the songs he had promised to buy. Xiao to match the themes of the wind rises and youth. Imo Han carefully selected 8 songs with similar artistic concepts, completing them with localized adaptations. Once finished, he suddenly recalled the Longchuan Voice of China plan he had stored in the safe. It was time to set that in motion as well, retrieving the proposal. Imo Han promptly replaced Longchuan with Longhua, recognizing that his current influence warranted a scope beyond just Longchuan. Overall, the process would remain unchanged. However, Imo Han did not believe that his company could handle the project alone. It would be wise to invite a capable partner to collaborate. After much consideration, he decided to target the Beauty Group, as they were already entrenched in the entertainment industry, making project negotiations more convenient. Resolute in his decision, Imo Han picked up his phone. "Chunjia, do you have some time?" Bai Chen replied almost instantly. "Yes." Imo Han continued, "I have a project that I need to discuss with you in person." "When would be suitable?" Bai Chen inquired. "Should I come to you, or will you come to me?" After pondering, Imo Han concluded that he could also bring the organized songs along with him. He should take the initiative since he was about to earn money from her. "I'll come to you and bring along the songs I promised, Xiao," he replied. "All right, just let me know when you're close, and I'll come down to meet you," Bai Chen responded. "No need to trouble yourself. I'll make my way up," Imo Han assured her, and Bai Chen did not reply further to tea that moment. Xiao Bingchen returned from the music department. "How did it go?" Imo Han asked. Looking up, the formerly stern expression on Xiao Bingchen's face transformed into a bright smile, and she gave a thumbs up, a stark contrast to her earlier authoritative demeanor in the music department. "That's wonderful. Let's tidy up and head out." Imo Han sighed inwardly. "Where to?" "We're going to Beauty Group to discuss a collaboration," he explained. After swiftly organizing their office, the two departed. Upon entering the Beauty Group building, Imo Han immediately spotted Bai Chen and waved. "Chenjia, what a coincidence." Bai Chen greeted back with a smile. "What a coincidence indeed. I just happened to come down for something." She glanced at Xiao Bingchen before diverting her attention. The three of them proceeded to the elevator, causing the front desk staff at Beauty Group to exchange whispers as they observed the trio. "Did you notice how cheerful President Bai seems today? It must be because of her presence," one employee remarked. President Bai pretended it was a coincidence, but she had clearly been waiting for a while. I never realized she had such a side to her. Another chimed in. Keep your voices down. They haven't walked far yet, a third warned. Didn't you notice the woman accompanying President Mo? Another added. Who cares? I'm quite fond of the pairing of our President Bai and President Mo, the domineering CEO and his icy yet charming wife. It's thrilling to imagine, though Mo Han and Bai Chun did not catch every word. They gleaned enough to understand the gist. Bai Chun cleared her throat. Xiao Han, don't pay attention to their nonsense. I genuinely happened to come down. Unbeknownst to her, upon seeing Mo Han, Bai Chun's heart raced uncontrollably, and she struggled to maintain her usual composure. Mo Han smiled gently and nodded. I believe you. Chen Jia. Seeing that Mo Han trusted her, Bai Chun felt a wave of relief wash over her. She would deal with those gossiping staff later. Meanwhile, Xiao Bingchun, having overheard the conversation, felt a chill in her gaze. She had sensed something off about Bai Chun's look at Mo Han during their previous dinner. And witnessing her reaction today confirmed her suspicions. It was evident that Bai Chun was trying to encroach on her territory. Xiao Bingchun was convinced that her decision to become Mo Han's personal assistant was indeed the right one. Although she knew her husband was steadfast, she could not ignore the persistent advances of others. Noticing Xiao Bingchun's silence, Mo Han subtly tugged at her hand, his eyes conveying a message. Don't listen to them. My heart belongs only to you. Xiao Bingchun responded by firmly grasping his hand, a smile playing on her lips as she winked at him, indicating that she was not affected. Seeing this, Mo Han felt reassured. Bai Chun observed their subtle exchange, a hint of bitterness creeping into her heart. The trio arrived at the reception room, where the secretary had already prepared 3 cups of coffee. After seating themselves, Mo Han handed over the 8 songs to Bai Chun, who, without even glancing at them, instructed her secretary to process the payment. Mo Han hurriedly interjected, President Bai, please allow someone to assess the quality first. The payment can wait. Bai Chun nodded and sent a copy of the documents with her secretary, who promptly left, and Mo Han then took the briefcase that Xiao Bingchun had been carrying and presented the Longhua Voice of China proposal to Bai Chun. Knowing that the main event was about to begin, Bai Chun's demeanor turned serious as she began to review the proposal. After approximately 10 minutes, she finished reading it. Taking a deep breath, she adjusted her golden spectacles. The proposal was exceptionally detailed, covering everything from personnel distribution to promotional strategies and attracting traffic. Chapter 49. Re-establishing the authority of the wife. Mo Han had placed tremendous faith in himself by allowing Bai Chun to review the entire proposal. Did he not fear that she might remember its contents and subsequently cast him aside? With her thoughts racing, Bai Chun steadied her mind, vowing not to betray the trust Mo Han had placed in her. Unbeknownst to Mo Han, Bai Chun was preoccupied with her own internal dialogue. After a long silence, Mo Han finally inquired, President Bai, is there anything lacking in this proposal? Bai Chun snapped back to reality and gently shook her head. No, it's perfect. Minor flaws can be adjusted during execution. With Bai Chun's affirmation, Mo Han finally felt at ease. The two continued to discuss numerous details, with Xiao Bingchun occasionally offering her input. Ultimately, they agreed that Qingqing Entertainment would oversee the overall direction, while Baidi Group would handle the specific execution. With the project confirmed, Bai Chun immediately had someone draft a contract, which Mo Han reviewed carefully before signing and stamping it. Pleasure doing business, Mo Han stated as he and Bai Chun shook hands. Choosing to take his leave, Mo Han did not linger, knowing that Xiao Bingchun was watching closely, and Bai Chun had a multitude of tasks ahead of her, releasing information, starting editions, contacting Longchuan Television, and so forth. As Mo Han and Xiao Bingchun stepped out of Baidi Group, the sky had darkened. Let us head home, Mo Han said, stretching lazily. The sight of his exposed, well-defined abdomen caused the women nearby to momentarily lose their composure. Followed by a chorus of audible gasps, Xiao Bingchun sensed the predatory gazes surrounding her, akin to ravenous wolves, and promptly adjusted Mo Han's clothing. What's wrong? Mo Han, momentarily caught off guard, only realized the reactions of the onlookers when he took a closer look. In an instant, he felt a shiver run down his spine and grasped Xiao Bingchun's hand, making a hasty retreat. Cursing inwardly, he lamented the wretchedness of this world, grateful that Xiao Bingchun was by his side. Otherwise, he would surely have been overwhelmed by that crowd, torn apart and devoured. Observing her flustered partner, Xiao Bingchun couldn't help but chuckle. Once back in the car, Mo Han finally felt a semblance of safety and shot her a glare. Is it really that amusing? Haha. Xiao Bingchen responded, her laughter infectious yet devoid of any words. That you're such a weirdo, Emohan muttered, starting the vehicle. Upon arriving home, an exuberant Xiao Bingchen prepared a lavish feast, ensuring that her nourishing soup was not overlooked. However, before Emohan could even clear the table, Xiao Bingchen hurriedly whisked him into the bedroom. Hey, what are you doing? Did you not say I could stay with you tonight? I've just eaten. Can't I have a moment to rest? No, she declared. Post-meal exercise is beneficial for one's health. Nonsense, you. Emohan's retort was cut short by a sudden tearing sound. Xiao Bing Chun, you've ripped my clothes again. Xiao Bing Chun, her tone lacking sincerity, replied, Apologies, I couldn't help myself. I will be more careful next time. Without allowing Emohan to voice any further complaints, she pressed forward, leaving no room for dissent. In that moment, the air crackled with undeniable chemistry. Indeed, it was true what they said. Spring's colors cannot be contained. 3 hours later, Emohan lay in Xiao Bingchen's embrace, feeling as if he had just emerged from water. Utterly exhausted and unwilling to move, Xiao Bingchen gently caressed his smooth back, a smile gracing her lips. If circumstances permitted, she would have loved to light a cigarette. So, how do you find my performance as your wife today? Are you satisfied? Emohan, utterly drained, could only muster a sleepy murmur of agreement before succumbing to slumber. Hearing the steadiness of his breathing, Xiao Bingchen felt a surge of pride. She had finally regained her authority as his wife. Reclaiming the dignity of a strong woman, she pressed a gentle kiss on his forehead, closed her eyes, and they drifted off to sleep in each other's arms. When dawn broke, Emohan awoke to find Xiao Bingchen missing and instinctively began to rise. Ouch! The moment he moved, he inhaled sharply. His thoughts returned to the previous night, and he inwardly scolded Xiao Bingchen for her recklessness, particularly regarding those bizarre antics. Had he not possessed robust physical stamina, he might have been utterly broken by her relentless vigor. With a soft click, the door swung open, revealing Xiao Bingchen carrying breakfast, her face alight with joy as she approached the bedside. Seeing her expression, Emohan felt irritation bubble within him. What's so funny? Is there? Xiao Bingchen feigned ignorance while blowing on the porridge to cool it before offering it to him. Emohan took a spoonful. Glaring at her with a look of resentment, Xiao Bingchen, amused by his demeanor, stifled a laugh, but recognized that she had indeed gone a bit overboard the night before. She continued to feed him, her voice sweetening. I'm sorry, darling. Last night was entirely my fault. You can hit or scold me if you wished. Emohan, at a loss for words, thought to himself. Did he appear like an abusive partner? Moreover, if he truly provoked Xiao Bingchen, he would undoubtedly be met with her fierce retaliation, and he would ultimately be the one to suffer. Coming to this realization, he waved his hand dismissively. Fine, I'll forgive you this once. But if you dare to do this again, he paused, gauging Xiao Bingchen's expression, his tone cautious, I'll run away from home. Seeing her partner threaten her with such uncertainty only brought a smile to Xiao Bingchen's heart. She felt a pang of guilt as well. Setting aside the bowl of porridge she had just finished feeding him, she leaned in and embraced him gently. I'm sorry, it won't happen again. Who cares about a strong woman's dignity? Nothing is more important than my man. Feeling Xiao Bingchen's sincerity, Emohan reciprocated the embrace, comforting her with gentle pats. Don't worry, I truly hold no ill will towards you. Glancing at the time, Mohan shifted the topic. Help me get ready. I'm going to be late for work. All right. Xiao Bingchen lifted him effortlessly, carrying him towards the bathroom. Hey, what are you doing? Put me down. Be good, just listen to me. Under Xiao Bingchen's attentive care, Emohan completed his morning routine. Upon arriving at the company, he resolutely refused to let Xiao Bingchen assist him up the stairs. The employees, witnessing their boss limping with Xiao Bingchen's support, expressed their concern to its nothing. I just twisted my ankle while going downstairs, was Emohan's explanation to the outside world. The employees were touched, admiring their boss's dedication, who was willing to be assisted to work even with an injury, unlike those pampered young men outside, who would whine over the slightest scratch, fearing their wounds would heal too quickly if they didn't whimper enough. Upon seeing Emohan, Qin Ran took a moment to assess the situation, feeling a twinge of annoyance at Xiao Bingchen for treating Emohan this way. However, as they were a legally married couple, she felt it inappropriate to voice her concerns. The day's work revolved around the upcoming The Voice project. Emohan convened the heads of various departments, urging them to utilize all available resources. Xiao Bingchen maintained her composure throughout the day, But upon returning home that evening, her true self emerged. Just the thought of her husband, commanding and confident during the company meeting, ignited a fire within her. What woman wouldn't want to conquer such a man? Thankfully, Xiao Bingqian knew how to keep things in moderation. Chapter 50. Xiao Bingqian and Lin Yan. In the following days, auditions for the first season of The Voice commenced nationwide, showcasing a plethora of remarkable grassroots musicians. that Mo Han earmarked key targets in advance, as these individuals could potentially join his company, making it imperative for him to pay attention. The auditions thrived, while Qingqing Entertainment was simultaneously undergoing a significant transformation. They officially relocated to the former Mo Group building, rebranding themselves as Qingqing Group, and upgraded their facilities, doubling their staff. Returning to the original CEO's office, Mo Han felt a wave of nostalgia. How little time had passed, and he had transitioned from being a pawn to a player in control. What a drastic change. Reflecting on the fates of the Mo family, he couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. Those imprisoned remained so, while others had fled, and even the once mighty matriarch Mo had become a frail woman in need of care from his parents. Rumors suggested that her time was running short. Shaking off the melancholy, Mo Han focused on the bright future ahead, reminding himself that he should not squander his time in lamentation. The group's app, Miin, had officially surpassed 10 million users, and it was time to cultivate a cadre of product endorsers to diversify their revenue streams. Numerous corporations had extended olive branches to Qingqing Group, and to his surprise, he discovered Lin Group among them, having advanced further after the acquisition of the Mo family business. Currently, Lin Group held a dominant position in the retail sector in Luochuan. After a moment's hesitation, Mo Han decided to pursue a deep collaboration with Lin Group, primarily due to their strong reputation and the advantage of being a local enterprise, which would facilitate problem-solving if issues arose. Resolute, he instructed Ding to send out a business collaboration invitation. The invitation was sent in the morning, and by the afternoon, Mo Han had just arrived at the office when he received a reply agreeing to a detailed discussion, entrusting the matter to the project team. He felt a twinge of unease and resolved to take charge himself. After confirming the meeting time for that night, he returned to his tasks. As night fell, Ding approached him with a reminder. "Boss, it's almost time for your meeting with Lin Group. Mo Han nodded, bringing along Xiao Bingqian, his personal assistant, and 2 bodyguards, Qin Ran and Lu Mian, as was now customary. During this time, Xiao Bingqian and Qin Ran had grown to be friends, while Lu Mian remained the steadfast, silent type. The 4 soon arrived at the reserved hotel and entered the private room to await their guests. Before long, a graceful figure entered, the very Lin Yan, whom Mo Han had not seen in ages. Surprised, he quickly rose to greet her. "Long time no see, Director Lin." "Indeed, long time no see, Director Mo." After exchanging pleasantries, they took their seats. Lin Yan glanced at Xiao Bingqian, who sat quietly beside Mo Han, dressed as his assistant. Despite anticipating this scenario, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seemed they had indeed become a couple. After all, how could the esteemed heir of the Xiao family deign to be an assistant to Mo Han? Regaining her composure, Lin Yan brushed aside any distractions and entered into a business mindset, initiating a dialogue with Mo Han. Given Mo Han's extensive knowledge of the retail industry, they bypassed the usual formalities and delved straight into the core of the negotiation, focusing on mutual benefits. After an intense negotiation lasting 2.5 hours, they ultimately settled on a mutually satisfactory agreement. With a handshake, they sealed their collaboration. "Director Lin, we shall take our leave now." Mo Han, feeling the effects of the alcohol, noted that Lin Yan appeared similarly affected, though she also had brought her assistant along. As Mo Han prepared to exit, Lin Yan turned to Xiao Bingqian. "Wait a moment. I have a couple of things to discuss with her." Mo Han glanced at Xiao Bingqian, who nodded in agreement, and stepped out of the private room. Due to the lengthy negotiation, they planned to head home directly, prompting Xiao Bingqian to send Qin Ran and Lu Mian away first. Stepping out of the private room, Mo Han made a beeline for the elevator, intending to wait for Xiao Bingqian in the car. Inside the room, Lin Yan sat facing Xiao Bingqian, their gazes locked upon each other. Lin Yan exhaled a breath laced with the scent of alcohol and spoke first. "I know that Xiao Han has chosen you, but I must remind you, if you do not treat him well, I will undoubtedly reclaim him from your grasp." Xiao Bingqian raised an eyebrow, somewhat bewildered by Lin Yan's choice of words. Why say reclaim instead of take? She had investigated Lin Yan and was aware of her feelings for Mo Han. Aside from that one instance during the drunken escapade, they seemed to have little interaction that as her thoughts stirred. Xiao Bingchen surmised that Lin Yin might simply be inebriated and misusing her words that as for my husband and me, there's no need for General Lin to concern herself, she replied coolly. Upon hearing Xiao Bingchen's indifferent tone, Lin Yin felt a surge of irritation. Take good care of him. Ensure that nothing like last time happens again. Xiao Bingchen recognized that she was referring to the kidnapping incident, which had indeed been her oversight. With a serious tone, she assured Lin Yin, such an event will not recur. Seeing the earnestness in Xiao Bingchen's expression, Lin Yin nodded in satisfaction. Go now. Do not keep Mo Han waiting. Xiao Bingchen cast a strange glance at Lin Yin before rising to leave. Thinking to herself that the woman was indeed peculiar, though she had little desire to ponder further. After Xiao Bingchen departed, Lin Yin took another drink, letting out a long sigh that no one understood. Don't come over. My wife is on her way, and she is formidable. Mo Han's voice boomed as he descended into the underground parking lot. Frowning, Xiao Bingchen swiftly approached the source of the commotion, only to be taken aback by the scene before her. In a corner, Mo Han was surrounded by 3 drunken women, but what perplexed her was why he was merely retreating instead of fighting back. Xiao Bingchen was filled with questions, and the others, including Xiao Zhan, shared her confusion. Suddenly, a mischievous thought crossed Xiao Bingchen's mind. Given Mo Han's current physique, he could easily subdue 3 or 5 adult women without injury. She speculated that he had become so accustomed to being overwhelmed by her strength that he had developed a skewed perception of both normal women and his own power, unaware of the truth. The 3 drunken women believed they could easily overpower the delicate young man, which led to their brazen behavior in this encounter. Both parties were oblivious to their own combat capabilities. Xiao Bingchen concluded that it was necessary to correct her little man's misconceptions upon their return. As the 3 drunken women inched closer to Mo Han, Xiao Bingchen sprang into action. In a flash, she incapacitated each of them with swift strikes, then glanced at Xiao Zhan's position. Take them away and teach them a lesson. Xiao Zhan and the others jogged over to drag the women away, casting curious glances at Mo Han. Young Master Mo, are you trying to showcase some acting skills, letting your lady play the hero? They were puzzled but dared not inquire further, silently praising. What a clever game. Chapter 51. An introduction to warriors. You finally arrived. Mo Han encountered this situation for the first time, and any remnants of intoxication had vanished. He rushed forward to embrace his wife, inhaling the faint scent of her body, desperately seeking solace. Don't be afraid. I am here. No one can harm you. Xiao Bingchen stifled a laugh, patiently comforting Mo Han. After a while, he calmed down and released her, feeling a flush of embarrassment. How could a 7-foot man be so frightened by 3 drunken women? It was indeed humiliating, yet he felt powerless, as this was a damnable matriarchal world where the disparity in strength between genders was incomprehensible, a notion solely derived from Xiao Bingchen. Noticing her husband's flushed cheeks, Xiao Bingchen smiled indulgently as she took his delicate hand. Let us go home. Yes, home, Mo Han replied, following Xiao Bingchen while keeping his head down, silent. Along the way, she offered him further reassurances, to which he merely responded with absent-minded murmurs of agreement. Upon arriving home, Xiao Bingchen, seeing Mo Han still brooding, couldn't help but plant a kiss on his cheek. Hey, what was that for? Mo Han wiped the saliva off his face, looking displeased. It's just that you resemble a little man who has been wronged. Quite adorable. I couldn't help myself. As she spoke, Xiao Bingchen wrapped her arms around Mo Han's waist, leading him toward the bedroom. Mo Han felt a surge of anger. You almost let someone take advantage of me, and you can still laugh? He pushed Xiao Bingchen away. Tonight, we shall sleep in separate rooms. With that, he intended to retreat and lock the door. Wait, that's not how it is. Xiao Bingchen quickly caught the door before it could close. Mo Han, fearing he might pinch her fingers, reluctantly released the door, allowing her to enter. Speak quickly, once you're done. I need to rest. Seeing that Mo Han seemed genuinely shaken, Xiao Bingchen decided not to mock him further. With her chin resting on her hand, she cleared her throat. Did you not consider resisting when those 3 surrounded you? Xiao Bingchen's mention of the incident nearly sent Mo Han into a rage. Resist? What could I use to resist? They were 3 adult women, and I am but one man. Should I charge at them with my head? As he uttered those words, he felt an overwhelming sense of shame and indignation. Bursting into laughter at his flustered expression, Xiao Bingchen couldn't contain herself, her laughter causing quite the commotion. under normal circumstances. Imohan might have felt some embarrassment, but at that moment, he was too preoccupied with the situation to care. Stop laughing and get out, he exclaimed, pushing her toward the door. That I won't laugh anymore. I promised that I was wrong, dear husband, Xiao Bingshan replied, clinging to the doorframe. Despite Imohan exerting all his strength, he couldn't budge her an inch, exhausting himself in the process. Sighing inwardly, Imohan reflected on the disparity in strength. In this world, men only held an advantage in certain aspects. When Xiao Bingshan noticed that he had ceased pushing her, she decided to be serious. Husband, have you ever considered that you are quite strong? Strong? In what way? Imohan rolled his eyes in disbelief, perplexed by Xiao Bingshan's perpetual lack of seriousness. Xiao Bingshan paused, realizing her wording had been misleading. She quickly clarified, I meant in terms of strength. Physical strength. As she spoke, she flexed her bicep, which, although not particularly pronounced, concealed power capable of moving mountains. Xiao Bingshan could effortlessly lift her husband, who weighed 120 pounds, as if he were a mere chick. Strength? Are you joking? You dare to discuss strength with me? Imohan had long since abandoned the notion that he could surpass the women in this world. Indeed, it is strength, Xiao Bingshan affirmed earnestly. When she saw Imohan's incredulous expression, she felt a pang of guilt, realizing she had inadvertently conditioned him to believe that he was weaker than he truly was. Taking his hands gently, she explained patiently, Husband, have you not considered that I am different from those ordinary women? Imohan examined Xiao Bingshan from head to toe before responding seriously, You are more beautiful than them. Although they say you look boyish, you perfectly align with my aesthetic. Goodness, what are you saying? Xiao Bingshan felt her cheeks flush at his earnestness. His sincerity was endearing, making her shy, yet she felt elated by his straightforward compliment. As Imohan witnessed this rare display of femininity from Xiao Bingshan, he couldn't help but smirk internally, thinking, Are you blushing like a teapot? After a moment, Xiao Bingshan resumed her serious demeanor, determined to reveal something significant to Imohan. Husband, what I am about to say may challenge some of your beliefs, but you must trust me. Seeing her sincerity, Imohan adopted a serious expression as well. Yes, I will believe whatever you say. Xiao Bingshan felt a surge of warmth. How precious it was to feel so secure. With a steadying breath, she continued, In this world, while it may appear ordinary on the surface, hidden in the shadows, there exists a group of extraordinary individuals whom we refer to as warriors. Imohan's mouth fell open in astonishment. What had begun as a mundane urban romance had suddenly taken a fantastical turn. Surely, he hadn't picked up the wrong script. Xiao Bingshan ignored Imohan's astonishment and continued speaking. Of course, you need not envision warriors as particularly mysterious figures, with sufficient effort and training. An ordinary person may also become a warrior. So just a bunch of physically fit people, Imohan concluded. Xiao Bingshan nodded in agreement. Your interpretation is not incorrect. Imohan's enthusiasm waned. He had anticipated embarking on some grand adventure or achieving immortality. Sensing his disinterest, Xiao Bingshan guessed at his thoughts. While it's not as exaggerated as you expect, some extraordinary feats are indeed within the capabilities of warriors, such as... Xiao Bingshan's eyes swept around the room before she effortlessly grasped a corner of the double bed with one hand. With a slight exertion of strength, she lifted the solid wood bed, which weighed over 300 pounds, as if it were but a feathered. Imohan, taken aback, exclaimed in disbelief. Oh, he knew his wife possessed extraordinary strength. But is she not some sort of superhuman? Xiao Bingshan, having merely demonstrated her prowess, gently set the bed down and turned to Imohan, stating, This is still the simplest feat for me. If I wished, I could easily crush a small car with a single punch, or even withstand the impact of a rocket launcher. Chapter 52. I want you to assist me in my training. Imohan felt a chill run down his spine. If she could effortlessly handle such formidable weaponry, was this not akin to an otherworldly cultivation? He hesitated, taking a half step back, now somewhat intimidated by his wife, who was undoubtedly a humanoid beast. Noticing Imohan's reaction, Xiao Bingshan furrowed her brow, questioning whether his retreat was sincere. Such a trivial action, yet it seemed to carry weight to him. Xiao Bingshan quickly refocused her thoughts. Do not be afraid, regardless of the circumstances. I would never harm you. Imohan nodded, believing her words. Despite their playful banter, she had never inflicted harm upon him. After a moment of silence, he cautiously inquired, What level do you occupy within your circle? Upon hearing this, Xiao Bingqian felt a surge of energy and proudly declared, "As long as those old monsters do not intervene, I am invincible." Although Mo Han sensed a hint of boastfulness in her words, he refrained from calling her out. He simply gave her a thumbs up, offering an awkward yet polite smile. Impressive. Xiao Bingqian, recognizing Mo Han's expression, understood he suspected her of exaggeration, just as she was about to assert her abilities. He beat her to it. Between you and that military King Qin Ran, who is the stronger? Mo Han was merely curious. Having witnessed Qin Ran's prowess, he felt her strength and speed were not significantly inferior to Xiao Bingqian's usual display. Are you underestimating anyone? If I were to engage with her, I'd make her use both hands and feet. Xiao Bingqian felt a flicker of annoyance at being compared to another woman. Wow, you truly are something. Mo Han sensed the shift in atmosphere and immediately began to feign enthusiasm. But his acting was so transparent that Xiao Bingqian saw right through it. She thought to herself that the performance in the underground parking lot last night was undoubtedly the pinnacle of Mo Han's acting career. Seeing her expression darken, Mo Han hastily shifted the topic. You mentioned earlier that I'm quite strong. How does that come to be? Xiao Bingqian successfully diverted the conversation. Do not forget what you typically consume. A normal person could hardly withstand such nourishment. Mo Han nodded, recalling how Xiao Bingqian frequently prepared hearty meals for him. If he were a regular person, he would surely be overwhelmed, yet he felt as if he were unaffected. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Bingqian decided to clarify. In addition, my physique is unique. You should have noticed that after our encounters, your own physique experiences slight enhancements. Upon hearing this, Mo Han finally understood. His previous sensations were not mere illusions. Xiao Bingqian's physique in the realm of cultivation was undoubtedly that of a dual cultivation body. His eyes lit up as he gazed at his wife. So what level am I at now? I feel my strength is not as remarkable as yours. As he spoke, he attempted to lift the solid wood bed again. He could shake it, but could not raise it. Do you possess any manners? Xiao Bingqian remarked, her delicate hand resting on her refined chin as she assessed him. You currently rank as a novice martial artist, merely a third-rate practitioner, capable of easily handling a dozen adult women. My word, I am so powerful, Mo Han exclaimed, exhilarated so. He had been merely scaring himself when he felt cornered. Xiao Bingqian rolled her eyes at him. Only now did he realize he truly was rather slow-witted. She doubted that if she had not informed him, he might have remained blissfully ignorant for a lifetime. Seeing his excitement, Xiao Bingqian cautioned him. Do not assume you are invincible. If you encounter trouble, do not rush and foolishly. If your opponent possesses even a modicum of weaponry, they could easily turn you against yourself. Mo Han, noting the earnestness in her tone, nodded seriously. He was no fool. He would not engage in such reckless behavior. However, the thought that he had unknowingly become so formidable left him elated, and his gaze instinctively fell upon the alluring Xiao Bingqian, who stood before him with her arms crossed, bathed in the soft glow of the light. Xiao Bingqian's beauty was unparalleled, her proud demeanor igniting a fire within Mo Han's heart. What is it? Xiao Bingqian arched an eyebrow, puzzled by the intensity of his gaze. Mo Han stepped closer, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Lifting her chin with one hand, his tone teasing. You have kept me in the dark for so long, and today, you have caused me such embarrassment. How shall I punish you? What punishment do you have in mind? Xiao Bingqian met Mo Han's increasingly fervent gaze, instinctively swallowing hard. He leaned closer to her ear, his tone serious, yet laced with mischief. Enchantress, today I demand your assistance in my training. With that, he playfully nibbled on her earlobe. Boom! Xiao Bingqian's mind exploded. Mo Han was nothing short of a demon. In an instant, the heavens and earth seemed to collide. The events within the room were not for the faint of heart. Morning arrived, and Xiao Bingqian rubbed her aching lower back. Feeling a mix of despair and frustration, Mo Han had been insatiable the previous night, far surpassing even her most fervent moments. She felt as though she had brought calamity upon herself by revealing to him that their intimacy could enhance his physique. Now, she found herself, an eminent innate master, struggling to rise from the bed after being overwhelmed by a third-rate martial artist. Where could she seek justice? Dear wife Mo Han, still groggy, embraced her from behind, startling her. She gently pushed against his arms. Her tone soft. Be good. It is getting late. I will prepare breakfast for you. Mo Han drowsily registered the mention of breakfast and caught a whiff of her delicate fragrance. He felt a surge of desire, and instinctively replied, "Sure." "What do you mean by sure?" Xiao Bingchen turned in confusion, only to find Mo Han leaning closer, and she quickly added, "I meant to say, making breakfast, duh? Are we not having breakfast?" Xiao Bingchen's gaze met Mo Han's, his face close and slightly disappointed. How could she bear to refuse him when he looked so handsome, showcasing such a pained expression? With a determined breath, she finally conceded. "All right, let us eat." Downstairs at the Qinshan group, a confident Mo Han supported a dejected Xiao Bingchen as they navigated through the crowd. "Assistant Xiao, what seems to be the matter?" a passing employee inquired. "Nothing, I just twisted my ankle on the way down." Xiao Bingchen replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Do take care and rest," another colleague advised with concern. "Thank you. It's nothing serious." Xiao Bingchen gestured for Mo Han to hurry along. Did he not think she was embarrassed enough? Mo Han smiled silently, quickening his pace. Chapter 53. The mentor lineup. As they neared the office, they coincidentally encountered Qin Ran and Lu Mian, upon seeing Xiao Bingchen being supported by Mo Han. Qin Ran found it amusing yet remained composed. "So, you twisted your ankle on the way down?" Xiao Bingchen remained silent, hastening her steps. Mo Han chuckled and explained, "It's all my fault. Bingchen twisted her ankle because of me." Unfazed by whether Qin Ran believed him, he led Xiao Bingchen into the office. Once he settled her on the sofa, Mo Han squatted before her, sincerely apologizing. "I'm sorry, it's entirely my fault." Xiao Bingchen sighed, unable to harbor any anger at the sight of his obedient demeanor. "I told you not to, yet you insisted that. I suppose this is just a tit-for-tat situation." Mo Han felt a surge of joy upon realizing Xiao Bingchen was no longer upset, and he immediately leaned in for a kiss. "Boss, you toot." At the scene was inadvertently witnessed by Ding En, who entered at that moment. He pretended not to see anything, placing the breakfast on the nearby table before swiftly exiting. When Xiao Bingchen and Mo Han turned to look, there was no trace of Ding En, only 2 steaming boxes of breakfast left behind, hinting at the recent presence of another. Mo Han rushed over, excitedly opening the boxes. Xiao Bingchen had intended to prepare her own meal, but seeing her husband's attentive care, she decided to indulge in the moment. After finishing breakfast, Mo Han had a meeting to attend. Leaving Xiao Bingchen in the office, she adjusted her position for comfort, reclining on the sofa as she pulled out her phone to message Xiao Kuang. "Xiao Bingchen, please prepare a few more of the items I asked for last time and deliver them to my home." Xiao Kuang received. Meanwhile, the towering Xiao Kuang, who stood 2 meters tall like an iron tower, wore a smile that was incongruous with her persona. It was said that men at 30 were like wolves and at 40 like tigers. Master Mo was just in his 20s, and their young mistress was struggling to cope. The days ahead would be challenging as she organized her messages. She also sent a summary to Xiao Yin before setting off to gather the supplies Xiao Bingchen requested. In the office of the chairman of the Yin Emperor Group in Magic City, Xiao Yin, who bore an 80 resemblance to Xiao Bingchen yet possessed an exceptionally composed demeanor, set her phone down, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "That girl Bingchen can be quite the handful. I wonder when she'll bless the Xiao family with a child or two." Xiao Bingchen is entitled to her own love, and naturally, Xiao Yin, as her mother, sister, wishes her well. She lacks an understanding of love and has never experienced it herself. The arrival of Xiao Bingchen was merely a twist of fate. In that unexpected moment, she lost her mother and father. Yet, for the infant Xiao Bingchen, she could not harbor any resentment. Similarly, she has always felt a sense of guilt for not providing Xiao Bingchen with a complete childhood. One can only hope that their next generation grows up enveloped in happiness. Throughout the morning, Mo Han spent his time in meetings. As the auditions for Longhua's voice had concluded, competitors from various regions had already arrived in Luochuan, and Bai Chun had everything prepared. For this event, Bai Chun had specially invited 4 influential musicians from the music industry to serve as mentors: the veteran singer and music producer Lu Huan, the highly recognized male vocalist Nailaning, the early music figure from Longhua, Yu Chengcheng, and the independent musician and powerhouse vocalist Yang Qian. Mo Han reviewed their profiles and was generally satisfied. However, it seemed that Nailaning had recently found himself embroiled in a public relations scandal, rumored to be involved in some unsavory business. Though Mo Han was uncertain of the truth, in this day and age, twists and turns abound, and he had little desire to indulge in gossip. Initially, Mo Han and Bai Chun had discussed replacing him with another male vocalist of equal caliber, but the quote from his agency was a staggering $3 million. Ultimately, considering their comparable status and his affordability, They decided to retain him. Both Mo Han and Bai Chun shared the sentiment of saving costs, using the surplus to enhance the quality of the program. Why not? After a morning of recovery, Xiao Bingshan was already brimming with energy. As soon as she finished work, she dragged Mo Han home. The moment they stepped inside, the little chef Xiao Bingshan sprang into action. After a flurry of clattering pots and pans, a grand array of delicious dishes was successfully laid out on the table. Mo Han raised an eyebrow at the familiar bowl of restorative soup beside Xiao Bingshan, suspecting that she might be preparing for a retaliatory strike tonight. His memories of that concoction were still vivid, recalling how Xiao Bingshan had consumed it for several days last time, nearly driving him to despair. Reflecting on that painful experience, Mo Han cleared his throat. Dear, didn't we agree not to get angry anymore? Xiao Bingshan looked at him with confusion. Noticing Mo Han's gaze, she downed the restorative soup in one gulp before responding, I truly am not angry. This one isn't as potent as the previous batch. I'm merely taking precautions to avoid being worn out by you. Upon hearing Xiao Bingshan's explanation, Mo Han sighed in relief, remembering the events of the afternoon. He tentatively spoke. The recording for Longhua's voice begins this afternoon, and I need to be there in person. There are several important meetings at the company. Could you handle it? Wherever you go, I go. Haven't we already agreed on that? Xiao Bingshan replied without hesitation. Shaking her head, Mo Han found himself both amused and exasperated. Ever since the kidnapping incident, they had practically been inseparable. Although Xiao Bingshan was fully capable of managing on her own, she insisted on being a clingy little wife. There were numerous rumors circulating within the company, suggesting that Mo Han deliberately restricted Xiao Bingshan, denying her opportunities to showcase her talents. Mo Han felt the weight of this misunderstanding. He had attempted to bring it up several times, but each time, Xiao Bingshan had resolutely vetoed his suggestions, leaving no room for negotiation. Ahem, Bingshan, don't you think we're being a bit too? To what? You're not complaining, are you? Xiao Bingshan interjected. Wasn't it you who said, stop, stop, stop? Dear, I was wrong. I won't say anything more. Mo Han was truly at his wit's end. It was always like this. Xiao Bingshan would don a face that looked on the verge of tears, leaving him utterly helpless. Seeing Mo Han wave the white flag, Xiao Bingshan turned her head and chuckled softly, effortlessly taking control of the situation. Her main concern was that if she were absent, those opportunistic individuals lurking around would seize the moment. This afternoon, she was scheduled to co-produce with Bai Chun, and there was no way she could trust Mo Han to be alone with her. After dinner, Xiao Bingshan half resisted, half dragged Mo Han into the bedroom. Later that afternoon, Mo Han went to the company for a brief briefing before setting off with the standard crew for the recording venue. The site had undergone significant renovation since it was purchased from the Yi family, no longer resembling its former simplicity. The equipment was of a high standard, and both Bai Di and Qingsheng had invested significantly in the program. Upon arrival, after exchanging pleasantries with Bai Chun, Mo Han announced that they could officially begin. The first act involved the mentors performing as the lights dimmed. The four mentors appeared simultaneously. Lu Huan stood in the center, slightly to the right, perhaps showing signs of age with a bit of added weight. Yu Chengqing and Yang Qian flanked him, exuding a mature and dignified presence. Nailan Ing was positioned on the left, dressed flamboyantly, wearing stockings that made Mo Han raise an eyebrow as he glanced at Bai Chun, questioning, does he usually dress like this? Is it appropriate? Mo Han nearly slipped up in his words. What's wrong? Isn't this quite normal? Bai Chun replied, puzzled by his reaction. She thought the outfit was quite nice. All right then. Mo Han clicked his tongue, finding it difficult to articulate his feelings. Chapter 54. Recording in progress. Meanwhile, Xiao Bingshan stifled a laugh, fully understanding Mo Han's discomfort. That it was akin to the women in their world, who dressed in vibrant, eye-catching attire, prompting any man to remark about their appearance. In Mo Han's perception, Nailaning fit the stereotype of a feminine man. The prelude began. Lu Huan was the first to take the microphone. This journey of walking and stopping, following the traces of youth drifting. Yu Chengqiang. Just before stepping out of the station, I hesitated for a moment. Yang Qian. I couldn't help but laugh, feeling more timid as I approached home. Nailaning, and the sky of the wilderness. Having traversed this world, lingering in a myriad of experiences, as the climax approached, the four sang in harmony, and one must admit that the Wind Rises was elevated to new heights under their performance. Showcasing their prowess as vocalists. Mo Han nodded approvingly. This opening was indeed exceptional. The mentor's performance ignited the audience and fellow performers into a frenzied. Han quickly instructed his crew to find the best angles for capturing the tearful reactions of several audience members, recognizing that they deserved extra compensation. After the mentor's warm-up, they engaged in a brief interaction with the host before taking their seats at the mentor's table, following a short speech from the host. The stage was handed over to the contestants. The first competitor, Yu Xian, an immensely talented independent musician, performed an original song that resonated deeply, prompting both Lu Huan and Yu Chengqing to turn their chairs. After some deliberation, Yu Xian chose to join Lu Huan's team. Much to Lu Huan's delight, as time passed, contestants took the stage in succession, with mentors turning for their preferred candidates. Han held everyone's profiles, glancing at each contestant as they performed. Those with genuine talent were duly noted, and Bai Chun mirrored his actions. Once they identified suitable candidates, both would likely extend invitations for them to join their respective companies. Of course, the four mentors in the studio were also on the lookout for talent for their own agencies. Please welcome the next contestant, Yao Beina, announced the female host. After her introduction, she exited the stage. Hearing that name, Han's attention peaked. He had already taken note of her during the auditions. Although her appearance and voice had slight differences, there were aspects in which she bore an uncanny resemblance to someone he knew. To his astonishment, she had chosen to sing a song from the album he had produced for Xiao Yao. What a coincidence! As the lights flickered and then brightened again, Yao Beina appeared in a white t-shirt paired with blue jeans. While her looks were not striking, she possessed a certain charm. The music began, and she sang, "The sea stretches infinitely. I can't find where the focus lies." Deep and captivating, Han closed his eyes, fully immersing himself in the emotional depth of her performance. Her voice held immense power, contrasting beautifully with Xiao Yao's rendition. Soon, the song reached its climax. "Perhaps tomorrow, there will be no sleep. Accompany me through the ebb and flow." Her voice pierced through the air. Bursting with emotion, Lu Huan and Yang Qian turned simultaneously, while Yu Chengqing and Nailin Ing followed suit halfway through the climax. Receiving unanimous acclaim from all four mentors marked a first for the day's recording. As the final line, "The sea stretches infinitely. I am in the waves," that echoed, the audience erupted in cheers. The four mentors showered her with compliments, acknowledging her remarkable performance. Bai Chun made a large checkmark next to Yao Beina's name on her profile. Han turned to Bai Chun and said, "Sister Chun, I have my eye on her. Could you let her go?" Bai Chun initially intended to refuse, but upon meeting Han's earnest gaze, she felt an inexplicable softness in her heart. "Let us see what she chooses for herself." "All right, fair competition." Missouri Han smiled. He had previously arranged for someone to contact Yao Beina. Although she had not given a definite answer, she had expressed a willingness to consider the offer seriously, which gave Han a sense of confidence. Just as Han was lost in thought, pondering the situation seriously, Xiao Bingchen's voice floated softly beside him. "Are you interested in her?" Han jolted at the unexpected question. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, sensing Xiao Bingchen's jealousy, he quickly murmured an apology. Noticing her continued cold demeanor, he glanced at Bai Chun, leaned in, and placed a soft kiss on Xiao Bingchen's cheek. "Don't be upset. My heart holds only one person. If others are unclear about who that is, surely you are not." In response to Han's sweet words, Xiao Bingchen's expression thawed instantly. "I knew my husband loves me the most." Meanwhile, Bai Chen silently lamented, "Is this a live dog-killing scene? Gazing upon the one you cherish, entwined with another in tender affection, is a torment that surpasses even the most profound anguish, more unbearable than causing her harm. Even if that other happens to be his wife." Bai Chen found himself utterly speechless, stifling a chuckle at the sight of four individuals nearly coming to blows over Yao Beina. Han followed Bai Chen's gaze, equally bemused. As it appeared these four held a considerable admiration for Yao Beina. P2 harbored curiosity about whom Yao Beina would ultimately choose, fervently wishing it would not be Na Lan. Yet, fate has a way of thwarting one's desires. After a moment of hesitation, Yao Beina made her choice. Na Lan. Han was left speechless, leaning toward Xiao Bingchen, and inquired, "Is Na Lan Ying's flamboyant attire truly that appealing to women?" Xiao Bingchen glanced at the inquisitive Han, nodding earnestly. "Indeed, it is quite alluring. Though he pales in comparison to you, I find no appeal in him if you were to don such an outfit." Han interrupted, raising a hand to halt her, thinking that it would be better for him to perish than to dress in such a manner. However, he had yet to witness Xiao Bingchen in stockings. Envisioning her long, slender legs encased in them sent his imagination spiraling. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Xiao Bingchen waved her hand in front of him. Bemused by his fixation on her legs, Mo Han averted his gaze. But the thought lingered, proving difficult to suppress. Eventually, he leaned closer to Xiao Bingchen's ear, and after a hushed exchange, she cast a conflicted glance at him. Upon seeing his earnest nod, she glanced at her own legs. Pondering her husband's peculiar fascination in the past, she would have scoffed at the idea of wearing such attire, typically reserved for those of questionable taste, but since her husband was curious, she felt compelled to oblige. Pulling out her phone, she said, "Go buy some stockings and deliver them to my home." Xiao Zhan, upon hearing this, quipped, "Young Master Mo, such a serious person, is actually willing to have Miss wear stockings?" Xiao Bingchen felt embarrassed to admit it was for her own use. "Enough with the chatter. This is about family hierarchy, something you wouldn't understand. Hurry and go buy them." "Understood." After hanging up, Xiao Bingchen noticed Mo Han's gaze and nodded, indicating she was ready. Mo Han, filled with excitement, could hardly contain himself, wishing to fly home with Xiao Bingchen immediately. As she pondered the situation, a thought struck her. If Mo Han ended up disliking the stockings, would she have a chance to try them on herself? This notion filled her with enthusiasm. Chapter 55, Strategic Consumables. With both Mo Han and Xiao Bingchen preoccupied with their thoughts, they naturally ceased to pay attention to the competition. Once the recording concluded, Mo Han exchanged pleasantries with Bai Chun before whisking Xiao Bingchen away, even forgetting Qin Ran and Lu Mian in the process. Then, "Shall I leave?" Qin Ran and Lu Mian exchanged glances, bewildered by the couple's hasty departure. Bai Chun, with a complex expression, watched their retreating figures, having overheard snippets of their hushed conversation, feeling an undeniable pang of jealousy. "Darling, you've run a red light." Xiao Bingchen sighed, exasperated by the unnecessary excitement over something as trivial as stockings. Mo Han, momentarily distracted, failed to notice that he quickly retrieved his phone, asking Xiao Bingchen to help him address the traffic violation. After a series of operations, Xiao Bingchen managed to secure a fine of 200 for Mo Han. Upon entering their home, Mo Han was greeted by a mountain of stockings strewn across the sofa. He turned to Xiao Bingchen and gave her a thumbs up, proclaiming, "You're the best, dear." Xiao Bingchen was taken aback, astonished by the sheer quantity of stockings that Xiao Zhan had procured, as though he had emptied an entire store. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhan, lurking in a corner, gazed skyward, a mixture of clarity and foolishness in his eyes, silently asserting, "No need to thank me. Mississippi, I truly will thank you." Mo Han sifted through the assortment, marveling at the extensive selection: black, white, lace, everything one could desire. He handed a black pair to Xiao Bingchen, suggesting, "Why not try this one first?" Xiao Bingchen appeared conflicted. Despite her agreement, the moment had arrived, and she felt a rush of shyness. "Perhaps we can set this aside for now. I need to prepare dinner." "By the way, what would you like to eat?" she said, gradually retreating toward the kitchen. Mo Han shot her a knowing look. "What? Are you having second thoughts?" Xiao Bingchen waved her hands in protest. "Of course not. I, Xiao Bingchen, am honest and straightforward, but we should prioritize dinner first." "Ouch! What are you doing?" Without further ado, Mo Han seized several pairs of stockings and swept Xiao Bingchen into the bedroom. "Calm down, Xiao Han. Please, darling, hear me out. Stop. I surrender." The following day, as the sun rose, Mo Han awoke contentedly from his slumber, gently nudging the still sleeping Xiao Bingchen. "Time to rise, my little lazy pig." Xiao Bingchen rolled over, burying her head beneath the covers, mumbling incoherently, not coming. That Mo Han found her adorable demeanor amusing, a mischievous smile spreading across his face as he leaned closer. "Come now, time for the next round." "Ah!" Xiao Bingchen sprang up, darting away in fright. Mo Han burst into laughter at her startled expression. "You little rascal." Seeing Mo Han's triumphant grin, Xiao Bingchen felt a surge of indignation and pounced on him, initiating a playful tussle. The serious Xiao Bingchen rendered Mo Han utterly defenseless. "Confess, will you dare to defy me again?" "I won't." "Now, admit your wrongdoing." "That I was wrong, truly wrong." "What was your mistake?" "I shouldn't have forced my dear wife." "Ouch, be gentle. You'll break my wrist." 10 minutes later, after a series of pleas for mercy from Mo Han, Xiao Bingchen finally released him. Mo Han, wearing a mournful expression as he rubbed his reddened wrist, wondered why the playful banter had escalated to such intensity. But after experiencing the domestic violence, he dared not retaliate against Xiao Bingchen. He silently cursed himself and quickly adopted a servile demeanor. "Come, my dear wife, you just schooled me. You must be tired. Allow me to massage your shoulders." Xiao Bingchen, with her head held high, reveled in Mo Han's service. Keeping track of time, she eventually rose to prepare breakfast. Mo Han took charge of tidying the disheveled bed, eyeing the torn stockings with a hint of regret. During breakfast, Mo Han appeared distracted, his gaze frequently drifting to Xiao Bingchen's elegantly poised feet and long legs as they occasionally swung beneath the table. Xiao Bingchen rolled her eyes, reminding him, "Hey, I'll wear them for you at home, but don't even think about me wearing them all day outside. Did I understand? I understand that I wouldn't dare let anyone else see you in them." Mo Han replied candidly. Xiao Bingchen sighed, pondering her husband's peculiar fascination. Was it merely a layer of fabric encasing her legs that held such allure? Reflecting on Mo Han's fervor from the previous night, she realized his fervor had significantly escalated. Had she not been prepared, she might have suffered the consequences today. After breakfast, Mo Han meticulously gathered the pile of stockings from the sofa, treating them as precious treasures. Xiao Bingchen watched him with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. "Are you planning to leave or not? You'll be late for work." "Yes," Mo Han replied, casting one last longing glance at Xiao Bingchen's perfectly proportioned legs, now concealed beneath formal attire. "All right, I'll spend time with you when I return tonight." Xiao Bingchen felt a mix of resignation and amusement at his enthusiasm. However, it was the first time she had witnessed Mo Han express interest in matters beyond work, and she felt compelled to indulge him. In the morning, the edited video of Longhua's voice was completed. After Mo Han and Bai Chun reviewed it and deemed it satisfactory, Bai Chun sent it to Luochuan television station for broadcast that evening. Simultaneously, segments would be released on MeYin.as. Night fell. The long-anticipated Longhua's voice premiered on Luochuan television, showcasing the first episode of its inaugural season. Bai Chun, Mo Han, and the station's executives anxiously monitored the viewership ratings. As Mo Han had anticipated, the audience numbers soared after the program aired. The station's director, thrilled by the record-breaking success, personally called Bai Chun to expedite the recording of the second episode. Upon receiving the news, Mo Han promptly directed his team at MeYin to begin releasing edited clips and maintain a steady stream of content to generate buzz. The user base of MeYin, already on an upward trajectory, experienced a significant surge in growth. Seeing the data sent by Zhang Xiyuan, Mo Han's spirits lifted. He turned to Xiao Bingchen, who was absorbed in her phone, seemingly studying something intently. "Darling, it's time." Hearing Mo Han's hopeful tone, Xiao Bingchen glanced at the clock and realized it was indeed getting late. She slowly began to rise, but Mo Han, noticing her deliberate delay, swiftly scooped her up and dashed into the bedroom. A fierce battle was inevitable. Over the course of several days, Xiao Bingchen felt as though her waist might snap from the relentless exertion. When Mo Han suggested replenishing their consumables, she resolutely refused. "Please, spare me. No good person can withstand such relentless torment for an entire week." Though Mo Han felt a twinge of regret at her plea, he understood that it was time for Xiao Bingchen to rest and recuperate. Chapter 56. The Mentor and Student PK Competition at Yi Yuan's residence. Yi Yuan found herself in a state of utter despondency. Daily, she watched Mo Han and Xiao Bingchen together, their bond seemingly inseparable. Fueling an ever-burning jealousy within her, rationality urged her to maintain distance from Mo Han, yet she was plagued by terrifying nightmares, wherein Mo Han appeared pallid and repeatedly collapsed before her. Yi Yuan had also attempted to consult a psychologist. After undergoing tests, it was determined that she was merely experiencing heightened nervous tension, without any underlying psychological issues. The doctor's recommendation was for her to prioritize rest. However, each night, as soon as she closed her eyes, images of Mo Han's death would uncontrollably invade her mind. She had a foreboding feeling that this could be a portent of danger that Mo Han might soon face. Consequently, during this period, she neither attended school nor visited the Yi family business. Instead, her daily task became quietly following Mo Han, finding solace only in the knowledge of his safety. Xiao Bingchen naturally noticed Yi Yuan's shadowing. Following the incident of Yi Yuan and Mo Han's kidnapping, she had long suspected that it was an act orchestrated by Yi Yuan herself, prompting her subordinates to investigate. Unfortunately, the other party had meticulously erased all traces, leaving no clues to uncover. While Yuan was observing Imohan, Xiao Bingchen was equally scrutinizing Yuan, attempting to discern her intentions. Regrettably, after several days of observation, Yuan had not engaged in any suspicious behavior aside from following Imohan, leaving Xiao Bingchen perplexed. Subsequently, she instructed Xiao Zhan and Xiao Kuang to discreetly monitor Yuan and ceased her direct involvement. During this time, the preliminary rounds of Longhua's voice had concluded recording, and the participant selection phase had been completed. With the surge in viewership, Luochuan television stations successfully ascended to the top of the ratings, while Baidu and Qingcheng companies also profited immensely. Meetsai, too, benefited from this momentum, emerging as the most popular short video app. Numerous investments in advertising for Longhua's voice flooded in, and after much deliberation, Bai Chun and Imohan selected several brands with commendable reputations for collaboration. Next, they entered the mentor-student PK competition phase, where the rules were straightforward. Individual mentor-student matchups would occur first, with the winners then challenging other mentors' victorious students for the ultimate championship. However, a minor incident arose during this time. Due to the program's unexpected popularity, Nailaning, the mentor with the lowest appearance fee among the quartet, felt a sense of injustice, uncertain if it was his personal sentiment or a directive from his management company. He posted a complaint on Weibo regarding unfair treatment. In no time, his fervent fans began to publicly denounce Longhua's voice, questioning why they treated their brother in such a manner. Upon receiving this news, Bai Chun and Imohan frowned. Initially, it was Nailaning who stubbornly insisted on a low-cost contract, and now, capitalizing on the show's success, he sought to renegotiate for a higher fee. After thorough discussion, they decided to disregard his comments. Nailaning, who was awaiting Bai Chun and Imohan to propose a price increase, was thoroughly ignored. Consequently, during his mentorship sessions, he vented his frustrations. Some of his students expressed their grievances on his behalf. As in this world, men were often perceived as the weaker party, instinctively casting them in the role of the victim when issues arose. During this time, Bai Chun and Imohan heard numerous rumors but chose to remain indifferent. They had already decided that Nailaning would not return for the next season, and his affiliated company would also no longer be considered. After being overlooked multiple times, Nailaning's temper flared. He neglected his students, disappearing without a trace, only to reappear just in time for the live recording, declaring, "Whatever the pay, I'll do the job." His students were hastily arranged by Bai Chun from the company to assist with training. Bai Chun and Imohan, were it not for the fact that the recording was already halfway through and finding suitable replacements on short notice would be challenging, would have certainly replaced Nailaning. Thus, the inaugural television broadcast of Longhua's voice and the online live stream by Meetsai were about to commence. To prevent Nailaning from causing disruptions that day, Bai Chun made an effort to have a discussion with him. But the outcome was merely mediocre. Imohan massaged his temples, frowning. He sensed that Nailaning was bound to cause trouble. After conferring with Bai Chun, they decided to temporarily add a special guest seat. Imohan suggested that Bai Chun keep an eye on things, but Bai Chun suddenly received a phone call, hastily informing Imohan that there was an emergency at home and left in a hurry. "What is this?" Imohan sighed, realizing that the live broadcast was imminent, and despite having notified everyone, Bai Chun had left. Sitting calmly nearby, Xiao Bingchen remarked, "She was never professional. It would be better for you to go in her stead." With a resigned sigh, Imohan understood there was no other option but to step in himself, as finding a replacement at this moment was simply unfeasible. Taking a deep breath to adjust his mindset, Imohan exited the production room and made his way to the studio. Fortunately, the host had a strong adaptability. Otherwise, given the numerous changes, maintaining order would have been a challenge. Now, please welcome our special guest of Longhua's voice, the acclaimed genius lyricist and composer, Mr. M. Upon Imohan's appearance, the screen erupted with comments. Comment 1. No way. Could he be a celestial being descended to Earth? Comment 2. What a surprise. Mr. M is actually a stunning beauty. Comment 3. Is this real? Mr. M is far too young. Comment 4. Wait a minute. Isn't this our former campus belle from Luochuan University? Not only did the comments explode, but the audience and mentors present were equally astonished. Lu Huan, Yu Chengcheng, Yang Qian, and Nailaning were all well acquainted with Mr. M's renowned reputation. After all, it was widely known in the industry that when Mr. M chose to produce, the outcome was invariably exceptional. Of course, Nailaning knew of Mr. M's other identity. He had just spoken with Bai Chun, and upon seeing Mo Han, even as a man, Nailaning could not help but be captivated. Now, upon learning that Mo Han was also the talented lyricist and composer, Mr. M, Nailaning candidly found it hard to believe. After all, a person's energy was finite. Mo Han, being the owner of Ching Chung Group, led Nailaning to suspect that the persona of Mr. M was merely a deliberate fabrication by Mo Han. After all, Nailaning himself had not hesitated to employ ghostwriters in the past, purchasing works outright to present as his own creations, a common practice in the industry. Once on stage, Mo Han accepted the microphone handed to him by the host and addressed the camera. "Hello everyone, I am Mr. M, but you may also call me Mo Han." That he was aware that as soon as he appeared, his disguise was lifted. Well, he might as well take this opportunity to enhance his company's visibility. Comment 1. His voice is so sweet, I could just swoon. Comment 2. Everyone move aside. I declare that from this moment, he is my husband. Comment 3. Sister, are you dreaming already with the sun barely set? Chapter 57. The live broadcast turmoil. Witnessing the skyrocketing viewership numbers, the director was nearly beside himself with joy. Little did he expect that Mo Han's unexpected appearance would significantly enhance the show's popularity. In Mo Han's earpiece, he heard the director's excitement nearly breaking into a shout, prompting him to signal for the next step. The director quickly regained composure and signaled the on-site staff to spring into action. On his way, Mo Han had already delegated the authority of the special guest seat to the director, effectively adding another mentor to the judging panel. The recording officially commenced, and Mo Han found himself seated in the special guest section. Yu Chung, seated closest to him, waved at Mo Han, who responded with a slight nod. Up close, Yu Chung found Mo Han even more enchanting. Although she harbored suspicions similar to Nailan, it did not detract from her admiration for handsome men. Soon, the first group of contestants, Su Ming and Zhao Han, took the stage. Both hailed from Lu Huan's camp and performed decently. However, it was undeniable that they had made significant improvements since their initial appearance on the voice stage. Following critiques and votes from the 5 mentors, Su Ming emerged victorious, while Zhao Han was eliminated to end this round of evaluations. Mo Han's performance was rather lackluster, disappointing the audience. The second group, Yang Qian's contestants, Zhang Ying and Zhang Xin, took the stage. Their performance mirrored that of the first group. After a brief voting session, Zhang Xin won, and Zhang Ying was eliminated. The third group featured Qin Ruo and Meng Nan from Yu Qingqing's team. Mo Han had been paying attention to Qin Ruo, who possessed a solid vocal foundation and notable songwriting skills, having garnered some fame even before joining Longhua's voice. Unsurprisingly, Qin Ruo triumphed, while Meng Nan was eliminated. The fourth group consisted of Li Qiushuang and Wu Mulan from Nailan Ying's team. Unlike the other contestants who greeted their mentor, these two didn't even spare Nailan Ying a glance. Initially sympathetic to Nailan Ying's claims of unfair treatment, they became disillusioned when he disappeared midway through their training, failing to embody the responsibilities of a mentor. Nailan Ying was visibly displeased with their attitude. And the director captured a close-up shot as Li Qiushuang and Wu Mulan performed. They exhibited some improvement, though it was not particularly pronounced. Ultimately, after Nailan Ying's sarcastic critique, he chose to abstain from voting. Mo Han also abstained, while Lu Huan and Yu Chengqing cast their votes for Li Qiushuang, securing her victory. The glances from Lu Huan, Yu Chengqing, and Yang Qian toward Nailan Ying were laced with disapproval. As mentors, they found his behavior disgraceful. They were well aware that it was Nailan Ying who had sought out the low-priced contract, and now, witnessing the program's meteoric rise, he was attempting to renegotiate terms. Abandoning his students to fend for themselves, a clear demonstration of his lack of professional integrity. However, Lu Huan and the others, despite their disdain, chose not to elaborate further. Nailan Ying's diehard fans were now behaving like rabid dogs, defending their idol with fervor and attacking anyone who dared to criticize her. The first round of mentor-student battles had concluded, and the host took the stage to provide a brief summary before swiftly moving on to the second round. The online audience seemed generally satisfied with the performances of the first-round contestants, although many keen observers noted the awkwardness between Nailan Ying and her students, as well as the lack of significant progress from Li Qiushuang and Wu Mulan compared to other mentor-student pairs. As the second round commenced, Lu Huan students took the stage first, followed by Yu Chengqing and then Yang Qian. The victors were Yu Xian, Huang Jinqing, and Li Qimu. Next, Let us welcome the students from Nan Lanying's team, Yao Bei Na and Song Yuanji. As the applause erupted, Yao Bei Na and Song Yuanji entered the stage, each holding a guitar. The audience and mentors alike were curious about their attire. Soon enough, Yao Bei Na and Song Yuanji revealed their intentions. They had transformed their original song into an original composition, choosing to compete with their own creation at this moment. Lu Huan, whether intentionally or not, remarked with a smile, "I assume your original song must have benefited from Nan Lanying's guidance." Upon hearing this, both Yao Bei Na and Song Yuanji's expressions darkened, while Nan Lanying, though attempting to mask her irritation, cast a visibly furious glance at Lu Huan, as if to say, "Are you trying to sabotage me?" Lu Huan merely chuckled and winked in the direction of the director. Concealing her true intentions, Yao Bei Na and Song Yuanji were not intimidated. As capable singers, they had chosen Nan Lanying as their mentor due to his promises. However, things had taken a turn since the initial pleasant conversation on the first day. After Yao Bei Na declined Nan Lanying's invitation to join his entertainment company, his attitude towards her had soured drastically, and he no longer acknowledged her. The situation for Song Yuanji was quite similar. With this in mind, Yao Bei Na was the first to speak up. "No, our creation has no connection to mentor Nan Lanying. It was primarily completed under the guidance of several predecessors from Baidi." Song Yuanji quickly added, "It's not just the two of us. The other members of our team are in a similar situation." As their words echoed, Nan Lanying's face turned an alarming shade. The audience reacted with gasps, and viewers watching the live stream were puzzled, having noticed that in the footage aired prior to the show, Nan Lanying's contributions were notably scant compared to the other three mentors, who had provided guidance to nearly all their students. The host, sensing the situation was spiraling out of control, hurriedly took the stage and subtly indicated to the two that they could begin. Yao Bei Na and Song Yuanji exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. They had said enough, and further escalation would benefit no one. At this point, the director captured a close-up of Nan Lanying's grim expression. There was no need for words. Those who understood the underlying tension could see it clearly. Mo Han watched all of this with a detached demeanor. As the performance commenced, Song Yuanji willingly ceded the stage. Yao Bei Na nodded at her, turning to face the audience as she gently strummed her guitar, her voice rising. "If only you could understand my feelings. Why are there only memories left?" Yao Bei Na's talent was undeniable. Even with a simple guitar accompaniment, the overall expressiveness of her song was commendable, especially as the accompanying teachers skillfully followed the rhythm, lending her further support. After her performance, the stage was handed over to Song Yuanji. She knew well that in terms of raw talent, she could not quite match Yao Bei Na, so she approached her own original song with a calm mindset, which surprisingly garnered her much audience appreciation. Chapter 58. Escalating tensions during the mentor evaluation voting segment. Lu Huan, Yu Cheng, and Yang Qian unhesitatingly cast their votes for Yao Bei Na, whom they had always admired, offering high praise. When it came to Nan Lanying, he struggled to maintain a semblance of normalcy on his face, but his voice betrayed a sharp and caustic tone. In my view, your level is rather mediocre. Yao Bei Na, your lyrics remain somewhat disappointing. If it were me, Song Yuanji, your composition is simply unbearable. As he continued, his own frustration began to seep through, hinting at the underlying message. You simply do not measure up. This left the three mentors who had just praised the two contestants with an uncomfortable expression. Just as Mo Han, who had been poised to offer kindness towards Yao Bei Na and Song Yuanji, was about to speak, he could no longer tolerate Nan Lanying's remarks and interjected. "Mentor Nan Lanying, that's enough." Perhaps feeling emboldened, Nan Lanying shot back. "What do you mean by that's enough? Are they not allowed to be criticized just because they're under your protection? What do you know as a special guest?" Mo Han was momentarily taken aback by his sudden retort. "Have I offended you in some way?" Seeing Mo Han's perplexed expression, Nan Lanying felt a surge of pride, relishing the chance to dominate him in his area of expertise. But then jealousy crept in as he recalled Mo Han's status. Why did he, under the alias Mr. M, possess such a lofty title? Why could he achieve such success at a young age, while he was forced to accompany those older, less appealing women during his own time off? What gave him the right? Was it merely his looks? Surely, that was it. Otherwise, what else could justify it? Observing his seemingly lofty demeanor while secretly mingling with numerous older women, Nan Lanying's jealousy transformed into disdain. Mo Han, unperturbed by the altercation, chose not to engage with Nan Lanying. Understanding that this was a live broadcast and escalating matters would negatively impact the show, Nan Lan Ing prepared to speak again. Mo Han raised his hand to interrupt, his tone indifferent, yet brimming with confidence. Minter Nan Lan Ing, if you believe that I am beneath you, I do not take offense. After all, at your current level, encountering me is merely like a frog in a well gazing up at the moon. When you ascend further, you will truly realize that the gap between us is as vast as that between a mayfly and the vast sky. With this remark, Mo Han subtly conveyed to Nan Lan Ing that he was merely a singer, while he represented capital, and it would be in his best interest not to provoke him. However, Nan Lan Ing, caught up in his own emotions, completely misinterpreted Mo Han's meaning, his expression darkening. The audience was thrown into a frenzy, and the three mentors' faces reflected a mix of astonishment and intrigue. The live chat exploded with comments. Comment 1. I can't even. Look at my husband's eloquence. What a level. What a height. TSK. Comment 2. This is ridiculous. Can he really mock someone like that? His prestige is off the charts. Comment 3. Dad asked me why I keep staring at the screen. And I can only say my idol is too handsome. I declare, I will marry no one else in this life. Comment 4. Get lost. I'm here. All of you get away. My idol is mine. I declare we are already married on the spot. Comment 5. I'm the campus belle of Luoda. How dare you ants covet me? In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere in the live stream. The mood in the venue had turned rather oppressive. Nan Lan Ing was furious. Why should he be the one to hold himself in such high regard, as a mere plaything for older women? What made him so superior? Under the right conditions, Nan Lan Ing would have relished tearing Mo Han apart. After finishing his remark, Mo Han completely disregarded Nan Lan Ing, gesturing to the director to proceed. The director promptly shifted the focus back to Mo Han, preparing to hear his evaluation of the two contestants. Just as Mo Han was about to speak, a sharp voice rang out. Since you believe I am not on your level, why not let us all witness exactly what your musical prowess entails? Faced with Nan Lan Ying's relentless provocation, Mo Han grew increasingly impatient. Were it not for the live broadcast, he would have slapped him across the face. Suppressing his anger, he turned to face Nan Lan Ing. And then, seeing Mo Han's restrained fury, Nan Lan Ing assumed he had intimidated him, feeling a sense of satisfaction. If you truly possess the talent you claim, then naturally, my position should be ceded to you. But if not, then please refrain from embarrassing yourself in public under the alias Mr. M. With the mask of civility stripped away, Nan Lan Ing was unwilling to grant Mo Han any semblance of dignity. As two playthings of older women, he believed there was no way Mo Han could best him. At most, he could charm those older women a little more, and everything would be settled in no time. Mo Han, amused, thought to himself, what are you, that I need to prove myself to you? Before he could decline, Nan Lan Ing pressed on, his words dripping with derision. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Mo Han was completely at a loss for words. This man was nothing short of a rabid dog. They had only met once and exchanged a few words, yet he was clinging to him like a leech. Was it really because he and Bai Chun had not increased his appearance fee? Such a person was simply insane. Before the other three mentors could intervene, the situation had escalated to a point where Mo Han was left with no choice. Tio back away now would not only cast doubt on the alias Mr. M but also affect the Tsing Chung group. Stepping off the special guest seat, Mo Han strode onto the stage. Yao Bei Na and Song Yuan Ji were momentarily stunned, never anticipating that their situation would escalate to such a degree. Mo Han smiled at the two, whispering words of reassurance that only they could hear. This has nothing to do with you. It's merely a mad dog barking. He then reached out his hand to Yao Bei Na, saying, may I borrow your guitar for a moment? Yao Bei Na instinctively nodded and handed over the guitar, allowing herself and Song Yuan Ji to step aside and clear the stage. Mo Han adjusted his microphone and gazed into the camera, his clear voice resonating through the air. That I hope no one misunderstands. I'm not here to prove myself. I simply feel that since I am here, I should present a song for everyone, he continued. Why not let the viewers in the live stream choose a theme, and I shall attempt to perform a song on the spot. What do you think? Mo Han's intention was primarily to avoid any post-event criticisms suggesting that the guests and mentors present were merely actors he had invited. Under the dazzling lights, clad in a sleek black suit that complemented his flawless features and exuded an aura of confidence, he was nothing short of mesmerizing. Suddenly, the live stream erupted with excitement. Bullet comment 1. Oh my, The idol knows I'm watching the live stream and is preparing to perform for me. Bullet comment 2. I want to hear a love song. Hurry and sing me a love song. Bullet comment 3. Same here, a love song. It must be a love song. Come on, sisters. In an instant, the comments were flooded with requests for Mo Han to sing a love song. The director, living up to expectations, conveyed this sentiment. Na Lan Ing, seated with arms crossed in the mentor's chair, raised an eyebrow. The category of love songs is too broad. Why not add another theme? As he spoke, he glanced at the other 3 mentors, placing them in a somewhat awkward position. Truthfully, none of them wanted to offend either side. Mo Han remained silent, agreeing that the term love song was indeed too vague, with an overwhelming abundance of choices. After a hurried discussion, Lu Huan turned to Mo Han and suggested, "How about we make it a confession?" "All right." Mo Han nodded without hesitation. Upon hearing the theme of confession, a melody began to play in his mind. After a brief adjustment of his guitar, he exchanged a knowing glance with the director, signaling that they were ready to commence. On stage, the lights dimmed, leaving a solitary beam illuminating Mo Han. In that moment, he was the very center of attention. Leaning back in his chair, he steadied his breath, and his long, fair fingers began to gently strum the guitar, sending a soothing and tender melody flowing into the ears of the audience. In the live stream, Bullet comment 1. Wow, this melody is truly captivating. Bullet comment 2. So beautiful, please don't stop. Bullet comment 3. Sure, let's listen quietly to the song. As the melody shifted, it felt as if a lover was softly whispering sweet nothings in one's ear. A warm and magnetic voice tinged with a hint of languor began to sing. On the banks of the Seine, with a cup of coffee in hand, savoring your beauty, as the song continued. Xiao Bingchun, who had arrived at the scene earlier during Na Lan Ying's provocation of Mo Han, gazed adoringly at him as he sang passionately on stage, in a moment of unspoken connection. Mo Han turned his gaze toward Xiao Bingchun's location. As their eyes met, the smile on Mo Han's lips softened even further, and he continued to sing that I feel you are a bit hard to pursue. I initially wanted to retreat, creating a romantic atmosphere, unafraid of ruining everything. The lyrics flowed. Having you means having the whole world. Xiao Bingchun's thoughts were involuntarily drawn back to the beginning of her feelings for Mo Han. Recalling the kiss that had stirred her heart, still sweet in retrospect, as if echoing the sentiments within her. Dear, when did I fall in love with you? So sweet and cleared in Xiao Bingchun's bright eyes. Mo Han's figure reflected, seemingly affirming her willingness in that moment. Mo Han's gaze was solely fixated on Xiao Bingchun. The director, perceptive to the moment, provided a close-up of the two, and to the viewers in the live stream, it appeared as if countless pink hearts were swirling around them. Bullet comment 1. I'm feeling envious. Who is that girl? Bullet comment 2. I'm crying. Why does the idol keep looking at her? Bullet comment 3. Oh, mighty netizens, give you 10 minutes. I want all the information on this girl, then you'll understand. Bullet comment 4. Good news. I'm in love. Bad news. The person I like has someone they like. So can we 3 be together? Compared to the lively atmosphere in the live stream, Lu Huan, Yu Chengcheng, and Yang Qian, the 3 mentors, gazed at Mo Han as if he were a rare treasure. Na Lan Ying's face turned nearly the color of liver as he realized he was in deep trouble. Offending someone as talented and influential as Mo Han could jeopardize his career. If he didn't act quickly, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Trembling, he took out his phone to message several powerful figures behind him, yet received no response for a long time, leaving his heart sinking to the depths of despair. Unbeknownst to Mo Han, who continued to sing, the accompaniment teacher joined in during the second verse, enriching the entire song. A whole bottle of dreams, filled with you, together forever. As his voice trailed off, Mo Han set down his guitar, and the lights brightened as the audience erupted in cheers. Xiao Bingchun could no longer contain herself and rushed forward to embrace Mo Han, planting a deep kiss on him. In that moment, despite the envy of others, everyone was willing to offer their blessings for this beautiful moment. After a long while, their lips parted, and Xiao Bingchun softly whispered in Mo Han's ear, "You'll get your reward when we go home." Turning away, Mo Han felt a rush of excitement, suppressing his eagerness as he looked towards the camera and smiled. I hope this song satisfies everyone. Satisfied. Absolutely satisfied. The audience in the venue cheered with excitement, and the viewers in the live stream echoed their enthusiasm, though a few voices stood out. Bullet comment 1. Satisfaction? What a joke. How dare that girl? How dare she? Bullet comment 2. My sword is already thirsting for blood. Bullet comment 3. Hurry and bring her to me. Imohan returned the guitar to Yao Bena and walked back to the special guest seat, not sparing Na Laning a single glance. What mattered was merely ephemeral, and Na Laning had anticipated a barrage of taunts from Imohan, but instead, he was ignored once more, a profound sense of defeat rising from within. Silently, he stood up and left the mentor's seat without anyone stopping him or paying him any mind. Upon seeing Yao Bena and Song Yuanji return, Imohan resumed their previous discussion, providing detailed feedback on their performances. Both were delighted to receive Imohan's recognition, although Song Yuanji was ultimately eliminated. She bore no resentment. After the host announced the winners of the day, this live stream officially came to an end. As Imohan was about to leave, Yao Bena followed him, clutching the guitar. When Imohan noticed her approach, he halted and turned. Is there something you need? Could you please sign this for me? Yao Bena shyly pointed to the side of the guitar while handing him a pen. Imohan smiled. It was the first time someone had asked for his autograph. Accepting the pen, he signed with ease, waved goodbye to Yao Bena, and turned to leave. Yao Bena watched Imohan disappear around the corner. Glancing at the signature on her guitar, tightening her fist with a renewed sense of determination as Imohan turned the corner, he found Xiao Bingshan waiting with a radiant smile. He quickly took a few steps forward and gently embraced her. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Let's go home. On the way, Imohan speculated about what kind of reward Xiao Bingshan had in store for him. Upon entering the house, his eyes lit up. Not only were the consumables all prepared, but there were also various outfits neatly arranged. Is this heaven? Just imagining Xiao Bingshan wearing those outfits sent waves of excitement through him. Seeing Imohan's reaction, Xiao Bingshan smiled with satisfaction. After spending so much time getting to know him, she had a good grasp of his preferences. Although the world often revolved around men trying to please women, she was more than willing to reverse the roles for Imohan. Turning to Xiao Bingshan, Imohan cleared his throat and said earnestly, Are you planning to use these to test your husband? Xiao Bingshan raised an eyebrow, amused by his pretense. As she walked ahead, she slowly began to shed her clothes. Casually picking up a white battle robe and pairing it with white stockings, unabashedly revealing glimpses of her figure. Gulping, Imohan swallowed hard. She was simply enchanting. Demon, do not disrupt my resolve. Though he spoke with righteous indignation, his actions suggested otherwise. Xiao Bingshan let out a surprised gasp. The entire room was enveloped in a haze of excitement. Chapter 60. Aftermath. While Imohan and Xiao Bingshan were lost in their world, in the office of the president of Lin's group, Lin Yan gently traced the screen, captivated by Imohan's focused profile as he sang with deep emotion. Such a gaze was familiar to her. Yet she had let him slip away when she should have cherished him the most. Lin Yan's expression was complex, tinged with longing, sorrow, and confusion, ultimately culminating in a deep sigh at Yuan's home. She clutched her tablet, replaying Imohan's performance over and over, as if she were the one being confessed to. That night, she experienced a rare, beautiful dream. In her dream, she triumphantly carried Imohan into the Yi family with great fanfare. And at the moment she lifted the veil, she was captivated by his unadorned yet breathtaking beauty, leaving her breathless. Next, she lightly unravels her colorful attire, sips slowly, and dances gracefully, reveling in sheer joy in contrast to the complex emotions of the previous two individuals. Qin Ran finds herself in a much better state in her past life. Her feelings for Imohan were merely in the stage of admiration, and by the time she confronted her heart, Imohan had long departed. Over time, as she observes the moments shared between Imohan and Xiao Bingshan, her sentiments lean more towards blessings. Deep down, Qin Ran considers Xiao Bingshan to be a far more suitable match for Imohan than herself. Simultaneously, the online world is abuzz that Imohan's identity has been thoroughly unveiled. The former belle of Luochuan University, the president of the Mo Group before reaching 20, the current owner of the Qingqing Group, and also the renowned lyricist known as Mr. M. Each of these roles seems to envelop Imohan in layers of brilliance, as if he has stepped out of a male-dominated romance novel into reality. Yet, there is an intriguing anomaly. No matter how netizens dig, they cannot uncover any information regarding Xiao Bingshan. The only trace they find is that she became part of the Mo family around 2.5 years ago, as Imohan's wife, and then she seemingly vanished. Many are left seething with jealousy, questioning why that person isn't one of them. given Imohan's stunning looks and exceptional talents. They would gladly accept the same fate, but they wonder if it is still possible to pursue him now that in stark contrast to the adoration surrounding Imohan, Nalan Ing finds himself in a considerably dire situation. Several influential figures seem to have reached an unspoken agreement, collectively discarding Nalan Ing as if he were merely a pawn. Confused, Nalan Ing cannot comprehend why he has been cast aside. After all, Imohan merely possesses more resources, better looks, and superior talents. What else does he have? With the abandonment by his sponsors, Nalan Ing's once revived reputation due to his participation in Longhwa's Voice of Sound has plummeted. His past, filled with various incidents, has been unearthed by those with ulterior motives and exposed online, including intimate photographs with his various benefactors. In an instant, a multitude of fans turned against him, the fervor with which they once defended him now replaced by fierce condemnation. Fearing association with Nalan Ing, his agency hastily sent him a contract for termination. Through it all, a certain Ms. Xiao, weathering the storm in silence, wishes only to conceal her achievements and fame. In the morning, Xiao Bingchun, dragging her weary body, rises to prepare breakfast, all the while rubbing her waist incessantly. Although Imohan is aware of her discomfort and refrains from exerting too much pressure, she genuinely cannot endure this relentless strain any longer. If this continues, she will inevitably suffer. Xiao Bingchun does not wish to grow old watching Imohan shed tears in vain. Resolute, she decides to practice abstinence for a period, tentatively setting it at 1 week. No, that's too long. 3 days perhaps, still a bit lengthy. 2 days would be just right. Imohan chuckles as he observes Xiao Bingchun bustling about in the kitchen, endlessly muttering about her self-imposed timelines. What surprises could possibly arise? How should he reward her? Suddenly, a chilling thought crosses his mind. If he agrees to her plan, Xiao Bingchun might indeed push him to his limits, and that simply can Imohan possesses unwavering confidence in Yao Bena. Upon hearing the news of her untimely demise, Xiao Bingchun rested her chin on her hand, pondering momentarily before voicing her thoughts. There must be an issue with her health. Are you certain you aren't mistaken? Sitting up straight, Imohan recalled that his wife was indeed a miraculous healer, and his belief was bolstered. He had experienced her extraordinary acupuncture skills firsthand. Impossible, Xiao Bingchun shot him a glance. Can she even cure it? Imohan inquired. With a proud demeanor, Xiao Bingchun shot him. Are you doubting me? Look, as long as she isn't dead, I can heal her. Wow, my wife is amazing, Imohan exclaimed, giving Xiao Bingchun a thumbs up. Beaming with pride, Xiao Bingchun raised her delicate chin. Imohan promptly contacted the HR department, requesting Yao Bena to come to his office. Before long, Yao Bena entered, and Imohan scrutinized her from head to toe. She appeared quite healthy, not at all resembling someone who was ill. He looked at Xiao Bingchun in confusion. She rolled her eyes in response. If you could see anything wrong, that would be a miracle. Upon entering, Yao Bena noticed the exchanged glances between Imohan and Xiao Bingchun and felt somewhat superfluous. After a brief moment, Xiao Bingchun beckoned Yao Bena over. Come here. Unlike her treatment of Imohan, Xiao Bingchun's demeanor was notably less accommodating with others. Yao Bena glanced at Imohan, who nodded in affirmation, before approaching Xiao Bingchun's assistant position and taking a seat. Extend your hand, Xiao Bingchun instructed once more. Yao Bena complied, and just as she began to wonder what Xiao Bingchun was up to, she felt the latter's fingers resting on her wrist. Have you recently? Xiao Bingchun listed several possible conditions, and Yao Bena's eyes widened in disbelief as she nodded repeatedly. It's astonishing. How does she know everything? Cancer is inevitable, Xiao Bingchun stated casually, though to Yao Bena, it felt like a thunderclap. But don't joke about that. She managed to force a smile. Rest assured, my wife has her ways, Imohan said softly, moving closer to comfort Yao Bena while casting a reproachful glance at Xiao Bingchun. Xiao Bingchun flashed a toothy grin at Imohan and gently patted Yao Bena's shoulder. Don't worry. It's early stage. It can be cured. Really? Yao Bena's face was a picture of shock. After all, cancer is akin to a death sentence once diagnosed. The fact that Xiao Bingchun could treat it left her incredulous. Noticing her skepticism, Imohan interjected, Trust me, I was once kidnapped and left with barely a breath, yet my wife saved me. Look at me now, full of life, while Yao Bena harbored doubts about Xiao Bingchun's abilities. She did not question Imohan's sincerity. That it suddenly dawned on her, hesitantly asking, You called me here for this reason, didn't you? What else could it be? Imohan assured her with a comforting gaze. Rest easy. My wife can definitely cure you if that is true. I cannot thank you both enough. Yao Beina was at a loss for words, bowing deeply to express her gratitude to Mo Han and Xiao Bingchen. It is a minor matter. Xiao Bingchen waved her hand dismissively, then jotted down a prescription on a piece of paper and handed it to Yao Beina. Take this twice a day for 3 days. Then let me know how you feel that I'll handle the acupuncture. Grasping the prescription, Yao Beina took a step back and bowed deeply once more. Thank you. This is a life-saving grace. Go now, and don't burden yourself with too much pressure. Xiao Bingchen advised, observing Yao Beina's earnest demeanor. Yao Beina nodded seriously, expressed her gratitude to Mo Han once again, and swiftly departed. Let us go. Work is done, and it's time to head home. Chapter 62. The enchanting husband Mo Han's eagerness to return home was not solely for the exquisite dishes prepared by Xiao Bingchen. Primarily, he had only tried on one set of white battle attire yesterday, and there were many other styles at home that would be a waste to leave unused. After lunch, Mo Han pulled Xiao Bingchen into the bedroom. Although Xiao Bingchen initially intended to refuse, seeing the enthusiasm radiating from Mo Han, she found it hard to voice her objections, sighing inwardly and resigning herself to a night of abstinence, clad in a black battle outfit. Xiao Bingchen transformed into a dark knight enchantress, engaging in a fierce duel with Mo Han for hundreds of rounds before ultimately conceding defeat. Although Mo Han felt somewhat unsatisfied, he prioritized taking care of his wife. And as time was running short, he quickly concluded their battle and tidied himself up. Noticing that Xiao Bingchen was slightly wobbly on her legs, Mo Han crouched down, preparing to carry her downstairs. However, Xiao Bingchen adamantly refused. She already felt embarrassed being carried like a princess, and now being carried by this little man would be simply mortifying. Seeing her firm refusal, Mo Han resorted to a princess carry. Cradling her as he descended the stairs, after a brief exchange at the office, Mo Han, accompanied by Xiao Bingchen and 2 bodyguards, made his way to the live broadcast venue of The Voice. As he was set to become a mentor, Mo Han knew he had responsibilities to fulfill. The news of his arrival had already reached the trainees and mentors, eliciting excitement, particularly among the members of Nalin Ying's team. It was highly likely that he would become their mentor. Lu Huan, Yu Chenqing, and Yang Qian approached him with a spirit of inquiry and dialogue. As soon as Mo Han exited the vehicle, he was surrounded by a throng of enthusiastic individuals. Mentor Mo Han, we welcome your arrival. Lu Huan greeted him with a smile. Despite his youth, after the events of the previous day's live broadcast, she was cautious not to underestimate him. Hello, Teacher Liu. Mo Han raised his hand, greeting everyone in turn. Qin Ran and Lu Mian flanked Mo Han and Xiao Bingchen, shielding them as they moved inside. Upon entering the practice room, Mo Han first engaged in a brief exchange and mutual flattery with the 4 mentors. It was customary to maintain appearances in public settings. Following their conversation, Lu Huan and her companions left the exchange feeling enriched and full of admiration for Mo Han, who exuded an aura of humility, poise, and comfort. It was no wonder he had achieved success at such a young age. He was undoubtedly a person of remarkable talent. However, with Xiao Bingchen, his legitimate wife, present, though they were reluctant, Lu Huan and her team could not keep Mo Han for long. Mo Han approached the lounge of Nalin Ying's team, now his own team, gathering the members together, with 2 individuals already eliminated. There were now 6 remaining, including Yu Beina and Li Qiushuang. Mo Han was familiar with the other 4, Ho Qian, Lu Ya, Li Mingqi, and the only male contestant, Wang Kua, perusing the materials in hand. Mo Han was well aware of their styles that he asked the 4 to perform a simple rendition of the songs they had prepared while he closed his eyes and listened intently. Ho Qian, your high notes could use some work. Lu Ya, your harmony should be E.Li Mingqi, your melody in the 2nd verse. Wang Kua, your theatrical tone is good. Relax and try again. As Mo Han guided the 4. Yao Beina and Li Qiushuang observed attentively, absorbing invaluable insights and growing increasingly impressed by Mo Han's musical expertise. Once the 4 had finished, Yao Beina and Li Qiushuang approached, clearly articulating the challenges they faced. After a moment of thought, Mo Han provided them with detailed answers, occasionally utilizing their instruments for demonstration. With beauty before him, he focused intently on singing, creating a dual experience of visual and auditory delight for those present. Xiao Bingchen watched in rapt fascination. Despite Mo Han's simple melodic hum, he seemed to gain an extra layer of charm, combined with his uniquely gentle demeanor as a husband, making him irresistibly alluring. Observing the captivated expressions of everyone, including Wang Qua. Xiao Bingchen sighed internally. She should indeed keep Mo Han locked at home, preventing him from venturing out. Xiao Bingchen had come to realize that Mo Han was indeed a veritable enchantress, capable of captivating even men, let alone women who thought with their lower halves. Yet, on the other hand, only she could savor his charms inch by inch, and as she met Mo Han's affectionate gaze, an unexpected warmth surged through her, causing her legs to instinctively tighten and fidget. Little dimples and long lashes, charming to a fault. I slow my pace, feeling somewhat intoxicated finally, discovering the beauty of a shared connection, a lifetime of warmth and goodness. I shall love you eternally. These lyrics, reminiscent of sweet nothings, coupled with Mo Han's unparalleled beauty and his languid, yet soothing voice, created an irresistible allure. Though his gaze remained fixed on Xiao Bingchen, the others listening transformed from starry-eyed admirers into a sea of pink hearts. Even affecting the resolute Qin Ran. Noticing the reactions of those around her, Xiao Bingchen felt a pang of urgency. This enchanting husband was indeed beyond the realm of ordinary mortals. It seemed time for her to embrace this enchantment and safeguard her territory. Just as Mo Han concluded his serenade, eager to impart further guidance to Yao Beina and Li Qiushuang, Xiao Bingchen abruptly pulled him away. Hey, Xiao assistant, why are you dragging me? No questions. I am here solely to slay demons, she declared. Mo Han wore a bewildered expression, utterly perplexed by her response. He hastily tossed the guitar to Qin Ran, calling out from a distance, practice for now. I'll be back shortly. With that, the figures of Mo Han and Xiao Bingchen vanished without a trace, leaving the others exchanging glances, fully aware of what had transpired. In the midst of the gathering, the only male present, Wang Qua, displayed the unmistakable demeanor of one smitten by love. That a soft sigh escaped Qin Ran, as her thoughts were momentarily drawn back to a fleeting moment from her past life. This sigh seemed to trigger a chain reaction, prompting the others to follow suit. Even Lu Mian mirrored the sentiment. What are you sighing about? Qin Ran inquired, casting a glance at the somewhat dense Lu Mian. Embarrassed, Lu Mian ran a hand through his hair. I saw everyone else sighing, so I joined in. Qin Ran merely responded with silence. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Bingchen tugged Mo Han through a series of corners, leading him into the restroom. Mo Han's face was a picture of exasperation. Aren't you old enough to go to the restroom without me tagging along? Just as Mo Han was about to finish his sentence, an involuntary gasp escaped him as he was suddenly pulled into a private stall by Xiao Bingchen, who pinned him against the wall. Gazing into her smoldering eyes, Mo Han cautiously ventured, what exactly do you want? Are you intentionally trying to seduce me? Asking me what I want? Xiao Bingchen flashed a devilishly charming smile. Mo Han's mind screamed in protest. He had merely been demonstrating something to a student, and he had no such intentions. Noticing the turmoil in Mo Han's eyes, which betrayed his desire to defend himself, Xiao Bingchen gently adjusted his delicate features, compelling him to meet her gaze. Come now, I shall grant you an opportunity. Kiss me. Mo Han had rarely encountered this domineering side of Xiao Bingchen, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. He realized the precariousness of the situation. Instinctively pressing his hands against his own softness, wishing to escape this predicament, sensing his hesitation, Xiao Bingchen's eyes sparkled with mischief. She was well aware of his slight obsession with cleanliness and knew he would seldom engage in intimate acts within a restroom. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered, Fear not. I have ensured this place is immaculate. Mo Han was at a loss for words. It was not merely a matter of cleanliness. He was terrified of being discovered, especially in a women's restroom. What would become of his dignity? With the intensity of her gaze and the rising temperature in the small space, he pleaded softly, Keep it down. At her behest, Xiao Bingchen leaned in, poised to deliver a kiss. Mo Han, fearful of being caught, suppressed his voice throughout. Yet Xiao Bingchen's excitement only heightened at his cautious demeanor. Half an hour later, Mo Han felt on the verge of tears. When would this end? They had nearly been discovered several times. Let's take a break. We can continue this at home, he implored, wrapping his arms around Xiao Bingchen to halt her advances, though she felt a tinge of reluctance. She complied. As Mo Han prepared to rise and straighten his clothes, his phone rang abruptly, startling him. He hastily answered, signaling to Xiao Bingchen to remain quiet, lowering his voice as he spoke. Hello, who is this? Xiao Han, it's me, Xiao Yao. Why are you calling? Mo Han suppressed his voice, casting a glare at Xiao Bingchen, who was obliviously playful, and he pulled her closer. But in terms of strength, he was no match for Xiao Bingchen. Xiao Han, I might be losing my home. The voice on the other end, Bai Yao, was thick with emotion. Yet Imo Han was too distressed to empathize. The more he tried to keep Xiao Bingchen still, the more she seemed to resist. Xiao Yao, listen, just don't panic. I'll call you back shortly. Frustration mounting, Imo Han ended the call, directing an irate glare at Xiao Bingchen. She simply chuckled, preparing to feign innocence, but Imo Han, exasperated, bit down on her. Xiao Bingchen, I'm serious. Ow, ow, let go, let go. Xiao Bingchen protested, pushing him away. Bai Yao, stunned by the abrupt end of the call, could no longer contain his emotions, bursting into tears. Wah, you all don't want me anymore. 5 minutes later, Imo Han's phone rang again. Bai Yao sniffled and picked up, hearing Imo Han's breathless voice. Hello, Xiao Han. Apologies, Xiao Yao. Xiao Bingchen bought me some red sugar buns, and I thought I'd enjoy them while they were warm. Beside him, Xiao Bingchen rubbed her chest, feigning a wounded expression as she listened to Imo Han fabricate an excuse. Bai Yao, momentarily distracted by the conversation, asked, Are they good? Not bad. Imo Han glanced at Xiao Bingchen, quickly changing the subject to Bai Yao's earlier mention of losing his home. As Bai Yao began to cry again, Imo Han felt a headache coming on. Xiao Yao, I'm at the venue for the voice recording. Come over, or better yet, I'll send someone to fetch you. Just wait there. After instructing Bai Yao to share his location, Imo Han returned to the green room, summoning Qin Ran and Lu Mian to accompany him in retrieving Bai Yao. During this time, Imo Han called Bai Chun to gather more information. It turned out that Bai's parents had encountered Song Yun, a child remarkably similar to Bai Chun, while on vacation. After a conversation, they discovered that this child was not only an orphan but also of a similar age to Bai Yao, although they had long suspected Bai Yao was not their biological child. Upon meeting Song Yun, they felt compelled to confirm their suspicions with a paternity test. Unsurprisingly, the results revealed that Song Yun was indeed their child. That very night, Bai's parents brought Song Yun home, and it seemed they felt a profound sense of obligation towards him, vowing to make amends. As for why Bai Yao had run away, Bai Chun was uncertain. When Imo Han suggested that perhaps Song Yun had bullied Bai Yao, Bai Chun vehemently denied it, passionately describing how well-behaved and respectful Song Yun was towards his parents and sister. Listening to Bai Chun's glowing praise of Song Yun, Imo Han felt a twinge of confusion. If Song Yun was as wonderful as described, why would Bai Yao leave home? Most troubling was that Bai Chun seemed unaware of Bai Yao's departure. Did Bai's parents know? When Imo Han next encountered Bai Yao, he was no longer the lively child he once was. Instead, his eyes were red, his hair disheveled, and his clothes were dusted with grime, a pitiful sight. Upon seeing Imo Han, Bai Yao burst into tears, launching himself into Imo Han's embrace, though Xiao Bingchen initially intended to intervene. She relented upon witnessing Bai Yao's distress. However, she couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy as she observed him nestling against Imo Han. There, it's all right, Imo Han cooed, gently patting Bai Yao's small head. Recognizing the depth of his grievances, after a considerable time of comforting, Bai Yao finally emerged from Imo Han's embrace, only to notice a crowd had gathered around them, his face flushed with embarrassment. It was utterly mortifying. Clearing his throat, Imo Han signaled for the others to leave, creating a private space for himself and Bai Yao. What happened, Xiao Yao? How did you end up like this? Bai Yao hesitated, fidgeting, before finally muttering, Nothing at all. Imo Han's brow furrowed as he firmly grasped Bai Yao's shoulders, his gaze earnest. We are good brothers. Is there anything you can't share with me? Under Imo Han's unwavering gaze, Bai Yao's eyes brimmed with tears once more. Xiao Han, do you believe in me? Moreover, during that time, Bai Yun's relentless psychological manipulation echoed in his ears, causing Bai Zhao's sense of indebtedness to Bai Yun to reach its zenith. Yet, Bai Yun's intentions extended beyond merely undermining Bai Xiao. He sought to possess Bai Xiao entirely. As the performer of my dream, how many in Longhua were unfamiliar with Bai Xiao? Such a life was the one that rightfully belonged to Bai Yun. Thus, burdened by guilt, and under the continuous psychological pressure exerted by Bai Yun, Bai Xiao willingly relinquished everything, including his shares in the Bai Di group. Last night, under Bai Yun's invitation, Bai Xiao clandestinely overheard a conversation regarding his departure, vividly recalling the deafening silence of Bai Mu and Bai Fu when Bai Yun suggested that he leave the Bai family, which he perceived as an implicit acquiescence, rather than being cast out. Bai Xiao opted for a voluntary exit, taking only his phone and identification, fully aware that from that moment forth, the once warm home no longer belonged to him. After listening to Bai Xiao's account, Han's immediate reaction was to acknowledge Bai Yun's competence. In just a few days, he had managed to sway the Bai family and drive Bai Xiao away. What could his next move be? Surely, he did not intend to seize control of the Bai D group. However, such matters were not Han's concern. He refrained from commenting on Bai Xiao's foolish actions, recognizing that everyone is entitled to their choices. As for the Bai family's sentiments, Han remained indifferent. The most pressing issue at hand was how to arrange for Bai Xiao. As a brother, he could not bear to see him wandering the streets. After a moment's reflection, considering Bai Xiao's current state of utter solitude, Han tentatively suggested, "My company happens to be in need of personnel. Why not join us?" "All right." Bai Xiao did not hesitate, being utterly broke. He felt immense gratitude for Han's offer of employment. He stepped forward again to embrace Han in thanks, only for his stomach to audibly protest at that moment. Han quickly realized that this little guy had gone nearly a day without food. He was well acquainted with the pangs of hunger and immediately instructed Qin Ran to fetch some food for Bai Xiao from a nearby place. Looking at Bai Xiao, Han found the situation somewhat amusing. He recalled how clever this little fellow used to be. How could he let Bai Yun con him into leaving his account completely empty? At that moment, Bai Xiao began to grasp the gravity of his situation. Meeting Han's gaze, he felt quite embarrassed, yet he did not regret his choice. Sitting quietly to the side, he observed as Han guided his students. Before long, Bai Xiao was met by Qin Ran, whom he thanked before diving into the food ravenously. "Slow down. Don't choke." Qin Ran opened a bottle of water and handed it to him. Although she had stood at a distance, she had overheard the entire exchange between Bai Xiao and Han. Regarding Bai Xiao's circumstances, Qin Ran chose not to comment further, merely noting that this little guy shared a similar thought process with Lu Mian. Lu Mian, "Are you being polite?" After Bai Xiao had eaten his fill and Han's assistant brought over the contract, Bai Xiao signed it without even glancing at it. Once he had finished, Han handed him a bank card. "There's 200,000 in here. Spend it wisely." Bai Xiao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted the card, silently noting Han's kindness. After a brief contemplation, Bai Xiao tentatively asked, "Xiao Han, may I stay at your place for a while?" Han was his only friend, and now that he was homeless and without support, he yearned to remain close to Han for some comfort. Han initially contemplated suggesting that Bai Xiao could simply rent an apartment nearby with the money he had just given him. However, upon seeing the pitiable look in the little boy's eyes, he found it difficult to refuse no before Han could even respond. Xiao Bingchen interjected coldly, shooting Han a look. Suddenly, Han recalled the collection of combat gear at his home. Bai Xiao was indeed not suited to stay there. Just as he was about to voice his refusal, a tall figure rushed towards them. "Xiao Xiao." Hearing that urgent call, both Xiao Bingchen and Qin Ran halted their movements. Recognizing the approaching individual, Bai Xiao instinctively turned, only to be enveloped in a warm embrace. Sensing that familiar aura, he instinctively clung tighter to the person there. The word sister lodged in his throat, unable to be voiced, his tone thick with emotion. The two remained locked in an embrace for quite some time before Bai Ran released Bai Xiao, reproaching him gently. "I sent you a message. Why didn't you reply? If it weren't for my subordinate informing me that you were here, I would have thought you were lost." Feeling the profound concern in her tone, Bai Xiao could no longer contain himself and burst into tears in Bai Ran's arms. Bai Ran, flustered, scrambled to comfort him. Observing the scene, Han and the others instinctively stepped aside to give the two some space. Once they had moved away, Han glanced back at Bai Ran, grinning. Compared to Bai Chen's well-proportioned figure, Bai Ran was like a magnified version of her. An image of a towering figure flashed through Han's mind. Of course, Bai Ran's bosom was not quite as exaggerated, but every other aspect was simply flawless. Xiao Bingchen expressed her thoughts, and Han found himself no longer drowsy. He could not fathom that Bai Ran, who had raised Bai Xiao since childhood, would harbor such thoughts about her. "Shall I wager that they share a sibling bond? Suit yourself." Xiao Bingchen was highly confident, eagerly awaiting Han's inquiry about the stakes. The next moment, Han asked, "What are the stakes?" Xiao Bingchen lowered her voice to ensure that Qin Ran, who was eavesdropping from a distance, could not overhear. "If I lose, I will wear that type of clothing you mentioned last time." Han's eyes lit up with intrigue. "Are you serious?" Xiao Bingchen nodded with a smile. "And what if I lose?" Although Han felt assured of his victory, he still wanted to inquire about the consequences of his potential loss. "That's simple, Dio, you remember," Xiao Bingshan whispered conspiratorially into Imohan's ear, causing a rare blush to spread across Imohan's face as he quickly shook his head. "In no way. No way. If I were to perform all those actions, I might actually die. You wouldn't be contemplating the murder of your husband, would you?" Xiao Bingshan rolled her eyes dramatically. She understood Imohan's body better than he did himself, and would never propose a request he could not fulfill. "Just tell me, will you accept or not?" Seeing Xiao Bingshan adopt a look that suggested, "If you refuse, I will cry," Imohan capitulated, steeling himself to agree. From afar, Qin Ran scratched her head, unable to discern what Xiao Bingshan had said. But she accurately caught Imohan's voice. What actions could lead to death? And Imohan agreed. Qin Ran was puzzled but dared not ask, choosing instead to keep her curiosity to herself, reflecting inwardly. "You two truly know how to have fun." At the moment the wager was established, on the other side, Bai Ran had settled Bai Xiao into her villa before hastily returning to the Bai family home. "Bai Yun, come out!" Her furious roar echoed throughout the villa. Bai Yun, lost in dreams of successfully acquiring the Bai D group and seizing power, was abruptly awakened, wondering who had the audacity to create such a commotion at the Bai residence. Bai mother and Bai father arrived at the scene, immediately placing themselves in front of Bai Ran. "Bai Ran, what do you intend to do?" Bai mother questioned sternly. "What do I intend to do? You wish to reclaim your biological son, yet you abandon the son you've raised for over 20 years? This was Bai Ran's first time shouting at her parents in such a manner, revealing the extent of her fury. "You ungrateful daughter, how dare you speak to us like that?" Bai mother exclaimed, raising her hand to strike Bai Ran. Having spent years in brawls, Bai Ran was not one to be easily hit by a woman of Bai mother's stature and privilege. With a swift motion, she caught Bai mother's hand mid-swing. Had this not been her biological mother, Bai Ran would have undoubtedly retaliated with a punch, letting her know why the flowers bloomed so red. "Oh dear, please stop fighting. Just stop." A high-pitched voice echoed from the staircase, accompanied by a leisurely set of footsteps. The sound of Bai Yun sent shivers down Bai Ran's spine, shaking off Bai mother's grasp. Bai Ran turned to see the figure in a gray nightgown descending the stairs. Just by looking at his face, Bai Ran had to admit that Bai Yun did bear some resemblance to their father. Yet she inexplicably felt that there was something peculiar about his features, as if they had been deliberately altered. Suppressing her suspicions, she reasoned that since her parents had conducted a paternity test, there should be no doubt. "You must be Sister Ran, right?" While Bai Ran was lost in thought, Bai Yun had already run up to her, sweetly calling out, "Sister Ran." Bai mother, Bai father, and Bai Chun seemed to fall for this act. But Bai Ran was not so easily swayed. "Stop with the theatrics and speak properly." Bai Yun appeared intimidated by Bai Ran's demeanor, quickly retreating behind Bai mother and Bai father, nervously clutching their garments. Bai father first raised his hand to soothe Bai Yun, and then turned to glare at Bai Ran. "How can you speak to your brother like this?" Recognizing that even her usually gentle father was angry, Bai Ran found it difficult to maintain her defiance. However, recalling that she had come to seek justice for Xiao, she steeled herself again. "You can't possibly be unaware of Zhao's departure from home." This, Bai mother and Bai father were indeed aware, but they were also upset that Bai Xiao had hurt Bai Yun out of jealousy. Seeing their silence, Bai Ran extended her hand toward Bai Yun. "Return everything that belongs to Xiao." "What belongings?" Bai Yun diverted his gaze, gripping Bai mother and Bai father's clothing tighter. "Stop pretending." "His savings from all these years, as well as his shares in the Bai D group, and the rights to those songs. Aside from the 200,000 Imohan had given him, Bai Xiao was practically penniless, and Bai Ran could easily deduce where all his possessions had gone." Bai mother and Bai father exchanged astonished glances with Bai Yun, who had claimed that Xiao had only given him a few small gifts. "These are small gifts. This is clearly his entire fortune." As Bai mother and Bai father frowned, Bai Yun sensed trouble brewing. Quickly, he shifted to a sorrowful expression, shouting at Bai Ran, "Why should I return what was rightfully mine? He has enjoyed it for so many years while I was stuck in an orphanage." As he spoke, tears streamed down his face as he lamented his tragic fate. "All these things were voluntarily returned to me by him. Why should I give them back? Why should I?" After Bai Yun's display, even Bai Ran found herself questioning her initial stance. Indeed, he was her biological brother. Shouldn't those possessions rightfully belong to him? Xiao had enjoyed them for so many years. Perhaps it was time to return them? Bai Ran's mind was in disarray as Bai mother and Bai father busied themselves tending to the nearly fainting Bai Yun. The hallway outside was flooded with servants, who were whispering and pointing at the family inside. "What are you all staring at? Get back to work." Bai Chen's voice rang out from afar, causing the servants to scatter in fright. As Bai Chen approached, Bai Yun weakly called out, "Sister Chen." The sight was quite pitiful. Bai Chen hurried over to Bai Yun's side, expressing concern and comfort before turning her fierce gaze toward Bai Ran. "What have you done?" Sensing her elder sister's anger, Bai Ran instinctively replied, "He took everything from Xiao." Forcing him to leave home, Bai Chen frowned, glancing at Bai Mother and Bai Father. Perhaps swayed by Bai Yun's emotions, Bai Father calmly stated, "Those belongings rightfully belong to Bai Yun, so it's only fair that Xiao returns them." Bai Chen, observing her father's demeanor, was at a loss for words. In all honesty, she wanted to side with Xiao, having cherished him for over 20 years, yet Bai Yun's innocence made it hard to condemn him. Seeing Bai Chen's conflicted expression, Bai Yun reiterated his earlier claims, emphasizing that Xiao had willingly returned everything to him. With both parents in agreement, Bai Chen, as their daughter, felt compelled to remain silent, turning to Bai Ran. "What about Xiao leaving home?" Although she directed the question at Bai Ran, Bai Chen also scanned Bai Mother, Bai Father, and Bai Yun, eager to hear their perspectives given that they had been in the house with Xiao. Bai Chen found the whole situation quite absurd. She had learned about Zhao's departure from Mo Han. An outsider point one could only conclude that when a person is utterly speechless, they can only laugh. Bai Ran, unaware of the circumstances, firmly believed that Xiao would not leave home without reason. Just as Bai Father was about to speak, Bai Mother interjected, "Do you know what Bai Xiao did to Bai Yun?" With that, she tugged up Bai Yun's sleeve, revealing a large bruise on his arm. Seeing both daughters look over, Bai Mother continued, "Look, this is the result of Bai Zhao's jealousy." He pushed Bai Yun down the stairs. Had Bai Yun not reacted quickly, he would have hit his head instead of his arm. Bai Chun and Bai Ran exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond, as they both found it hard to believe that Bai Xiao could commit such an act. Noticing their skepticism, Bai Mother raised her voice. "Bai Yun kept this from you, so that you wouldn't blame Bai Xiao. The entire incident was witnessed by Butler Zhang. Do you think he would lie?" Bai Chun and Bai Ran once again found themselves at a loss for words. Butler Zhang had served the Bai family faithfully for many years, and they regarded him as a respected elder. After a moment of silence, Bai Ran still refused to believe that Bai Xiao could act in such a manner, defiantly stating, "Even if Aunt Zhang didn't lie, I still don't believe Xiao would do something like that. After all these years, if no one else understands him, don't you?" Bai Ran's words left Bai Mother, Bai Father, and Bai Chun in stunned silence. Indeed, Bai Xiao did not seem like the type to commit such acts. However, they all turned to Bai Yun. The latter's expression shifted to one of feigned innocence. "It's all right. I don't blame him. Perhaps it was my own carelessness that led to this. Truly, I've never held it against him." As he spoke, tears began to fall freely, embodying the very essence of a wronged soul. Bai Mother and Bai Father, overwhelmed, rushed to comfort him at this point, even if Bai Ran didn't believe it. It was difficult to seek justice for Xiao. Clenching her fists, Bai Ran felt like a failure as a woman. Giving Bai Chun one last glance, she declared, "Since you all trust him so much, then just stay with him." With that, Bai Ran turned on her heel and departed. "Come back, you ungrateful daughter." The mother of Bai let out a loud cry, yet Bai Ran's steps did not falter in the slightest. Bai Chun gazed at the receding figure of his sister, his eyes momentarily lost in thought. How could a once harmonious home have begun to fracture since Bai Yun's return? With a sigh, Bai Chun informed his parents that he had matters to attend to at the company, and swiftly departed in the hall. Bai Yun accepted the comforting words of Bai's mother and father, secretly relieved. This hurdle had finally been overcome. Everything that followed would be manageable. All she needed to do was elevate Bai Chen's affection for her a notch higher, and everything would fall into place, leading to the acquisition of the Bai family and the Bai D group. With this thought, Bai Yun revealed a wicked smile from a vantage point where her parents could not see. Chapter 67. The gradual masculinization of Xiao Bingchen. As for the situation in the Bai family, Mo Han was blissfully unaware. Aside from instructing his students, he was busily searching for information on tailoring shops on his phone. Given his confidence in winning the wager against Xiao Bingchen, he knew he had to prepare in advance. After all, Xiao Bingchen's figure was the epitome of the type that looked slender in clothes yet revealed curves when undressed. In short, she was his ideal type. Mo Han quickly refocused. Since his wife was preparing to reward him, he naturally had to order clothes tailored to her measurements well in advance, selecting a shop with good ratings. He decisively submitted the sizes.as for colors. Mo Han glanced over at Xiao Bingchen, who was nestled on the sofa scrolling through her phone, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he settled on a shade, magenta. Or rather, pink. He recalled how Xiao Bingchen had previously deemed pink too childish and had adamantly refused to wear it, but now that she had lost, she must accept defeat and honor her promise. Right? Yet, if Xiao Bingchen were to go back on her word, he would have no means to deal with her. With this thought, Mo Han silently added options in white and black as well. Just as he withdrew his gaze and successfully placed the order, Xiao Bingchen suddenly sat up on the sofa, scanning the surroundings with heightened alertness. Beside her, Qin Ren curiously inquired, "What's wrong?" "Shoo, I just sensed a presence aimed at me," Xiao Bingchen replied earnestly, causing Qin Ren to immediately become alert. She held great faith in Xiao Bingchen's instincts, knowing they could genuinely be life-saving in critical moments. The two remained vigilant for a long while, but noticed no anomalies. Qin Ren curiously suggested, "Could it be that you misinterpreted it? It shouldn't be right." Xiao Bingchen took out her phone to inquire with Xiao Zhan and Xiao Kuang if there were any unusual occurrences nearby, but received negative responses. After carefully sensing again and confirming there were no peculiar findings, she returned to the sofa. From a distance, Mo Han noticed the glances Xiao Bingchen had cast towards him and felt a surge of panic. What if she discovered his order? He certainly didn't want her to snatch his phone away to cancel it. That would be disastrous. With that in mind, Mo Han hurriedly hid the app he had just used to place the order, planning to retrieve it only when necessary, ensuring that Xiao Bingchen would remain oblivious. An utterly flawless plan, he thought, silently giving himself a thumbs up. "Wang Qua, you played the third chord incorrectly." "Ho Qian, the chorus doesn't require that." "Luya, this part can be done like this." Li Mingqi, don't get distracted. He continued to guide them until evening, finally leading Xiao Bingchen away from the recording venue of The Voice. After a delightful dinner, Mo Han intended to follow his usual routine of taking Xiao Bingchen back to their room to try on clothes. "Xiao Han, how about that we sleep in separate rooms tonight?" Xiao Bingchen stumbled over her words as she was pulled along by Mo Han. "Huh?" Mo Han was taken aback, recalling how lively she had been that afternoon. Hadn't she been thoroughly entertained in that place, exhausting herself? Seeing the skeptical expression on Mo Han's face, Xiao Bingchen hurriedly clarified, "We can't always do this. I need to carve out some time to cultivate too." Xiao Bingchen's words were merely a ruse to placate Mo Han. Upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, every action, be it standing, walking, or sitting, could be considered a form of practice. Yet Mo Han was unaware. Since his wife had said it, he chose to believe her. "Indeed, we shouldn't keep this up," Mo Han pondered, feeling a tinge of disappointment, but ultimately relenting and preparing to wash up. Noticing Mo Han's evident dismay, Xiao Bingchen felt a pang of guilt for leaving her handsome husband alone in an empty room. Resolving herself, she decided to embrace abstinence starting tomorrow. Seizing the hand that Mo Han had just released, she feigned nonchalance and said, "Actually, one night I sent you a big deal." Mo Han's spirits lifted instantly. "Really?" Xiao Bingchen nodded, and before she could remind Mo Han not to be too rough, he had already scooped her up and dashed into the room, leaving behind only a single exclamation. "Tonight, I want to see the blue rose." A night of sweet dreams ensued. Xiao Bingchen's complexion appeared noticeably more haggard than the previous day as she stared at the ceiling, filled with resignation. Upon waking, Mo Han noticed Xiao Bingchen lost in thought and, seeing her pallor, quickly expressed concern. "Bingchen, are you all right?" Xiao Bingchen remained silent, and when Mo Han waved his hand in front of her, she finally came to her senses. Looking into his eyes with a hint of emptiness, "What's wrong?" Mo Han was taken aback by her lackluster demeanor. "Wife, what's the matter? Don't scare me." This was the first time Mo Han had seen Xiao Bingchen in such a state. Leaving him flustered, Xiao Bingchen, noticing Mo Han's worry, found it both amusing and exasperating. Had he really forgotten how wild the previous night had been? "If one day I truly collapse onto your belly, would you laugh at me? Huh?" Mo Han was momentarily lost, thinking that only a dead horse could not be used for plowing. Wait, that didn't seem right. The world should be the other way around. Realizing the implication, he felt a bit embarrassed, reflecting on his excessive enthusiasm from the previous night. "Wife, let me explain." "Shu, don't say a word." Xiao Bingchen placed a delicate finger on Mo Han's lips and gently pulled him into an embrace. "I know that all of that is your way of showing love. In all honesty, It brought Xiao Bingchen genuine joy to know that her man could be so infatuated with her. But the fatigue was undeniably real. After a long and quiet embrace, Xiao Bingchen released Imo Han, got dressed, and prepared to make breakfast, only to be pulled back into Imo Han's arms. Let us lie down for a bit longer. Today, we'll order breakfast. I'm craving those buns from downstairs at the company. Let Dingen bring them to us. Xiao Bingchen understood that Imo Han wanted to spare her from the hassle. So she obediently agreed, feeling quite worn out, as if her body had been drained. Observing his wife's fatigued appearance, Imo Han felt a wave of self-reproach wash over him, calculating the time as he carried her to wash up and then down to the lobby. Initially resistant, Xiao Bingchen succumbed to Imo Han's gentle coaxing. Be good, don't resist. She truly could not muster the will to oppose him any longer. Accepting the situation, she relished Imo Han's meticulous care, finding joy in it. Upon arriving at the company and finishing breakfast, Xiao Bingchen's complexion had already improved, a testament to the robust recovery capabilities of her innate realm. Yet Imo Han still insisted on doing everything for her, juggling his work while ensuring Xiao Bingchen was well taken care of. Reclining languidly on the sofa, Xiao Bingchen's gaze remained fixed on Mo Han, who was diligently immersed in his tasks. His unwavering attention towards her only deepened her affection. And simultaneously, she felt herself treading further along the path of femininity. But this sentiment was solely for Imo Han. The morning passed swiftly, and at noon, for convenience's sake, Imo Han and Xiao Bingchen remained at the company. Asking Dingen to help with lunch as evening approached, they began the second live broadcast of The Voice, which might extend late into the night. Why don't you head home first and rest after work? Imo Han said, placing a piece of braised pork into Xiao Bingchen's bowl. Puffed, you can't possibly think I'm some delicate little flower, can you? Xiao Bingchen couldn't help but roll her eyes at Imo Han, her gaze brimming with allure. No, of course not. My wife is a true woman. Imo Han momentarily lost his train of thought, chuckling awkwardly, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Even after spending considerable time together, he remained unable to resist the charm Xiao Bingchen deliberately exuded. Chapter 68. Bai Yun's unexpected entrance. After enjoying a delightful nap in the boss's office cubicle, Imo Han assembled his usual entourage and headed to the recording venue for The Voice. With the live broadcast scheduled for that evening, Imo Han focused his guidance on Ho Qian and the other three, assisting them as much as possible in refining their original compositions. The four expressed immense gratitude for Imo Han's mentorship. The 2 days of guidance had spared them countless detours, fundamentally transforming their abilities. For them, it was akin to being reborn. Yao Beina and Li Qiushuang, attending as observers, also gleaned valuable insights from the experience. This aptly illustrated the saying, reading thousands of books is not as beneficial as traveling thousands of miles. Traveling thousands of miles is not as valuable as interacting with countless people. Interacting with countless people is not as advantageous as being guided by a master, and being guided by a master is not as effective as receiving assistance from a true expert. The knowledge acquired by the six, while not sufficient for a lifetime, would certainly empower them to advance further on their musical journey. After a period of consolidation, the sun began to dip in the west. The second live broadcast of The Voice was about to commence. Chen Jia, I thought you wouldn't come. Imo Han called out as he spotted Bai Chun from a distance. Bai Chun approached. He noticed a young man accompanying her. After a moment's contemplation, Imo Han quickly understood the identity of this newcomer. Indeed, I initially had no intention of coming, but Xiao Yun insisted on seeing it. So I brought her along, Bai Chun explained, casting a helpless glance at Bai Yun, who responded with a coy smile. However, as she turned her gaze towards Imo Han and Xiao Bingchen, her fists clenched tightly, and a fleeting glimmer of resentment flickered in her eyes. Xiao Bingchen instantaneously locked her sights on Bai Yun. Bai Yun instinctively positioned herself in front of Bai Chun. Bai Chun remained oblivious to any peculiarities, awkwardly glancing at Imo Han and Xiao Bingchen, and forcefully explaining, my younger brother is a bit shy. She spoke. She pulled Bai Yun from behind her, gesturing for him to greet them. Bai Yun, fidgeting nervously, approached Imo Han, extending his hand and sweetly saying, hello, brother Imo Han. Inwardly, Imo Han felt a wave of nausea. The exaggerated mannerisms were simply unbearable. He had no intention of shaking the hand Bai Yun offered, and waved it away. Turning to leave, goodbye, Bai Yun. The show will begin shortly. Stay close to Qinjie and don't wander off. Imo Han, you, Bai Chun, observing Imo Han's treatment of her brother, wished to voice her thoughts, but found herself at a loss for words. She cast a silent glance at Bai Yun, acknowledging that his earlier demeanor was indeed quite intolerable. To make matters worse, their parents seemed to dote on him endlessly. Initially, Bai Chun found his behavior somewhat tolerable. But over time, it became unbearable. If it weren't for her brother, she'd wish he would keep his distance. That demeanor was even more grating than the male celebrities in her company. Sighing, Bai Chun chose not to dwell on it. Before departing, Xiao Bingchen appraised Bai Yun with a teasing smile. Bai Yun felt a chill at Xiao Bingchen's gaze and hurriedly touched his face, hoping that his attempt to annoy Mo Han hadn't drawn any unwanted attention from Xiao Bingchen. Watching the two of them walk away, resentment surged within Bai Yun. Bai Chun stepped forward, patting Bai Yun's shoulder and offering consolation. Mo Han isn't usually like this. Perhaps he's just busy today and didn't he mean to neglect you. Don't take it to heart. Instantly, Bai Yun's gloomy expression transformed into one of obedient understanding, though his eyes held a glimmer of disappointment as he looked at Bai Chun. It's all right, Xinjia. I don't blame brother Mo Han. It's my fault for making him dislike me. Although Bai Chun found his words somewhat uncomfortable, she couldn't help but feel her heart tilt slightly in Bai Yun's favor. After all, he was her brother. Following Mo Han closely, Xiao Bingchen remarked playfully, that Bai Yun has a certain charm. Just the thought of Bai Yun's earlier antics sent a shiver down Mo Han's spine. Don't even mention him. I fear I might regurgitate my dinner. Is it really that exaggerated? Xiao Bingchen replied, feeling it wasn't so. Mo Han struggled to articulate his feelings. If Bai Yun had been a girl, he might have managed to tolerate it, but as a man, better to leave it be. After navigating a few twists and turns, Mo Han and Xiao Bingchen entered the broadcasting hall, where Mo Han greeted the three mentors, seamlessly taking his place as the fourth mentor. Upon noticing Mo Han seated, the director promptly initiated the live television broadcast along with the online streaming of Miin, that we welcome you to the program brought to you by Luochuan Television. After a lengthy and rapid opening statement, the host paused momentarily, shifting the camera to Mo Han sitting at the mentor's table. Let's give a warm round of applause to our esteemed lyricist and composer, Mo Han, as he joins us as a new mentor on The Voice. The live chat erupted in excitement. Comment 1. Wait, our idol has become a mentor just like that. Comment 2. I thought his message was a joke. Comment 3. Not only is he handsome, but he's also talented. Doesn't he outshine Nailaning? Comment 4. At the director, witnessing the skyrocketing viewer statistics, happily gave Mo Han a thumbs up. Mo Han nodded in acknowledgement, picked up the microphone for a brief self-introduction, and then passed the stage back to the contestants. Following the director's cue, the host announced loudly, let the competition officially commence. Next, let us welcome the contestants from Lu Huan's team. Amidst the fervent atmosphere, the students from Lu Huan, Yu Chengcheng, and Yang Qian's teams took turns to perform. After the incisive critiques from the four mentors, the eventual winners were Tang Hongfei, Zhou Shishir, and Zhang Li. Next, it was time for the contestants from Mo Han's team to take the stage. In the pre-show highlights, numerous clips showcased Mo Han guiding his students, particularly a segment where he demonstrated singing with heartfelt focus, captivating the live audience. Some viewers felt a tinge of disappointment upon realizing that Mo Han was already a married man. However, this only excited a faction of fans who enthusiastically called out hubby. Among the students from Mo Han's team, the first to perform were Ho Qian and Lu Ya. Ho Qian's voice was lower, and her song Going North carried a melancholic tone. Once she finished, many could sense her substantial improvement since her debut. Lu Ya's voice soared high and powerful. Her song Moving Forward inspired a surge of motivation, and the audience was swept up in her fervor. The other three mentors in the audience couldn't help but express their astonishment at the significant progress made by both. Lu Huan remarked, Ho Qian, your emotional control is, Lu Ya, your voice truly possesses strength. After some deliberation, Lu Huan ultimately cast her vote for Lu Ya. Yu Chengcheng added, Ho Qian, you remind me of my past self. Lu Ya, your vocals are exceptional. In the end, Yu Chengcheng voted for Ho Qian, resulting in a tie. Yang Qian stated, Ho Qian, I greatly appreciate the emotion you convey. Lu Ya, your stage presence. Apologetically, he chose Lu Ya. Now, it was Mo Han's turn, a moment of immense attention as his vote would determine the outcome between a tie or Lu Ya's victory. Mo Han commented, in just 2 days, you both have shown remarkable growth. Ho Qian, take some time to reflect. Your future will extend far beyond this stage. It was evident that Mo Han favored Luya. Thank you, Ho Qian said, bowing deeply to Mo Han, showing no signs of disappointment despite his choice. Over the past 2 days, she had learned so much from him and recognized her shortcomings, feeling nothing but gratitude towards Mo Han. Mo Han nodded with a smile, confident in Ho Qian's promising future under his guidance, and had already instructed the HR department to reach out to her as Ho Qian exited the stage. She embraced Luya to bid farewell. This round of elimination concluded. Comment 1. To be honest, I think Ho Qian's singing was quite good. What a pity. Comment 2. This is a live broadcast. Stage presence is still paramount. Comment 3. Both of their improvements are remarkable. They are on a completely different level compared to the previously eliminated contestants. Chapter 69. Bai Yun takes action after a brief commercial break. The audience returned to the live broadcast of The Voice. The second round of competition commenced. Seated in the producer's room, Bai Yun had watched the recording of the first half and felt a surge of restlessness. Shouldn't he do something? Otherwise, this trip would be in vain. With that thought, Bai Yun approached Bai Chun, sweetly saying, Chenjie, it's quite dull sitting here. Why don't we go to the broadcasting hall? It's lively there with so many people. Bai Chun turned to look at Bai Yun, who was clinging to her arm and incessantly acting cute. Feeling exasperated, she thought, why does this person seem like such a little diva? Unsure, she glanced again. Unable to resist Bai Yun's persistent coaxing, Bai Chun eventually agreed to take her to the broadcasting hall. Bai Yun instantly brightened up, but Bai Chun, noticing Bai Yun's enthusiasm, quickly issued a warning. Once we get there, you mustn't wander off, understood? Bai Yun feigned compliance, nodding vigorously, while secretly plotting how to create a stir. Aren't you all eager to make this program a grand success? Just wait and see. They traversed the corridor, and Bai Chun successfully led Bai Yun into the broadcasting hall, where their seats were conveniently close to the contestants' preparation area. Bai Yun's gaze immediately caught sight of Xiao Bingchen nearby, and he quickly averted his eyes. Struggling to suppress the darkness within him, it was that very person who had once ruined him. Taking a deep breath, Bai Yun shifted his focus to the other side of the preparation area. And as Bai Chun's attention was drawn to the stage, he stealthily began to move away. At that moment, the second round of internal competition had commenced with Lu Huan's 2 students already performing, while Yu Chengcheng, Yang Qian, and the 6 students from Mo Han's team were preparing backstage. Bai Yun's arrival was promptly met with an obstruction from staff members. Sorry, this is the contestants' preparation area. Bai Yun was unperturbed, signaling for the staff to glance at Bai Chun nearby. That's my sister. She asked me to come see how the contestants are preparing. The staff, recognizing Bai Chun, hesitated but remained uncertain, questioning what there was to see since the contestants were about to compete. Before the staff could articulate further, Bai Yun shoved her aside, saying, if you don't want to work, just leave already. The staff, feeling angered but too intimidated to react, watched as Bai Yun disregarded her and confidently stepped into the preparation area. The 6 contestants immediately recognized Bai Yun's presence and turned to look. Hello everyone. I'm Bai Chin's younger brother. My sister sent me to check on how you all are preparing. Bai Yun's formulaic introduction quickly made it clear to everyone why he was there. They were all familiar with Bai Chun, as the show was co-founded by Bai Di and Qin Cheng. The contestants, not particularly skilled at interacting with someone of Bai Yun's stature, merely greeted him before returning to their lyric sheets. Seeing their lack of engagement, Bai Yun felt unfazed, his eyes roving over the 6 contestants before finally landing on the only male singer present, Wang Qua. Though I may falter in grasping the subtleties of a woman, my extensive experience with men allows me to easily navigate the presence of such an innocent soul that I approached her leisurely, lowering my voice to avoid disturbing others, and inquired, you are Wang Qua, correct? You know me? Wang Qua replied, astonished that a prominent figure from the Bai Di group would recognize her. Bai Yin thought to herself, suppressing a chuckle, isn't your name hanging right there on your chest? I can see perfectly well. Nonetheless, she maintained a serious facade. Indeed, I have heard my sister mention you. She holds you in high regard. Really? Wang Qua's excitement was palpable. The fact that the president of the Bai Di group had faith in her suggested she possessed considerable potential. The commotion had already caught the attention of others nearby, prompting Bai Yun to sigh out its, just Bai Chun, is it really necessary to be so exhilarated? Come with me for a moment. Bai Yun beckoned, leading Wang Qua into the lounge behind the preparation area. What is it? Wang Qua asked, her eyes reflecting innocence and naivety. Seeing her simplicity, Bai Yun felt a twinge of guilt about misleading her. But upon recalling her own plans, she sighed internally. Let us consider this an early lesson for her, a chance to accumulate some good karma. Leaning closer to Wang Kuo, Bai Yun lowered her voice. My sister thinks highly of you, but as you know, this is a competition. Just because she believes in someone doesn't guarantee victory. So you understand, right? Bai Yun gestured with her thumb and fingers as she spoke. What do you mean? Wang Kuo asked, instinctively puzzled. Bai Yun mentally cursed, realizing her hints were glaringly obvious. Time was ticking, and with competitors set to take the stage soon, she didn't want Bai Chun to discover her. So, she decided to be forthright with Wang Ke. You owed up money as long as the money is right. The championship is yours. Moreover, my sister will have Mo Han specifically compose a few songs for you, ensuring your meteoric rise to fame. Bai Yun laid out every possibility, leaving Wang Kuo momentarily stunned. The thought of Mo Han composing songs for her echoing in her mind. Seeing Wang Kuo still in a daze, Bai Yun felt exasperated. Why is this girl so slow? Realizing Wang Kuo couldn't keep pace with her, Bai Yun considered abandoning her. You don't seem to have money anyway, so I guess you're unlikely to win. With a look of disappointment, she prepared to leave, but was abruptly halted as Wang Kuo grasped her arm, urgently asking, Can Mo Han really compose songs for me? Internally, Bai Yun cursed again. Did Wang Kuo not grasp the crux of the matter? The critical aspect was securing the championship. Bai Yun was baffled by Wang Kuo's thought process, but kept her demeanor serious. Of course, as long as my sister gives the word, Mo Han wouldn't dare to refuse. At that moment, Wang Kuo was consumed by the idea of Mo Han crafting songs for her, completely oblivious to Bai Yun's other statements. Clenching her teeth, Wang Kuo pulled out a card from her pocket and handed it to Bai Yun. I only have this card on me, which has 200,000. Bai Yun had been waiting for this moment. Without allowing her to finish, she snatched the card and assured her, rest assured. The championship is yours. Wang Kuo seemed ready to speak again. Bai Yun quickly added, Mo Han will also compose songs for you. Wang Kuo nodded in satisfaction. Wang Kuo, what are you doing? It's almost your turn. Came the distant voice of Li Mingqi. Coming. Wang Kuo responded, signaling to Bai Yun that she needed to return for the competition. Bai Yun patted Wang Kuo on the shoulder to go on. You will win. Wang Kuo nodded, her mind consumed by the prospect of Mo Han composing songs for her rather than the competition itself. Thus, she departed with great anticipation. Bai Yun observed her retreating figure, her expression a mixture of complexity. What kind of Na'vi child had been cultivated by their family? Chapter 70. Wang Kuo's bewilderment. Wang Kuo returned to Li Mingqi's side, who looked at her with a beaming smile. What did that person want from you? You weren't taken advantage of, were you? Wang Kuo pondered for a moment, feeling uneasy about revealing her dealings with the Bai D group. Instead, she laughed it off. Don't worry, Mingqi Jia, I'm not a child. Internally, she apologized to Li Mingqi. I'm sorry, but I'm going to win against you. Determined, Wang Kuo vowed to find a way to make it up to Li Mingqi later. As she genuinely appreciated the care Li Mingqi and the others had shown her, the thought of spending 200,000 to have Mo Han write a song for her felt like an incredible bargain. Li Mingqi noticed Wang Kuo's mysterious demeanor and, while curious, refrained from probing further content as long as she hadn't been exploited. After spending time together, they had developed a fondness for Wang Kuo, who, despite being astute in music, was utterly clueless in other aspects of life. They often teased him, likening him to a young master who had escaped from a wealthy family, to which Wang Kuo would only respond with an awkward smile. Meanwhile, Bai Yun had just returned through the back door, feeling the card in her pocket when a realization struck her, prompting her to exclaim, Oh no, that brat had given her the card. But what about the password? Bai Yun's expression darkened, in no wonder he had been so eager to agree. She had thought she had tricked a fool, only to find she, the one who often outsmarted others, had been outmaneuvered. Glancing towards the preparation area, she realized she couldn't possibly return to ask for the password. That would only lead to embarrassment, and besides, did she really need the 200,000? Tossing the card into a nearby trash bin, she muttered a curse and turned to leave. Where have you been? Bai Chun frowned at Bai Yun as she approached. Didn't I tell you not to wander off? Bai Yun instantly adopted an apologetic demeanor. Sorry, sister. I had a bit of an emergency and needed to use the restroom. Stay close to me and don't wander off, Bai Chun cautioned, refocusing her attention on the stage. Bai Yun glanced at the lively atmosphere nearby. Since her plan had fallen through, there was no point in lingering, so she requested Bai Chun to take her back. Fine, Bai Chen sighed inwardly, confirming her suspicion that Bai Yun was a bit of a drama queen. How had their parents produced such a child? Inside the studio, Lu Huan, Yu Chengcheng, and Yang Qian's team had all completed their performances, determining the winners. The remaining contestants were Tian Yuan, Jin Shi, and Zhui Yifan. Next, let us welcome the two students from Mo Han's team, Li Mingqi and Wang Kua, to the stage. As the host's voice faded, the two took the stage, greeting Mo Han before the performance commenced. Wang Kua performed an original song titled Do Not Worry, a piece steeped in traditional style, albeit with some operatic elements. Unfortunately, Wang Kua, lacking formal training, found that aspect detracted from her performance. Mo Han was intrigued. Despite Wang Kui's less-than-perfect execution, she appeared remarkably confident. Li Mingqi's talent was not to be underestimated. When Li Mingqi took the stage, her rendition of The Wind Rises was nothing short of stunning, her commanding presence elevating the performance. After she finished, the judges nodded in approval. Wang Kua, waiting nearby, felt a pang of regret as she watched Li Mingqi outperform her practice sessions significantly, clenching her fists. She silently vowed, "Don't worry, Mingqi Jia, I will carry your spirit forward." Wang Kui's reasoning was straightforward. Having already given money to the Bai D Group's third young master, how could she possibly lose? Although she felt a twinge of shame regarding her actions, the thought of soon securing the championship and receiving songs from Mo Han eased her guilt. The two took the stage for feedback. Mo Han chuckled at Wang Kui's self-assured gaze, thinking, "This child maintains a commendable mindset." Lu Huan remarked, "Wang Kua, the ambience of your song is quite commendable, though your technique requires further refinement." Li Mingqi, "Your performance today truly took me by surprise." After the critiques, Lu Huan unhesitatingly cast her vote for Li Mingqi. What just happened? Wang Kua was bewildered, attempting to reassure herself, "It's fine. It's fine. There are still 3 judges. I will win." However, as Yu Chengcheng and Yang Qian offered their critiques, they too voted for Li Mingqi, leaving Wang Kua in shock. "A scammer. That person was a fraud." Wang Kua's eyes brimmed with tears as she realized she had been deceived. When it was Mo Han's turn to comment, seeing Wang Kui's near-tearful expression, she sighed internally. After all, she had mentored this student and felt the need to offer some consolation, following a balanced critique. Mo Han cast her vote for Wang Kua as a gesture of comfort. Seeing that she was destined to lose, yet Mo Han still voted for her, Wang Kua felt a flicker of hope. Could it be that she hadn't been tricked? She wanted to clarify, but knew that asking during a live broadcast would only create trouble for Mo Han. Clinging to that last shred of hope, Wang Kua approached Mo Han the moment the broadcast ended. Mo Han, perceiving that Wang Kua had something to discuss, paused to await her arrival. "Wang Kua, I have something to ask you." "Go ahead." Mo Han was curious about what Wang Kua wanted to ask, considering he had already made significant improvements to the song himself. "That's so. Are you still planning to write a song for me?" Wang Kua inquired, his face a picture of apprehension. "What?" Mo Han thought he must have misheard, and nearby, Xiao Bingchen kindly reiterated, "He.s. asking if you still intend to write him a song." Mo Han shot a bemused glance at the smiling Xiao Bingchen. "We've been together all day. Do you not know whether I agreed to that?" Recalling a previous incident where her curiosity had led her to eavesdrop on Wang Kua and Bai Yun, Xiao Bingchen stifled a laugh. To her, these two seemed somewhat lacking in intelligence. Bai Yun had evidently aimed to stir up trouble, but ended up alone, while Wang Kua had been duped out of 200,000 by Bai Yun's mere words. However, Xiao Bingchen was puzzled as to why Bai Yun had ultimately discarded the card. Though, right? She had snatched it away but didn't know the password. As Xiao Bingchen untangled the logic, her expression grew increasingly peculiar. Chapter 71. Wang Tung. Seeing Xiao Bingchen's expression, Mo Han sensed she was privy to some information. Noticing Wang Kua's dejected demeanor, he decided to probe further. "Wang Kua, can you tell me what is going on with you wanting me to write a song?" Wang Kua appeared somewhat embarrassed. If he still hadn't realized he had been deceived, then he truly was foolish. As Wang Kua hesitated to speak, Mo Han stepped forward and gently patted his shoulder. "Is there something troubling you?" Wang Kua, blushing and unable to meet Mo Han's gaze, felt utterly foolish. With Wang Kua silent, Mo Han turned his attention to Xiao Bingchen, seeking an answer. Naturally, Xiao Bingchen would not disappoint him. She cleared her throat. "He was just talking about that by da sister-in-law. Please don't say any more." Wang Kua interrupted hastily. What did you just call me?" Xiao Bingchen paused, taken aback by the unfamiliar title, yet inexplicably pleased. Was it because an outsider acknowledged her as Mo Han's wife? Wang Kuo looked at Xiao Bingchun with a pitiful expression. Sister-in-law, I beg you. Please stop, it's too embarrassing. Wang Kuo did not want his idol to know about his blunders. Fine, since you called me sister-in-law, I will hold my tongue. After saying this, Xiao Bingchun leaned closer to Mo Han and whispered, This boy is afraid of humiliation. I'll tell you all about it at home. All right, Mo Han had no intention of exposing Wang Kuo's embarrassing moments. He merely greeted him before preparing to leave with Xiao Bingchun. Xiao Bingchun glanced around, pointed toward a distant trash bin, and said to Wang Kuo, You should check there. The card might still be inside. Wang Kuo cast a glance at the distant trash bin but dismissed it. Gathering his courage, he called out to Mo Han, who was about to depart. Mo Han, can I schedule a song with you? Mo Han looked at Wang Kuo with confusion. Since the astronomical contract of 80 million with Long Wei, even the wealthiest figures in the music industry had to think twice before approaching him for collaborations. How bold of Wang Kuo! Mo Han noted this young fellow had some courage that he halted, turned around, and scrutinized Wang Kuo. After their interaction, he found Wang Kuo to be rather naive, if not for his unremarkable appearance. He might have already fallen prey to deceit. With a sigh, Mo Han thought, Oh well, since we've crossed paths, I might as well consider this a parting gift. With that thought, he raised his hand and gestured to Wang Kuo. Take out your phone. Wang Kuo beamed with joy, quickly jogging up to Mo Han to retrieve his phone and add his contact information. Mo Han, wait until I return. I'll give you the 3,000. Mo Han waved dismissively, already anticipating his words. It's fine. I want to take your money that I'll keep the copyright for myself, but I'll grant you the performance rights later. Now, we must be on our way. Get home early and don't worry your family. Mo Han patted Wang Kuo's shoulder and turned to leave with Xiao Bingchun. As Wang Kuo watched them depart, he tilted his head, realizing he had informed Mo Han about the type of song he intended to purchase for 30 million. Ding dong, a notification chimed, and Wang Kuo instinctively glanced at his phone. It was a message from Mo Han. Opening the message, he found a folder containing a complete set of lyrics and music scores that filled the entire screen. Wang Kuo read aloud. In early spring, blossoms greet the trees. Upon finishing the lyrics, Wang Kuo's eyes sparkled with excitement. The imagery was simply exquisite. Mo Han truly understood him. This is fantastic, Wang Kuo exclaimed, jumping with elation. In the next moment, a phone call came in. Wang Kuo hesitated but ultimately chose to answer. Hello, sis. Before he could finish, a barrage of words came from the other end that I'm outside the competition venue. I've sent you the location. That don't make me come in there to get you. I'll pack my things and be right there. Just give me 5 minutes. Beep, 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 as the call ended abruptly. Wang Kuo felt a pang of frustration. His sister was as domineering as ever. With a sigh, he hurried to his single dorm room, taking only his bank card and his portable flute. 5 minutes later, following the GPS, Wang Kuo arrived beside a luxury sports car and opened the door to climb inside. The moment he settled in, he began to complain. Sis, didn't I say I would return by myself once I was done having fun? Wang Tong, with her long, light golden hair cascading over her shoulders, did not glance back as she started the vehicle, the engine roaring to life as they sped away. The bodyguards lost track of you. If I hadn't come, you might have been taken advantage of. Her cool, assertive voice carried a familiar yet infuriating sense of security. Wang Kuo understood that his sister was concerned for him. A lot had transpired recently, imparting valuable lessons to Wang Kuo, so he chose to remain silent and heed her advice. Wang Ting noticed her brother's demeanor and raised an eyebrow, wondering how he had become so obedient. First, wipe off that mess from your face. Wang Kuo responded with an okay, deftly pulling out makeup remover from the car. After a brief 2.5 minutes of fussing, a refined young man emerged. Looking fresh and lively, Wang Tung glanced over and remarked, much more pleasing to the eye. Now, tell me, what brought you running here? To participate in Long Hua's talent competition, Wang Kuo replied without a second thought. Why abandon the life of a well-to-do young master to subject yourself to this? Wang Tung expressed her confusion. This is my passion. Passion, my foot. Showing off in front of others, is that not embarrassing? Wang Kuo fell silent. He did not wish to argue with Wang Tung, especially since they had debated this matter multiple times before. Wang Tung failed to grasp his perspective, and he could not persuade her otherwise. Choosing to change the subject, Wang Kuo said, Sis, I was deceived. What? Wang Tung abruptly halted the car, turning to scrutinize Wang Kuo, and after a moment, she exhaled in relief. as long as it wasn't tea about anything romantic. How much did you lose? 200,000. Wang Qua held up 2 fingers. What? Wang Teng's expression turned incredulous. She dealt in millions. And here was her brother speaking of mere 200,000. That's not all. I lost my feelings too. Wang Qua lamented dramatically. Where is she? I'll have someone take care of her right now. No, I'll do it myself. Wang Teng's fury reached its peak upon hearing that her brother had been emotionally manipulated. The cars behind them honked furiously, but she paid no mind. Wang Qua, seeing his sister's agitation, hurriedly waved his hands that it's not necessary. Just teach him a lesson so he doesn't deceive anyone else in the future. Now, tell me the specifics. Realizing that the situation wasn't as dire as she initially assumed, Wang Teng calmed down. Thus, as Wang Qua urged her to drive, he recounted the entire episode of how Bai Yun had tricked him. After listening to the whole story, Wang Teng was left speechless, her frustration turning to amusement. The youngest heir of the Bai family, resorting to such underhanded tactics just to swindle Wang Qua out of 200,000. What a desperate act. This was Wang Teng's genuine thought. Otherwise, it was incomprehensible how a scion of a prominent family would stoop so low for a mere sum. Moreover, her brother had been foolish enough to fall for such an easy trick. Had she delayed even slightly longer, he might have been thoroughly taken advantage of. Resolute, Wang Teng decided it was best for her brother to remain close. She then pulled out her phone and sent a message. Wang Teng, investigate this Bai Yun person. Qinjiu. Received. Chapter 72 Bai Yun exposed Mo Han. Is he truly as remarkable as you say? Setting her phone aside, Wang Teng glanced at her brother, who was fervently praising Mo Han. Of course, he is the most exceptional man I have ever encountered. He is incredibly kind and approaches everything with utmost seriousness, and his affections are unwavering. As Wang Qua continued his enthusiastic monologue, Wang Teng fell into silence. The name Mo Han had been frequently mentioned in her circles recently, primarily due to Long Wei's staggering 80 million contract. While ordinary individuals might regard this as astounding, for those in their social echelon, it signified something else entirely. Mo Han had formidable backing. Wang Teng speculated that it was likely connected to the Long family, who had come to Luo Chuan not just to pick up her brother, but also to meet Mo Han. If Mo Han possesses the comprehensive abilities that can catch her eye, then she should marry him to placate those incessant marriage-pushing old-timers. As for Mo Han's prior marriage, Wang Teng considers it inconsequential. Her focus is solely on martial arts, and she has no intention of vying for the position of family head. If they can coexist harmoniously, that would be ideal. If not, he may simply carry the title. As Wang Teng muses, she brushes her light golden hair behind her ear, revealing her flawless profile. Since Mo Han is so exceptional, why not bring him home and make him your brother-in-law? Wang Qua, who had been rambling on, suddenly falters, his face a mask of terror as he turns to his elder sister. What are you planning? Wang Qua knows his sister all too well. If she sets her sights on something, she will undoubtedly seize it in the most domineering manner. He doesn't believe that Xiao Bingqian could protect Mo Han from his sister's grasp. What is that expression? You adore Mo Han so much, and yet you're unwilling to have him as your brother-in-law? Wang Teng is perplexed by her brother's reaction. Please, please, please. Mo Han and my sister are happily married. Do not interfere. Wang Qua quickly waves his hands, hoping to dissuade his sister from her frightening intentions to sister-in-law. You mean that girl named Xiao something? Wang Teng pays no heed to Wang Qua's protests, regarding Xiao Bingqian as an inconsequential figure who could be easily dismissed with a sum of money. Oh, why ask so many questions? Wang Qua begins to regret his earlier praises of Mo Han in front of his sister. Now that Mo Han has caught her attention, it feels disastrous that he fears he has inadvertently become the catalyst for the disruption of Mo Han and his sister's marriage. Wang Teng, raising an eyebrow, surmises her brother's thoughts and gently entices him. If Mo Han is truly as remarkable as you say, do you think his wife could truly keep him, rather than let him be taken away by someone else eventually? Why not let it be me? At least with your connection, I would never treat him poorly. Initially, Wang Qua frowns at his sister's words, but as she continues, he finds her reasoning somewhat persuasive. Most importantly, if Mo Han were to become his brother-in-law, he could seek his guidance on music theory daily. Lost in thought, Wang Qua's mind starts to wander. Observing that her brother is swayed, Wang Teng begins to consider when she might meet Mo Han. She trusts her own judgment more than the opinions of others. Ding. Wang Teng glances at her phone. A message from Qinjiu has arrived. Coincidentally, she has just parked at the hotel entrance. Tossing the car keys to the attendant, she leads Wang Kuo upstairs. Along the way, she reviews the documents in her hand, her expression increasingly peculiar. Wang Kuo quietly follows, his mind torn between supporting his sister's plan to take Mo Han for herself. Upon reaching the presidential suite on the top floor, they find someone already waiting to serve them. You'll be staying next door. Wake up early tomorrow and accompany me to the Qingqing group. Wang Tong instructs Wang Kuo before entering her room, leaving him to enjoy the services of the attendants while he remains conflicted. Inside the room, Wang Kuo reclines on the sofa, a contemplative expression on his face. It seems the Bai family owes me a significant favor, he muses. After returning home, Mo Han does not wait for an inquiry. Xiao Bingchen cheerfully recounts what she has observed. Mo Han's brow furrows slightly upon hearing this. It is evident from Bai Yun's actions that he intends to stir trouble. Had he not fortuitously encountered Wang Kuo, he might have succeeded. Mo Han is perplexed. Why would someone from the Bai family act so deceitfully? Could it be Bai Chen's directive? Upon reconsideration, she doubts that, as Bai Chen has no reason to behave in such a manner unless he seeks to undermine her. Yet such underhanded tactics seem beneath him. Noticing Mo Han deep in thought, Xiao Bingchen refrains from interrupting, confident that Mo Han will handle this minor issue. She quietly returns to her room to prepare hot water for a bath. Indulging in a soothing soak. Mo Han, lost in thought, ultimately decides to call Bai Chen. The call connects swiftly. Xiao Han, what brings you to contact me at this late hour? Bai Chen inquires. Is Bai Yun with you? Mo Han asks directly. Bai Chen, puzzled by her tone, replies truthfully. No, I'm at the company. He left the venue and returned home by himself. Mo Han, cutting straight to the chase, relays Xiao Bingchen's account. Bai Chen falls silent, sharing Mo Han's confusion over Bai Yun's motivations. Understood, she finally says before hanging up, rubbing her temples, feeling drained. Since Bai Yun arrived in their household, there hasn't been a moment of peace. Once a harmonious family, they have been torn apart by his presence. Xiao Ji's departure, combined with Bai Ran's complete disavowal of the family due to Bai Ji's actions, has left their parents blindly favoring Bai Yun. Possibly out of guilt. Bai Chen contemplates confronting Bai Yun for clarification. A strange number calls. Instinctively, she considers hanging up, but a slip of her finger connects the call. Bai Chen, I have some information for you. What information? Bai Chen instinctively asks. Ding, a text notification chimes in, and before she can respond, the voice continues. The entire project of Good Voice has been transferred to Qingqiang Group. Consider it a welcoming gift for my fiancé. The tone is undeniably authoritative. Before Bai Chen can utter another word, the call disconnects. Staring at her phone, Bai Chen mutters, "What a lunatic," and promptly blocks the number. Out of curiosity, she opens the information, eager to understand the audacity behind the caller's claims. The moment she scans the details, her pupils widen in shock. Moments later, having read through the entire document, Bai Chen slams her fist onto the table, gritting her teeth as she exclaims, "Gu Shi, you are dead." Without further hesitation, Bai Chen quickly dials Bai Ran's number. However, Bai Ran, occupied with Xiao Ji, does not answer immediately. After a long wait, Bai Chen finally hears her sister's impatient voice. "Sister, I've told you, if you trust Bai Yun, then go live with him, don't bother me." And Xiao Ji. Bai Chen interrupts her, her tone resolute. "Gather your people, head to the Bai residence, and take care of Bai Yun. No, she should be called Gu Shi." Chapter 73. Ownership of Good Voice. What? Bai Ran jolts upright, startling Xiao Ji, who is in the midst of eating. The small cake in his hand tumbles onto the table. Bai Ran, oblivious to Xiao Ji's reaction, questions, "Sister, what did you just say?" On the other end of the line, Bai Chen patiently explains the situation. Suddenly, everything clicks for Bai Ran. She understands completely. "What the hell?" she exclaims. "Sister, wait for me. I'll gather my people and deal with her right away." As she speaks, Bai Ran strides toward the exit. Xiao Ji blinks in confusion. "Second sister, where are you going?" Bai Ran's voice echoes back. "Stay at home. I'm going to avenge you." Xiao Ji blinks, uncertain of the meaning behind her words. Bai Ran, fearing to worry him, refrains from mentioning her own plans to sever ties with the Bai family or her solo visit to seek justice for him. As a significant event looms over the Bai family. Back at Mo Han's home, he is captivated by the sight of Xiao Bingchen stepping out of the bathroom, his mind involuntarily conjuring a phrase. Pure water emerges from the lotus, natural and unadorned. Xiao Bingchen gently pushes open the glass door of the bathroom, and amidst the swirling steam, it is as though a beautiful, hazy painting unfolds. Her wet, cascading hair resembles a waterfall, droplets trickling down her porcelain-like skin. Leaving glistening trails, a faint blush graces her cheeks from the warmth, akin to blooming peach blossoms, stunningly vibrant. Tiny water droplets cling to her long eyelashes, shimmering as she blinks. Raising her hand to brush aside the damp strands from her forehead reveals her clear, water-like eyes, seemingly capable of reflecting the world's beauty. The towel drapes casually around her slender form, accentuating her delicate curves. Each step she takes is light and graceful, reminiscent of a fairy emerging from an ethereal realm, captivating all who behold her and rendering them breathless, lest they disturb this exquisite tranquility. Fool, what are you staring at? Even though Xiao Bingchen has grown accustomed to Han's adoration, she still feels her cheeks flush. Overwhelmed by the intensity of his gaze as if it could melt her, Han instinctively blurts out, "Wife, you are simply too beautiful." Haha. Xiao Bingchen laughs wholeheartedly, her laughter cascading into Han's heart like a refreshing spring. Bringing him a sense of clarity, he recalls her weary appearance from that morning and hastily dismisses any inappropriate thoughts from his mind. "We'll be sleeping in separate rooms tonight." Xiao Bingchen's radiant smile falters. As she had just received compliments moments ago, how could his demeanor change so abruptly? Doubts creep in. Has her charm failed to captivate Han? Understanding her unspoken concerns, he gently flicks her smooth forehead with a playful affection. His tone tender. "What are you thinking? Even the most delectable food should not be overindulged. We can't sacrifice your future happiness for fleeting pleasures, can we? Rest well for a few days, soon enough. You will have plenty to keep you busy." Upon hearing Han's words, Xiao Bingchen seemed to have an epiphany, nodding vigorously in agreement. Indeed, after winning the bet against Han, she would have her hands full. Just imagining the vast knowledge she could acquire if Han were to guide her through it. How enticing! Unbeknownst to her, Han harbored a similar thought. Once he triumphed in the wager, he would ensure Xiao Bingchen had her fair share of work as well, particularly envisioning those custom catgirl outfits. How delightful! Without realizing it, they had reached a tacit understanding, and that evening, they opted to sleep in separate rooms. After a night of sweet dreams, Xiao Bingchen found herself blissfully unaware of how long it had been since she had slept so soundly. However, upon waking, the absence of Han's comforting embrace, filled with his unique scent, left her feeling somewhat disoriented. Humming a cheerful tune, she proceeded to the breakfast table. Han, upon seeing Xiao Bingchen, noted her significantly improved complexion compared to the previous day and quietly approved in his heart. After breakfast, as they arrived at the office, Han received a message from the BaiD group. The Longhua Good Voice project was to be entirely entrusted to the Qingqing group, with all subsequent revenue accruing to them. Han was left utterly perplexed. Had Bai Chun lost her sanity to relinquish such a substantial opportunity without a second thought? Dialing her number, Bai Chun answered almost instantly. "Sister Chun, what is going on? Why has the Good Voice project been completely handed over to us?" "It was exchanged for some documents," Bai Chun replied candidly. Han was bewildered, struggling to comprehend Bai Chun's explanation. "Sister Chun, could you clarify that?" Taking a deep breath, Bai Chun recounted the events of the previous night, eliciting a series of expressive reactions from Han. Yun Bai actually underwent cosmetic surgery and transitioned. The Bai family's parents were manipulated by Gu Shi from start to finish. Even the family's butler had betrayed them. What astonished Han the most was that Bai Ran failed to apprehend Gu Shi and allowed her to escape. This stream of revelations was undeniably explosive. And now, inexplicably, he had become someone else's fiancé. How did this all transpire while he merely enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep? Beside him, Xiao Bingchen wore an expression as dark as thunderclouds. Han glanced at her, signaling her to remain calm, before inquiring about the situation with Bai Chun. While Bai Chun was uncertain of the particulars, she was confident that the opposing party was not to be trifled with. "So, you just haphazardly agreed to that person?" Han questioned, incredulous. The profits from the Good Voice project paled in comparison to the Bai family's stability. Bai Chen spoke sincerely, stating that without the intelligence provided by the mysterious individual, the Bai family might have suffered dire consequences at Gu Shi's hands. Therefore, after much deliberation, she resolved to follow the mysterious individual's instructions, considering it a debt repaid to AS for the claim that Han was her fiancé. Bai Chen could only chuckle, knowing well the depth of affection between Han and Xiao Bingchen. Attempting to snatch Han away from Xiao Bingchen was virtually impossible unless, of course, unorthodox methods were employed. But that would require careful consideration of Imo Han's substantial influence, as Bai Chan had never perceived him as a mere pawn to be manipulated. After ending the call, Imo Han fell into deep contemplation, pondering the origins of this mysterious adversary. However, his immediate priority was to soothe his beloved wife. He approached Xiao Bingchen, gently enveloping her in his arms. Rest assured, my heart belongs solely to you. No one can alter this truth. With this comforting assurance from Imo Han, Xiao Bingchen exhaled a sigh of relief, steeling herself with the resolve that if that person dared to show up, she would be the first to crush them. Making it clear that not everyone could covet what was hers, observing Xiao Bingchen's lingering anger, Imo Han gently adjusted her posture, leaning in for a passionate kiss. After a prolonged French kiss, Xiao Bingchen's demeanor softened considerably. At that moment, Ding An knocked and entered. Boss, someone from the Wang family in the capital has arrived, stating they wish to discuss a project with you personally. Chapter 74, Xiao Bingchen versus Wang Tung. The Wang family of the capital? Imo Han pondered, as it seemed Qi Group had yet to expand its project dealings into the capital. Boss, shall we meet them? Ding An inquired, noticing Imo Han's silence. Please arrange for them to wait in the reception room. I will see what they wish to discuss. Imo Han decided it was worth his time, considering the effort it took for them to come all the way from the capital. Understood. Ding An promptly went to make arrangements. As they approached the meeting room, Xiao Bingchen rested her chin in thought. The Wang family was undoubtedly a top-tier aristocracy. It was perplexing that they would come to Luochuan to proactively seek collaboration with a relatively small company like Qi Group. Let us go see, Imo Han's voice prompted, and Xiao Bingchen instinctively followed. Upon entering the conference room, they were greeted by the striking figure of a tall, statuesque blonde woman. Her long, lustrous golden hair cascaded effortlessly over her shoulders, and her finely chiseled features were complemented by a high nose and deep-set eyes that seemed to possess an uncanny insight. Her gaze exuded an undeniable authority, radiating an aura of immense prestige. Among all the individuals Imo Han had encountered, none could compare to the presence of this woman, prompting him to marvel at the distinguished lineage from which she hailed. Beside the blonde was a refined young man who bore a resemblance to her. As the guests, Imo Han was the first to extend a greeting, raising his hand toward the paired at that moment. Wang Tung's gaze was entirely fixated on Imo Han, and an unexpected phrase surfaced in his mind. As bright as the moon rises in the azure sky, as dazzling as the lotus blooms in the rippling waves. Wang Tung felt that the Imo Han he had seen on live broadcasts had been significantly enhanced. In reality, he was far more captivating, especially with that gentle expression that added to his allure. Observing his demeanor, Wang Tung perceived him as a natural-born leader, truly exceptional. Immediately, Wang Tung resolved that he wanted this man for himself. Once seated, Xiao Bingchen felt exceedingly displeased by Wang Tung's aggressive gaze directed toward Imo Han. Had she not known her identity, she would have been tempted to teach her a lesson. Brother Imo, the spring and March you gave me yesterday was simply perfect for me, Wang Kuo remarked, and both Imo Han and Xiao Bingchen immediately recognized him. Wang Kuo, is that you? Imo Han exclaimed, noting the unchanged stature of the young man, though his face was now entirely different. My apologies, Brother Imo. I underwent some cosmetic procedures, Wang Kuo briefly explained, gesturing toward Wang Tung. This is my sister, Wang Tung. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Wang Tung. Wang Tung stood and extended her hand toward Imo Han with a smile. Just as Imo Han was about to rise, Xiao Bingchen swiftly grasped Wang Tung's hand first. Wang Tung, what a pleasure to finally meet you, she said, discreetly applying pressure to her grip. Wang Tung's brows furrowed slightly. She had encountered a formidable opponent. Instinctively, she straightened her posture, feeling an odd familiarity with Xiao Bingchen's face, though she couldn't quite place it. Before Wang Tung could exert her strength, Xiao Bingchen withdrew her hand, internally acknowledging the prowess of a young heir from a prominent family. Despite her youth, Wang Tung exhibited the skills of a top-tier martial artist, only slightly inferior to the renowned candidate, Qin Ran. Wang Tung felt somewhat irked that Xiao Bingchen had released her hand so quickly, yet she refrained from losing her composure in front of Imo Han, offering him a polite nod before sitting down. Noticing her brother Wang Kuo's eagerness to engage Imo Han further, Wang Tung discreetly pinched him under the table, conveying a message with her eyes that read, I brought you here to find a brother-in-law, not to discuss your trivial song. Wang Kuo understood his sister's intent, pouting in silence. Wang Tung then turned her attention to Imo Han. Are you satisfied with the gift you received this morning? Imo Han paused, finally grasping her meaning. Was that you? Wang Ting nodded nonchalantly, anticipating his gratitude. However, she was met with a cold inquiry. When did I become your fiancé? Seated beside Imo Han, Xiao Bingchen's eyes gleamed with frost as she fixed her gaze on Wang Tung. Unfazed, Wang Tung waved her hand dismissively. It wasn't the case before, but it soon will be. Wang Qua, sensing the atmosphere becoming tense, hastily intervened, addressing Imo Han first. Brother Imo, don't mind my sister. Her martial training has made her a bit daft. Noticing Wang Tung's displeasure, he leaned closer and whispered, Sister, are you out of your mind? Our sister-in-law is right here, and you're saying this? He added, You should wait until she leaves. Yet Wang Qua's words could hardly escape the keen ears of Imo Han and Xiao Bingchen. Imo Han's expression darkened. How could this fellow even entertain the thought of making him a brother-in-law? Xiao Bingchen felt similarly, initially somewhat fond of the one who referred to her as sister-in-law. She now felt betrayed by Wang Qua's attempt to undermine her relationship with Imo Han. While she typically refrained from striking men, this situation might necessitate an exception. Wang Qua's whisper reached Wang Tung, who, being indifferent to those she deemed unworthy of her concern, glanced at Xiao Bingchen before recalling that she was Imo Han's wife and had been assisting him. However, Wang Ting remained unperturbed. She preferred to brazenly pursue her desires. Fixing her gaze on Xiao Bingchen, You are the Xiao Bingchen, aren't you? To be frank, I have my eyes set on Imo Han. You won't be able to keep him. Mark my words. Excuse me, Xiao Bingchen was incredulous, barely able to suppress her laughter at the audacity of this individual. Did she truly believe herself to be a soft target? Observing Xiao Bingchen's attitude, Wang Tung regarded her with disdain and no need to protest. This is the reality that if you have any conditions, feel free to state them while you still can. Upon hearing her words, Imo Han's fists clenched. Was this individual simply lacking in intelligence, or was she overconfident? Rising swiftly, I prepared to teach Wang Ting a lesson, only to be halted by Xiao Bingchen's firm grip. Confused, I turned to her, questioning her intentions. You are no match for her, a voice, audible only to me, echoed in my ears. Upon hearing Xiao Bingchen's words, I abandoned my plans, casting a glance towards Wang Qua, while suppressing my anger. Wang Qua, just in time. I brought the contract for yesterday's song rights for you to sign. Really? Wang Qua sprang to his feet, glancing at the composed Wang Tung, who nodded subtly. She had been eager to have a private discussion with Xiao Bingchen. Receiving this tacit approval, Wang Qua and I made our way to the door. Just before exiting, I turned back to Xiao Bingchen, silently conveying, Just don't kill her. Seeing her nod in response, I felt a wave of relief as I departed with Wang Qua. Once outside, Wang Qua suddenly realized something and attempted to return. But I firmly held him back. Where do you think you're going? Oh, big brother Imo Han. My sister is formidable. I'm worried she might harm my sister-in-law. I was left speechless, reflecting on the irony of the situation. He was the one who brought someone to undermine us. Yet he was the one expressing concern for Xiao Bingchen. I patted Wang Qua on the shoulder, assuring him, Rest assured, Bingchen will reason with your sister. But if my sister can't hold her own, she might resort to violence. She could crush a cow with a single punch. Wang Qua gesticulated animatedly, still attempting to step back, but I held him firmly in place. It's fine. If reasoning fails, Bingchen has some skills in martial arts as well. She'll be all right. I smiled gently. Chapter 75. Wang Tung shocked noticing my calm demeanor. Wang Qua gradually relaxed, internally praying that his sister wouldn't harm my sister-in-law, and joyfully followed me, even slipping a 30 million yuan bank card into my hand. I accepted it without hesitation, simultaneously transferring the entire song copyright to Wang Qua, thinking to myself, consider it a compensation. Dante accused me of being unscrupulous. Wang Qua's joy was palpable. He adored that song and was thrilled to mark it with his name, compared to Long Wei's 80 million per song. My 30 million felt like an absolute steal. His mind raced, contemplating whether to dip into his savings for another 10 or 8 songs, but he decided against it for now, resolving to perfect this one first. In the reception room, Xiao Bingchen sat across from Wang Ting, neither willing to break the silence. Wang Ting awaited Xiao Bingchen's conditions, while Xiao Bingchen prepared to offer Wang Ting a chance to admit her mistakes. Unwilling to reveal her capabilities in front of these prominent family members, she preferred to keep her strength concealed. The atmosphere in the room plummeted to a frosty silence. After a prolonged pause, Wang Ting, frowning in impatience, finally spoke. What has taken so long? Have you not made up your mind? Xiao Bingchen remained silent, her gaze fixed coldly on Wang Ting. Since you want to speak, don't blame me for not giving you an opportunity. 1 billion is sufficient for someone of your stature to spend a lifetime. Now, You may vanish. With this, Wang Teng flung a gold card onto the table before Xiao Bingchen, without even glancing at the card. Xiao Bingchen maintained her focus on Wang Teng, her tone dripping with sarcasm. 1 billion? You underestimate me. Wang Teng's brows furrowed further at her words, her voice darkening. Don't be greedy. My patience has limits. Wang Teng assumed Xiao Bingchen was merely haggling. Ah, fool. Xiao Bingchen recognized that this individual was clearly not in her right mind. Since she offered you an opportunity and you failed to appreciate it, do not blame me for what follows. In an instant, Xiao Bingchen appeared before Wang Teng, delivering a straightforward punch. Seeing Xiao Bingchen daring to strike first, a smirk crept across Wang Teng's face. You won't realize the gap between us until it's too late. As she spoke, Wang Teng extended a slender finger, preparing to deflect Xiao Bingchen's punch with a technique meant to subdue her. However, Xiao Bingchen, undeterred by Wang Teng's disdain, added a bit more force to her strike. The moment Xiao Bingchen's fist collided with Wang Teng's finger, a sharp crack resonated through the air, accompanied by a pained wail. Wang Teng's entire form was propelled backward, crashing into a chair before, if it were someone else. Mo Han might have been courteous, but Wang Teng had been unbearably arrogant before, attempting to take him away right in front of his wife at the slightest disagreement. Although the fellow was indeed not unhandsome, Mo Han couldn't muster a shred of affection for him. Upon entering the room, he noticed the conspicuous depressions and shattered floorboards, prompting him to quickly stride over to Xiao Bingchen, scrutinizing her with concern. Are you hurt? Despite knowing his wife was formidable, a tinge of worry lingered in his heart. Xiao Bingchen, feeling the warmth of Mo Han's concern in his gaze, smiled radiantly, twirling around with her arms raised. For that guy to hurt me, he'd need another 20,000 years. With that, she flashed a bright smile at Mo Han. Such bravado, Mo Han scoffed, casting an eye at the self-satisfied Xiao Bingchen before promptly contacting Ding to arrange for repairs. Meanwhile, back in the car, Wang Kuo looked at his sister with concern. Sister, is Xiao Bingchen really that impressive? Wang Kuo had witnessed his sister in action more than once, and he understood all too well Wang Teng's prowess. Impressive? Wang Teng chuckled self-deprecatingly, shaking his head. The gap between him and Xiao Bingchen felt as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. The first realm of existence was but a step away. Yet it was a step fraught with challenges, a distinction as vast as the cosmos itself. This was no mere saying point. One could assert that having taken that step, Xiao Bingchen existed in an entirely different dimension from him. Noticing his proud sister's despondency, Wang Kuo, though somewhat naive, was not completely oblivious. With a quick thought, he began to change the subject, filling the car with his incessant chatter. Listening to his younger brother's antics lightened Wang Teng's mood considerably. He realized his affection for the boy was not in vain. The morning swiftly passed. Now that the Voice of China project belonged entirely to the Qiqing group, Mo Han was naturally more invested. After enjoying a delightful nap on Xiao Bingchen's lap post-lunch, they headed directly to the recording venue for the show. The next phase involved the mutual PK sessions between the mentors and their students. And Mo Han was determined to provide guidance to Yobena and her trio. Upon arrival, he found the four already waiting. Without wasting words, he immediately began. Yobena, your singing technique is flawless, but this song does not suit you. Li Qiushuang, your piece leans too melancholic. Luya, you could approach the first half of your song like this. Li Mingqi, your voice is quite grand, so try to. After a thorough session of guidance, the other three made significant gains. Only Yobena appeared troubled, as she was currently experiencing a creative block, compounded by worries about her health, which rendered her unable to concentrate on her craft. Noticing Yobena's distress, Mo Han waved the other three away to practice. Then returned to Xiao Bingchen for a sip of water. He beckoned Yobena over, inquiring gently, "How is your health?" "Still okay." Yobena replied with a forced smile. Mo Han sighed, empathizing with her predicament. If he were in her shoes. Knowing he was battling cancer, he too would find it hard to focus on anything else. He turned to Xiao Bingchen, who understood his intent and patted the seat beside her, inviting Yobena to sit. Aware of Xiao Bingchen's intentions, Yobena sat down and offered her wrist. Xiao Bingchen placed her hand on it, and as soon as they made contact, a barely perceptible frown crossed Xiao Bingchen's brow. "You overthinking things. You haven't rested properly these past few days, have you?" she inquired. "Yes," Yobena nodded, clearly troubled by her condition. After a moment of pulse checking, Xiao Bingchen stood up. "Come on, let us head to the lounge." Upon hearing her voice, Yobena instinctively got up to follow. Before closing the door, Xiao Bingchen nodded at Mo Han. Since he wished to protect her, She had no reason not to assist. Han returned her smile. Confident that Xiao Bingshan would be able to help Yubena, his gaze fell upon a piece of draft paper left behind by Yubena, and he sighed inwardly, realizing she needed a bit of motivation. Picking up a pen, Han began to write and sketch earnestly on the paper. All are brave. An hour later, Xiao Bingshan emerged first, followed closely by Yubena, who visibly looked much better and was quietly expressing her gratitude to Xiao Bingshan. The two approached Han, who glanced at Yubena before smiling at Xiao Bingshan, nodding as he handed her the lyrics and melody he had composed. Confused, Yubena accepted the paper, only to be captivated by the words inscribed upon it. "This song is quite suitable for you." Han's voice reached Yubena's ears, snapping her back to reality. She looked up, her face brimming with gratitude. "Thank you. I can't express how grateful I am to both of you." Yubena felt genuinely moved, yet a question lingered in her mind. Why did Han always treat her with such special care? But her question would remain unanswered. Han smiled gently, waving her off. "Caring for my subordinates is simply my duty as a boss. Caring for employees, huh?" Yubena pondered the complexity of her emotions, glancing at Xiao Bingshan before shaking her head to dispel her thoughts. She thanked Han once more and hurried off to the side. At that moment, Xiao Bingshan leaned closer to Han, a hint of jealousy in her voice. "If I didn't know you weren't fond of her type, I might genuinely misunderstand your concern for her." Han laughed heartily, disregarding the presence of others, and pulled Xiao Bingshan into a long French kiss. After a prolonged moment, she gently tapped him, prompting him to release her. Their eyes met, and they both broke into spontaneous laughter. Indeed, after being together for so long, Xiao Bingshan understood Han's feelings all too well. He playfully scratched her nose, teasing, "Not jealous anymore, not at all." Xiao Bingshan replied, her smile sweet. Their intimate interaction left the onlookers feeling rather stuffed. In a dim, dilapidated old building, Gushi leaned against a crumbling wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Damn, what a pack of mad dogs. White family, just you wait." Gushi cursed vehemently, baffled as to why her seemingly flawless plan had suddenly unraveled. She had nearly been killed by Ran, and if she hadn't prepared an escape route in advance, she would have truly perished at the hands of the White family. Chapter 77. "Why don't you lock me up?" Pulling out her phone, Gushi scrolled through her contacts until she dialed a number. It rang until it was on the verge of hanging up, and finally, someone answered. "Hello, who is this?" The voice on the other end was exceedingly noisy. "Damn it, still have the leisure to play around. Did you manage to get the gun I asked for?" Gushi was somewhat irritated. "Hey, Shijia, don't be anxious that I'll deliver the goods to you by tomorrow at the latest," came the nonchalant reply from the other end. Unafraid of Gushi's anger. "Give you half a day. Hurry and deliver the stuff too," Gushi commanded, raising her voice once more. "Did you hear me? Got it. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up now." With that, the line went dead. She punched the wall in frustration. These so-called friends were utterly unreliable. They were enthusiastic about dining, drinking, and chasing after men, yet when it came to serious matters, they were exasperatingly inefficient. Suddenly, an idea struck Gushi, and she gazed out the window, revealing a sinister smile. "What? Injecting 100 billion into my name all of a sudden?" Han nearly lost his composure. "Yes, boss. Could it be a conspiracy?" Ding Yin's voice trembled on the other end. Just moments ago, Chiching Group's valuation had skyrocketed more than threefold, prompting him to urgently call Han. "Don't panic. Let the finance department." Han calmly issued commands. And Ding Yin immediately set to work after hanging up. Observing Han, who was deep in thought with a furrowed brow, Xiao Bingshan approached and began to massage his temples, speaking softly. "Don't worry. That 100 billion is an apology. An apology for what?" Han turned to her, curiosity etched on his face. "Have you forgotten what happened this morning?" Xiao Bingshan winked playfully at him. In an instant, Han realized. "It's that Wang Tong?" "Exactly," Xiao Bingshan confirmed with a smile. Han was speechless as he pulled Xiao Bingshan from behind the sofa to rest on his lap. Feigning anger. "Why didn't you tell me sooner? Were you deliberately waiting to see me make a fool of myself?" Xiao Bingshan made no resistance. Instead, she nestled closer, enjoying Han's warmth and scent. "You never asked. Besides, it's just 100 billion. No need to make such a fuss about it." Han was at a loss for words. "Just 100 billion. And that's it." Seeing Han lost in thought, Xiao Bingshan lightly tapped his forehead. "Don't worry. I've got everything under control." Han snapped back to reality, gazing at Xiao Bingshan, sighing inwardly. It was evident that his wife's status was anything but ordinary. He did not believe Wang Teng would simply offer 100 billion as compensation for never having bested Xiao Bingchen. That was too far-fetched. The money of top-tier families was not something one could casually toss around. If there was some backing from his wife's identity, Imo Han would not buy it for a second. From this perspective, it was clear that Xiao Bingchen's status within the Xiao family was significant, which meant that even if she wished to avoid it, she would inevitably become embroiled in family disputes if possible. Imo Han truly hoped her background could be simpler, allowing her to remain by his side forever as his beloved wife. Noticing Imo Han's sudden sigh, Xiao Bingchen was puzzled. How could she be receiving money, and yet he seemed distressed? However, the incident with Wang Teng did remind her that as Qingchen Group continued to grow, Imo Han's notoriety would inevitably increase, and the number of people coveting him would likely rise as well. In summary, Imo Han, despite starting from almost nothing, has managed to establish such a vast enterprise in a remarkably short period, demonstrating an undeniable commercial acumen that a good family truly requires a male figure like him as its cornerstone. Furthermore, as Imo Han's connection with his own body and mind deepens over time and his martial prowess escalates, his already handsome visage becomes even more striking, especially accentuated by the gentle aura that lingers around his brows, exuding a husbandly charm that elevates his allure to extraordinary heights. Even men find it hard to resist his magnetism, let alone women. Xiao Zhan and Xiao Kuang, unbeknownst to them, have dealt with numerous prying eyes and covetous gazes. Xiao Bingchen finds herself somewhat exasperated, pondering how her husband is simply too captivating, constantly attracting unwanted attention. What should she do? She is quite anxious about it. Perhaps should I confine you, my dear husband? Imo Han? Why would one suddenly suggest locking oneself away? With a resigned smile, Xiao Bingchen clings to Imo Han. Taking a deep breath, you attract too much attention, and I genuinely fear that one day you might be whisked away by someone else. Though said in jest, her concern is sincere. Upon hearing Xiao Bingchen's explanation, Imo Han suddenly confronts the reality of the matter. In this matriarchal world, even if he is reluctant to acknowledge it, his charm does indeed exceed the norm. Imo Han never imagined that one day he would be troubled by his own good looks. What a ludicrous world this is. Reflecting on Xiao Bingchen's earlier jest, he becomes serious. While he relishes achieving success through his career, what he truly desires more than anything is to spend his life alongside Xiao Bingchen. After all, in 2 lifetimes combined, encountering someone he cherishes so deeply is a rarity. On the other hand, while Xiao Bingchen is undeniably strong, there are always others who surpass her if, by some unforeseen circumstance, they were to be separated. It would be more painful than death itself. Perhaps that you should confine me instead? Upon witnessing the concern in Imo Han's eyes, Xiao Bingchen suddenly realizes that her jest may have crossed a line. Yet, she feels a pang of discomfort. Imo Han is willing to sacrifice his freedom for her, resigning himself to being a caged canary. These thoughts swirl in her mind. Tears well up in her eyes. Why is her husband so foolish? What about her is worthy of such devotion? Burying her head in Imo Han's embrace, she murmurs, "What nonsense are you saying? How could I ever confine you? To deprive you of your freedom? That is not love, that is madness." Yet Imo Han insists, "I am serious." He acknowledges that he has allowed his romantic inclinations to cloud his judgment. Xiao Bingchen gazes into Imo Han's earnest eyes, blinking in surprise. Seeing his serious demeanor, she quickly sits up, flustered, to clarify, "Don't be like this. I was just joking. I never intended." Imo Han interrupts her, "Listen to me." Xiao Bingchen fears that if she doesn't rein in her own feelings, her husband might succumb to overwhelming emotions first. She does not dare provoke him further and simply listens quietly. Starting from a place of uncertainty, her feelings evolve into a state of speechlessness. Indeed, it is speechlessness. To summarize, Imo Han's plan is to create a secluded paradise for just the two of them, where everything they need is present, save for the presence of others. But what if they were to have children? A Xiao Bingchen's remark causes Imo Han to falter. Indeed, he had not considered this aspect. Xiao Bingchen chuckles, unable to resist leaning in for a quick kiss. How had she never noticed that her astute and capable husband possesses such a naive and adorable side? Enough of overthinking. They are human beings, social creatures. Losing the larger social context equates to losing the catalyst for their relationship, which would inevitably fade over time. Xiao Bingchen possesses a clear understanding of their bond. All right. Imo Han feels a tinge of regret. His idyllic utopia plan has crumbled before it even began. Observing Imo Han's expression, Xiao Bingchen feels a rush of emotion and quickly rushes to lock the lounge door. throwing herself at him. Oh dear. What are you doing? Didn't you say you would practice abstinence? Just a taste, to enhance our connection. No, don't rip my clothes. I can manage that myself. Chapter 78. The brave one. Following their previous exchange, the bond between Mo Han and Xiao Bingshan has undeniably deepened. However, as they exit the lounge, their attire appears somewhat disheveled. The lingering impression of Mo Han's appearance instantly draws the attention of several onlookers. Xiao Bingshan clears her throat, prompting the others to hurriedly avert their gaze. Gently nudging the radiant Xiao Bingshan, Mo Han feels a pang of frustration. His esteemed image as a mentor in the eyes of his students has been irrevocably tarnished. He wonders what is wrong with Xiao Bingshan, who seems to thrive on defiance. If he doesn't comply, she becomes relentless. Why must her body react so easily to his touch? Shouldn't she possess a bit more self-control? Why does she insist on having him? Mo Han is utterly at a loss in this bizarre world. Straightening his attire, he feigns composure while assessing the practice results of Yao Bena and the others, the faint remnants of his yet-to-fade pheromones, coupled with a subtle fragrance, inadvertently intoxicate them. Li Qiushuang instinctively speaks up. Mo Han, you smell wonderful. Huh, is that so? Mo Han sniffs himself. Xiao Bingshan often remarks on his fragrance, yet he is unable to detect it himself. Nearby, Li Mingqi quickly tugs on Li Qiushuang's sleeve, shooting her a glare and whispering, "What are you saying?" Li Qiushuang instantly realizes and discreetly steps back, exhaling deeply, internally chastising herself for the inappropriate thoughts that had crossed her mind. How could she, receiving such kindness from Mo Han, think such things? She feels utterly despicable. Xiao Bingshan reclines on the sofa, scrolling through her phone, occasionally glancing at Mo Han. After all, he is merely a second-rate expert, so she harbors no concerns over him being taken advantage of. Time passes swiftly, and as night descends, Mo Han and Xiao Bingshan embark on their journey home. Qin Ran and Lu Mian had already been dismissed early by Xiao Bingshan. At times, she feels that these two bodyguards are superfluous, trailing them as they indulge in food and entertainment, occasionally relishing the melodious songs of the exquisite Mo Han. What a delightful life it is. Qin Ran, Lu Mian. So, am I free to leave? Naturally, Xiao Bingshan only grumbles internally. 2,000 yuan for a bodyguard of Qin Ran's caliber is an absolute steal. When Mo Han previously suggested replacing Qin Ran and Lu Mian, Xiao Bingshan immediately rejected the notion without hesitation. After all, Qin Ran is a candidate for the Northern War God. His character and integrity are beyond reproach, making him a reliable choice. Upon arriving home, despite Mo Han's persistent objections, they ultimately end up sleeping in separate rooms. Firstly, Mo Han wishes to prevent Xiao Bingshan from indulging excessively, and secondly, he is somewhat annoyed that she disrupted the positive mentor image he had painstakingly built. After leaving the lounge, the four pairs of eyes that occasionally darted in their direction made Mo Han feel utterly uncomfortable. Xiao Bingshan retorts, "You're just too alluring. I refuse to take the blame for this." 2 days swiftly pass, and the third round of the televised competition, The Voice, is set to be live-streamed. Thunder rumbles ominously as dark clouds gather overhead, casting a gloomy pall over the sky. Thud thud thud. Gushi strides heavily through the alley, her body stained with blood, a long gash marring her forehead. In her right hand, she grips a handgun, while her left drags a small, unconscious figure. Glancing at the figure in her grasp, Gushi casually tosses it to the ground and leans against the wall to rest. A flash of lightning illuminates her face, which is adorned with a wicked grin. The Bai family thinks they can play with me? They are sorely mistaken. As Gushi contemplates her impending plans, a voice draws her attention. Turning her head, she notices the convenience store nearby broadcasting The Voice, with a live camera feed capturing MOHAN.GU. She smacks her forehead. How could I have forgotten him? Including him would surely add more intrigue to the situation, and it would torment that wretched Xiao Bingshan who has wronged me. Why not? All are brave. Your forehead wound, your disconnection, the mistakes you've made. The clear, captivating female voice draws Gushi back to reality, and she instinctively touches the long wound left by Ran's underlings. Ouch. With a glint of interest, she gazes at the television screen showcasing Yubana. Intrigued by her performance, they say to bring light, taming every beast. They say no one loves the clown. Why is solitude not glorious? Only through imperfection can one be. Yobana, deeply resonating with the song, pours her emotions into it, reaching a fervent intensity. In an instant, Gushi feels her own emotions stirred, murmuring to herself, "Is imperfection worthy of praise? I love you as you wander through dark alleys. I love your defiance." Gushi quietly sits against the wall, her thoughts drifting back to the time when her family fell apart, a consequence of her past actions, forcing the Gu family to relocate abroad. It was then that she learned of her own downfall. I love you as you confront despair, Refusing to shed a tear upon receiving the devastating news, her family was engulfed in chaos. Her own ruin leading to the Gu family's lineage facing extinction. Desperate and seeking answers to no avail, she witnessed the sorrow etched on her parents' faces, feeling utterly hopeless. Shall we go? Shall we fight? In the depths of the most humble dream, after despair comes an endless madness. The desire for revenge ignites within. Since the Gu family is bound to collapse eventually, why not send those individuals on their journey ahead of time? Initially, I intended to eliminate the mastermind, Xiao Bingqian, but alas, that wretch is guarded around the clock, leaving me without a sliver of opportunity. After much scheming, I set my sights on the Bai family, the true culprits behind the downfall of the Gu family. Years ago, I stumbled upon the secret that Bai's parents were persistently searching for their biological son, and I decided to exploit this as my entry point. They say one must rid themselves of their passions, as if wiping them away. Since I can no longer embrace womanhood, I might as well be more decisive, unhesitatingly traveling to Thailand and then to Korea, orchestrating a chance encounter to establish familial ties. They say one must ascend the social ladder, a price to pay in humility. I feigned vulnerability, successfully driving Bai Xiao away, causing a rift between Bai's parents and their daughters, while leveraging the debts owed by Bai's father and mother to acquire a substantial share of the Bai D group. War. Indeed. With the most lofty of dreams, I shall confront the darkness. The plan was unfolding so seamlessly, yet why was it suddenly uncovered? My plans were meticulously crafted. Where did it all go awry? Who claims that only those in the light are heroes? As the thoughts settled, the voice of Yobana resonated from the television, her emotions enigmatic. This song was composed by mentor Mo Han, and I am immensely grateful for the opportunity to perform it. Mo Han. Gushi suddenly chuckled, having traversed a long and winding path. The one who understands me best is ironically one of my most hated individuals. How laughable, how absurd. Good deeds are worthy of rewards. Yet alas, I am no hero. In a fit of rage, Gushi raised her hand and shot the television in the nearby convenience store, shattering the screen. The television sputtered. Who the hell is trying to get themselves killed? The store owner, cursing, rushed out to see which little brat dared to break her television. Upon recognizing the figure pointing a gun her way, she bolted back inside with a speed that surpassed her initial rush, locking the door and closing the store in one swift motion. Chapter 79. Rescuing Bai Xiaoba. Useless. Seeing the owner's cowardice, Gushi spat in disdain. The phone rang, and Gushi instinctively answered. Hey, Shijia. Everything is ready. The sisters have prepared the drugs, ensuring that little man will be on the brink of ecstasy. The voice on the other end rambled on, but Gushi remained silent. Gazing at the unconscious Bai Xiao on the ground, the swirling emotions from earlier made her hesitate. Hey, Shijia, are you listening? Hey, Shijia, Shijia, damn, enough of her father's drivel. Gu she cursed under her breath. Taking a deep breath before continuing, tell the sisters to withdraw. No, Shijia, wasn't it agreed upon? The person on the other end sounded perplexed. Enough of her father's nonsense. The money won't be short for you all. Tell them to scram, and you too. After shouting, Gushi hung up abruptly, muttering another curse. After a moment of silence, she dialed another number, which connected quickly. Old Xiao, don't say a word. Just listen. I left something at Ruishi Bank. The password is my birthday. Take half for yourself, and give half to my parents. If they ask where I've gone, tell them I became useless and didn't want to be a burden. If possible, persuade them to have another child while they still can. That's all. I'm hanging up. After saying this, Gushi ended the call. Boom, the thunder roared as torrential rain poured down. Gushi lifted Bai Xiao and stepped into the curtain of rain. Inside the venue for the singing competition, the final evaluation had commenced. When Yobana performed Lonely Warrior, it became evident that she would secure the top position today. With the host announcement, the 3-minute public voting segment began. Including Yobana, the 8 contestants anxiously watched the big screen. The moment it started, Yobana's vote skyrocketed to 100,000, leading by a wide margin. Bullet Screen 1. Lonely Warrior, let us go. Bullet Screen 2. Charge, charge, charge. I'm all in. Bullet Screen 3. In the live stream, the momentum never waned. 3 minutes slipped by in an instant. Yobana triumphantly topped the charts with 1,100,000 votes. The second place, UCN, garnered just over 500,000, more than half less than her. Following closely was the third, Qin Rua with 300,000. Fourth was Huang Jin Qing with 250,000. Fifth, Su Ming with 230,000. Sixth, Li Qiushuang with 220,000. Seventh, Li Qimu with 200,000. And eighth, Zhang Xian with 180,000. After reviewing the vote counts, the other contestants finally relaxed. Especially Li Qiushuang, who felt she had let down Mo Han's teachings. With the host's announcement, Su Ming, Li Qiushuang, Li Qimu, and Zhang Xian were regrettably eliminated. The truth was, their skills were commendable, as evidenced by the voting. Aside from Yu Baina and Yu Xian, who had a significant lead, the difference among the remaining 6 was minimal. Coincidentally, the 4 remaining contestants matched up perfectly with the 4 mentors, Lu Huan, Yu Chenqing, Yang Qian, and Mo Han, who all descended to bid farewell to the eliminated contestants and congratulate the victors. Among them, Yu Baina was the most elated, had it not been for Xiao Bingchen closely following Mo Han. She would have rushed forward to embrace him without hesitation, driven solely by gratitude. Mo Han perceived her excitement, smiling as he encouraged her to continue striving, and then turned to offer farewell wishes to Li Qiushuang. As the live stream concluded, Mo Han and Xiao Bingchen exited the venue, only to find that the heavy rain had ceased outside. Suddenly, Mo Han's phone vibrated with an incoming message. Instinctively, he picked it up to check, his pupils constricting sharply. If you wish for Bai Xiao to live, arrive at within half an hour. No one else must know. Mo Han stared at the unfamiliar number, his first instinct being to dismiss it as a scam. Calming himself, he quickly dialed Bai Chen. Hey, Qinjia, is Xiao Tao with Bai Ran? No. Gushi took advantage of our absence to storm into Bai Ran's house and abducted Xiao Tao. Upon hearing Bai Chen's account, Mo Han's heart sank. He had initially intended to inform Bai Chen about the message, but reconsidered. Given Gushi's erratic nature, the more people involved, the greater the risk of her detecting something and taking irrational actions against Bai Xiao. Turning to Xiao Bingchen, his tone turned serious. I can't just stand by. Bai Xiao is my friend. Morally and emotionally, Mo Han could not ignore her plight. All right, I will accompany you, and let's bring Qin Ren along. Xiao Bingchen instantly grasped Mo Han's intentions. Okay, let's go now. Without a moment's delay, they set off. The vehicle sped towards the destination indicated by Gushi. Just before arrival, Xiao Bingchen and Qin Ren disembarked, vanishing into the shadows, while Mo Han continued alone. As he turned another corner, he was nearing the location. In the windswept, unfinished building, Gushi peered through binoculars and spotted Mo Han approaching alone, a bloodthirsty smile curling on her lips. Since he has come, he shan't leave today. Her voice echoed like a death knell from the depths of hell. Following Gushi's instructions, Mo Han ascended the building layer by layer. Observing his surroundings only deepened his unease. This was the only tall structure in sight, and each floor was starkly empty. With Gushi armed and holding a hostage, the chances of buying time for Xiao Bingchen and Qin Ran to successfully execute a surprise attack were slim. As he pondered, he reached the floor where Gushi and Bai Xiao were situated. From a distance, he could see Gushi and Bai Xiao in the center of the floor. Gushi lounged in a wooden chair, while Bai Xiao lay on a dilapidated wooden bed, unconscious and unaware of her fate. Mo Han cursed silently. This individual truly knows how to choose a position, one that is utterly impeccable, stealing himself. He approached cautiously. Simultaneously, Xiao Bingchen and Qin Ran, having stealthily climbed the side of the building, recognized this too. Xiao Bingchen frowned. They were too far from Gushi, and even the slightest disturbance in this serene space would be impossible to conceal. A surprise attack would only alarm her. If Gushi fired prematurely, Mo Han would be in grave danger. Exchanging glances, they shared a mutual thought. If only they had a sniper rifle. Meanwhile, Mo Han had drawn near to the location where Gushi and Bai Xiao were situated. I'm here. You haven't harmed Xiao Tao, have you? Mo Han's voice came out cautiously, muscles tensed. He's fine. He just fell asleep. Gushi regarded Mo Han with a playful, predatory gaze, unable to deny that he was indeed a rare beauty. Suddenly, she found herself reluctant to act. What to do? Gushi chuckled self-deprecatingly. She no longer possessed those faculties, so why should she pity a man? With that thought, Gushi raised her gun, aiming at Mo Han. Instantly, a chill ran down Mo Han's spine. Chapter 80. Yuan takes action. Wait. Mo Han hurriedly interjected, attempting to stabilize Gu Xi. In his peripheral vision, he saw Xiao Bingchen and Qin Ran cautiously drawing closer in the distance. He needed to buy them some time. Oh, how about I deal with him first? Gushi's gaze intensified, akin to a predator toying with its prey, as she shifted the gun's aim towards Bai Xiao, preparing to pull the trigger. Seeing her movement, Mo Han was taken aback and instinctively lunged forward, shielding Bai Xiao behind him. Mo Han's sudden movement left Gushi momentarily stunned. The trigger she had intended to pull froze in place. After a brief silence, Gushi unexpectedly broke into a smile, her tone imbued with an inscrutable meaning. What a foolish man. Are you not afraid of death? Mo Han, startled by his own instinctive action, was drenched in cold sweat. Reflexively responding to Gushi's inquiry, he muttered, Yes, I am. Following this, he stole a glance at Xiao Bingchen and Qin Rand in the distance. Had Gushi not been entirely focused on him, she might have noticed the two figures who had just turned away. The two women, horrified by the preceding scene, nearly let out a sound that could have endangered Mohan. Gushi, bemused by Mohan's honesty, felt a wave of exasperation. This little man was terrified of dying, yet he had just lunged forward to shield someone else from gunfire. Internally, she couldn't help but berate him again. Truly, what a fool. Her gaze fixated on Mohan, her eyes flickering with confusion as her finger hovered indecisively over the trigger. Mohan, fixated on the gun's muzzle, felt a surge of anxiety, unsure if he could evade danger from such close proximity without provoking Gushi further. In the next moment, Gushi's chest erupted with a gory spray of blood, the crimson droplets splattering forth, followed by a muffled bang that echoed through the space. Instinctively, Gushi glanced down at her chest. Her garments saturated with blood, before she helplessly fell back. Wei Yiwan's transformation today did not escape Xiao Bingchen's notice. This little girl seems to have set her sights on her own husband again. It is high time to give him a precautionary warning. Wei Yiwan is not a naive young girl, but rather someone with a profound cunning. If Mohan continues to regard her with the eyes of an innocent little sister, he might find himself ensnared one day, utterly consumed by her charms. Upon entering the underground garage, Mohan bid farewell to Yiwan before driving away. She reluctantly watched his vehicle disappear, mentally cursing Xiao Bingchen countless times. Reflecting on Mohan's gaze upon her earlier, Yiwan felt somewhat pleased. There was progress. She silently encouraged herself, thinking, since you, Xiao Bingchen, cannot protect Mohan properly, I shall take on that responsibility. Let us do this. Victory is within reach. Inside the car, Xiao Bingchen casually inquired, what do you think of Yiwan? Mohan shot her a puzzled glance. Why do you ask that? Just curious. Xiao Bingchen was succinct. Mohan's thoughts drifted back to the days they were kidnapped. Recalling Yiwan's constant encouragement and comfort, he instinctively replied, she's quite an optimistic and proactive child. Optimistic? Child? Xiao Bingchen found Mohan's answer amusingly perplexing. The girl is interested in you. Yet you regard her as a child? If Yiwan were to learn of this, she might very well be infuriated. Mohan then elaborated on their experiences during the kidnapping, and Xiao Bingchen listened intently. As the story progressed, her expression grew increasingly peculiar. So, she devised that method to quench your thirst? Don't misunderstand. I didn't agree to it. It would have been better to die outright, Mohan hastily clarified. Xiao Bingchen nodded, well aware of Mohan's cleanliness obsession. Elevating her perception of Yiwan's danger level, that girl is indeed formidable if she could conceive such a solution. Yiwan thought to herself, you're talking nonsense. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Bingchen turned to Mohan. This Yiwan is quite extraordinary. I suspect she orchestrated your kidnapping. What? Mohan immediately slammed on the brakes, staring at Xiao Bingchen in shock. Are you serious? I am, Xiao Bingchen replied earnestly. The sound of a car horn blaring behind them prompted Mohan to refocus and continue driving. Did you uncover any evidence? Xiao Bingchen shook her head. None at all. Every trace related to the kidnapping has been meticulously erased, but that doesn't definitively point to her, does it? Mohan frowned, feeling the improbability. Why would Yiwan orchestrate such a harrowing ordeal for herself? It made no sense. If she had that much time and effort, why not just capture herself first? The logic simply fell apart. Xiao Bingchen anticipated Mohan's skepticism and recounted the circumstances surrounding the Yi Corporation and its rival firms, noting that no one had taken any action during that period. Mohan was further baffled. If no one acted, how were they kidnapped? Xiao Bingchen understood that Mohan had her own judgments and wouldn't force her opinions. She has been tracking us for some time. The shot fired last night was hers. After stating this, Xiao Bingchen chose not to elaborate further, refraining from mentioning her suspicions that Yiwan was also involved in last night's incident. Mohan was slightly taken aback, but soon regained her composure. So, tracking is a thing. I suppose Yiwan was there to rescue me last night, considering Gushi truly intended to kill both me and Bai Xiao. Yet, I can't fathom why she hesitated in the end. Sighing, she decided to distance herself from Yiwan in the future. The two parked their car and approached the Tingxing group, where they were met with a grand spectacle. Xiao Xiao, I truly adore you. Will you marry me? Sister, get up. There are so many people here. What are you doing? Bai Xiao's face turned crimson as he attempted to pull the kneeling Bai Ran, who was presenting flowers, but he could not budge her. Promise me, I am sincere, Bai Ran said earnestly. As the crowd gathered closer, Bai Xiao could no longer bear the embarrassment and turned to run away. Chapter 82. Bet lost upon realizing the situation. Mohan felt as though a thunderbolt had struck her. It was as if the sky had fallen. She turned to the beaming Xiao Bingchen beside her, who winked and leaned closer to whisper. I know the soft tone carried an unparalleled pressure. Han's expression turned sour as she glanced at the fleeing Bai Xiao and the kneeling Bai Ran, contemplating whether there might still be a chance for salvage. The employees, noticing their boss and assistant Zhao's arrival, quickly dispersed, no longer keen on observing the spectacle. Bai Ran, spotting Han, swiftly approached her with a grateful expression. Thank you so much for yesterday. If it weren't for you. I shudder to think what might have happened to Xiao Xiao. Han waved her hand dismissively. Xiao Xiao is my friend. I had no reason not to help. Bai Ran wished to say more but realized their acquaintance was rather superficial. She wanted to repay Han somehow, yet felt she had nothing to offer other than money. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she patted her chest confidently. Han, if you ever find yourself in a bind, don't hesitate to reach out to me. In Luotuan, I still command respect. Han was momentarily dazzled by her exuberance and quickly averted her gaze, responding nonchalantly, sure, if anything comes up, I'll definitely trouble Sister Ran. Agreed, it's settled then. Bai Ran was delighted by Han's response and leaned closer, speaking in a hushed tone. Could you perhaps persuade Xiao Xiao for me? I am genuinely sincere. I cannot see anyone else as my partner. I doubt will do my best. But if there is nothing else, Sister Ran, you should head back for now. Han was somewhat reluctant to take on this task. Bai Ran assumed Han had agreed and bid her goodbye. Leaving in high spirits. Han watched the cheerful Bai Ran depart, shaking her head in disbelief. She truly did not see this pairing working out. Even from a physical standpoint, it was disproportionately matched. If they were to be together, how could Bai Xiao endure it? Hey, what are you thinking about? Xiao Bingshan waved her hand in front of Han's face. Nothing, let's head upstairs. Han replied absent-mindedly. Xiao Bingshan observed Han's retreating figure, her eyes flickering with suspicion. Surely, he isn't planning to stir trouble. She followed closely behind. As they entered the exclusive elevator, Han hesitated before deciding to first visit the 20th floor, where the musicians of Tingcheng typically spent their time when not creating. Regardless of their relationship as friends or colleagues, with such commotion occurring, Han felt it was only right to check on Bai Xiao. Upon exiting the elevator, Han and Xiao Bingshan greeted several individuals. Turning a few corners, they found Bai Xiao surrounded by a crowd, being bombarded with questions, although he had not been there long. He was already quite popular, thanks to his fame and charming youthful appearance. Seeing his boss arrive, the others quickly dispersed. Bai Xiao, upon noticing Han, averted his gaze, feeling somewhat embarrassed due to the scene that had unfolded earlier with Bai Ran. Let us go to the lounge, Han suggested. Bai Xiao nodded, lowering his head as he followed Han and Xiao Bingshan into the lounge. Once inside, Han did not dive straight into the main topic but instead inquired about Bai Xiao's time at Tingcheng. Everyone is quite nice to me, Bai Xiao replied honestly. That's good to hear. Han nodded, then shifted the conversation. What do you think of Bai Ran? Realizing the question had come, Bai Xiao sighed, feeling conflicted. After waking up last night, Bai Ran had recounted everything that had happened during his unconsciousness. Suddenly, she had expressed her feelings for him, revealing that she had known he wasn't a biological member of the Bai family and had liked him for many years. Bai Xiao was left utterly bewildered. It had come so unexpectedly. His first instinct was to refuse, yet he found himself unable to voice that refusal when faced with Bai Ran's earnest gaze. Thus, he resorted to stalling. What Bai Xiao never anticipated was that Bai Ran would arrive at Tingcheng that morning and make such a public declaration. Where could he hide his face? I think Bai Ran. Bai Xiao fidgeted with his hands, looking visibly distressed, struggling to articulate his thoughts. He felt uncertain. If he were to say he liked her, it felt more like familial affection, yet if he were to deny any feelings, he couldn't bring himself to reject Bai Ran. It was indeed a complex situation. Observing Bai Xiao's turmoil, Han understood. Deep down, Bai Xiao had already begun to shift from calling Bai Ran's sister to something more intimate. Perhaps without even realizing it. Why not try interacting with her as if you were a couple? Xiao Bingshan suggested suddenly. Bai Xiao frantically waved his hands. No, I can't be with Bai Ran. We aren't suited for each other. His tone faltered slightly at the end of that statement. Han shot Xiao Bingshan a disapproving glance, signaling her to refrain from meddling. Xiao Bingshan glared back defiantly. How can this be considered meddling? Han leaned closer to Xiao Bingshan's ear and whispered, all right, I admit my defeat. Please do not place psychological pressure on Xiao Yao. He has been through too much lately and is quite fragile inside. Upon hearing Han concede, Xiao Bingshan's eyes sparkled with delight as he silently nodded, refraining from further words. Han then turned his gaze towards the dazed Bai Yao and cleared his throat lightly. How about this? I will grant you a 2-day leave. Go home and reflect properly. In your current state, you cannot work effectively. Upon hearing Mohan's words, Bai Yao instinctively nodded. Seeing this, Mohan intended to rise and leave with Xiao Bingchen. Wait, Xiao Han, may I speak with you privately? Bai Yao was engulfed in confusion. Mohan was his sole friend, and apart from him, he had no one else to confide in. Mohan glanced at Xiao Bingchen, who understood and stepped outside. Mohan sat back down across from Bai Yao, who found himself at a loss for words once more. After a long moment of contemplation, Bai Yao tentatively began. Do you think, with my relationship with Bai Ran, it's truly appropriate? The question of appropriateness is not for outsiders to determine. It ultimately lies within your own heart. Mohan shook his head, as he could vaguely guess Bai Yao's thoughts. Perhaps he was simply struggling against the constraints of moral perceptions. After all, from the earliest days of his memory, Bai Ran had been regarded as a sister for so many years. Discovering that she was not his biological sister and that she had feelings for him would leave anyone bewildered. Mohan patted Bai Yao's shoulder reassuringly. Take it easy. Honor the choices of your own heart. With that, Mohan stood to leave, knowing that Bai Yao truly needed time to clarify his own feelings. Chapter 83. Accepting defeat. As Mohan exited the lounge, he was met with the radiant smile of Xiao Bingchen, causing a flutter in his heart. He feigned composure and stepped forward. Let us go. There is still a plethora of work awaiting us this morning. Yet, the evasive glimmer in his eyes betrayed him completely. Xiao Bingchen chuckled softly and followed suit, consciously refraining from exerting pressure on Mohan. For alarming his husband would be ill-advised, the morning passed swiftly. Following the unexpected rise of the song Lonely Warrior last night, coupled with Yubaina's heartfelt rendition, it dominated the charts across major music platforms overnight, firmly establishing Longhua's voice as the premier entertainment show in the industry. Mohan's worth surged dramatically once more, solidifying his identity as a distinguished gold standard songwriter. Likewise, Yubaina garnered tremendous attention. Upon learning that she had preemptively signed with Chiching Entertainment, other companies lost their ambition to compete for talent. After all, with a powerhouse like Mohan at Chiching, it would be quite courteous not to poach from their ranks. Meanwhile, Yuanshan, bolstered by Mian, exploded in popularity upon its release. Mohan's ventures were indeed blossoming everywhere. The various derivative projects of Mian alone would ensure that Chiching Group reaped significant profits. Yet, Mohan was far from content. Taking time to prepare a proposal, he contemplated how an entertainment company could neglect the film industry. After researching the cinematic landscape, he tentatively settled on 2 directions: patriotic-themed films and animated series. However, making a film was no simple task. Considerations like directing and casting needed careful deliberation, and haste was inadvisable. Additionally, with the company's burgeoning scale and ample funds, Chiching could easily purchase the long-vacant former Gu family building as a branch office. Having made up his mind, he instructed Ding'an to arrange the itinerary. You are meeting with the Yi family this afternoon regarding the building purchase. At the dining table, Xiao Bingchen placed a piece of meat into Mohan's bowl. Yes, but I am uncertain if they can offer as low a price as last time. Mohan felt a tinge of regret. Yuan's previous quote of 280 million was remarkably low, and they should have seized it then. He had not anticipated the company's rapid development, significantly aided by Wang Teng's investment of billions. Wang Teng, I will truly be grateful. If you step in, the price will remain unchanged, Xiao Bingchen remarked with a knowing gaze, as if she had seen through everything. Well, let us hope for the best. Mohan suddenly worried. Would he have to go back on his word and avoid Yuan after deciding to do so that morning? After their meal, Xiao Bingchen unexpectedly curled up beside Mohan for a quiet afternoon nap. Mohan sighed with relief. Every moment of delay counted. The afternoon's workload was not overwhelming, allowing Mohan to take time to guide the remaining 3 contestants at the Good Voice venue, focusing particularly on Luya and Li Mingqi as they were to compete the next evening. The gentle summer breeze carried the melody. I will forever remember. Clearly stating that you love me. Mohan's tender guitar demonstration captivated the onlookers, who were entranced, especially his wife, who wore an expression of longing. Mohan quickly reined in his charm, clearing his throat and passing the guitar to Luya, adopting a serious tone. Now, this feeling, you must grasp it. Leah nodded enthusiastically, though it was unclear if she truly understood. Mohan sighed internally, feeling exasperated. He then turned to guide Li Mingqi and, finally, offered some advice to Yubaina regarding her new song, effectively concluding his assistance for the day. Timing himself meticulously, he led his usual entourage to the pre-booked hotel suite. Unsurprisingly, the visitor was indeed Yuan. Mohan inwardly chuckled at the irony of Murphy's Law. This afternoon, Yuan appeared different from the morning. Clad in a custom burgundy suit, It accentuated her figure while exuding an impressive aura. Mo Han stood to greet her, and after exchanging pleasantries, they settled down directly into business. Xiao Bingchen, seated nearby, scrutinized Yuan, contemplating how she needed to enhance her own appearance. I should seek Mo Han's advice on this. Almost without negotiation, Yuan quoted the same price as before, causing Mo Han to grimace. He did not wish to exploit this opportunity, especially since he had previously acquired the building without parting with a single cent. 290 million, and the Yi family will assist in clearing the site. Mo Han steeled himself, deciding to raise the offer by 1 million, as he believed his burgeoning enterprise could afford it, primarily to avoid being in debt to Yuan, encountering such a business approach for the first time. Pondered momentarily and grasped Mo Han's intentions, sighing internally. The path to winning a heart was arduous. All right, arrange for your people to come over and sign the contract tomorrow. After nodding in agreement, Yuan found herself at a loss for words. Particularly with Xiao Bingchen present. Xiao Bingchen interjected, "So you wish to steal my husband and yet resent me for being a third wheel?" The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence as Mo Han cleared his throat. Excusing himself, Yuan opened her mouth but could only manage a simple goodbye. As she watched Mo Han depart with Xiao Bingchen and the 2 bodyguards, she sighed, realizing she needed to devise a strategy to divert Xiao Bingchen's attention. Otherwise, her relationship with Mo Han would remain stagnant. She ruminated, recalling that in her previous life, Xiao Bingchen would return to the Xiao family in a month's time. She wondered if this time he would do the same. Exiting the hotel, Qin Ran and Lu Mian discreetly took their leave. Xiao Bingchen sped through the threshold, managing to park the car in the community in less than half an hour. Dear, I feel a bit dizzy. I think I'll rest for a while. Mo Han felt a twinge of fear, knowing the inevitable was approaching, and prepared himself to feign unconsciousness. Oh, come on, you only had a little wine. It has nothing to you. Xiao Bingchen retorted with a laugh as she parked the vehicle. After exiting, she made her way to the passenger seat, lifting Mo Han out. Hey, what are you doing? Mo Han protested. Squirming to get down. I'm preserving your strength, for I fear that later, I may not be able to play to my heart's content. Xiao Bingchen grinned like a cunning fox about to steal a chicken. Leaning closer to Mo Han's ear. I've been holding back all afternoon. Who told you to serenade me with love songs and tempt me? Nonsense. I was merely demonstrating. Mo Han protested. I don't care. You were indeed tempting me. Xiao Bingchen insisted playfully. You're talking nonsense. Mo Han continued to argue. If you keep it up, I will even employ those last few moves. At this, Mo Han shivered internally, tentatively suggesting, my dear wife, perhaps I could plead with you to go easy on me? Didn't you say that a gentleman's word is his bond? Xiao Bingchen quickened her pace, carrying Mo Han into the elevator. Watching the floors ascend, Mo Han felt a chill in his heart. Upon entering their home, he felt utterly defeated. Gazing at Xiao Bingchen's beaming face, he swallowed nervously and softly pleaded, wait, could you be gentle? Observing Mo Han's enticing demeanor, which seemed both inviting and reluctant. Xiao Bingchen felt a surge of desire coursing through her. Do not worry. Your devoted wife will cherish you properly. With that, they entered the bedroom. I can manage on my own. The sound of tearing fabric echoed. Hey, what are you doing? Take it easy, please. I can't take it anymore. The night was destined to unravel into a tempestuous storm. Chapter 84. The Essence of Xiangjun. The following day, Mo Han awoke to the bright morning light, acutely aware of the multitude of aches suffusing his body. Mo Han muttered a curse under his breath, which damned fool, with nothing better to do, invented this abhorrent husband control technique. If I find out who it is, I swear I will dig up your ancestors' graves. Attempting to rise, every inch of his body ached, and he was overtaken by an urge to cry. Glancing at the peacefully sleeping Xiao Bingchen beside him only fueled his frustration further. In a fit of irritation, he lunged at her, sinking his teeth into her fluffy cheeks. Ow! Startled awake by the sudden assault, Xiao Bingchen cried out in pain, instinctively preparing to retaliate. However, upon realizing it was Mo Han, her hand transformed from a defensive stance to a gentle caress. Be gentle, don't bite too hard. Today, I will bite you like a nine-tailed fox, came his muffled response, eliciting a chuckle from Xiao Bingchen. Despite claiming he would bite her to death, his grip seemed to grow softer, revealing his playful nature. As time passed, a wave of tingling sensations washed over Xiao Bingchen, prompting her to flip over and pin Mo Han beneath her. No, I concede, he pleaded, fearing for his life. Oh, now you're afraid, she teased, raising his chin with one hand, gazing into his eyes. Yes, I truly am. Mo Han quickly acquiesced, aware that she would not hesitate to follow through. Upon seeing his pitiful expression, Xiao Bingchen recalled her own overzealousness from the previous night. Her heart softened with compassion. She leaned down, placing a tender kiss on his lips, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't torment you any longer." After tidying her clothes, she hopped out of bed, humming a cheerful tune as she headed into the kitchen. The joy of revitalizing her role as a devoted wife was palpable. Mo Han, left to his thoughts, found himself bemused by the dissonance of her melodious voice and the chaotic tune. Once lunch was prepared, Xiao Bingshan sweetly assisted him with his grooming and dressing, embodying the essence of a dutiful wife. "Now, open wide," she encouraged, presenting a delicious morsel to his lips. "Nom." Mo Han complied, relishing the affectionate feeding from his wife. The atmosphere between them was warm and delightful. After finishing lunch, Mo Han informed Ding and that he would not be going to the office today, to which Ding and quickly acknowledged. "Come on, darling, lie down, let me give you a massage," Xiao Bingshan offered. Obediently, Mo Han complied, knowing her massage skills were unparalleled. After half an hour of relentless kneading, he felt significantly better. Yet Xiao Bingshan appeared utterly entranced. "Darling, why do you smell increasingly delightful? What do you mean?" Mo Han inquired, puzzled. Many had recently remarked on his newfound aroma, yet he had done nothing to warrant such a change. He hadn't even worn any perfume. Seeing him lost in thought, Xiao Bingshan pondered as well. Mo Han was not one to wear fragrance like other men, so why was he becoming more fragrant? Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind, and she clapped her hands in realization. "Darling, could it be that you possess the legendary fragrant Lord physique?" "What on earth?" Mo Han responded, bewildered. "What use does a grown man have for such nonsense?" Xiao Bingshan thoughtfully tapped her chin. "I read about it in an ancient text. The fragrant Lord physique is an innate quality that exudes a pleasant aroma, which only manifests after marriage." Sitting up, Mo Han joked, "Let's hope I don't have some seductive demon attribute as well." Xiao Bingshan considered this for a moment, nodding then shaking her head. "Not as exaggerated as a seductive demon. It simply means your allure is stronger than that of an average man. Isn't that still akin to a seductive demon?" Mo Han retorted, bemused. No wonder people have been casting him increasingly peculiar glances lately. "Well, perhaps, but your scent seems even more potent than described. I suspect it may be linked to your martial arts training, which emphasizes refining oneself and honing one's essence, leading to greater strength. Thus, you may continue to grow more fragrant." Xiao Bingshan's analysis left Mo Han feeling overwhelmed. In a wonder he felt as though he had a magnetism drawing people towards him, especially women. Contemplating for a moment, he asked, "Is there a way to suppress it? Suppress it? Why on earth would you want to do that?" she questioned, puzzled. "I'm a man. Smelling that good is practically inviting trouble," he replied, exasperated by the complications. Xiao Bingshan chuckled. "Men should be fragrant and soft. Besides, the more delightful you smell, the more I enjoy holding you close, even if it invites trouble. With your current skills, those ordinary women would be no match for you," she added playfully. While he considered her words, Mo Han ultimately decided to embrace his fragrance as long as it pleased his wife. Stretching luxuriously, his joints cracked as he revealed his perfectly sculpted abs. Xiao Bingshan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she lunged forward to take in his scent. Hey, that tickles." He laughed, nearly brought to tears by her antics. After a moment of indulgence, Xiao Bingshan finally sighed contentedly. Absolutely delightful. At that moment, Mo Han lay there like a cat completely drained of energy, devoid of any desire to move. Suddenly, the ping of a notification sounded from his phone, struggling to reach the device on the table. Xiao Bingshan swiftly handed it to him. "You're so kind," he complimented. "Are you implying I'm not?" she teased. Mo Han ignored her quip, glancing at his phone to find a message from Bai Jiao. "I thought long and hard about what you said. You're right. I shouldn't care about others' opinions. After all these years, I cannot separate from Bai Ran. I want to try being in a relationship with her. Good luck. I look forward to celebrating your wedding," Mo Han replied. "Stop joking, that's far off." Bai Jiao responded with a flustered emoji. Setting his phone down, Mo Han turned to Xiao Bingshan, who was leaning in closer. "How did you figure out that Bai Ran liked Bai Jiao?" "Isn't it simple? I'm a woman, and so is she. You can't hide that look in your eyes when you adore someone," Xiao Bingshan said, puffing her chest with pride. "What look? Why don't you demonstrate it for me?" Mo Han suggested, eager to tease her. "I can't act," she replied, shaking her head, "but I can genuinely love you." With those words, Xiao Bingshan leaned in again, her eyes glimmering with deep affection, as if they could melt Mo Han's very being. That he smiled warmly. "I love you too." Before Xiao Bingshan could close the distance, Mo Han eagerly met her halfway. Their kiss was sweet, interwoven with boundless joy, as if it would last for eternity. Chapter 85. The outline of the novel. Who is searching, amidst the pouring rain, breaking free from someone's embrace, every minute, every second. In the afternoon, with nothing to do at home, Mo Han hummed a tune while nestled against Xiao Bingshan, tapping out several outlines for popular novels from his past life. He planned to send them to Ji Jiayuan, hoping he could find some talented writers to bring these stories to life for publication on Meetsai novel, aiming to attract readers and perhaps even lay the groundwork for future adaptations. Xiao Bingchen observed him intently, occasionally offering her thoughts. Is this character named Tang a bit too much? She ends up becoming a deity, and her family. This character, Xiao Huahua, is quite admirable, deeply loyal, and still remembers to take her loved ones with her when she ascends. Wow, this little one is so tragic. Does it have to be so cruel, fighting alone throughout, only to see all their friends and family sacrificed? As a devoted reader, Xiao Bingchen could instantly tell which outlines had the potential to become hits. She eagerly anticipated the day these novels would be published, finding the usual tales of heroic returns and dragon kings rather dull. By the way, how do you know so much? What did you do before? Xiao Bingchen suddenly inquired, intrigued by her husband's impressive knowledge not only in business but also in various other fields. Just an entertainment director, Imo Han replied, snuggling closer to her. The two slimes beside him bobbed with Xiao Bingchen's breathing, pushing him away slightly. Are the standards for entertainment directors that high over there? Sounds quite competitive, Xiao Bingchen remarked, adjusting her breathing instinctively to avoid crowding Imo Han. Indeed, it is highly competitive, after all. My company is a top player in the industry. Without some skill, I would have been kicked out long ago. Imo Han reminisced about his past, realizing that his life had revolved solely around work, with the only other vivid memories being moments spent drinking and boasting with a few close friends. He particularly recalled Li Bai, who could recite poetry even without a drink, and when he did indulge, it was as if the spirit of a poet had possessed him. The thought brought a smile to Imo Han's face. What, do you wish to go back? Xiao Bingchen asked, looking at him earnestly. Imo Han shook his head. Well, I have some good brothers there. I have you here. Oh, you again? Xiao Bingchen rolled her eyes, though her smile betrayed her delight. She leaned down, planting a kiss on his forehead. Imo Han sighed. I'm being serious. Do you think I'm flirting with you? As evening approached, he was reminded of the penultimate live broadcast of The Voice that night. When Imo Han and Xiao Bingchen arrived, everything was already in place. After greeting Lu Huan, Yu Chencheng, and Yang Qian, the program officially commenced. The contestants for the evening were brimming with enthusiasm. Tang Hongfei from Lu Huan's team opened with a stunning performance of a national-style song, her red attire fluttering gracefully, captivating the audience's attention. Imo Han nodded, acknowledging Tang Hongfei's undeniable talent, following her. Zhou Shishir from Yu Qingqing's team and Zhang Li from Yang Qian's team presented distinctly different acts. Luya's heartfelt ballad subsequently stirred the emotions of countless listeners. Soon after, Tian Yuan, Jin Shi, and Zhui Yifan took the stage in succession, with Li Mingqi closing the show, his powerful voice reigniting the audience's fervor. As the voting segment commenced, the 8 contestants fixated on the large screen. The moment the voting opened, Tang Hongfei surged ahead, followed closely by Luya, Zhou Shishir, and Li Mingqi, while the remaining 4 lagged behind considerably. With the 3-minute countdown concluding, the voting abruptly ceased. Tang Hongfei topped the chart with a total of 570,000 votes, followed by Li Mingqi with 550,000, Li with 500,000, and Zhou Shishir with 480,000. Tian Yuan placed 5th, Zhang Li 6th, Jin Shi 7th, and Zhui Yifan 8th, with the latter 4 regrettably eliminated. The results came as no surprise. In terms of stage presence, the top 4 indeed outshone the rest. Imo Han descended to congratulate Luya and Li Mingqi. The live broadcast concluded for the day. After shutting down the stream, Imo Han called out to Lu Huan and the others as they were about to leave, directly sharing his thoughts without preamble. Can we invite external assistance? This idea was well received by Lu Huan and her team. All right, remember to inform your respective trainees, and you may also invite someone for them. But each person is limited to 1 assistant. After providing a few additional details, Imo Han departed with Xiao Bingchen. On the way, Xiao Bingchen, curious, asked, aren't you worried they might bring in exceptionally skilled individuals to contend for the championship? Not at all. They are all aware of their limits, Imo Han replied, exhibiting discernment in this regard. Indeed, Xiao Bingchen reflected, the 3 mentors were quite seasoned and composed. Ding, a notification sound chimed, and Imo Han glanced at his phone. Surprised to see a message from Wang Kuo. He opened it directly. Brother Imo Han, just now, Sister Hongfei messaged me, asking me to assist her. What's the situation? Imo Han handed his phone to Xiao Bingchen for her to reply. It's a new rule, he explained. Wang Kuo replied, can I purchase another song from you? I want to perform alongside Sister Hongfei. Xiao Bingchen recalled the previous incident when this young lad had brought his sister to compete for her affections, which hurt her slightly. With a smirk, she prepared to take advantage of this unsuspecting lamb. I'm quite expensive. Imo Han stated 30 million for a song isn't feasible. Wang Qua pressed. Xiao Bingqian stifled a cough. Unable to contain her amusement at his naivety. Let us finalize this quickly to avoid any second thoughts. Imo Han agreed. It settled then. On both ends of the phone, their thoughts aligned. This deal was a lucrative one. Xiao Bingqian, grinning, passed the phone back to Imo Han, saying, Look, I've earned you 30 million. How do you plan to thank me? Imo Han playfully pushed her hand away, exasperated. Focus on driving. Don't be silly, or we might end up in an accident. Xiao Bingqian pouted, slightly displeased. Noticing her mood, Imo Han quickly pulled over, regardless of the reason, and initiated a series of apologies, hugs, kisses, and playful gestures. This affectionate display instantly brightened Xiao Bingqian's demeanor. Imo Han retrieved his phone again and, upon reading the messages, grimaced. This fellow is truly naive and wealthy. Indeed, Xiao Bingqian agreed, pondering aloud. You should have charged him last time. I did. 30 million. And I gave him the rights. Didn't I mention that? Imo Han remarked. Sensing Xiao Bingqian's surprise. Oh, you never did. But it's not important now. Xiao Bingqian conceded, realizing Wang Qua must have been led astray previously. Hence his willingness to offer such a hefty sum. Isn't it a bit unethical to take his money like this? Imo Han mimicked Xiao Bingqian's usual contemplative pose. Where's the unethical part? It's a mutually beneficial agreement. Xiao Bingqian quickly corrected Imo Han's misguided thinking. All right, whatever you say, dear. With a sweet tongue, Imo Han teased. You'll be rewarded later. Spare me. My body is still sore from yesterday, she quipped. You don't love me anymore. How could that be? You're my greatest love. Then I want. Let's discuss it later. As they bantered, the vehicle roared to life. Destined for another sleepless night. Chapter 86. And the shrill sound of an alarm jolted Imo Han and Xiao Bingqian from their slumber. Oh no, we're going to be late, Imo Han exclaimed. Leaping out of bed. You're the boss. Why are you panicking? Xiao Bingqian replied, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she sat up, her voice languid and alluring, half the blanket slipping to reveal a tantalizing glimpse. It's precisely because I'm the boss that I must set a good example. Imo Han hastily tidied himself up while also aiding his wife in her preparations. Xiao Bingqian simply raised her hands. Her eyes barely open, allowing Imo Han to dress her, wash her face, and brush her teeth. She resembled the matriarch of an affluent household, relishing the attentive service from her little man, a smug smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Enough with the vanity, let's hurry, or do you want me to carry you down? Imo Han playfully chastised, delivering a light smack to her backside. Hey, what was that for? Xiao Bingqian protested, rubbing her rear. The playful gesture shattering her daydream of grandeur. Time is of the essence. The two hastily made their way out. Passing by the door, Imo Han's gaze fell upon the tattered pink catgirl outfit, and a nostalgic smile crept across his face. Last night, with a little persuasion, Xiao Bingqian had donned the custom outfit, and the visual impact was simply astounding. Particularly impressive was how she managed to make the ears and tail sway in perfect harmony. An experience that was utterly delightful. Are you coming or not? Noticing Imo Han's distraction, Xiao Bingqian rolled her eyes, gently nudging him. She was willing to indulge his whims but was genuinely tired, after being nudged. Imo Han snapped back to reality, and they quickened their pace. As they opened the door, they unexpectedly encountered Yuan. Imo Han. She began, a charming smile forming on her lips, but before she could finish, Imo Han and Xiao Bingqian whisked past her like a gust of wind, leaving her momentarily stunned. Good morning, Xiaowan. We're going to be late. Let's catch up later. Imo Han's voice echoed as they distanced themselves. Frustrated, Yuan stomped her foot, having spent the entire morning preparing an outfit that aligned with Imo Han's taste, only for him to overlook her entirely. As she glanced towards the corner where they had vanished. Disappointment washed over her. If this continued, there would be no chance for her at all. Having learned from past experiences, Yuan dared not entertain any underhanded schemes. As Yi Salon had advised, if she wanted to pursue someone, she should do so openly and without deceit. Rushing, Imo Han and Xiao Bingqian finally arrived at the company just in time. Boss, Assistant Xiao, your breakfast is ready, Ding'an announced, placing the meal down before leaving. Secretly amused. Missed yesterday, almost late today. With the boss's antics, can the boss lady keep up? In a matter of moments, they polished off their breakfast, and Mohan swiftly transitioned into work mode. As he immersed himself in his tasks. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was already 10 in the morning. Knock knock knock, come in. Ding'an entered, her expression somewhat peculiar. Boss, the Wang family is here again, and they've brought an additional person. Again? Imo Han inquired. Intrigued, he was aware that Wang Qua had returned to assist, but he was puzzled as to why Wang Tung had followed. Given Wang Tung's substantial investment in the company, it would be unwise to turn him away. Moreover, after the previous incident, he hoped Wang Ting wouldn't be harboring any ulterior motives. Glancing at Xiao Bingchen, who nodded slightly, Imo Han turned back to Ding and let them in, and arranged for them to wait in the reception room. I'll be there shortly. Understood. Though Dingen was confused about her boss's intentions, she knew her role was simply to execute his orders. As she walked away, she contemplated whether to call the construction team in advance. Recalling the last time the reception room had sustained extensive damage, though curious about how that had occurred, she knew better than to pry without Imo Han's prompting. Once Dingen had left, Imo Han and Xiao Bingchen exchanged glances, both unsure of Wang Ting's purpose for visiting. Let's go see, Xiao Bingchen declared, resolutely standing up. If Wang Ting was out of line, she wasn't opposed to taking decisive action. Imo Han followed, feeling reassured with his wife by his side. Upon entering the reception area, Wang Ting inexplicably sensed a chill creeping over him, as if a great terror had fixed its gaze upon him. Sister, what's wrong? Wang Kuo queried, noticing his brother's anxious glances. Was he worried that Sister Bingchen might unleash another beating? Nothing, Wang Ting replied, shaking his head. The feeling had come and gone swiftly. Hey, I suggest you concede now. I can't possibly believe there's a man more beautiful than my brother. The elegantly silver-haired woman beside Wang Ting spoke nonchalantly, her tone laced with arrogance, bravado, and a hint of rebelliousness. Wang Ting turned to glance at her, assuring, rest assured, I will certainly not let you down. When the time comes, don't forget to bring the Yin family's martial arts manual. The elegantly refined silver-haired woman interrupted with a wave of her hand. I cannot lose. Just remember your wager. What a jest. How could her own brother, the most handsome man in the imperial capital, possibly be outshone by a married man? Suddenly, her thoughts froze as Lan locked eyes with Imo Han, whose gaze was tender like flowing water. As Imo Han entered, he instinctively nodded at her, a slight smile gracing his lips as if in greeting. Boom with his striking brows and captivating eyes. He exuded an aura of warmth and sincerity, his features exquisitely harmonious. Lan's mind erupted in astonishment. How could such a stunning man exist? He surpassed her own brother, and this. Wait, what was that scent? It was delightful, and Lan instinctively inhaled, confirming that the alluring fragrance emanated from the handsome man. It was even more intoxicating than her brother's scent, a true gem among gems. Wang Ting noticed, and Lan's gaze was nearly glued to Imo Han. Giving her a gentle nudge, whispering smugly, so, what do you think? His expression resembled that of a child reveling in his success. Lan quickly composed herself, crossing her arms defiantly, turning her head away from Imo Han, and haughtily declared, "He-s just average." Yet her furtive glances at Imo Han betrayed her completely. Wang Tung recognized his victory, silently cursing her arrogance. He refrained from further provoking Lan, fearing she might resort to underhanded tactics. Imo Han and Xiao Bingchen exchanged curious glances, perplexed by Wang Ting and the silver-haired individual. Imo Han, big brother, Wang Kuo called lightly, rushing over to embrace Imo Han, only to have him instinctively evade. Wang Kuo stumbled, momentarily pouting, when he suddenly caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance, instinctively asking, what is that scent? It's wonderful. Wang Kuo leaned closer to Imo Han, exclaiming, wow, big brother Imo Han. Where did you get this perfume? It smells amazing. Just some street vendor's wares, Imo Han replied dismissively, raising his hand to invite everyone to sit down. As the group settled, Wang Ting too caught the scent, his keen warrior instincts quickly identifying it as Imo Han's. Akin to the body fragrance he had encountered previously, but even more intense. Reflecting on this, Wang Tung sighed internally, lamenting the fact that such a remarkable man was not his own, a significant loss in his life. Meanwhile, Lan maintained her aloof demeanor, her gaze subtly shifting as she pondered something unknown. Unaware of their thoughts, Imo Han initiated a conversation with Wang Kuo and Wang Ting, during which Xiao Bingchen kept her eyes fixed on Lan. Although Lan feigned indifference, Xiao Bingchen had already sensed the undercurrents of hostility in the air. Just as Wang Ting intended to introduce Lan, she raised a hand dismissively to stop him. With her arms crossed and a condescending gaze, Lan spoke in a tone imbued with icy superiority, as if dismissing everyone present. And family, Lan. Chapter 87. You cannot grasp it. The mere 4 words served as Lan's self-introduction. Complemented by her frigid tone and disdainful demeanor, exuding a considerable air of prestige, Wang Ting quickly clutched his chest, exasperated. This girl is showing off again. I can't stand it. Where's my emergency heart-saving pill? Meanwhile, Wang Kuo, from a distance, appeared unfazed, his expression as calm as still water. It was then that Imo Han took a serious look at Lan, noting her exquisite features and the way her long silver hair cascaded over a silver gray. waist-cinching gown, which imparted an inexplicable sense of sophistication. Slightly taken aback, Mohan instinctively introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Mohan." Mohan's reaction did not escape Lan's keen observation, igniting a sense of secret delight within her. "Humph, little man, isn't it easy to manipulate you?" On the surface, Lan maintained her indifferent expression, barely nodding, letting out a soft hum from her nose, fully embodying her aloof persona. Mohan was left speechless. How could one be so discourteous? Was this truly the product of the Yin family's upbringing? Glancing between Wang Ting and Lan, he pondered whether they were acquainted. What was unfolding here? Had he inadvertently walked into the wrong scene? Quickly shaking his head to dismiss the chaotic thoughts, he turned to Wang Kuo and inquired, "What style of songs do you plan to perform with Tang Hongfei?" Wang Kuo answered without hesitations. "Of course, it will be traditional style. Both Hongfei and I are traditional musicians, and we discussed it last night." Wang Kuo rambled on, while Mohan listened attentively, occasionally adding comments, seeing that Mohan was no longer engaging with her. Lan felt a bit dazed. In the past, her demeanor would have drawn men closer, yet this man was not adhering to the conventional script. Did he not understand the Yin family's power and her own superiority? Beside Mohan, Xiao Bingshan felt a pang of frustration. This fool seemed to have miscalculated, as Mohan was not swayed by her tactics. What era was it? Still employing the art of feigned indifference? Had she read too many novels? Wang Ting cursed silently, regretting the bet that led to her presence, feeling that her company would eventually diminish his own prestige. The trio sat in silence, listening to Mohan and Wang Kuo discuss music. A conversation they could neither comprehend nor interrupt. After some time, sensing their discussion nearing its conclusion, Lan realized she could not allow the focus to stray from herself. She needed to seize the initiative. With that thought, Lan straightened her posture, cleared her throat to draw everyone's attention, and addressed Mohan in a calm voice. "Your Xingqing Group is an entertainment company, while my family happens to control the largest entertainment empire in Longhua. How about this? I find you somewhat agreeable and would like to invite you to tour our company's facilities for some insights." Upon witnessing Mohan's unperturbed demeanor, Lan's inner thought screamed, "How infuriating! An opportunity that others would beg for, yet this man remained unmoved." Indeed, the next moment confirmed her suspicions, as Mohan replied blandly, "Thank you for your kind offer, Missin, but I am not interested in your family's business model." Lan simmered with rage and sighed. How dare he reject her so casually? How dare he? This was infuriating. Yet outwardly, she maintained her composed facade. "Well then, I shall not beat around the bush." Taking a deep breath, Lan prepared to be straightforward. "I, quite frankly, find you quite charming, and would like to invite you to accompany me back." But before she could finish, Wang Ting, noticing Xiao Bingshan's increasingly darkening expression, quickly covered Lan's mouth, whispering urgently, "What are you thinking? His wife is right here. Have some decency." Caught off guard by the sudden obstruction, Lan was bewildered. Wang Tung had never hinted at Xiao Bingshan's situation, leaving her entirely in the dark. With Wang Ting's hand over her mouth, Lan glanced at the composed Mohan and the scowling Xiao Bingshan, blinking in confusion. The awkward atmosphere thickened. The very person she intended to woo was sitting right across from her, and she had been oblivious to it? How utterly embarrassing. Shoving Wang Tung's hand away, Lan composed her expression, determined to maintain her dignity. She turned to Xiao Bingshan, speaking earnestly, "Sister, heed my advice. This man is beyond your grasp." While Lan hesitated to voice her true intentions, after all, she was T1 to forcibly snatch another's partner. She considered that if Mohan were to be captivated by her allure, she would naturally cherish him. "Thank you, but I have no further business here. You may take your leave." Xiao Bingshan, suppressing her fury, felt an urge to lash out. "Ahem, I think you should leave too," Wang Ting interjected. Meeting Xiao Bingshan's icy glare, with an awkward smile, he grabbed Wang Kuo and made a hasty exit, disregarding any acquaintance with Lan. "Hey, sis, I haven't signed the contract or received payment yet," Wang Kuo protested. But Wang Tung was unfazed. Why remain in a place where Xiao Bingshan could pummel him? That was something Wang Tung would never do. As Wang Ting departed with Wang Kuo, Lan found herself at an impasse. Remaining seated felt increasingly awkward, and she internally cursed Wang Ting for not revealing the situation sooner. Why hadn't he said anything earlier? Casting a glance at the increasingly frigid Xiao Bingshan, Lan cleared her throat and rose nonchalantly. Heading toward the exit, just before leaving, she delivered a parting remark that floated softly to Xiao Bingshan's ears. "Don't worry, I, Lan, have no interest in stealing another's man, but remember this, you cannot grasp him." With that, Lan stepped out of the reception room. Once outside, her expression contorted in embarrassment. How mortifying to have been caught eyeing another's husband. Where could she hide her face? Fuming, and Lan resolved to confront Wang Teng about this. In the lounge, having heard in Lan's parting words, Xiao Bingshan was both amused and exasperated. She turned to Mo Han, seeking comfort. "Darling," she said, "I cannot grasp him." Mo Han promptly enveloped Xiao Bingshan in a gentle embrace. His tone soothing. "Don't worry, you can handle it. Ignore her nonsense." At that moment, Mo Han began to piece things together, and Lan was likely drawn to his charming allure, eager to forge a connection without realizing his wife was right beside him. Thus, the earlier awkward encounter unfolded. Clearly, the people Wang Ting brought along were anything but reliable. Upon deeper contemplation, it becomes evident that Lan's disposition is not entirely unfavorable. In comparison to Wang Teng's previously arrogant and overbearing demeanor, she exhibits a far more commendable character, albeit with a tendency to be somewhat pretentious, coupled with a hint of tsundere attributes. The combination of Jin Yin and Tong Zi together is indeed intriguing. Chapter 88. Preparations before the finals. Beneath the towering edifice of the Qiqing Group, Lan rushed toward Wang Ting, unleashing a furious shout as she swung a punch in his direction. Wang Ting swiftly pushed Wang Kuo aside and raised his hand to block Lan's strike. With a resounding thud, they separated, both stepping back in unison. "What madness is this?" Wang Ting glared at her. Having landed a blow on Wang Ting, Lan's fury dissipated somewhat as she placed her hands behind her back and softly remarked, "It's nothing. I merely wanted to test whether you are worthy of learning the infamous martial arts." Upon hearing this, Wang Ting's anger transformed into delight, and he extended his hand toward Lan, saying, "Hand over the martial arts manual." Without further ado, acknowledging her defeat with grace, Lan admitted that Mo Han's allure indeed surpassed that of her own brother. She retrieved a manual from within her garments and tossed it to Wang Ting. Noticing the curious glances directed at them, Wang Ting quickly ushered Lan into the vehicle, with Wang Quan naturally taking a seat in the back. As the vehicle roared to life, Wang Ting's eagerness to return to the hotel and study the manual was palpable. Seated in the passenger seat, Lan crossed her arms, tilting her chin upward. She had been awaiting an explanation from Wang Ting regarding his abrupt departure, but after a prolonged silence, she felt increasingly frustrated. "Hey, why did you leave me behind?" After contemplating her complaint, Wang Ting replied, "If you trust me, do not provoke Mo Han. She is not someone you can dare to confront." "Not provoke? So, there truly are individuals behind her. Are they members of the Long family, as you previously speculated?" Lan inquired, her expression shifting to one of understanding. "It must be Long Aotian who is behind this, right? Otherwise, given Mo Han's beauty, I find it hard to believe you would remain indifferent and not attempt to win her back for your Wang family." Wang Ting, perplexed by her reasoning, was baffled. What does Long Aotian have to do with this? Mo Han is not even associated with the Long family. Her ties are with the Xiao family that stands behind them. Seeing the confusion on Wang Teng's face, Lan initially felt a surge of excitement, only to be quickly deflated. If Mo Han's backing was indeed Long Aotian, then she had no chance of contending with her. Meanwhile, she completely overlooked Xiao Bingshan, the legitimate wife of Mo Han. "Xiao Bingshan, I endure." After a moment of reflection, Wang Ting realized that Lan's argument held some merit. After all, Xiao Bingshan could represent the Xiao family, which in turn wielded influence over the Long family, thus indirectly protecting Mo Han. Coming to this conclusion, Wang Teng spoke earnestly. "In any case, do not seek out Mo Han. Otherwise, if you find yourself in harm's way, do not say I did not warn you. No matter how captivating someone may be, life is invaluable. Understood?" Lan waved her hand dismissively, indicating her comprehension. Her mind wandered back to Mo Han's unparalleled beauty, her golden ratio figure, and the enchanting fragrance she exuded, leaving her feeling a twinge of regret. In Mo Han's office at the Qiqing Group, after Wang Ting and his companions departed, Mo Han consoled her wife for a while before summoning Chu Yuan, Du Fong Lan, Song Guifu, and Ji Zhang Yuan for a meeting. The agenda was to discuss the relocation of the computing department to the former Gu family building, now the Qiqing Group branch. After a period of contemplation, Chi Yuan spoke up. "Actually, the three of them can go. My department still has to handle some internal network maintenance, so it's best to keep it at the headquarters." Of course, she had her own motives, and the other three exchanged knowing smiles, fully aware of Chu Yin's affections for their boss. Indeed, individuals like her were not in short supply within the company. Upon considering Chu Yin's perspective, Mo Han found it reasonable and decided to retain her department, while the other three would relocate the following day. In the Lin Group building, Lin Yin sat in her office. Feeling a deep sense of melancholy, she had previously resolved to let go completely, entrusting Mo Han to Xiao Bingshan. Yet the more she contemplated severing ties, the more difficult it became. Every recollection of their past life, where Mo Han had sacrificed herself to protect Lin Yin, brought an unbearable ache to her heart. Caught in a cycle of self-torment, Lin Yin struggled to find closure, questioning whether she was even worthy of Mo Han now. In just a few months since Mo Han departed from the Mo family, she had built a commercial empire rivaling that of the Lin family, and with a little more time, she could easily surpass them. This incarnation of Mo Han was incredibly talented and radiant. Sighing deeply, Lin Yin gazed at the Chechen group across the way, filled with longing. Xiao Han, what must I do to bring you back to my side? Achu Mo Han rubbed his nose and muttered to himself, am I catching a cold? Xiao Bingchen, hearing this, promptly dashed to his side, placing her delicate hand on Mo Han's forehead. After a moment, she shook her head. No worries, your temperature is normal. Feeling relieved, Xiao Bingchen murmured, perhaps someone is thinking of you. Mo Han shrugged. What can I do? Should I learn some makeup tricks from Wang Qua to make myself less appealing? Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Bingchen shook her head vigorously. That won't do. Then what exactly do you want? Mo Han pulled Xiao Bingchen into his embrace, playfully squishing her cheeks. Be gentle, or you'll ruin it. Xiao Bingchen protested while also reaching to pinch Mo Han's face, her movements far more delicate than his. After a brief playful tussle, they returned to their work. Dingen entered, holding the financial report Mo Han had requested. Observing the lingering flush on the faces of his boss and the boss's wife, Dingen felt grateful for having installed soundproofing in the office early on. Boss, here is what you asked for. Mo Han accepted it, oblivious to the unusual glint in Dingen's eyes. After scrutinizing the report for a while and confirming everything was in order, Dingen quietly exited. Mo Han stretched and glanced at the time. Let us go. It's time to head home. Xiao Bingchen playfully patted his abs before dashing away. Mo Han chuckled as he watched her retreating figure, muttering to himself, what a little rascal. In the afternoon, when Mo Han arrived at the Voice of China venue, Yao Bei Na and the others were already waiting there, having heard about the guest performers and eagerly anticipating Mo Han's arrangements. True to his word, Mo Han had already prepared everything, including the songs they were to perform. Yao Bei Na would assist with Because of Love, Liu with 1,000 Miles Away, and Li Mingqi with Hero. Once Mo Han had organized everything, the trio of Bai Xiao, who had received advance notice, also arrived. After briefing them on the venue, Mo Han proceeded to the practice room of Lu Huan's students. Upon entering, Wang Qua greeted him, having already transformed his appearance with makeup to appear unremarkable. Mo Han inspected him closely, impressed by his skill. He was virtually unrecognizable. This song, peeking through the window, is just right for your requirements. Mo Han said, handing the lyrics and score to Wang Qua. Wang Qua then presented the 30 million he had prepared. After receiving the card, Mo Han paused before speaking. How about this? When you have time, come by my company. There are a few ancient-style drama songs that need scoring, and you can sing them. I'll also grant you the performance rights. Really? Wang Qua exclaimed in surprise. How much per song? Mo Han, taken aback, replied, do I really seem like someone who enjoys taking advantage of others? No charge, it's a gift. That can't be right. Consider it settled. Mo Han said decisively, turning to leave before Wang Qua could protest further. A gentleman values wealth but acquires it through righteous means. Returning to the student practice room, Mo Han dedicated himself to guiding the students while also finding time to practice for the final performance. The mentor naturally had to sing, and Mo Han had already selected a grandiose song in his heart that would harmonize perfectly with the majestic Zijin city located in the capital. Chapter 89. The luminous one amongst the crowd as Mo Han's sole audience, Xiao Bingchen offered high praise for the song. It was quite good. I think you sang rather well. Mo Han humbly replied. I think my performance was quite average. If that's average, then many singers wouldn't even reach that benchmark, Xiao Bingchen teased with a smile. All right, let's head home. Mo Han set down his guitar and stood up. Upon exiting the lounge, he spotted Bai Xiao and Bayer An. It was impossible to overlook the stark contrast between the two, making it difficult not to notice them. Xiao Xiao, Sister Ran, Mo Han greeted with a wave. Bai Ran, holding Bai Xiao's hand, looked at Mo Han and smiled gratefully. Are you two leaving? Yes, Mo Han nodded, observing their intertwined hands. He raised an eyebrow at Bai Xiao, who blushed and leaned closer to Bai Ran, feeling shy now that their romantic relationship was confirmed. Previously, when they had treated each other as siblings, holding hands in public was no issue. Now, however, Bai Xiao felt a bit embarrassed but was reluctant to relinquish Bai Ran's warm grasp. After exchanging a few words, they each returned to their respective homes. On the way, Mo Han reflected on Bai Xiao's reaction earlier and smiled to himself, feeling happy for him to have found his own happiness. In the following days, all the mentors and students of the voice trained diligently in anticipation of the upcoming peak battle. Mo Han busily flitted between his company and the Voice of China venue, maintaining an organized chaos amidst the busyness. In the midst of it all, time was taken to accompany Xiao Bingchen in selecting a batch of garments. One can only remark upon Xiao Bingchen's figure, which is proportioned to perfection, rendering her a natural model, effortlessly commanding any style. Mo Han's eyes sparkled with admiration, and Xiao Bingchen reveled in the attention he bestowed upon her. Welcome to the final battle of Long Hua's voice. I am your host for today. The host swiftly delivered the opening remarks before handing over the stage to the mentors and contestants who were to follow. The stage lights dimmed briefly before illuminating once more. A medley of traditional instruments, imbued with nationalistic flair, intertwined to create a resounding prelude. Dressed in a pure white suit adorned with golden dragon patterns, Mo Han gracefully stepped into the center of the stage. Illuminated by the lights, resembling an ethereal being descended from the heavens. Bullet Screen 1. I can't believe my eyes. She is beautiful to the core. Bullet Screen 2. This is unbelievable. Even a celestial being wouldn't surpass this. Bullet Screen 3. Is there anyone cultured enough to articulate this? I truly don't want to sully my idol with mere words. Bullet Screen 4. Alas, I am uneducated. I can only utter, I am unrivaled in the world. Bullet Screen 5. Vulgar individuals. Be gone. Bullet Screen 6. This scene truly embodies the phrase, a person on the road is like jade, a gentleman is unparalleled in the world. As this last comment appeared, the barrage of messages in the live stream momentarily ceased, only to be replaced by a synchronized chorus of a person on the road is like jade, a gentleman is unparalleled in the world. Thousands of comments instantly flooded the entire live stream. The director, witnessing this spectacle, was overwhelmed with excitement. Indeed, having Mo Han open the show was the most astute decision of his life. On stage, as the prelude concluded, Mo Han raised his hand. The resonant sound immediately reverberated, striking at the very soul. This land, I pin it. The bloodline of our nation stretches for thousands of miles through centuries and 5 millennia. The descendants of the dragon have weathered storms in this vast realm. The gentleman's integrity remained steadfast. The powerful melody resonated, and in that moment, it felt as though the spirit of the nation was inextricably intertwined with the song, igniting a fervor in every listener. Yet these dragon scales once fell, clattering like shattered ice. A shard of scale, a piece of heart. The story sways, and I cannot bear to listen. One must uphold propriety. As the first half laid the groundwork, the climax ignited the audience's passion. Bullet Screen. I seem to see my enchanting ancestors, endlessly contending with heaven, earth, and men. Bullet Screen. This is simply extraordinary. How is it that I'm brought to tears? Bullet Screen. I shall forever be a citizen of Long Hua. Bullet Screen. May the sun, moon, and mountains endure eternally. In the imperial capital, within a prestigious mansion, amongst several jovial elders, a youthful-looking elderly woman suddenly turned her gaze toward her granddaughter, Zaylan, who was sobbing while clutching her phone. With a furrowed brow, she spoke, her tone laced with displeasure. Zaylan, why are you crying? Her voice instantly captured the attention of the others. Zaylan was jolted back from her reverie, hastily removing one earphone, her explanation tumbling forth in a fluster. Grandma, I didn't mean to, it just I don't know how it happened. Suddenly, seeing Lu Zaylan so frightened that she could not articulate a coherent thought, the sprightly elderly woman beside the white-haired matriarch quickly reassured her. Zaylan, it's all right, don't panic, take your time. Then she turned to glare at the white-haired elder. Zhang, I must say, you are too strict with your granddaughter. Look at how frightened you made her with just a word. Lu Zhang cast a sidelong glance at her. What kind of decorum is there in a grown woman crying and wailing? She then shot a disapproving look at Lu Zaylan, who hung her head in silence, clearly unable to speak. Always glued to that phone, it's infuriating. Hand me your phone, let me have a look. Her tone left no room for dissent. Lu Zaylan, daunted, quickly complied, handing it over. Lu Zhang took the phone, glanced at the screen where Mo Han's image shone, and a glimmer sparked in her eyes. This little one seems to be quite a spirited beauty. With that, she yanked off the earphones, eager to hear what had moved her granddaughter to tears. It couldn't possibly be another love song, could it? Her granddaughter was indeed lacking in composure. Just then, the second segment of the song commenced. As the resonant, magnetic voice filled the air, it instantly captivated attention. Oh, this is intriguing. Lu Zhang's eyes lit up. This was no ordinary melodrama. The others also shifted their focus towards the sound. Lu Zhang took the opportunity to increase the volume, sharing it with the others for their amusement. In the mountains and waters I splash ink only to see the rugged spirit of Long Hua. Initially dismissive, the elders now bore expressions of interest. Yet these dragon scales once fell, clattering like shattered ice. A shard of scale, a piece of heart. With sincerity, I firmly believe to lift the nation's destiny. To raise it high once more. Haha, what a splendid line about reviving the nation's destiny. This little one is indeed amusing. Lu Yijing laughed heartily, and the others echoed her sentiments, traveling the heavens. Seeking dragon scales, the bloodline of the dragon rekindled into a forest quite delightful. It's been ages since I've heard such a voice. As the performance concluded, Lu Yijing handed the phone back to Lu Zilong and glanced at the others. What did you think of this piece? Haha, old Lu, you've already given your verdict, haven't you? I must say, there is indeed something remarkable here. I'm curious to know what kind of individual can produce such a sound. The others nodded in agreement, their gazes turning toward Lu Zilong. Overwhelmed by their attention, Lu Zilong felt a surge of pride, thrilled that her idol was appreciated even by her grandmothers. His name is Mo Han. Once Lu Zilong began to extol the virtues of Mo Han, her words poured forth like a torrent, praising him as if he were a celestial being. Unparalleled in this realm, the elders listened attentively, offering no interruption. Chapter 90. Tang Hongfei's confession. After hearing her granddaughter's enthusiastic praise, Lu Yijing rubbed her temples, realizing her granddaughter had indeed been captivated. Well then, as a grandmother, I shall conduct a bit of investigation. She turned towards the beaming Minister of Culture, who was observing her granddaughter with interest. Old Han, this little one is a key candidate for our cultural department's focus. Han Zhaoyu, having been Lu Yijing's partner for many years, quickly grasped her intentions and readily agreed. No problem. I have high hopes for this little one. As the Minister of Culture, how could Han Zhaoyu not know of Mo Han? The others exchanged knowing smiles, fully understanding Lu Yijing's deeper intentions. Only Lu Zilong remained blissfully unaware, simply reveling in the joy of her idol's newfound admiration, having made a decision. Lu Yijing turned to Lu Zilong, her tone serious. This investigative mission shall be entrusted to you, and me. Lu Zilong was momentarily taken aback. How could such an opportunity fall to her? Seeing her grandmother nod in affirmation, Lu Zilong jumped with excitement. This is fantastic. I get to meet my idol. Wait, does that mean I'll have to go with that old-fashioned Zhihua? Will he make things difficult for Mo Han? Grandma, and Han, I think I can manage this on my own. Truly. Lu Zilong insisted earnestly, hoping to convince her grandmother to rescind her decision. However, her plea was met with immediate refusal from Lu Yijing. That's not possible. Han Zhaoyu chimed in, smiling in agreement. Zhihua should indeed venture out. Having a companion will be just right. Well, all right then. With both grandmothers having spoken, Lu Zilong felt she could no longer protest. At the venue of The Voice, Mo Han's opening performance was nothing short of an explosive triumph, placing immense pressure on the contestants who were to follow, Lu Huan, Yu Chencheng, and Yang Qian. The three exchanged glances, shared a bittersweet smile, and steeled themselves to face the daunting task ahead. Fortunately, the atmosphere had already ignited, and they poured every ounce of their talent into their performances of well-known songs. Barely managing to hold their ground. As they concluded their performances, Mo Han, Lu Huan, Yu Chencheng, and Yang Qian took their seats as mentors. Next, it was time for the eagerly anticipated contestant PK segment. With the hostess announcement, the contestant PK competition officially commenced. The first to grace the stage was Lu Huan's team member, Tang Hongfei, accompanied by her backup singer, Wang Qua. The stage lights flickered as the two appeared in striking red attire, resembling a couple poised to wed, leaving the audience captivated. From the distant audience, Lan playfully nudged Wang Tung beside her, teasingly remarking, "Your brother looks as if he is about to get married." Wang Tung shot her a glance. "You'd better be quiet." Lan's comment, though lighthearted, sparked genuine concern in Wang Tung for his brother, fearing that the enigmatic Tang might whisk him away. As the prelude began, filled with a melancholic yearning, Tang Hongfei and Wang Qua gracefully made their way to either side of the stage, turning back to each other as their voices soared. Wang Qua, the swallow departs, the red beans fill the branches, wanderers should not inquire about their return who alone guards the azure waters of Shaoxiang, unaware of this evening's significance as Wang Qua masterfully navigated the song. The camera captured the longing in his eyes, stirring the audience's emotions profoundly. Wang Qua, she brushes ink and lets it fall. He dances with red sleeves, enhancing the fragrance in the play. The emotions intertwine, faded souls meet in the twilight following a rather unremarkable line infused with theatrical tones. Wang Qua's voice fell silent, and Tang Hongfei immediately continued. Tang Hongfei, he sings of her hometown meeting an old acquaintance. Each step and word steeped in longing as Tang Hongfei's professional theatrical tones filled the air. They instantly captivated the audience's thoughts. She spoke of the bridal chamber, and the blossoming candles. The beauty paired with the talented scholar. Without hearing a single melody, a sigh escaped her lips. As the play unfolded with fervent passion, the final word lingered, like a lament, the echoes delicate and lingering. In the eyes of the crowd, the two on stage appeared as the very embodiment of the scholar and the beauty. At that moment, the two on stage had approached each other, Tang Hongfei gazing at Wang Kuo. Emotion surging in her eyes, instinctively reaching out her hand. Wang Kuo hesitated for a moment before placing his hand in hers. Clad in matching crimson garments, they strolled slowly towards the front of the stage, their accidental glances suggesting a profound connection. Observing this scene, Wang Ting and the distant audience furrowed his brows. Lan, intending to tease Wang Tung, quickly fell silent upon noticing his suppressed demeanor, crossing her arms and lifting her chin defiantly. Subsequently, on stage, Tang Hongfei and Wang Kuo held hands almost throughout, completing the song together. The live commentaries were filled with spectators who were moved, calling for them to be together after the song concluded. They bowed slightly before retreating, akin to a ceremonial bow to heaven and earth before entering the bridal chamber. Upon witnessing Wang Kuo exit, Wang Ting sprang up with remarkable speed, unable to contain his urgency. He feared his brother might be whisked away by that flirtatious woman. Upon reaching the backstage, Wang Ting's anger erupted at the sight before him. Even after exiting, that so-called Tang still clung to his brother's hand. Wang Kuo, in the course of our interactions, I have discovered that I may not like you. My dear sister. Wang Ting delivered a swift kick, sending the would-be confessor Tang Hongfei sprawling. Bang! Tang Hongfei fell to the ground. Dazed, staring blankly at the blonde beauty blocking Wang Kuo. Who was this person? Realizing what was happening, Wang Kuo quickly pushed his sister aside, rushing to help Tang Hongfei. Sister, what are you doing? You mustn't go. Wang Ting firmly grasped her brother, who struggled but found himself unable to break free. Let me go, sister. Observing her brother's reaction, Wang Ting cast a cold glance at Tang Hongfei. Well, it seems my little brother is starting to show some vulnerability. This so-called Tang indeed possesses some skill. Tang Hongfei regained her composure and stood up, her gaze icy as she fixed it on Wang Ting. Release Xiao Kuo, even if you are his sister. You cannot interfere with his freedom. As she spoke, the warmth she had shown Wang Kuo dissipated, and she slowly advanced toward Wang Ting. My brother is not someone of your ilk who can be coveted. Wang Tung's tone was unyielding. Seeing Tang Hongfei's posture as if she intended to take her brother away, Wang Ting decided to teach her a lesson. She turned and pushed Wang Kuo aside. Glaring at him, you step aside for now. I'll deal with you later. Sister, please don't. Before Wang Kuo could finish his plea, Wang Ting advanced toward Tang Hongfei. Tang Hongfei glared at the aggressive Wang Tung. Her fists tightening, she had let her guard down earlier, resulting in that kick, but this time she must reclaim her dignity. Well, since she is Xiao Kuo's sister, I shall go easy. In the case of anyone else. Just the previous kick would have sealed their fate. With that thought, 3 azure silver ribbons shot forth from Tang Hongfei's sleeves, entwining around Wang Ting. Wang Ting squinted her eyes, not realizing that she was dealing with a skilled opponent. But to think she could use such childish tactics against her was a grave underestimation. With a slight sidestep, she evaded the 3 ribbons' grasp and accelerated toward Tang Hongfei. The battle erupted instantaneously. In the distance, leaning against the wall, and Lan, having stumbled upon this scene, quickly took a few bites of her snack. The earlier spectacle had caught her full attention, and she silently praised, truly splendid. Far more entertaining than listening to the songs on stage. Chapter 91 Tang Hongfei vs. Wang Tung. Bang. 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 The sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed in the confined space. No more fighting. Please, stop, Wang Kuo shouted. But Wang Ting and Tang Hongfei were deaf to his pleas. Both intent on teaching the other a lesson, unwilling to cease their confrontation, determined to continue her role as the spectator, and Lan took it upon herself to prevent anyone else from approaching. On Tang Hongfei's side, the fight intensified, and with her second-rate martial artist prowess paired with the azure silver ribbons, she found herself unable to prevail against her opponent. Who was this person, a first-rate expert at such a young age? It was simply terrifying. On the other hand, Wang Ting frowned. The ribbons in Tang Hongfei's possession were indeed troublesome. Not only were they unbreakable, but one careless move could lead to her being ensnared tightly. After a series of probing attacks, Wang Ting swiftly adopted a strategy of speed, her movements accelerating significantly as she unleashed a powerful kick. Tang Hongfei barely had time to react before Wang Ting's long whip-like leg struck her forcefully in the abdomen, sending her crashing against the wall. Bang! Tang Hongfei collided with the wall and coughed up blood, her appearance quite tragic. Fueled by adrenaline, Wang Ting intended to deliver a final blow but was halted by Wang Kuo. who rushed over, and the director's arrangement carries a profound significance. The opening act featuring Imo Han is a spectacular display, followed by other mentors and their students consistently heightening the audience's expectations. Ultimately, the members of Imo Han's team take the stage one by one. After all, the behind-the-scenes footage prior to the live broadcast had already hinted that the songs performed by Imo Han's team were all meticulously crafted under his guidance, leading to an overwhelming anticipation among the viewers. The rendition of 1,000 Miles Away has already intensified the frightening fervor of the television station and the live stream, leaving the director eagerly anticipating the performance of the popular duo, Yobana and Bai Xiao, and the heights to which they will elevate the broadcast. Amidst the cheers, Yobana and Bai Xiao make their entrance. Their attire is exceedingly formal. Bai Xiao stands gracefully at the front of the stage in a tailored black suit, while Yobana, draped in a striking red gown, stands at the back, creating a harmonious contrast of black and her ED. As the soft prelude begins, Bai Xiao is the first to take the microphone. Bai Xiao. Hear SACD from the past. Listen closely. It speaks of our love sometimes I might forget. Despite his small stature, Bai Xiao's voice resonates with remarkable depth, infused with a subtle melancholy that evokes a wave of nostalgia for many. Comments flood the screen. I don't understand why this song suddenly makes me feel so lost. Yet, I do feel lost. Suddenly, I remember him, the one I once loved. Yobana, I can no longer sing such songs. Hearing them makes me shy away, though I often forget. Her falsetto, ethereal yet laced with beauty, compels the listener to savor the sweet nuances of love. Comments. When Hui, my youthful moonlight, I hope you still live with a bright smile. Dulan, I have no regrets meeting you. That you are no longer by my side. I still wish you well. Just moments after this comment appears, amidst the myriad of messages, one stands out. Fool. I am here. I have always been. These two comments are captured by many, and in an instant, countless tears are shed. Yao Bana, because of love, it will not. Bai Xiao, so everything is. Yao Bana, because of love. It is simple. Bai Xiao, it is always within reach. I in their harmonious duet, myriad beauties blossom and bear fruit. Chapter 92. A perfect conclusion. Perhaps this is the unique allure of music. As the song concludes, a pin-drop silence envelopes the live audience, and Yobana and Bai Xiao exit quietly. Backstage, Bai Ran has already opened his arms, waiting there. Bai Xiao, his small legs moving swiftly, leaps into Bai Ran's embrace. Bai Ran lifts Bai Xiao, unable to resist planting a kiss on his cheek, smiling as he says, "My dear, you sang beautifully. Oh, what are you doing? There are still people here." Bai Xiao's cheeks flush, quickly burying his face in Bai Ran's embrace. Yobana, witnessing this scene, smiles knowingly and discreetly leaves, allowing the two to have their moment. As she rounds the corner, Yobana glances at the prepared Li Mingqi and Song Yuanji, encouragingly saying, "I unintentionally made everyone emo just now. It's up to you to reignite the atmosphere. Don't worry, sister nah. Leave it to us." Li Mingqi responds confidently, patting her chest, while Song Yuanji nods in agreement. Next, let us welcome the final duo of the evening to the stage. As the host announces, Li Mingqi and Song Yuanji appear in striking black and red skirts, exuding a sense of dashing prowess. True to form, as the prelude of the zither resonates, two long spears soar in from opposite directions, and they effortlessly seize them. With a shared glance, they execute a swift and synchronized display of spear techniques, astonishing the audience as their movements seem to dance in perfect harmony with the rhythm of the stage, creating a captivating beauty. As the last beat of the prelude concludes, they simultaneously flourish their spears, tossing them aside with flair. Li Mingqi steps forward, boldly raising her hand. "I have traversed beyond the Jade Gate Pass. Amidst the snow of the Chilean Mountains I have also seen the Great Wall." Song Yuanji strides forward, addressing the audience. "By the rivers and mountains, heroes vanish into the woods, transforming into a rain in this vast world. A sword." As they reach this point, both draw their swords from their waists and begin to duel. The comments section erupts with enthusiasm. Comments. "Wow, these two sisters are truly stunning. I love them. The song is beautiful, and they are so cool. A perfect match. Incredible, they are igniting the stage." Song Yuanji. "If you say the world of martial arts is a soul." Li Mingqi. "Then the clouds at the horizon have opened a door." The momentum of the climax is masterfully grasped by the two, igniting both the live audience and the broadcast, together, for 1,000 years. The gaze cannot be forgotten as the song concludes. The two are left breathless and drenched in sweat, and the audience erupts into thunderous applause. Upon witnessing this, they share a knowing smile. They then wave to the audience and the viewers before exiting, akin to heroic figures departing after a successful endeavor, exuding an air of nonchalance. We thank them for their splendid performance. The host takes the stage to summarize. Comments. Can you hurry up? My fingers are itching with anticipation. Quick, let's get started. Finally, it's my turn to take the stage. In summary, various characters emerge at this moment. 7 individuals take the stage, and with Tang Hongfei absent, her mentor Lu Huan steps in. As the countdown reaches its final second, the voting numbers on the big screen begin to soar. The names of the contestants fluctuate rapidly. As the 3-minute mark draws to a close, the competition becomes increasingly fierce until it finally settles. Imo Han observes the name firmly positioned in first place, unperturbed. First place, Yobana, 5,780, 000 votes. Second place, Tang Hongfei, 5,530, 000 votes. Third place, Luya, 5,460, 000 votes. Fourth place, Li Mingqi, 5,420, 000 votes. Fifth place, Qin Ruo, 5,210,000 votes. Sixth place, Yuxian, 5,120, 000 votes. Seventh place, Wang Jinqing, 5,080, 000 votes. Eighth place, Zhou Shishir, 5,020, 000 votes. Overall, the votes reflect the heartfelt performances of the contestants and the enthusiasm of the audience. Imo Han is thoroughly satisfied with this concluding scene, and everyone feels their journey was worthwhile. Let us extend our applause to Yobana, congratulating her on officially becoming the champion of the inaugural season of Long Hua's Voice tonight. As the host announces, a wave of applause erupts. Yobana can no longer contain her excitement, leaping into Imo Han's arms, her embrace filled with gratitude. Grateful not only for Imo Han's healing touch but also for paving a path to her success. Thank you. This heartfelt expression emerges from her depths. Imo Han smiles gently, giving her a light pat, his tone warm. Come now, our champion, receive your trophy. Yobana releases Imo Han and accepts the trophy. Bowing earnestly, Imo Han smiles as he helps her up, then presents the runner-up trophy to Lu Huan and the third-place trophy to Luya. Finally, everyone faces the camera, joining in song. Open the skylight of the night and tell the shooting stars your wishes. Sing if you wish, let your voice be loud. Even if no one applauds for me. As the group sings together, this live broadcast draws to a close. As the curtain falls, a sense of melancholy washes over the attendees. The contestants bid farewell to their mentors, and Imo Han takes the opportunity to invite Li Mingqi, who readily agrees. In truth, even if Imo Han hadn't spoken, she intended to personally submit her resume to Sing Cheng Group the following day. On the way home, Xiao Bingchen drives while Imo Han leans quietly against the car window, ignoring the flood of congratulatory messages on her phone. Suddenly feeling a pang of wistfulness, Xiao Bingchen refrains from interrupting, content to quietly accompany Imo Han. Upon arriving home, after freshening up, Imo Han finally has the inclination to peruse the congratulatory messages. Bai Chen, congratulations. The voice has concluded perfectly. Lin Yin, congratulations, your career is about to take a leap. Yuan, Imo Han, your performance today was amazing. When will you write me a custom love song to give to the one I adore? Dingen. Everyone. As Imo Han scrolls through, she replies to a few messages before setting her phone down. Turning her head, she is greeted by a pair of long, white lace legs. Looking up, she realizes it is her family's pure white cat girl. Xiao Bingchen, noticing Imo Han's dazed expression, leans closer, gently lifting Imo Han's chin with a slender finger, her gaze laced with allure and a hint of mischief. Little brother, do you feel like indulging in some delightful activities with your sister? In their shared gaze, emotions surge, and the proximity allows them to feel each other's breath. Imo Han's throat involuntarily tightens, struggling to speak. What do you want to do? What delightful activities? Xiao Bingchen does not answer, but the warmth of her lips meeting his will reveal the answer. Chapter 93. The Fall of Xiao Yan. In the early morning hours, Xiao Bingchen spoke, leaning in to plant a kiss on Imo Han's cheek. Was it truly that exaggerated? Imo Han raised his hand to sniff, but detected nothing unusual. However, he could certainly catch the refreshing scent of Xiao Bingchen, which was immensely pleasant. Xiao Bingchen nodded repeatedly, a flicker of curiosity glinting in her eyes. The reason she awoke so early was to meticulously examine Imo Han's body. Last night, during their sparring session, Xiao Bingchen had unexpectedly discovered that Imo Han had actually fed back some energy to her. Although it was faint, it was undeniably real, leaving her utterly astonished. She had no recollection of the Xiangjun physique possessing such an effect. After a thorough investigation, Xiao Bingchen was left disheartened. Apart from the fact that Imo Han smelled even more delightful upon close contact, she found no other revelations. However, one thing was clear to her. Imo Han's physique was undoubtedly far superior to that of an average man, exhibiting an impressive resilience that bordered on the absurd. Normally, in this world, Men were frail, even with special enhancements. Yet, as long as the woman was not physically weak, there should be a balance achieved in intimate matters. What was truly alarming was that despite her formidable innate body, without resorting to any special means, she not only could not subdue Imo Han but also found herself unable to withstand his advances, which was thoroughly illogical. Suppressing her doubts, Xiao Bingshan had no intention of discussing these matters with Imo Han, nor did she plan to divulge anything to outsiders. She intended to quietly investigate the situation on her own. Noticing Xiao Bingshan deep in thought, Imo Han was perplexed about her musings, yet he found her frowning contemplative expression increasingly adorable. He leaned in and gently pecked her lips, drawing her thoughts back to the present. What were you thinking? Xiao Bingshan snapped back to reality, shaking her head with a smile. Nothing. Just considering what to prepare for your breakfast. Anything will do. Imo Han was unfussy, as long as it was made by Xiao Bingshan. He would relish it. Xiao Bingshan suddenly grinned mischievously. Really anything? Just as Imo Han was about to nod in agreement, Xiao Bingshan tackled him, quickly pushing him away. Wait, anything but that. Half an hour later. Imo Han glanced at the blissful Xiao Bingshan beside him, feeling an overwhelming urge to devour her entirely. She was so frivolous and playful all day long, with time slipping away and the possibility of being late looming. Imo Han could no longer chastise Xiao Bingshan and hastily got up to tidy up, assisting the lazy girl in the process. Racing against time, they finally reached the office just before being late. Dingen had already delivered the prepared breakfast to Imo Han's office. As Imo Han ate breakfast, he scolded Xiao Bingshan, who merely giggled and reminisced, offering no retort, making Imo Han feel quite helpless. Leaving Xiao Bingshan to pack up the lunchboxes, Mohan shifted into work mode. Starting today, there would be much to occupy him. With the successful conclusion of the Good Voice competition, the reputation of the Qiqing Group had been firmly established in Longhua, attracting numerous eager investors wishing to partake before the group fully matured. Naturally, there were also several entertainment companies of similar nature attempting to conspire against Qiqing Group. However, they struggled to find any weaknesses, as Qiqing's quality control in music, gaming, and short videos was exemplary, leaving no room for criticism. The only minor hiccup was the mean live streaming sales, which amounted to mere trifles, incapable of inflicting any real damage on Qiqing. Additionally, many sought to enlist the help of the domestic entertainment giant Lanhai Group, hoping they would take action against Qiqing, but unfortunately, they were informed by the Yin family that they would not be involved in this matter. The reasons remained undisclosed. Thus, for over 10 consecutive days, Imo Han was busy during the day and night, yet strangely, his energy only seemed to increase, while Xiao Bingshan appeared to be gradually succumbing to exhaustion. As if possessed by some seductive spirit. Of course, Xiao Bingshan had not emerged empty-handed. Although she had indulged excessively, her cultivation had not only remained intact but had also made significant progress. The sole downside was her body's inability to cope. Relying heavily on nourishing soups daily. Imo Han expressed utter bewilderment at her behavior. Despite being fatigued, she continued to seek his attention in various ways. Tonight we take a break. Let's sleep in separate rooms. After dinner, Imo Han declared, swiftly making his way to his room. Trying to escape, Xiao Bingshan was much quicker, effortlessly lifting Imo Han in a swift embrace. Imo Han struggled, urgently advising, we have plenty of time ahead. I'm not denying you. You really don't need to do this every day. Honestly, be good, listen to me, and rest for a few days. I will defer to you on everything else. You don't love me anymore. Xiao Bingshan displayed a pitiful expression. Imo Han felt a headache coming on. Was this truly an issue of love? If she continued down this path, she would inevitably exhaust herself. He did not wish to spend his future days alone. However, Imo Han could not voice this. He had to consider Xiao Bingshan's feelings. It's my fault. I need to rest for a few days because my dear wife is simply too formidable. Xiao Bingshan looked at him skeptically. Wasn't it always she who ignited the fire while he was left to extinguish it? During those moments, he never seemed fatigued in the slightest. Was he trying to deceive her? No. It feels like you were a bit hard to pursue. I was planning to retreat. Just as Xiao Bingshan was about to refuse, her phone rang, and she thought it odd for anyone to call her at this hour. She set Imo Han down, took out her phone, and answered. Hello, and Fu, what's the matter? Whatever was said on the other end caused Xiao Bingshan's expression to harden, startling Imo Han and filling him with an ominous premonition. Okay, give me a moment. As Xiao Bingshan spoke, she took a deep breath, her eyes swirling with various emotions. When she turned to Imo Han, her gaze was filled with reluctance. I will return as soon as possible. With that, she hung up abruptly. You are leaving? Imo Han stared at Xiao Bingshan, biting his lip and softly inquiring. Yes, Xiao Bingshan replied softly, not intending to burden Imo Han with concerns regarding the Xiao family. Something has come up. I need to return. Although Imo Han had anticipated such a day might arrive, its suddenness was still overwhelming. After a brief silence, he tentatively suggested, "How about I accompany you back?" Imo Han truly did not want to part ways with Xiao Bingchen. Xiao Bingchen hesitated for a moment before ultimately shaking her head. No, with Xiao Yin deceased, the Xiao family was now beset with internal strife and external threats. Xiao Bingchen did not wish to drag Imo Han into danger. Imo Han fell silent, refraining from pressing further. Since Xiao Bingchen chose not to speak, she must have her reasons. Chapter 94. Xiao Bingchen's departure. When will you leave? Imo Han managed to suppress his emotions enough to ask. Xiao Bingchen remained silent. While she was reluctant to part with him, how could she not feel the same? Yet, with the Xiao family in turmoil, as both a member of the family and the designated heir before Xiao Yan's demise, she had to return. After a long pause, Xiao Bingchen hesitantly replied, "Tomorrow." All right. Imo Han did not press further, lifting Xiao Bingchen into his arms and silently retreating to the bedroom. That night, Imo Han was exceedingly tender, caressing every inch of Xiao Bingchen's skin as if he wished to leave a lasting trace of his essence upon her. A day prior, in a dense forest of a mountain range, boom! An explosion erupted suddenly as Xiao Yan clumsily escaped from the wreckage of a downed plane, coughing up blood. Her eyes burned with unbridled fury. How had her whereabouts been leaked? There was indeed a traitor within the family. Before she could contemplate further, she was swiftly surrounded by a large group of enemies. Xiao Yan surveyed the scene, counting at least hundreds, most of whom were her old acquaintances: Li XX, Wang XX, Zhang XX, Song X, Zhao XX, Qian X. Among the throngs, 5 innate masters were stationed, indicating that this ambush had been premeditated. They truly regarded her highly. Dragging her injured body, Xiao Yan straightened, wiping the blood from her lips. "To think you would send so many to bid me farewell. How considerate of you all." Her voice was soft, yet it resonated like thunder in the hearts of those present. The 5 leaders coldly fixed their gaze on Xiao Yan, showing no inclination for idle chatter. Their objectives were crystal clear. Point one of them waved her hand dismissively, and the hundreds behind her surged forward, targeting Xiao Yan. With icy resolve, Xiao Yan knew she was trapped today. Her only thought was, "My life matters not. I wish for all of you to perish." Bang, bang, bang. With her full strength unleashed, Xiao Yan instantly dispatched several foes, yet her own injuries multiplied as blood seeped from her wounds. Sighing helplessly, Xiao Yan felt regret. Had it not been for the upheaval in her family, she would never have forced herself to break through and sever her own path. Over the years, her cultivation had not improved in the slightest. In fact, the backlash from her reckless breakthrough was now threatening to destabilize her innate realm. If only she could start anew, perhaps with steady progress, she might have brushed against that threshold by now. As her thoughts raced, Xiao Yan continued to strike, ensuring no adversary could withstand even a single exchange with her, yet her wounds only continued to accumulate. Amidst the cacophony of anguished screams, the air was thick with the mingling of splattered blood and the sickening sound of shattering bones. After a prolonged struggle, during which she dispatched over 300 foes, Xiao Yan's momentum finally waned. The 5 innate masters, who had been biding their time, recognized the moment had come and simultaneously lunged towards her from 5 different directions. Catching a glimpse of their movements from the corner of her eye, a chilling smile crept across Xiao Yan's lips. They had been waiting for this moment, but she too had anticipated it. The golden elixir, which she had long held in her mouth, was swiftly crushed and swallowed, unleashing a torrent of ferocious energy that coursed through her limbs. Before the innate masters could strike from behind, Xiao Yan pivoted abruptly, launching her own assault. The assailant, taken by surprise, could only let out a gasp before Xiao Yan's fist connected with her abdomen. The force of the blow was devastating, instantly killing a first-rate expert behind her. Blood sprayed as Xiao Yan pressed her advantage, her fist aimed squarely at the opponent's head. The other 4 innate masters, realizing her intent, reacted in unison, their attacks closing in on Xiao Yan. As her fist struck the target's skull, she too was met with the onslaught of the 4 attackers. Xiao Yan was sent crashing to the ground, a mouthful of blood erupting from her lips. Struggling to rise, she thought, taking down one more opponent would be worth it. Witnessing her grievous injury, the 4 innate masters exchanged glances, nodding in agreement before launching another coordinated attack. Xiao Yan, undeterred, charged at them, embracing a fight to the death. Remarkably, she managed to hold her ground against all 4. Alas, the power of the golden elixir would eventually dissipate. In the end, she could only sacrifice herself to eliminate one more adversary. With a body that felt as fragile as torn cloth, Xiao Yan's eyes reflected both defiance and acceptance. She reached out toward the sky, as if catching a glimpse of Xiao Bingchen's figure. "Sister, from here on, it's up to you." Her arm fell weakly as she succumbed to death. The remaining 3 innate masters cautiously approached to inspect her. and upon confirming her demise, they exchanged triumphant smiles. Yet, unbeknownst to them, at that moment, a piece of ancient jade worn around Xiaoyan's neck flickered with a brief light before shattering completely. Third miss. Third miss, please wake up. Don't frighten me. In her dazed state, Xiaoyan seemed to hear someone calling her, but had she not already perished, suddenly jolted awake, she found herself in an antique environment. Where am I? As dawn broke, Xiao Bingchen opened her eyes, gazing longingly at Mo Han, who lay sleeping beside her. After a moment, she gracefully rose to dress, careful not to disturb him in the slightest, true to her routine. She prepared breakfast for Mo Han. Returning quietly to his bedside, she leaned down and placed a tender kiss on his forehead. Be good and wait for me. I will return soon. With that, Xiao Bingchen straightened and turned to leave. Unbeknownst to her, at that very moment, a single tear escaped the corner of Mo Han's eye as he lay asleep, too afraid to open his eyes, fearing he might selfishly plead for her to stay. Yet he understood all too well that Xiao Bingchen had her own responsibilities, and he would not become a burden to her. His only hope was for her safe return. As the door clicked shut, Mo Han instantly opened his eyes and leapt from the bed. He approached the window, gazing down below. The moment he spotted Xiao Bingchen's figure, he yearned to fling open the window and call her back. Yet he forced himself to restrain that impulse. Downstairs, Xiao Bingchen seemed to sense something, quickly turning her head. Their eyes met in the air. She smiled and waved, forming her lips into a silent promise to return. As the car door closed behind her, a mask of strength fell away, and tears brimmed in her eyes. Raising her hand, she rubbed them away, striving to suppress the tumult of emotions. I in the front seat. Xiao Kuang, pretending to be oblivious, maintained a stoic demeanor, having witnessed the scene unfold. After Xiao Bingchen's vehicle departed, Mo Han stood in a daze, feeling a profound emptiness. He entered the kitchen and picked up his chopsticks. The once delectable meal that had always delighted him now tasted like ash in his mouth. Perhaps what he truly savored was never the food itself. As he ate, 2 more tears betrayed him. Falling silently, yet he remained unaware, mechanically consuming every bite until nothing remained. Chapter 95. Reinforcements from the Dragon King Hall. Meanwhile, after the vehicle started, Xiao Bingchen raised the partition and dialed a number. Moments later, an elderly yet resonant voice answered, carrying an unmistakable hint of delight. Bingchen, to what do I owe the pleasure? I need to borrow someone. Xiao Bingchen's response was succinct, after a brief silence on the other end. The voice returned, I entrusted you with my teachings, not to have you take over as head of the Xiao family. I understand, but this is my mother's dying wish. Xiao Bingchen's tone was resolute. Becoming the head of the Xiao family means dealing with a mess. It's far less carefree than being the master of the Dragon King Hall. I know, but this is my mother's dying wish. Xiao Bingchen took a deep breath, reiterating her stance. Another pause followed, and then a heavy sigh echoed. I can lend you someone, but you must ensure they return safely. Without hesitation, Xiao Bingchen replied, I cannot guarantee that. The voice on the other end flared with agitation. You little girl, have you grown bold? It's been ages since you last visited, and now you want to borrow someone with such attitude? Just tell me if you will lend them to me or not. Xiao Bingchen's tone remained unwavering. After a moment of contemplation, the voice exhaled deeply before conceding, Fine, I will lend them to you. Good. Have Qilong, Baihu, Shike, and Xuanwu contact me once they arrive. Just as Xiao Bingchen was about to hang up, the voice interrupted. Wait, who are Qilong, Baihu, Shike, and Xuanwu? Xiao Bingchen responded with confusion. The voice seemed to sense her bewilderment and replied casually, They've changed their code names. Their previous titles became too common during missions. They mentioned others would laugh if they were used. Xiao Bingchen scratched her ear, beginning to understand why. Ever since a former member of the Dragon King Hall became a writer, the name had exploded in popularity, leading to countless parodies. It was a miracle that the Dragon King Hall had managed to retain its name amidst the chaos, for the thought of the crooked-mouthed Dragon King made her chuckle. What are their new code names? Xiao Bingchen inquired cautiously, hoping to avoid any ridiculous titles. Plum, Orchid, Bamboo, Chrysanthemum, the voice on the other end stated, evidently pleased with the new designations. Xiao Bingchen raised an eyebrow. Those names sounded quite acceptable. All right, have them contact me once they reach Modu. After hanging up, she crossed her arms and tapped her chin thoughtfully. The internal situation within the Xiao family was exceedingly complicated. Those who had been ousted by Xiao Yin were returning to vie for power now that they believed her to be dead. Externally, several families long opposed to the Xiao clan were scheming to annex and divide their resources. Breaking through this predicament seemed nearly insurmountable. The challenges she faced were exponentially more daunting than what Xiao Yin had encountered in the past. With a heavy sigh, Xiao Bingchen lamented, you truly know how to bring me trouble. At the Qi Qing group, As Mo Han stepped into the office, everyone noticed the unusual demeanor of their boss. Not only was his ever-present assistant, Xiao, absent, but he also exuded a melancholic air. Qin Ran happened to enter the company just after Mo Han and slipped into the elevator with him. Boss, where's Bingchen? Qin Ran's question brought a fresh wave of discomfort to Mo Han. Sensing his despondency, she was unsure of what had transpired but felt it inappropriate to pry, quietly following him and inhaling the soothing scent that occasionally wafted from him. She found herself slightly entranced. Wishing to prolong their solitude, the elevator arrived, and Mo Han stepped out, with Qin Ran trailing behind. Upon entering the office, Ding timely presented a cup of coffee and inquired, Boss, where is Assistant Xiao? She had to run an errand at home. Mo Han replied dismissively, diving into his work. Noticing his low spirits, Ding chose to refrain from further questions, quietly exiting and shutting the door behind him. Meanwhile, Qin Ran settled into the adjacent break room, greeting Lu Mian before sitting down to ponder. She found it curious that the inseparable duo had suddenly parted ways. Mo Han seemed so downcast. Could they have argued? That seemed unlikely. Having observed their dynamic, Qin Ran doubted anything could cause a rift between them. Contemplating, she pulled out her phone, hesitating over whether to message Xiao Bingchen and how to approach the inquiry. The role of a bodyguard felt rather inappropriate. Adjusting her tone, she sent Xiao Bingchen a voice message. Bingchen, why didn't you come to work this morning? After listening to it once and feeling that there were no issues, Qin Ran clicked to send. I walked past the Yumen Pass, where the snow danced upon the Chilean mountains. Upon seeing that it was a message from Xiao Bingchen, Qin Ran instinctively clicked to connect. Hello, Bingchen. I have a favor to ask of you. Noticing the unusually serious tone in Xiao Bingchen's voice, Qin Ran cautiously inquired, What is it? After a brief silence on the other end, Xiao Bingchen slowly began. I would like to ask you to be Mo Han's bodyguard. What? Qin Ran was momentarily taken aback, and after a moment of hesitation, she realized she had not misheard, instinctively asking, What happened? That's something you don't need to know. In any case, I will be away for a while. Can you help me keep Mo Han safe? The reason Xiao Bingchen made this request was after thorough consideration. Their relationship with Mo Han was not difficult to uncover for those with ulterior motives. As her greatest vulnerability, Mo Han needed to be protected. Unfortunately, the skilled individuals at her disposal were exceedingly few. Even the talents from Long Wang Dian, Mei Lan Juju, could not be entirely trusted. Nor could she entrust Mo Han's safety to them. Among the people she was familiar with, Qin Ran was undoubtedly the best choice. Through their prolonged interactions, Qin Ran's character and integrity had proven to be impeccable, and she was one of the rare few capable of resisting Mo Han's allure, hence this request. Listening to Xiao Bingchen's plea, Qin Ran hesitated. While Xiao Bingchen had faith in her, she herself was unsure. This task was indeed a considerable test of one's character, and Qin Ran was reluctant to accept. Bingchen, I think you should consider someone else. I might not be the most suitable choice for being Mo Han's bodyguard. You are the best candidate, Xiao Bingchen asserted, her voice firm yet tinged with a trace of helplessness. Sensing Xiao Bingchen's determination, Qin Ran understood that the situation must be dire to a certain extent. Taking a deep breath, she resolved, All right, I will agree to help you. Thank you. Xiao Bingchen exhaled in relief. If it weren't absolutely necessary, she would never have asked anyone else to protect Mo Han. A fleeting thought crossed her mind about keeping Missouri Han close, but she quickly dismissed it. At this stage, having Mo Han by her side would only increase the danger. Countless eyes were watching her, and she could hardly guarantee her own safety, let alone Mo Han's. That would be akin to endangering him. Chapter 96. Bodyguard. After hanging up the phone, Qin Ran found herself at a loss, torn between joy and unease. It was indeed a pleasure to be in close proximity to a handsome man. But what if? What if she could not restrain herself? What if she acted inappropriately? Was Xiao Bingchen placing too much trust in her? Or was she underestimating Mo Han's charm? Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, she steeled herself. Since she had already agreed, she had no reason to go back on her word. With determined steps, Qin Ran headed towards Mo Han's office. Upon seeing Qin Ran's resolute demeanor, Lu Mian, who had overheard everything, wore a knowing smile. It seemed that Sister Ran had not missed out on her opportunity after all. If she played her cards right, she might just secure a spot beside the illustrious Mo Han. Quietly cheering Qin Ran on, Lu Mian returned to her own tasks, immersed in her work. Knock, 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 come in. Mo Han's voice rang out from within the office. Qin Ran gently pushed the door open and saw Mo Han engaged in a phone conversation. Not wanting to interrupt, she quietly settled onto the sofa, abandoning her usual boisterous demeanor. Mo Han cast her a glance before continuing his conversation with Xiao Bingchen. Listening to their exchange, Qin Ran felt a tumult of emotions. She simultaneously hoped Imo Han would refuse the arrangement and yet wished for his acceptance. Her heart was a whirlwind of conflict. Is it really that serious? Imo Han inquired with concern. To prevent Imo Han from worrying, Xiao Bingchen chose to withhold the truth. It's just an extra precaution. Imo Han was no fool. He had long been aware of Xiao Bingchen's covert protection. Now, with Qin Ran, a top-tier expert, positioned as his personal bodyguard, he could only imagine the gravity of the situation. Taking a deep breath, he resolved, "All right, let Qin Ran stay by my side. You must also ensure your own safety." Upon hearing Imo Han's agreement, Xiao Bingchen felt a slight relief. "I will, just wait for me to return. It won't be long." "Okay, I'll be waiting." After hanging up, Imo Han turned to Qin Ran, forcing a smile that barely formed at the corners of his lips. "From now on, I'll need your assistance. I'll have finance transfer 500,000 to you as additional compensation for your protection." "No, that's unnecessary," Qin Ran quickly protested, but upon meeting Imo Han's unwavering gaze, her tone softened. "All right then." Seeing her acquiescence, Mohan nodded in satisfaction and returned to his work. After a while, noticing that Qin Ran had not yet left, he looked up at the company. "You can just go next door." Qin Ran instinctively rose to leave, but halfway up, she remembered something and promptly sat back down, catching Imo Han's puzzled expression. "As your bodyguard, I should remain by your side at all times," Qin Ran explained. Although she herself was uncertain of her own thoughts, Imo Han chuckled softly at her words, recognizing her somewhat rigid nature, and decided to indulge her. Moreover, he needed to acclimate to having a stranger around him. Resuming his work, he no longer paid Qin Ran any mind. Feeling relieved that Mohan did not object, Qin Ran watched him intently. As she inhaled the familiar scent that filled the room, she found herself gradually becoming entranced. Just as her thoughts began to wander, she jolted back to reality, forcing herself to focus. A wry smile crossed her lips as she thought, "See, I knew I couldn't handle this." Having been alone together for such a short time, and she was already daydreaming. How would she manage in the days to come? It was no wonder that Xiao Bingchen, an innate expert, had become so weary in Imo Han's presence. What woman could resist his allure? Stealing her resolve, Qin Ran closed her eyes, compelling herself into a meditative state, seemingly absorbed in his work. Mohan noticed Qin Ran's subtle movements and felt a sense of reassurance. It appeared that Qin Ran could be relied upon. The Xiao family estate in Modu. As Xiao Bingchen entered, Aunt Fu greeted her warmly. "Miss, you have finally returned." "Yes." Xiao Bingchen noted the aging features of Aunt Fu and smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. After a brief exchange, Aunt Fu led Xiao Bingchen to the study where Xiao Yan frequently worked. After adjusting a few mechanisms, a hidden door swung open. "Miss, inside are items left for you by the family head." After speaking, Aunt Fu stepped aside, showing no intention of entering. Xiao Bingchen did not hesitate and stepped inside. The secret chamber was modest in size, furnished simply with a table, a chair, a projector, and a stack of documents. Approaching the projector, Xiao Bingchen pressed a button, and Xiao Yan's projection appeared on the opposite wall. "Bingchen, I truly do not wish to meet you again in this manner, but by the time you see this video, it may mean that I have encountered misfortune." Following her initial monologue, Xiao Yan's expression turned grave. "What I am about to reveal may be hard for you to believe, but it is the truth." With a bittersweet expression, Xiao Yan paused briefly before continuing, while Xiao Bingchen fixed her gaze intently upon her. "Bingchen, in truth, I am not your mother. To be precise, I am your half-sister." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bingchen's eyes widened in shock. Xiao Yan, as if anticipating her reaction, raised a hand to calm her. "Do not be surprised. I will clarify the causal relationship shortly. But before that, I must apologize. As your sister, I have not taken good care of you all these years." For the remainder of the video, Xiao Yan meticulously recounted the entangled history of the previous generation. In summary, Xiao Yan's mother had been compelled to marry Xiao Yan's father, giving birth to her. However, their mother could not relinquish her true love, who was Xiao Bingchen's father, and the two engaged in a clandestine relationship, resulting in Xiao Bingchen's birth. Eventually, Xiao Yan's father discovered this affair, leading to his suicide, while their mother, pressured by the Xiao family's expectations, chose to take her own life as well. Xiao Bingchen's father, too, willingly perished in mourning for her mother. The intricate web of causation was convoluted and difficult to discern. After absorbing this familial history, Xiao Bingchen's emotions became tumultuous. Suddenly, she understood Xiao Yan's ambivalent attitude towards her, which had always felt both close and distant, filled with love and resentment. Even the firm stance that had forced her to leave the Xiao family to fulfill the old marriage agreement with the Imo family now made sense. Yet, it was precisely because of this that she had encountered Imo Han. The mere thought of him brought a warm smile to Xiao Bingchen's face. Following this, Xiao Yin discussed the materials and shared her suspicions about internal traitors within the Xiao family. After which the video concluded, and the tape was automatically destroyed. Xiao Bingchen clenched the documents tightly in her hand, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Chapter 97, The Passing of the Matriarch at Midday. Mo Han stood and stretched his limbs before approaching the meditating Qin Ran, gently calling out, "Let's go, it's time for lunch." Qin Ran instantly opened her eyes, a flicker of clarity passing through them, soon followed by confusion. Had she truly entered a state of meditation? Sensing her enhanced abilities, Qin Ran found it hard to believe. "Hey, let's go." Mo Han noticed that Qin Ran was in a daze after opening her eyes, and she waved her hand in front of her. A fragrant breeze swept by, bringing Qin Ran back to her senses. She sprang up and nearly collided with Mo Han. Fortunately, Mo Han reacted swiftly and dodged just in time. "What's with the clumsiness?" Mo Han furrowed her brows slightly. "I apologize. My abilities have improved a bit just now," Qin Ran hurriedly explained. "It's nothing. Let's go." Mo Han waved her hand dismissively and turned to stride forward, with Qin Ran immediately following suit. After descending the stairs, they casually selected a nearby restaurant and entered a private room. The male server who entered was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Mo Han without her mask. Recovering quickly, he exclaimed in delight, "Idol, it's you? Wait, what is that smell? It's so fragrant." "Shoo, keep it down," Mo Han quickly interjected. The server nodded vigorously like a bobblehead. "I understand. Let her order." Mo Han gestured towards Qin Ran. The server handed the menu to Qin Ran, then swiftly produced a pen and a small notebook to approach Mo Han, subconsciously inhaling the scent a few times, looking somewhat enraptured. "Idol, could you please give me your autograph?" Noticing the youthful exuberance and the unmistakable clarity in his eyes, Mo Han surmised his intentions with a smile, took the paper and pen, and swiftly signed her name. "Thank you. I really appreciate it." The server clutched the signed paper, visibly ecstatic. "Don't tell anyone else." Mo Han raised her hand to calm him, signaling him to temper his excitement. If others were to come, their meal would be ruined. The server immediately understood, repressing his excitement, and even saluted Mo Han, appearing determined to fulfill his duty. Mo Han couldn't help but chuckle at his antics. That moment, Qin Ran had finished ordering and handed the menu back to the server. The server then presented the menu to Mo Han, who glanced at it and noted that the dishes were all her favorites. Aware of Qin Ran's thoughtful gesture, Mo Han smiled and handed the menu back to the server. Indicating he could leave, the server took the menu and hurriedly exited. "Thank you." Mo Han's voice reached Qin Ran, who quickly waved her hands. "No need to mention it. It's what I should do." Mo Han shook her head, opting not to exchange pleasantries any further. While waiting for the food, Mo Han perused files on her phone, while Qin Ran continued to search for that meditative state she had recently experienced. Unfortunately, despite several attempts, she could not enter that profound state again. With a sigh, Qin Ran realized that some things could not be forced. In the afternoon, as Mo Han awoke and began to focus on work, she received a call from her mother. "Mom, what's wrong?" Mo Han inquired, puzzled, as her parents typically sent messages instead of calling. "The old lady is nearing her end and wishes to see you one last time." Her mother's voice was devoid of emotion. After a moment's hesitation, Mo Han ultimately agreed. Hanging up, she looked up to see Qin Ran, who was engrossed in her own thoughts. "Hey, what are you doing?" Mo Han asked with amusement. Nothing," Qin Ran stammered, having been caught off guard. She had been trying to find that meditative state again, but upon meeting Mo Han's amused gaze, her heart raced. "Oh no," he smiled at me. "I can't handle this." Observing her reaction, Mo Han couldn't help but smile wryly. He was acutely aware of the impact his smile had on her. "Let us go. Bring Lu Mian along. We're heading out." "Okay," Qin Ran responded without hesitation and hurried to call Lu Mian. The three set off, soon arriving at the First People's Hospital of Luochuan City. Upon reaching the VIP ward, Mo Han's parents were already waiting at the door. After greeting them, Mo Han stepped into the room. Upon seeing her grandmother again, it was clear that she was no longer the vibrant woman from a few months ago. She exuded an air of frailty and impending death. As Mo Han entered, her grandmother extended a hand toward her, but Mo Han maintained her distance, avoiding contact. "You'd have come." The voice was barely audible. "Yes, I'm here." Mo Han nodded, her expression indifferent as she regarded her grandmother. She felt no particular sentiment towards her. After all, she had avenged her family's wrongs as mentioned by Xiao Bingchen previously, and she had no desire to dwell on past grievances. The old woman's eyes were fixed on Mo Han, struggling to speak but failing to articulate her thoughts, ultimately releasing a sigh. She had intended to ask Mo Han to plead for Xiao Qianchen's mercy, but seeing Imo Han's demeanor, she doubted her efforts would bear fruit and decided against further humiliation. Noticing the prolonged silence, Imo Han spoke softly, "If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave." Her grandmother remained silent, weary eyes closing as she gently waved her hand. Imo Han turned and exited the room, where her parents immediately approached her. "Xiao Han, what did the old lady say?" Imo Han shook her head. "Nothing much. She probably just wanted to see me." She didn't feel inclined to speculate about her grandmother's thoughts, and her parents shared the same sentiment. By the way, where's Bingchen? Why isn't she with you? I heard you've been quite busy. Make sure to take care of yourself. After a barrage of inquiries regarding Xiao Bingchen, Imo Han deflected the questions, addressing each one until her parents finally allowed her to leave. "Your family dynamics are truly admirable," Qin Ran remarked enviously on their way back. As an orphan, she had never experienced familial affection. "Yes, my parents have always treated me well," Imo Han replied, a faint smile gracing her lips at the mention of her parents. Qin Ran caught a glimpse of this and couldn't help but feel slightly absent-minded, internally reciting calming mantras. It was that she lacked composure. Rather, Imo Han's allure had grown increasingly potent. Qin Ran pondered how Xiao Bingchen had managed to cultivate Imo Han. Could it be that she was shaping her into a temptress? Each frown and smile dripped with charm. Every movement was captivating. One could hardly fathom who could resist such allure. Not to mention, if a man were to encounter her, he would surely be entranced. As she contemplated the upcoming days of solitude with Imo Han, Qin Ran sighed internally, dreading the challenge ahead. Shortly after Imo Han returned to the company, news arrived from her mother. Imo Han's grandmother had passed away peacefully. Simultaneously, her mother inquired about whether they should hold a grand funeral or something more modest. Without hesitation, Imo Han decided that her grandmother, having left behind considerable wealth, deserved a fitting farewell, for she had once lived a glorious life. Her mother agreed and promptly set about making arrangements. As for her grandmother's passing, Mohan felt no particular sorrow. Chapter 98. Qin Ran vs. Ye1 engrossed in work, time seemed to fly, and soon it was time to clock out. Imo Han glanced at Qin Ran and gently announced, "It's time." Qin Ran, still in her meditative state, slowly opened her eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air. Internally elated, she realized she had managed to enter that profound state again in the afternoon. How had she done it? It seemed that as long as she relaxed her mind, it came naturally. If she could achieve this by simply letting go, why couldn't she do the same for her previous practices? This day's cultivation felt as though it equated to a week's worth of normal training. At this rate, she was surely not far from making that significant leap. Imo Han was at a loss for words. How had she not noticed before that Qin Ran was quite the oblivious one, always needing to repeat herself? "Hey, stop daydreaming. It's time to go home." Qin Ran snapped back to reality, offering an apologetic smile. "Let us have dinner at home. I'll cook." Imo Han raised an eyebrow skeptically. Seeing her expression, Qin Ran quickly insisted, "Don't underestimate me. I'm an all-around soldier. I can handle planes and tanks." So cooking is a piece of cake. Most of what Qin Ran claimed was indeed true. Imo Han arched an eyebrow, understanding that women in this world often had a fierce competitive streak. Since she was eager to cook, Imo Han decided to let her. "All right then, I'll leave dinner to you. Just watch." Qin Ran eagerly prepared to showcase her skills. Once home, she dashed straight to the kitchen. Upon discovering the fridge brimming with premium ingredients, her eyes lit up. Tonight would surely be a treat. With that thought, she began her culinary endeavors. Imo Han was not idle either, as a personal bodyguard. It was only natural for Qin Ran to reside in her home. The spacious apartment had 3 bedrooms. Imo Han occupied the main bedroom. The right guest room had been used by Xiao Bingchen for some time before she moved into the main room with Imo Han. Thus the left guest room was tidied up for Qin Ran. After preparing the room, Imo Han returned just as Qin Ran finished dinner preparations. The enticing aroma wafting through the air indicated that the meal would be delightful. "Come and taste." Qin Ran beckoned excitedly. Imo Han sat down at the dining table, politely expressing her gratitude before picking up her chopsticks to sample the dish. "How is it?" Qin Ran watched intently for Imo Han's reaction. Not bad." Imo Han offered a fair assessment. Compared to Xiao Bingchen's cooking, Qin Ran's skills certainly fell short, but in comparison to restaurant fare, she had surpassed expectations. Just the thought of Xiao Bingchen made Imo Han feel inexplicably downcast. Noticing Imo Han's change in demeanor, Qin Ran worried that her cooking had not met expectations and quickly grabbed her own chopsticks to taste. Taking a bite, she frowned. "What's wrong? I thought I performed exceptionally well today." "Is your palate particularly discerning?" Realizing Qin Ran's puzzled gaze, Imo Han quickly gathered her thoughts and smiled. "It's quite delicious. Let us eat." With that, she fell silent, focusing on her meal. Qin Ran, already somewhat dull in emotional matters, failed to detect anything amiss with Mo Han and dove into a pleasant dining experience. I have tidied up the room on the left for you. The bedding is all new, and there are disposable toiletries for your use. Since it is getting late, you can return tomorrow to collect your things. After ensuring that everyone is well fed and content, Mo Han casually intended to return to her room. I asked Lu Mian and her companions to bring it over. They should be arriving shortly, so just hand me the key. Upon hearing this, Mo Han entered the room and retrieved a spare key, tossing it to Qin Ran without further concern. Qin Ran caught the key, attached it to her keychain, and took out her phone to make a call. Where are you? At the entrance of the community, but the security guard is stopping us, Lu Mian replied, her tone tinged with awkwardness. Hand the phone to the security guard, Qin Ran instructed. The line was quickly transferred to another person. I am the owner of Unit 301 in Building A. Please allow them to bring in some items. The security guard responded, I'm afraid that is not possible. We have regulations that prohibit anyone other than residents and registered vehicles from entering the premises. Qin Ran was momentarily speechless. She considered saying something further, but realizing that such rules were not entirely unreasonable, she decided against pressing the matter. It wouldn't take her long to make the trip herself. With that thought, Qin Ran ended the call and made her way downstairs. Qin Ran had not much to carry, just a suitcase filled with clothes, toiletries, a tactical backpack, and a comforter. She could easily manage it all herself. After receiving her belongings from Lu Mian and the two younger girls, she glanced at the security guard but said nothing further, turning to leave. Go for it, Ranjie. Lu Mian's words were somewhat perplexing, and the two younger girls echoed the sentiment. Qin Ran stumbled slightly. Turning to glare at the three of them, they instinctively took a step back and looked skyward, as if the words had not originated from them. Ignoring their antics, Qin Ran dragged her suitcase and hoisted her luggage as she continued on her way. Mian Jie, is it true what you said about our boss wanting to latch onto a wealthy beauty? One of the younger girls asked. Upon hearing this, Lu Mian shot her a sidelong glance. Now that she's moved in, with Ranjie's charm, it shouldn't take long at all, should it? That's true, another chimed in. Our Ranjie has both the looks and the talent. Although it sounds a bit unrefined to say she's living off someone else, it surely has its advantages, the younger girl remarked, her expression one of envy. All right, the task is complete. Let us head back, Lu Mian urged, getting into the car while the two younger girls promptly followed suit. The security guard listened to their conversation, feeling a twinge of envy for the one named Qin Ran. He had seen the resident of Unit 301 a few times. Her beauty and figure were remarkable, and he had heard she was a self-made entrepreneur. Why couldn't such fortune come his way? Meanwhile, Qin Ran had not yet reached the elevator when she encountered Yuan, who had just returned from a workout. As Mo Han's bodyguard, Qin Ran was well aware of the stalker, and given that Yuan had followed Mo Han for so long, it was impossible for her not to recognize Qin Ran. Curiosity piqued, Yuan wondered why the bodyguard was laden with so many bags. A troubling suspicion began to form in her mind. The elevator reached the third floor, without casting a glance at Yuan. Qin Ran dragged her belongings out. Yuan quickly followed. Upon arriving at Unit 301, Qin Ran naturally pulled out her key to unlock the door, leaving Yuan in shock. The realization hit her like a ton of bricks. How could a bodyguard have moved into the employer's residence? In her frustration, Yuan stepped forward, demanding, How dare you, a mere bodyguard, reside in your employer's home? Yuan was beside herself with anger. She had lived across from Mo Han for so long, and her long-held wish was suddenly fulfilled by a bodyguard? Qin Ran was bewildered by the accusation, thinking, What business is it of yours where I live? Yuan's outburst caught the attention of Mo Han, who had just finished freshening up. As she stepped out, she found Qin Ran and Yuan locked in a glaring contest, perplexed by their interaction. The two women instinctively turned to look at the source of the noise, and their breaths hitched in unison. The reason was simple. Mo Han had emerged in a hastily donned aquamarine bathrobe, its collar half open, exposing a glimpse of her fair skin. Her cheeks were flushed from the recent shower, and droplets of water glistened on her delicate collarbone.